I'm really a villain. Chapter 616 to Chapter 704. He walked out of the courtyard and saw that the usually cold and cheerless sect was bustling with noise and excitement. Many young people of the same age had gathered together and were heading north. They happened to pass by Suzimo's courtyard. "What's going on outside?" asked Suzimo, looking at Long Yidao and Long Yidao. "They're all preparing for the great competition of the continent of the 9 clouds," explained Long Yidao. "There are so many disciples from the 9 branches. Not everyone is qualified to participate in the great competition of the 9 branches. Therefore, before the great competition of the continent of the 9 clouds, the 9 branches all have a small competition. They decide who will participate in the great competition of the continent of the 9 clouds." "I see," said Suzimo, nodding. "Why didn't I know about that?" Long Yidao hesitated and didn't reply. "Just tell me," said Suzimo, frowning. "Because you can't practice cultivation, everybody agreed that you wouldn't participate in the competition. That's why no one went to inform you," Long Yidao said. "Interesting," said Suzimo, smiling. "Let's go and see." The great competition of the continent of the 9 clouds took place in Zephyr Valley. Zephyr Valley was a famous valley in Taishao Peak. It was said that the saint of the continent of the 9 clouds had passed away there. When he had broken through to the godly king layer, the 9 tribulations had descended. This place was completely sunk and almost shattered into pieces. Since then, wind and thunder had filled the air. Even after 10,000 years, it hadn't been destroyed. Suzimo and the 2 others arrived in Zephyr Valley. Many disciples had already gathered there. Most of them were true disciples and inner sect disciples who were well-known figures. The great competition of the continent of the 9 clouds was held among those disciples. As for the ordinary disciples, their cultivation levels were too low, so they weren't qualified to participate in the great competition. The disciples who participated in the great competition of the continent of the 9 clouds had to be at least celestial cultivation. Most of the disciples had come there to watch the fun. There were 4 entrances to Zephyr Valley in the north, south, east, and west. Suzimo followed the crowd. The entrance to the Zephyr Valley was very spacious. Beneath their feet was a small path paved with blue stones. On both sides of the path were the mountain walls of the valley. The cliffs were steep and jagged, and the mountain walls were uneven. The texture was dark blue, and at night, one could see arcs of electricity flickering among them. They walked into the bluestone path at the entrance and kept walking forward. After exiting the path, the space in front of them widened. In front of them was an empty space, and an especially large martial arts arena came into view. The arena took up almost half of the empty space. The ground was made from the fusion of green obsidian and mountain condensing crystal. This kind of floor was extremely hard. Even a heavenly fusion stage powerhouse might not be able to break it. The ground was divided into 4 areas, which were the 4 battle arenas. When Suzimo arrived, he found that his predecessor's father, Lin Beixing, had brought 3 elders with him. They sat on the high platform in front of them, and below them were the true disciples who were participating in the selection. When almost everyone had arrived, Lin Beixing stood up and slowly walked to the front of the fighting ring. Looking at everyone below, his voice contained spiritual qi, which shook the entire Zephyr Valley. He said in a loud voice, "The gathering of the continent of the 9 clouds happens once every 10 years. I think everyone knows that today, we are here to select the candidates to participate in the gathering of the continent of the 9 clouds. The basic rules are the same as the previous ones, but I still have to repeat them. Many core disciples and some inner disciples with celestial phenomenon strength can participate. In the end, we will only select 4 people who are qualified to compete with the other 8 branches for the gathering of the 9 clouds peak. Now, there are 4 battle arenas. Everyone has one chance to challenge someone. If you win, you continue. If you lose, you leave. You can't continuously challenge the same opponent. You will have to take turns to fight. In the end, the 4 disciples who can stand on these 4 battle arenas will participate in the gathering of the continent of the 9 clouds." Lin Beixing paused for a moment, then continued, "Everyone, listen carefully. I'm talking to all of you. When the last 4 disciples are left on the battle arenas, all of you, including the inner and outer disciples, will have the right to challenge them. If you think you are stronger than them, you can go on the battle arena. However, you must fight to the death. The last 4 disciples standing on the ring each had 3 chances to be challenged. Once the challenge is successful, you can take their place. If they fail 3 times in a row, they don't need to accept any more challenges. They can directly participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Hearing Lin Beixing's words, the disciples below shouted in unison, "We understand." Lin Beixing nodded in satisfaction and said, "So, I hereby announce the start of the great meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd around him began to discuss noisily. "Is no one going to give it a try?" A young man holding a long spear looked at the many disciples who were hesitating and probing. He chuckled and said, "Since there's no one, I'll be the first." The aura around him surged as he stepped into the air and entered the first arena. "It's Chang Ruofeng." Someone among the inner and outer sect disciples immediately recognized him. "He's the grandson of our great Firmament Peak's elder, right? It's said that he has already obtained the true inheritance. He can't be underestimated. I wonder who would dare to fight him. I'm afraid these 4 spots will be fought to the bitter end." While the disciples were discussing amongst themselves, another shout was heard. "I'll defend the second arena then." Lin Feng was wearing a white robe and slowly walked onto the second arena. "It's the great imperial prince. The second arena is going to be easy." "It's hard to say. Those direct disciples usually hide their strength. Who knows if a dark horse will appear?" "Chang Ruofeng, I'll fight you." "Great imperial prince, I'll fight you." There were 2 consecutive shouts, and 2 figures flew into 2 different arenas. "I, Ma Zhen, will defend the 3rd arena. I, Xue Qingming, will try the 4th arena." In the blink of an eye, the arenas were filled with people. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Following the announcement of the referee elder, several people had already started fighting in the arena. Battles between direct disciples didn't end that quickly. Most of the time, they were probing each other and losing by 1 attack. With the cheers of many disciples below, the battle on the ring had already reached a white-hot level. Some people were happy, some people were sad. The people on the other arenas changed again and again. Only the second arena remained. Lin Feng was standing there calmly. Few people dared challenge him. Those who did would be defeated in 1 or 2 attacks. At that moment, someone in the crowd was surprised. "Look at the 4th arena, Xue Qingming and Moze are fighting." "I knew it, there will be a fight between these 2. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, some people who didn't understand asked curiously, "Is there any grudge between these 2? Xue Qingming is Moze's father's killer, do you think the grudge is big?" "No way, it's so serious?" "Actually, it's a misunderstanding." At that time, Xue Qingming accepted a mission from the sect to investigate some strange things that happened in the Mo family village. Later, he found out that the source of the matter was the Mo family village's chief. So Xue Qingming killed the chief. Later, he found out that the chief of the Mo family village was Moze's father. Although the sect mediated, there was still a grudge between the 2. Ignoring the discussions of the people around, Xue Qingming and Moze were facing each other in the 4th arena. One was holding a sword, the other was holding a giant axe. "Come, Xue Qingming, my sword has no eyes," Moze said coldly. "Don't live in the memories of the past, those pains will only become your shackles on the path of martial arts." Xue Qingming shook his head and sighed. "Stop talking nonsense, I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Moze replied indifferently, and directly attacked with his sword. Xue Qingming's expression was also indifferent, he raised the giant axe in his hand and fought with Moze. The axe and sword collided, and a wave of qi spread out around them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 13 sword chaos. Moze shouted. A white spirit qi wrapped around the body of his sword. That long sword trembled and actually transformed into 13 afterimages, directly attacking Xue Qingming. Xue Qingming's giant axe was also constantly waving, his moves were wide and airtight. The 2 fought for a few rounds, but there was no clear winner. 20 sword chaos. Moze saw that the battle was going on for a long time, and angrily shouted again. The 13 sword qi split again, and actually became 26. These newly born sword energies were even more bizarre. They were hidden in the void, hidden in the ground, and would always attack from strange angles and unexpected ways. Xue Qingming, I will slowly torture you to death. Mose coldly said. Mose, you've already lost. Xue Qingming shook his head and replied. Our cultivation methods are different. I focus on strength, while you focus on skill. Everything in the world can be broken by force. As Xue Qingming's voice fell, the giant axe in his hand began to tremble. Black spirit energy coiled around the giant axe, causing the surrounding space to tremble. With a boom, Xue Qingming stepped into the air, and the surrounding aura was imposing. Ignoring the other sword chi, he directly chopped down at Mose with his axe. Under this axe, any sword chi would be annihilated. Mose stood at the same spot, his eyes solemn. Feeling the sharpness and weight of the axe, he was unable to dodge for a moment. The axe stopped a dozen centimeters away from his head. Why didn't you kill me? Mose's lips moved slightly as he asked curiously. You're on your own now. Xue Qingming put away his axe and kicked him down. When the disciples below saw this scene, they finally reacted. Everyone was discussing, this Xue Qingming really hid his strength well. Although he's a celestial state cultivator, that axe definitely has the power of a venerable. But he actually let Mose go. This is a bit unexpected. Because the battle between the two was already the last battle, many of the true disciples had finished their battles. In the end, only 4 people were left standing in the arena. They were Lin Feng, Xue Qingming, Ma Zhen, and Chang Ruofeng. The 4 of them were all outstanding disciples in the sect, especially Ma Zhen, who didn't show his strength among the true disciples before. This time, he defeated Yi Kai, one of the most popular candidates, and became one of the 4. Seeing this scene, Lin Beixing also walked down from the high platform in front of him. He said with a chuckle, the results of the battle are almost out. Next, all of you present have a chance to challenge the 4 of them. But I have to remind you that this challenge doesn't involve life or death, so it's best to act according to your strength. If no one challenges, then I will announce the list of people who will represent our Taishao Peak in the tournament of the continent of the 9 clouds. When they heard Lin Beixing's words, the disciples below looked at each other, sizing each other up. But no one dared to challenge them. After all, whether it was cultivation level or cultivation time, they were far from enough. Moreover, the fact that the challenge didn't involve life or death was enough to make many people retreat. Why don't I give it a try? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. At this moment, the noisy thunderstorm valley suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice almost at the same time. It's him? No way, even if he wants to die, he doesn't have to do this. He's overestimating himself and trying to impress the crowd. Almost in the time it took to think about it, everyone's thoughts kept changing. Some people were gloating, while others were sizing up the arena with interest. Su Zimo was wearing a white robe, and he calmly walked up to the arena. Qiao. Even Lin Beixing, who was on the high platform, was stunned. Nonsense. Lin Beixing reacted instantly and scolded, Qiao, come down quickly. This is not a place for you to joke around. Father, I'm not joking. I also want to participate in the tournament of the 9 clouds, Su Zimo said with a smile. Am I not a disciple of Taishao Peak? You. Lin Beixing pointed at Su Zimo. He was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. Who do you want to challenge, little brother? Lin Feng asked with interest. You. Su Zimo pointed at Chang Ruofeng and said with a smile. Me? You want to challenge me? When he heard Su Zimo's words, Chang Ruofeng laughed and looked at Su Zimo. He asked, Junior brother Lin, are you sure? Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Junior brother Lin, don't worry. With your relationship with the peak leader, I won't kill you, Chang Ruofeng said in a low voice. But I will also teach you a lesson. This is the first lesson I'm going to teach you about overestimating yourself. Su Zimo smiled and slowly walked up to the first arena. The disciples on the ground looked at the scene as if they were watching a good show. He's really messing around. An elder next to him shook his head and sighed. Su Zimo didn't care about the other people around him. His white robe and black hair were fluttering in the wind. Spear destruction! Chang Ruofeng shouted in a low voice. He raised his spear and threw it at Su Zimo. That spear didn't have any special power, but it was extremely fast. It turned into a blur. Su Zimo looked a little panicked. He hastily rolled on the ground and dodged the attack. The long spear passed by his ear, and he narrowly avoided the attack. Su Zimo's body was wobbling, and if he lost his balance, he would fall to the ground. Spear, triple kill, Chang Ruofeng snorted again, and the spear in his hand moved faster and faster, almost splitting into 3 afterimages. Su Zimo's figure flashed once again and he accidentally fell to the ground. He had actually managed to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. He watched as Su Zimo dodged one after another, getting closer and closer to him. Chang Ruofeng couldn't help but become angry, and the aura of celestial phenomenon enveloped him again. The spear returned to his hand, and he suddenly stabbed it into the ground. Because the ground was too hard, the spear kept spinning in the air. Spear intent gathered around the spear, and a sharp aura slowly gathered at the tip of the spear. Spear, Red Lotus 7 kills, Chang Ruofeng roared. On the tip of the spear, red lotuses formed by spirit chi floated out. Then, the spirit chi gathered faster and faster, and more red lotuses began to float in the air. As the red lotuses fell, the entire spear turned into a stream of light, floating in the air. When the spear fell from the sky, the tip of the spear pierced through 7 red lotuses, and it fell with a destructive aura. This attack almost covered the entire arena, and Su Zimo couldn't block it. He could only face it head-on. Su Zimo's body fell to the ground, and he couldn't even fight back. He was so scared that he covered his eyes with both hands, and his whole body was trembling. Just as the spear was about to pierce Su Zimo, suddenly, for some reason, there was a bang sound. The body of the spear seemed to be a little twisted, and the tip of the spear was a few meters away. When it fell to the ground, it directly stabbed next to Su Zimo. Was it a mistake? Someone below said in surprise. Even Chang Ruofeng himself was stunned. This attack was supposed to be a sure hit, but it deviated from its trajectory. Su Zimo was lying on the ground when he suddenly attacked. He didn't use any other power, and he released the 4 mysterious meridians in his body. In an instant, he rolled on the ground and arrived in front of Chang Ruofeng. Chang Ruofeng only felt as if there was a carriage pulled by 8 horses coming towards him. A strong force directly sent him flying, and he fell below the arena. According to the rules, only those who left the arena would lose. The elder's eyelids twitched. In the end, under Lin Beixing's gaze, he had no choice but to announce, Lin Qiu wins the sect challenge round and replaces Zhang Ruofeng. He and the other 3 will represent Taishao Peak at the meeting of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. Hearing this, the crowd below was already in a mess, and they began to discuss loudly. I refuse to accept this. Chang Ruofeng roared from below the stage. Why? How could a piece of trash like him participate in the great meeting of the Continent of the 9 Clouds? Isn't this an embarrassment to our great firmament peak? Trash, is that how you address your fellow disciples? Lin Beixing glanced at Chang Ruofeng and said flatly. Disciples of the same sect should help each other and improve together, just like a family. Even if he couldn't do it, he couldn't insult his fellow disciples. I'll punish you by sending you to the forbidden area of Wind and Thunder Valley for 3 months. Do you have any objections? I have no objections, said Chang Ruofeng. He realized he had said something he shouldn't have. He hastily nodded. After Lin Beixing finished speaking, he turned to look at the disciples in front of him. He said loudly, I know many people refuse to accept this, but rules are rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. This is the prestige of the sect. You can't go against it. If you're strong enough, I won't have any objections. Now, I announce that the representatives of Taishao Peak at the meeting of the Continent of the 9 Clouds are Lin Feng, Ma Shizhen, Xue Qingming, and Lin Qiu. As his voice fell, the disciples below the ring also began to discuss. Senior brother Lin is really lucky. He managed to dodge a few of senior brother Zhang Ruofeng's attacks in a panic. Indeed, but he's lucky enough to participate in the meeting of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. Sigh, Taishao Peak is going to be last again this year. People were talking about different things, but Su Zimo didn't care. Lin Feng looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Brother, you're really lucky. Not bad, said Su Zimo smiling. He asked, brother, how come I don't see Yangqing? He left the sect on a mission. He'll be gone for a while, replied Lin Feng. I see, said Su Zimo smiling and nodding. After the qualifying competition of Taishao Peak was over, the disciples started leaving Wind and Thunder Valley one by one. Jiang Changxing was the first one to walk up to him. He smiled and said, brother, you're wise and strong. Just like the bright sun in the sky, shining down on my heart, I could turn my opponent into ashes with just a few words. I admire you, I admire you. When Su Zimo heard Jiang Changxing, he smiled and said, get ready. We'll leave the sect tomorrow. After the qualifying competition, Su Zimo went back to his courtyard. After a short time, Lin Beixing arrived. You've already opened your fourth extraordinary meridian? Asked Lin Beixing straightforwardly. Yes, said Su Zimo nodding. You know how strong you are, so why did you participate in the qualifying competition? Asked Lin Beixing, looking into Su Zimo's eyes. He asked solemnly, today, even if he killed you on the battle stage, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Fortunately, you're lucky. How would I know if I didn't try? Said Su Zimo, smiling. I succeeded, didn't I? You don't need to try. Withdraw from the competition of the continent of the 9 clouds. You don't need to participate, said Lin Beixing firmly. Why? Asked Su Zimo, frowning. In the real competition of the continent of the 9 clouds, life and death don't matter. Do you want to die that badly? Asked Lin Beixing. Shaking his head, Su Zimo said, Father, I have my own plans. I won't quit. You, what do you want me to say to you? Lin Beixing sighed and said helplessly. It's my fault for spoiling you since you were a child. I will tell your grandfather about this. There's still some time before the competition of the continent of the 9 clouds. Think about it carefully. With that said, Lin Beixing stormed off in a huff. Su Zimo didn't care too much about it either. By afternoon, Su Zimo had already made some movements in his True Fate world. By the time he arrived, Bai Changfeng had already been waiting for him. Milord, I've already asked him. He said everything he needs to say, Bai Changfeng reports. When Su Zimo saw Yangqing again, the man had been tortured to the point of almost unrecognizable. His skin and flesh were torn apart. His whole body was dripping with blood, and his appearance was almost unrecognizable. He looked at Su Zimo with his dying breath, his voice hoarse and his expression agitated as he said, I'll tell you everything, I just want you to give me a quick death. Then tell me, Su Zimo nodded. It was Lin Feng, your brother told me to assassinate you, I was just following orders, Yangqing replied. Why did he want to kill me? Su Zimo asked, I don't seem to be in his way. I don't know, I wouldn't dare to ask. He's a vicious and merciless person, I usually have to fight in front of him, Yangqing replied. Then last time outside the sect, were you also the ones who almost killed me? Su Zimo asked again. No, I don't know what happened last time, it shouldn't have been him, Yangqing replied. Su Zimo slightly nodded, and as soon as his voice fell, a ball of hellfire ignited for no reason, directly burning Yangqing to ashes. After leaving the True Fate world, Su Zimo returned to the small courtyard where he lived. It was already afternoon, and the storm from today's tournament was probably still circulating on Taishao Peak. Tomorrow, he would leave the city. Su Zimo had been in this world for a long time, and he had almost never properly strolled around. After the tournament of the 9 clouds, he would prepare to go find the battlefield of gods and demons. For the whole day, Su Zimo was trying to open his 5th mysterious meridian, as well as practicing his newly acquired meridian skills. Time flew by like a white steed, passing in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, time passed the fastest during cultivation. When Su Zimo opened his eyes, the night had already passed, and the rising sun on the horizon illuminated the whole world. He walked out of the room, and Jiang Changxing was already waiting in the pavilion in the courtyard. Senior brother, are you going down the mountain today? Jiang Changxing asked. Yes, you can come with me, Su Zimo nodded and replied. That's fine, I also have some drafts to buy, Jiang Changxing agreed. Because Lin Bei was afraid that Su Zimo would be dangerous going down the mountain alone, he deliberately let him go with Lin Feng. The two of them agreed to meet at the mountain gate. When Su Zimo and Jiang Chongqing arrived, they found that Lin Feng was already waiting there. At this moment, Lin Feng was not the only one at the mountain gate. He was accompanied by a young man and a woman. When Su Zimo approached, the young man cupped his hands in greeting. "Junior brother Lin, my name is Yalu Liang." "Morong Yan." The woman beside her also said faintly. "Little brother, senior brother Yalu Liang is the direct disciple of our High Firmament Peak's third elder. Miss Morong, on the other hand, is from the Divine Firmament Peak. She agreed to come with me this time," Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded and didn't show too much enthusiasm. "Then let's set off. This trip down the mountain will take about 3 days. The main clan's people will arrive soon. Everybody, get ready. You can't be careless about the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds," said Lin Feng. Jiang Chongqing shook his head and said, "Actually, there's nothing much to prepare. Our prince's strength is peerless. No matter if it's in terms of appearance or strength, he's the best cultivator of the continent of the 9 clouds. If he says he's the best, who would dare to refuse?" Morong Yan didn't say anything when she heard Jiang Chongqing. However, Yalu Liang sneered, as if he was talking to himself. "Like master, like dog, I don't know where he gets his confidence from." "Senior brother, did you hear a dog bark?" Jiang Chongqing turned his head and asked Su Zimo. "I heard it." Su Zimo nodded. He said, "The dog is wrong, but his master didn't teach him well. He has to take responsibility." "Who are you calling a dog?" Yalu Liang's expression changed slightly. He looked at Jiang Chongqing and asked. "We're not talking about you. Don't take it personally. What if this name is too suitable for you? Wouldn't it be very embarrassing?" Jiang Chongqing waved his hand and smiled. Yalu Qi's face turned pale. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently and looked at Su Zimo. He said, "Don't make a fuss. Little brother, last time you left the sect, you were almost killed. Although we're here this time, you should still be careful." Hearing the threat in Lin Feng's words, Su Zimo smiled and said, "Then I'm looking forward to the person who killed me appearing again." After leaving the mountain gate of Taishao Peak, there was another mountain gate of Jiuxiao Emperor's sect. At the foot of the mountain, a jade stone staircase stretched to the foot. The stone staircase was surrounded by white mist, giving off a dreamy feeling. Along the way, there were green trees and clear water. Occasionally, a few lonely birds would fly. The gate of Jiuxiao Emperor's sect was guarded by the 9 branches in turn. Today, it was the Divine Firmament Peak's turn to guard it. Although the current Jiuxiao Emperor's sect had declined, it was considered to be at the bottom even among the Emperor's sects. However, there were still some remnants of its former glory. For example, this mountain gate was exceptionally imposing and tall. The pure white mountain gate was dozens of meters tall, and there were many patterns engraved on both sides of the gate. The white mist hid the entire mountain gate in a hazy manner. It was faintly discernible, like a mortal mist. There was a sect protecting formation activated in the surroundings, and a transparent barrier enveloped the entire Jiuxiao Emperor sect. This sect protecting formation had a history of 10,000 years, passed down from the glory days of Jiuxiao Emperor sect. When Su Zimo and the rest walked out of the mountain gate, the disciple guarding their only greeted Morong Yan, the senior sister of Divine Firmament Peak. As for Su Zimo and the rest, after looking at their identity tokens, they didn't even bother with them. This also showed how deep the conflict between the disciples of the 9 branches was. The southern region was vast and boundless, and Jiuxiao Emperor sect was located in the east of the southern region. To the north was the demonic beast mountain range, and to the west was the world sacred sect. The boundless 9 continents river flowed slowly next to the sect. The territory ruled by Jiuxiao Emperor sect wasn't considered large. There were only 4 cities in this territory that were managed by Jiuxiao Emperor sect. The city closest to Jiuxiao Emperor sect was Blaze City in the west. Fire Brilliant City was also the largest and most prosperous city among the 4 cities. Jiuxiao Emperor sect was built on Jiuxiao Mountain. Other than the mountain gate, one had to walk down the mountain. It was summer now, and the hot sun was like a big fireball hanging in the sky, roasting the earth. The trees on both sides of the mountain path drooped listlessly. Along the way, everyone was relatively quiet. Only Lin Feng and Morong Yan'er were whispering to each other. Su Zimo could tell that the two of them had a good impression of each other. The road down the mountain wasn't rugged or steep, but because the weather was too hot, everyone's foreheads were covered in sweat. At noon, everyone stopped under a large tree with luxuriant foliage. Lin Feng suggested, Yan and I will go out to find some fruits to quench our thirst. You guys stay here and rest for a while. Su Zimo nodded and didn't object. He watched as Lin Feng and Morong Yan'er walked further and further away, finally disappearing into the forest. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from all around. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the bushes. About 3 or 4 people walked out from behind a large tree. The 4 of them had their faces covered and were dressed in green robes. They hid behind the trees and bushes. This. Jiang Chongqing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. You didn't take the path to heaven but chose to come to hell. It seems like young Master Lin didn't teach you a lesson last time, one of the green-robed men said sinisterly. No matter what, it's still better than you cowards who don't dare to show your faces, Su Zimo said indifferently. Since you're looking for death, don't blame us brothers, the green-robed man snorted. He didn't waste any more words and directly attacked. Senior brother, you have to protect me. Jiang Chongqing was so scared that he quickly hid behind Su Zimo. Su Zimo frowned slightly as he saw one of the green-robed men raise his blade and attack him. He grabbed Jiang Chongqing, who was behind him, and used him as a shield. Holy shit! Senior brother, you betrayed me! Jiang Chongqing shouted in horror. He quickly broke free and rolled on the ground, dodging to the side. On the other side, Yelu Liang blocked another green-robed man. The two of them were evenly matched. The other 3 green-robed men all rushed towards Su Zimo. Under the encirclement of several people, Su Zimo hid in panic. The green-robed men's cultivation wasn't high, only at Yuanfu. However, they had practiced a set of combined attacks and were very familiar with it. They watched as Su Zimo's every attack was dangerous. In the end, when the blade fell again, Su Zimo had nowhere to run. The blade of the long blade glowed with a cold light. When it was only a few centimeters away from Su Zimo's head, a large hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the blade. The hand was bronze in color and as hard as steel. He grabbed the blade and lightly twisted it. The long blade broke into dozens of pieces and the green-robed man was sent flying. Everyone hurriedly looked to the side and saw Jiang Chongqing looking at them with an indifferent expression. Kill! A green-clothed man beside him shouted. Together with another green-clothed man, they all charged towards Jiang Chongqing. Tai Chi cloud hands, Jiang Chongqing said calmly. He waved his hands slowly in the shape of a Tai Chi. The power of his hands could be both soft and hard. The attacks of the 2 green-clothed men were completely neutralized by him and merged into his hands. The 2 green-clothed men felt as if they had sunk into a quagmire. They couldn't control their arms at all, following Jiang Chongqing's rhythm. Strength and gentleness, Jiang Chongqing said softly. He exerted force with both hands and sent the 2 of them flying. This attack was extremely powerful and contained a hidden force. The 2 of them exploded in midair. Su Zimo looked at Jiang Chongqing in surprise. At the side, Yelu Liang had also subdued the other blue-robed man. He ran over worriedly, looking at Su Zimo as he asked, Junior brother Lin, are you all right? I'm fine, Su Zimo shook his head slightly. That's good. You scared me to death. Yelu Liang took a deep breath and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. At this time, he suddenly exerted force, the sword at his waist quickly chopping towards Su Zimo. This attack came without warning, decisive and fast. Clang! Before the sword could fall, it was caught by Jiang Chongqing in midair. How can this be? Yelu Liang looked at Jiang Chongqing in shock. These green-clothed men can't be guarding here 24/7. Not many people know that we left the sect this time. Why would they ambush us here? I've already suspected that someone had leaked information. Jiang Chongqing grinned and said, You see, there's no harm in being more careful. As soon as he said that, Yelu Liang didn't care about anything else and tried to pull out the sword in his hand. But he found that the sword was tightly gripped by Jiang Chongqing. He couldn't pull it out at all. He directly abandoned the sword and ran away, running away without looking back. The sword in Jiang Chongqing's hand was like a spirit snake, nimble and changeable. He pinched the sword with 2 fingers and threw it out like a dart. The sword turned into a sword light, piercing into Yalu Liang's back in the blink of an eye. It pierced through his heart and nailed him to a big tree in front of him. In the quiet forest, everything was tranquil. A few leaves slowly drifted down. Jiang Chongqing slowly came to Yalu Liang's body and began to search his body. He took some drafts and elixirs and put them into his pocket. My original name was Jiang Nan. I grew up without parents. It was an old man who picked me up on a snowy winter day. From then on, he became my grandfather. I grew up eating from hundreds of families. The villagers in that village were all my relatives. Then one day, a group of martial artists came to my village. Because they were in a bad mood, they massacred the entire village to vent. Grandpa hid me and helped me avoid a disaster. Jiang Chongqing searched for the relics on the bodies of the men in blue while telling Su Zimo with a smile. Before Grandpa died, he pulled my sleeve and told me to run. I ran desperately without looking back. He told me to live well. From then on, I changed my name to Jiang Chongqing, just to survive. Su Zimo smiled and looked at Jiang Chongqing calmly. Finally, Jiang Chongqing finished searching all the spoils of war and grinned at Su Zimo. He said, "The person you knew before was called Jiang Chongqing. The one standing in front of you now is Jiang Nan. Life is like a play, you must not believe what you see with your own eyes." Before Su Zimo could reply, 2 figures walked over from not far away. It was Lin Feng and Murong Yan'er. "Brother," Lin Feng shouted in surprise. Then, he looked around and his expression changed slightly. "What's going on?" he quickly asked. "The truth is right in front of you. Yelu Liang teamed up with others to kill me. Then, I killed him instead," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Yelu Liang? How is that possible?" "He's our fellow disciple," Lin Feng said in disbelief. "Besides, with your strength, you're not a match for Yelu Liang. You don't have to worry about that. Just report it to father," Su Zimo replied. "Yelu Liang is second elder's successor disciple. You can tell him yourself," Lin Feng said with a slight frown. "Then you don't have to worry about it." Su Zimo waved his hand and turned to walk down the mountain. Looking at Su Zimo's safe and sound back, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. His expression was uncertain, but in the end, he still followed closely. Blazing Fire City was not far from the foot of 9 Heavens Mountain. The two were only 7 to 8 kilometers apart. The group traveled for almost a day and finally arrived at Huahuang City the next morning. From the outside, Huahuang City didn't look much different from other cities in terms of architectural style. Huahuang City was an ancient building, and there were already some mottled cracks on the city walls. Above the city walls, there was a raised platform at intervals, and there was a sacred fire burning on it. That was the symbol of Huahuang City. It was early in the morning, and the sun was rising from the east, and purple qi was coming from the east. After sleeping for a whole night, the city finally woke up slowly. There were people coming and going on the streets, and all kinds of peddlers were setting up stalls. It was very lively. Because this time they came to Huahuang City mainly to prepare for the Feast of the Continent of the 9 Clouds, they might stay for 2 or 3 days. After the 4 of them entered the city, they prepared to find an inn and get a place to stay. As soon as they entered an inn, Su Zimo unexpectedly met his fellow disciples from Taishao Peak. Yi Kai and Yi Xian were also in the inn, and they seemed to have just arrived. Yi Xian was wearing a white robe, and her long hair was tied up in a small braid. She was carrying a big bag. "Brother Yi, Sister Yi," Lin Feng greeted them with a smile. "Brothers, you also came to Huahuang City," Yi Kai turned around and said with a smile. "Yes, it's said that this auction has been prepared for 3 years, and there are many good things. How can we not come and see?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. Looking at them chatting with each other, Su Zimo sat down at a table nearby. He and Jiang Chongqing discussed what to order. "Brother, just eat something simple," Jiang Chongqing said. "How can we make do with food?" Su Zimo shook his head and replied. "Then I won't pay." "The spirit crystals I prepared are all for the auction," Jiang Chongqing said quickly. "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles." "Don't be so stingy," Su Zimo said with a smile. "You're so strong, Why didn't you participate in the selection of Taishao Peak yesterday? What's the use of participating? Even if I went to the feast of the continent of the 9 clouds, it would be a disgrace, Jiang Chongqing said indifferently. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked. You don't care about these things. Let me tell you, in the continent of the 9 clouds, Taishao Peak is at the bottom, said Lin Feng. Jiang Chongqing explained, don't look down on your elder brother just because he is the emperor's son. In the other 8 peaks, no one really cares about him. Especially this year's Jade Firmament and Purple Firmament, it was said that quite a few monstrous disciples had appeared. For the past few hundred years, our great Firmament Peak has never even made it into the top 3. So tragic. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head slightly. Right at this moment, Yi Xian walked over, glared at Su Zimo, and asked, what are you doing here? For the auction, Su Zimo replied. You were just assassinated a few days ago, how dare you come out? Yi Xian asked. What? Are you concerned about me? Su Zimo smiled. I'm concerned about when you're going to die. Yi Xian snorted coldly and turned her head to the side. Sigh, senior sister, I just peeked at you bathing. Do you have to hate me until now? Su Zimo shook his head helplessly. He said, it's been so long, I almost forgot what it was like. You're still talking about it? Yi Xian said with a red face. If you have time tonight, you can come to my room and help me remember, Su Zimo said with a smile. Go die. Yi Xian directly pulled out the long sword at her waist and slashed at Su Zimo. Xian Yi Kai hurriedly called out. He frowned and said, what are you doing? Brother, he's bullying me. Yi Xian pointed in the direction of Su Zimo and Jiang Chongqing. Su Zimo turned his head and glanced at Jiang Chongqing, then immediately jumped up and shouted, Chongqing, you're shameless. How can you flirt with other people? I'm such a righteous person, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. You're really a dog. Jiang Chongqing glanced at Su Zimo and said in his heart. Forget it, since it's your first time, I'll let you treat me to this meal to make up for your mistake. Su Zimo waved his hand and said. They sat down and ordered a table full of dishes. While they were eating, a group of people entered the inn. There were 5 people in this group, wearing the same style of purple robes. They were quite eye-catching. The purple robes were embroidered with mountains and rivers. They're from the Mountain River Emperor sect. Lin Feng frowned and said. Looks like they're also here for the auction. The Mountain River Emperor sect was also known as the Mountain River sect. It had to be said that the Southern Territory's power structure was very strong. There was only one divine sect in the Southern Territory, the Ancient Divine Sect. There were 2 sacred sects, one was the World Emperor Sacred Sect, and the other was the main sect of the 9 Firmament Emperor sect. As for the remaining Emperor sects, there were at least 5 of them. The Mountain River sect and the 9 Firmament Emperor sect were among them. This group of Mountain River sect disciples naturally saw Su Zimo and the others. Do you see that woman wearing a purple robe with a purple whip around her waist? Jiang Chongqing whispered to Su Zimo from the side. Su Zimo nodded slightly. The girl had short hair that reached her ears and wore a purple robe that was a little tight. The whip around her waist was like a long snake that coiled around her waist. She was particularly eye-catching in this group of male disciples. She's the princess of the Mountain River sect. It's said that she beat the entire younger generation of the Mountain River sect into submission. Jiang Chongqing said. How do you know so much? Su Zimo smiled. There's no harm in knowing more about her in the future. Jiang Chongqing said. And the young man beside her is called Xianxia. He's her younger brother. His position in the Mountain River sect is similar to yours. He's also a famous troublemaker. Jiang Chongqing said. After the people from the Mountain River sect found their rooms, they sat down next to Su Zimo's table. The young man called Xianxia walked up with a cup of wine in his hand. Looking at Su Zimo and the others, he chuckled, Are you guys from Jiaoxiao sect here for the auction as well? Yes. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Let's just forget about it. Jiaoxiao sect has been fighting for the past few years. It's like the sun setting in the west. How can you compete with our Mountain River sect with that little bit of wealth? Just give up now. Xianxia laughed. Ye Kai frowned slightly and was about to speak up. Suddenly, the girl from the Mountain River sect stood up and scolded Xianxia. Xichao, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and apologize. After the girl finished speaking, she cupped her fists towards Su Zimo and the others and said apologetically, my younger brother's words were inappropriate. I hope that you guys can forgive him. It's fine. I just hope that there won't be a next time. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. That's how it is, Chu Xichao muttered to himself. He then turned his gaze to Su Zimo and walked over with a smile. You must be the hedonistic son of High Firmament. Am I that famous? Su Zimo asked with a smile. No, no, no. This young master has paid special attention to you. I admire you very much, Chu Xichao said with satisfaction. How should I address you, young master? Su Zimo looked at Chu Xichao and asked despite knowing the answer. This young master is Chu Xichao. I resigned from the White Emperor's colored clouds, Chu Xichao explained with satisfaction. Oh, so you're young master Chu. This one has been admiring you for a long time, but never got the chance to meet you. Nice to meet you, Su Zimo quickly stood up and cupped his fists. You're too polite. We admire each other, Chu Xichao nodded with a smile. The people around them saw how the two looked like they regretted not having met earlier, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. These two were truly trash from two sections. Birds of a feather flocked together. Young Master Lin, you must come to Mountain River sect when you have the chance. Let me entertain you well, Chu Xichao said with a smile. Of course. The doors of High Firmament Peak will always be open to you, young Master Chu, Su Zimo nodded and said. After the two chatted for a while, Chu Xichao was pulled to the side by his sister. Lin Feng looked at Su Zimo and said, little brother, it's best if you don't interact with this kind of person in the future. There's no need for big brother to worry about that, Su Zimo nodded slightly. After breakfast, everyone went back to the city to do their own things because they had nothing to do. Su Zimo, accompanied by Jiang Chongqing, wandered around Blazing Fire City. Blazing Fire City was very big. Although it could not be compared to Liang City, which Su Zimo had been to before, it was still considered a medium-sized city. As the two walked, their gazes were attracted to a shop. From the outside, the shop looked very old and the place did not look very big. However, on the black signboard above the shop were 4 large words gilded in black. The First Store of Eternity. Su Zimo couldn't help but be intrigued by the fact that he dared to use such an arrogant name with the title of Eternal Continent and the title of Number 1. Of course, most importantly, the Mountain River sect's Chu Xichao and the black-clothed woman were amongst them as well. Before Su Zimo even entered the store, he heard Chu Xichao shout. This young master will become the crown prince of the Mountain River sect in the future. Do you think I can't afford the things in your lousy shop? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. My sister is the empress. Chu Xi shouted. Leave the court, don't say any more, the woman beside him said with a frown. Su Zimo walked into the shop. It was bright inside, and the space wasn't too big. There were more than a dozen connected glass cabinets around the room, and there were hundreds of items in them. Behind the cupboard in front of him was a small door covered by a gray curtain, allowing him to enter the inner room. The owner of the shop next to him was a middle-aged man. He wasn't very tall and was slightly plump. He wore a blue robe and sat in front of the counter with a sickly look, yawning listlessly. Young Master Chu, Su Zimo said with a smile. Oh, so it's young Master Lin. Chu Xichao turned around and smiled at Su Zimo. What's wrong? I heard you talking from afar, Su Zimo asked. It's all because of this lousy shop. I want to buy something, but they don't accept spirit crystals and insist on bartering. Chu Xichao curled his lips. Su Zimo smiled and looked around. There weren't just glass cabinets in the shop. There were also 9 transparent pillars erected in the middle of the shop, encircling it. Inside these transparent cylinders, there were more or less hundreds of items of varying sizes sealed inside. Roaming dragon sword, taken from the spine of a true dragon and refined with the magma of the fire of Fushan for 100 days. The sword contains dragon might and has a burning attribute. Millennium Spectre, a soul that has been sleeping for 1,000 years and is sealed in a cold moonstone. The soul is intact and has consciousness. It has a special effect. Heart of the Battle God, one of the 3 pills left behind by the 9 Heaven Saint. After consumption, one's strength will increase by 300% within half an hour. All kinds of items appeared in the shop. Although they weren't rare in the secular world, they were still very rare. Seeing Suzimo and the others enter, the middle-aged man in front of the counter said mechanically, "The items in the glass cabinets need to be bartered. The items in the pillars can only be obtained under special conditions." After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Suzimo realized that the man wasn't a living creature, but a mechanical-like puppet. Suzimo walked forward with interest and looked at him. He said, "It's rare to see a puppet that's so realistic." Even the wrinkles and expressions were almost identical. If the middle-aged man stood there and didn't speak, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through him. "Young Master Lin, what do you want to buy?" Chu Xichao asked. "I don't know. I'm just looking around." Suzimo smiled. He looked at the woman next to him and said with a smile, "How should I address you?" "Chu Xianxia." The woman in black nodded slightly and replied. Her attitude was very cold, as if she didn't want to talk too much with Suzimo. Suzimo smiled indifferently. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of the counter and asked, "What do I need to do if I want to buy you?" The middle-aged man raised his head slightly. He waved his hands and a page of a book appeared in the air in front of him. The book slowly flipped through the pages on its own. Then, the middle-aged man's hands trembled. He said calmly, "Puppet technique, 3,000 contribution points." "What are contribution points?" Suzimo asked. "The shop will randomly give out some missions every day. Completing the missions will give you the corresponding contribution points. It's detected that you don't have any contribution points at the moment. Do you want to accept the mission?" The middle-aged man asked in a daze. "Forget it." Suzimo shook his head and looked around the shop again. Then, he came to the top of the pillar in the middle. There was a wooden box sealed at the top. The wooden box was dark brown with many complicated runes engraved on its surface. It floated slowly in the pillar. Suzimo didn't care at first, but when he stared at the wooden box, the wind-vanquishing orb and weak water orb in his true fate world reacted. "This?" Suzimo frowned. He was a little surprised. It seemed that the item in the box was related to the 5 spirit orbs. But the Eternal Continent and the Yuanyang Continent were 2 different worlds. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be related. "I want the wooden box at the top." Suzimo looked at the middle-aged man again and said calmly. The middle-aged man flipped open the book in his hand and said slowly, "The Lost Treasure Box. It contains richwood energy. It has existed since the opening of the Eternal Continent's #1 shop. For thousands of years, no one knows what is hidden inside. It requires a blood lizard's heart." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, before Suzimo could speak, Chu Xichao had already shouted from the side. "Are you crazy? You want a blood lizard's heart with a broken box of unknown origin? Scam, this is a scam." The middle-aged man did not pay attention to the others. After he finished speaking, he continued to remain silent. "What's a blood lizard's heart?" Suzimo asked in confusion. Although he had some understanding of this world, it was still too superficial. There were many things he didn't know. A blood lizard's heart is the heart of a creature. Chu Xichao's voice was getting weaker as he spoke. "What's the difference between that and not saying anything?" Suzimo said indifferently. "Think about it, we're the same. How could I know something that you don't know?" Chu Xichao smiled awkwardly. "After all this time, you still don't know what a blood lizard is. Then why did you have such a big reaction?" Suzimo shook his head speechlessly. "I'm just trying to set the mood." Chu Xi chuckled. Suzimo looked at Jiang Chongqing and saw that Jiang Chongqing also shook his head slightly. He said, "I've heard of this name before, but I don't know much about it. In the misty forest of the southern region, there's a swamp. The lizard race has lived there for generations. The blood lizard is one of the special lizards." The woman called Chu Shanha suddenly said. "Special lizard?" Suzimo asked in confusion. "Let me first tell you how difficult it is to obtain a blood lizard's heart." Chu Shanha's voice was cold. The misty forest is a famous dangerous place in the southern region. The swamp is a forbidden area. Other than the lizards, no other creatures could survive on that land. The lizard race has 4 major races: green lizards, blue lizards, red lizards, and yellow lizards. What does this have to do with the blood lizard? Chu Xichao asked curiously. The blood lizard isn't a single creature. To be precise, it's a fusion of several lizards. Chu Xianxia said. Because this fusion method is very rare and precious, blood lizards can be said to be extinct now. Every single blood lizard requires a great deal of effort, and their hearts are even more miraculous. How do you know so much? Su Zimo asked. Could it be that you have a way? Because there was a time when I wanted to obtain a blood lizard. After thoroughly understanding it, I gave up on this idea, Chu Xianxia said. If you insist on obtaining the fusion method, there is a way. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked. The World Emperor Sacred Sect. It's said that the World Emperor obtained this technique when he was young, but I don't know if it's still there, Chu Xianxia said. Besides, even if they had such a method, they wouldn't give it to you so easily. You must be up to something by telling me these things, right? Su Zimo asked with a faint smile. Yes, Chu Xianxia replied calmly. If you obtain this method, I also want a blood lizard. When the time comes, I will trade with you for the same price. Just as everyone was talking, a person hurriedly rushed in. It was a young man wearing black armor. His entire body was stained with blood, and even his armor was damaged in several places. Shopkeeper, my mission is complete. Quickly give me some contribution points. The young man didn't say anything and directly threw a bag on the counter. The bag opened, revealing a red blood gallbladder. The blood gallbladder was still fresh, and it was covered with dense purple stripes. The middle-aged man picked up the blood gallbladder and inspected it. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he handed a golden token to the young man. I have enough contribution points. I want to exchange for the northern glacial ice. The young man took the golden token and said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's speed was also very fast. After receiving the golden token, he waved his right hand. In the middle of the store, there was a bang sound, and a section completely shattered. A transparent box fell out. Su Zimo could clearly see that it contained a block of ice. The armored young man excitedly took the box. After thanking the middle-aged man, he prepared to leave with the box. At this moment, the young man had just walked to the entrance of the store when he was blocked by a group of people. Judging from their attire, most of them seemed to be servants, except for the young man in the lead. He was dressed in a luxurious robe made of silk and satin, and he looked a little pot-bellied. The young man held a fan in his hand and walked over arrogantly. He said to the armored young man, Su Yan, hand over the northern glacial ice, and I can let you go. Seeing this group of people appear, the young man called Su Yan's expression changed. He said coldly, Xianxia Hao, don't go too far. I earned this piece of northern frozen ice after more than a year of doing missions to heal my mother's wounds. The young man holding the white fan, Xianxia Hao, laughed a few times and said impudently, go to Huahuang City and ask around. You should know that I, Xianxia Hao, am a man of my word. No one dares to go against my orders. Isn't it because your father is the city lord? Su Yan snorted coldly. Cut the crap, beat him up. Xianxia Hao waved his hand and the group of people behind him swarmed forward. Looks like the cities under your 9th Firmament Emperor sect aren't that great. Chu Xianxia said. The 9th Firmament Emperor sect is already fighting amongst themselves, not to mention the cities under their rule, Chu Xi said with a gloating smile. Senior brother, should I go and interfere? Jiang Chongqing looked at Su Zimo and asked. It's up to you. I don't care. Su Zimo said indifferently. He looked around the store. Although he couldn't get the wooden box for now, the other things in the store were also precious and attracted his attention. Finally, Su Zimo saw a curved bow among the items. This bow was about a meter long and was completely black. The bowstring was gilded, as if it was made from the tendons of some creature. Below the bow, there were only 3 words, Sky Demon Bow. There was only a bow and no arrows. The group of people outside the door had already attacked. Although Su Yan was experienced in battle, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 feet. In a few moves, he was beaten to the ground. Punches and kicks fell on his body like raindrops. Xianxia took the box with the northern glacial ice and said coldly, "Su Yan, I'll spare your life. Think carefully. If your sister is willing to marry me, everything can be discussed. Don't make me do it myself." Seeing this, Jiang Chongqing stood out and asked with a frown, "Who are you people? How dare you act so recklessly in Huahuang City?" Hearing Jiang Chongqing's words, Zhang Ziho chuckled. "Why? Kid, you want to fight for justice? This Blaze City is under the rule of the Emperor sect of the 9 Clouds. How can we allow you to do as you please?" Jiang Chongqing frowned. "Seems like you're not from this city. No wonder you don't recognize me." Zhang Ziho shook his head. "Listen up. My father is Zhang the current city lord of Blaze City. So what? He's just someone from the Emperor sect of the 9 Clouds. This city doesn't belong to him." Jiang Chongqing said calmly. "And who are you?" Zhang Ziho sized Jiang Chongqing up. Usually, when he announced his identity, others would either apologize or stay out of trouble. "Inner sect disciple of the Emperor sect of the 9 Clouds, Jiang Chongqing." Jiang Chongqing said calmly. "Inner sect disciple of the Emperor sect?" Zhang Ziho exclaimed. Then, he quickly regained his smile. Looking at Jiang Chongqing, he smiled, "So it's brother Jiang. You've come from afar. I'm sorry for not treating you well. I booked a table at the Bright Moon restaurant. Would brother Jiang give me the honor of joining us?" "Don't give me that. Why did you snatch other people's things?" Jiang Chongqing waved his hand and continued asking. Hearing Jiang Chongqing's words, Zhang Ziho squinted his eyes and smiled. "Brother Jiang, there's something I have to remind you of. This is Blaze City, not the Emperor sect of the 9 Clouds. The words of an inner sect disciple like you might not be effective. Everyone can understand each other. It's enough to have a way out. I'll report this matter to the sect." Jiang Chongqing said calmly. "Now, return the other party's things to him and apologize. I'll respect you. Do you really think you're a big shot?" Zhang Ziho threw off all pretenses and waved his hands. He said coldly, "Teach him a lesson." Looking at the group of servants swarming up, Jiang Chongqing snorted coldly. He was at the peak of celestial phenomenon. His strength was close to that of an honorable. Naturally, these servants couldn't compare to him. Spirit chi surged around his body, and with a set of fierce tiger fists, the servants fell to the ground. He grabbed Zhang Ziho's neck and said coldly, "Apologize." I'm sorry," Zhang Ziho stammered, trembling all over. "He's just a cowardly second generation relying on his family background," Jiang Chongqing snorted when he saw the other party's expression. He put the box of northern frozen ice into it and passed it to Su Yan. Thank you. Su Yan took the box and said gratefully. "It's fine. Go and treat your mother." Jiang Chongqing waved his hand. Then, he threw Zhang Ziho to the side and berated, "Scram, if this wasn't the Fire Brilliant City, I would have killed you right now." Zhang Ziho hurriedly nodded and left the shop with the group of servants. "Boss, how much is the Sky Demon Bow?" Su Zimo asked. The Sky Demon Bow, an item left behind from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Although it was powerful, it could not be used by non-demons. There were too many restrictions. 100 contribution points or a heaven harmonization weapon can be exchanged for it, the middle-aged man said calmly as he flipped through the book in front of him. A heaven harmonization weapon? Su Zimo looked at Jiang Chongqing as he said this. His predecessor was too poor. Not to mention a heaven harmonization weapon, he didn't even have a decent weapon. His strength was low, so even if he had a weapon, he wouldn't be able to use it. "Don't look at me, I'm even poorer than you. At least you have a peak lord as your father. I'm a complete loner." Jiang Chongqing hurriedly waved his hand. Su Zimo turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man. He asked, "Do you have any missions here that can earn 100 contribution points in one go?" "There are two," the middle-aged puppet said as he flipped through the book in front of him. "The first one to kill the 1,000-faced heroes of the Northern Region Sage Monarch sect will earn 100 contribution points. The second mission is to kill the green flood dragon at the Xianxia Lake 10 miles away and obtain the flood dragon queen's bone. That will also earn 100 contribution points. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xianxia said, "Don't even think about the thousand-faced heroes. Not only are they powerful, but their tracks are also very secretive. As for the green flood dragon, if your 9 Firmament Emperor sect's Laozu sect is willing to come out, there is still some hope. Let's go take a look at the Xianxia Lake," Su Zimo said to Jiang Chongqing. "No way, just the two of us?" Jiang Chongqing asked with a dumbfounded expression. "Aren't we just going to die?" "I'm just going to take a look. I didn't say that I'm going to kill the green flood dragon." "What are you afraid of?" Su Zimo said calmly. "Sure, let's take a look." Jiang Chongqing nodded helplessly. "I advise you not to go. An existence like the green flood dragon isn't something that people of your level can come into contact with," Xianxia said. Su Zimo smiled and prepared to leave with Jiang Chongqing. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from outside the door. Then, a group of soldiers surrounded the door. Xianxia strutted in with his head held high. There were 2 people following behind him. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The middle-aged man wore a black robe, had a beard, and short hair. The muscles on his body bulged slightly. His black robe was open at the chest area, looking very domineering. The old man beside him was more low-key. His aura was restrained. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. "Father, he's the one who threatened to kill me," Xianxia pointed at Jiang Chongqing and said to the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black walked forward and nodded slightly. He looked at Jiang Chongqing and said, "I'm Xianxia. Which one of you is a disciple of the 9 Clouds Emperor sect?" "We are all disciples." "What's wrong?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. "I just want to ask, how did Howard offend you? You threatened to kill him." "I hope you can give a reasonable explanation," Xianxia said calmly. "Does relying on your name count as a tyrant in this fire-brilliant city? After all, this Blaze City belongs to the 9 Clouds Emperor sect, not your Zhang family. As disciples of the 9 Clouds Emperor sect, it's our duty to manage it. Can't we do that?" Jiang Chongqing asked. "If you want to fight for justice, I have no objections. But this matter can't be decided by your side. Follow me back to the city lord residence and explain it clearly before you leave." Xianxia waved his right hand and the soldiers outside walked in. "Be careful, don't touch the things here," Xianxia hurriedly reminded when he saw the large group of soldiers enter. The number 1 shop under the heavens had a mysterious background. If the items inside were to be broken, they would have to be compensated. Even he didn't dare to be rash. Luckily, the shopkeeper here was a puppet. As long as he didn't break anything, he wouldn't care. Otherwise, even he wouldn't dare to be so impudent inside. Seeing the soldiers walk in, Jiang Chongqing frowned slightly. He was about to make a move when he was stopped by Su Zimo. "My father is the Peak Lord of Taishao Peak. Are you sure you want to fight?" Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and asked. "You're Lin Qiu, young Master Lin?" Xianxia reacted instantly. Then he smiled and said, "Your brother is still a guest in my residence. This is like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. He is him, I am me. Do you still want to fight?" Su Zimo asked. "No, we're all from the same sect. There's nothing to talk about." Xianxia smiled. He said to Xianxia, "Howard, hurry up and greet your senior brother Lin." "Greetings, senior brother Lin." Xianxia cupped his hands and said straightforwardly. Looking at Su Zimo's indifferent attitude, Xianxia smiled and said, "Then I won't disturb young Master Lin. I also welcome young Master Lin to my residence." Seeing Xiao's group leave, Jiang Chongqing snorted coldly. He said, "Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This person is very shrewd. I hope he can really fight once." Su Zimo shook his head. After bidding farewell to Xianxia and his brother, he prepared to go to Qingyue Town with Jiang Chongqing. After Xianxia and his group left, Xianxia was obviously not convinced. He asked, "Father, why are you afraid of him? He's just a piece of trash. Besides, we don't rely on Taishao Peak. What can they do to you? You don't understand." Although you will enter the Ninth Heaven Emperor sect in the future, we will always be from Bixiao Peak. But the game between the upper echelons is not that simple. There's no need to compete with others. Zhang Er's eyes were deep in thought. He shook his head slightly, then looked at the old man beside him and said, Elder Qing, what do you think? Your life will be like this. To be the city lord of Fiery Brilliant City is already the peak. Live your life well and don't ask for too much. The old man said calmly. Qing Weitan was 10 miles away from Fiery Brilliant City. It was the only dangerous place around here. It was said that a 1,000-year-old green dragon lived here. It circled here and often ate passers-by a few hundred years ago. But in recent years, it was much quieter. After walking for half a day, Su Zimo and Jiang Chongqing arrived at this place. He discovered that Qing Yutan was located in a forest. This was a small forest that grew to surround Qing Yutan. Now that it was summer, the lush forest grew together with luxuriant foliage. There were very few people here, and not even a single bird could be seen. The surroundings were exceptionally quiet, and only the sun was scorching the earth. Senior brother, let's go. There's nothing to see here, Jiang Chongqing said. What are you afraid of? Why are you such a coward? Su Zimo turned around and asked. I'm not being a coward, I'm being steady, Jiang Chongqing argued. Do you know why I'm called Chongqing? It's because I hope to fulfill my grandfather's wish and live on. Follow me. You'll be fine. Su Zimo waved his hand and led the way into the forest. The forest was a little quiet, and even the temperature was much cooler. As soon as he entered the forest, Su Zimo heard the sound of flowing water not far away. The two of them walked in the direction of the sound of flowing water. Not long after, they saw a pool. This pool was medium-sized, about a few dozen square meters, and the green water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. The pebbled surface was smooth and clean. In the middle of the pool, there was a tree. It was a big tree with luxuriant foliage, and it looked quite old. Go to the pool and shout a few times. See if the green dragon comes out, Su Zimo said to Jiang Chongqing. Didn't we say we were just going to take a look? Why are you luring it out? Jiang Chongqing said anxiously. Su Zimo smiled, picked up a huge stone from the side, and threw it directly at the bottom of the pool. With a bang sound, waves burst out from the bottom of the water. As the waves fell, the bottom of the pool was still calm, without any ripples. That green dragon is not here? Jiang Chongqing asked doubtfully. I'm afraid it doesn't want to pay attention to us, Su Zimo smiled. This time, he picked up the stone and threw it at the big tree in the middle of the pool instead of the pool. With a boom, the stone that had just flown over was smashed into pieces by a tail across the air. Immediately after, a deafening dragon roar came from the bottom of the pool, and the clear pool exploded. The water splashed 100 meters high into the air. Senior brother, we're finished, Jiang Chongqing panicked and wanted to escape. However, the splashing water turned into water arrows and shot towards him. He could only passively dodge and defend, and couldn't escape at all. Su Zimo looked up at the sky and saw a huge creature hovering in the air. It was a very pure dragon, and its body was about 100 meters long. Its tail was bald, and its entire body was dark green in color. Its body was covered with rows upon rows of scales. What was even more terrifying was that this dragon had 2 heads. Its mouth was sharp and thin, and the hair on its neck covered the top of its head. Its eyes were very hazy, and its 2 heads opened their mouths wide, spitting out wind and thunder. Thunder and lightning surrounded its body. Humans, you're courting death. The dragon spoke in human language and said coldly. Senior brother, you've screwed me over, Jiang Chongqing said in despair. Chongqing, do you still remember what you said to me when you went down the mountain? Su Zimo looked at the dragon in the sky with a deep gaze and asked with a chuckle. He saw that Su Zimo didn't panic in the face of danger and looked at the spot calmly. Jiang Chongqing always felt that this senior brother of his seemed to have changed. But what had changed? He couldn't put his finger on it. It was as if the aura on his body was different. What did I say? Jiang Chongqing stuttered. Then let me remind you, Su Zimo said lightly. Life is like a play, don't believe what you see with your eyes. Senior brother, what do you mean? Jiang Chongqing asked in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw an extremely powerful aura being emitted from Su Zimo's body. Then, he saw Su Zimo's figure step into the air at a speed that he couldn't catch with the naked eye. By the time he reacted, the huge body of the green dragon in the sky had been pulled down and landed heavily on the ground. With a boom, it was as if an earthquake of more than 10 magnitude was coming. A dragon's cry rang out, and the ground shook. Countless cracks opened up under his feet. The green dragon fell to the ground in a bloody mess. Su Zimo grabbed the green dragon's tail and began to swing it 360 degrees. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions rang out one after another. By the time Jiang Chongqing reacted, he saw Su Zimo grab the green dragon's neck and press it to the ground. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Senior brother, Jiang Chongqing's eyes widened as he stuttered. There are countless prodigies in the 4 regions of eternity. I ask, can all the prodigies in this world take this punch of mine? As his voice fell, this punch smashed towards the green dragon's head with an unstoppable force. With this punch, the surrounding space shattered and green blood soared several meters into the air. The ground beneath their feet was like a spider web as countless cracks spread out in all directions. Jiang Chongqing looked towards the source of the sound and saw the azure dragon lying on the ground in a bloody mess. Its armor-like head was dripping with blood and its flesh had split open. Senior apprentice brother, this is a heavenly fusion realm monster, Jiang Chongqing said in fear. Isn't he already dead? Su Zimo said in a serious tone. Chongqing, you still have much to learn. Senior apprentice brother, so you've been hiding your strength all this time. Jiang Chongqing stared blankly at Su Zimo. Didn't you say it yourself? Don't use your eyes to look at things on the surface. Su Zimo shook his head. He said, let me borrow your sword. He picked up Jiang Chongqing's sword and began to cut the azure dragon's body. The backbone was also known as the wisdom bone. It was located at the back of the azure dragon's head and could be said to be the most valuable bone in the azure dragon's body. Senior apprentice brother, the blood of a heavenly fusion realm monster is a treasure. Don't waste it. Jiang Chongqing hurriedly said. If you want it, then take it. Su Zimo said. Just as he was about to take the backbone, he heard footsteps coming from nearby. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Logically speaking, there were very few people around Clear Yutan, and almost no one would pass by. Unless they were like them and came here specifically for the azure dragon. He raised his head and saw 2 figures slowly walking over from afar. It was only when he got closer that Su Zimo saw him clearly. They were a middle-aged man and a young girl. The middle-aged man wore a gray-white gown and his black hair was mixed with some white hair. He gave off a scholarly feeling. His hair was meticulously tied to his head and he looked very young. A silver longsword hung from his waist. That young girl was the same age as Su Zimo and looked to be about the same age. She was wearing a long blue dress and had an elegant temperament. Her slender waist was bound by a blue ribbon. Her long hair was slightly curly, and all of it was draped over her left shoulder. It was tied up with a vermicelli ribbon, making her look like a woman from Jiangnan in the misty rain, especially delicate. Master, someone beat us to it, the woman in blue said with a slight frown when she saw Su Zimo. I'm fine. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. Who are you? Jiang Chongqing looked at the 2 of them and asked warily. We came for the green serpent, but since the green serpent is dead, I wonder if we can make a deal. The scholarly man asked with a smile. What deal? Su Zimo asked. We want the green flood dragon's tendon. You can state your conditions, the scholarly man replied. I'm not selling. I don't lack anything. Naturally, you don't have anything that I lack. Su Zimo shook his head and refused without thinking. Master. The woman in blue frowned slightly. She took out an umbrella from the storage ring in her hand. Looking at Su Zimo and Jiang Chongqing, she said calmly, this is a venerable level weapon. It's the Wuji umbrella. It can be used for attack and defense. It's enough for you. She could see that Jiang Chongqing was a meridian practitioner who was not even a venerable, and Su Zimo did not have the slightest trace of spiritual energy fluctuations on his body. Therefore, she subconsciously felt that the green serpent could not have been killed by the two of them. It should have been killed by a powerhouse passing by, and the two of them just picked up the leftovers. This thing is useless to me. I'm not exchanging it. Suzumo shook his head. As he spoke, he pulled out the tendons and bones to deal with the green serpent's corpse. The scholarly man smiled. With a clang, the long sword hanging on his waist was unsheathed. The sound of the sword brought a gorgeous sword light across the air. Then, the long sword stabbed in front of Suzumo. This green serpent's body is hard. Your sword won't do. Let's use mine, the scholarly man said with an easygoing smile. Suzumo did not stand on ceremony. He pulled out the long sword and used it. The sharp sword cut through iron like mud. In the blink of an eye, the green serpent's corpse was cut open. Suzumo pulled out the wisdom bones in a few moves, followed by the dragon's gallbladder and the dragon tendon. Only the entire body was left. Jiang Chongqing cut the flesh with heartache, saying that the green serpent's flesh was a great tonic. Suzumo returned the long sword to the scholarly man and threw the dragon tendon over. Courtesy demands reciprocity, Suzumo said and left with Jiang Chongqing. What a strange person. Looking at the two of them leaving, the woman in the blue dress wrinkled her nose and said in surprise. Interesting. The scholarly man looked at the dragon tendon in his hand and shook his head with a smile. He's an interesting person. Brother, if you're so strong, why did you hide it? Asked Jiang Chongqing on the way back. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't you understand the principle of not showing off your wealth? Asked Suzumo turning his head. Oh, so this time, Taishao Peak will definitely participate in the great meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, asked Jiang Chongqing excitedly. Look at the future. What's the great meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds? Even the 9 clouds holy sect is nothing to me, said Suzumo indifferently. Brother, don't say such things in the future. The 9 clouds holy sect has saints. You can't bully saints, said Jiang Chongqing hastily. Suzumo smiled and shook his head. He didn't explain anything. He took Ho Hui back to Huahuang City. Huahuang City was the largest and most prosperous city in the area. Now, because of the auction, this place seemed to be even more bustling. People who had a little bit of influence would come there to try their luck. They wanted to see if there was anything they wanted at the auction. Suzumo and Jiang Chongqing went directly to the first shop in the history of the continent. At that moment, there was a group of customers in the shop. There were 5 people in total. 2 of them looked like servants. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were his son and daughter. Father, there are so many treasures here, said the woman next to him. She was surprised. Of course. If they dare say they're the first in the history of the continent, they must have some treasures, said the middle-aged man, smiling and nodding. Suzumo walked into the shop and put Ho Hui Hui on the counter. He said, let's calculate the contribution points. 100, said the puppet man, handing a bronze talisman to Suzumo. Just give me the Tianma Bao, said Suzumo, waving his hand. He didn't take the talisman. The puppet man waved his hand, and the transparent counter in front of him automatically opened, and the sky demon Bao rose from within. Demonic chi surged around the demonic Bao. The moment it appeared, one could almost hear the ancient demonic chant in one's ears. The devil chi on the devil Bao struggled and transformed into ferocious faces that wanted to devour people. It was as if it wanted to devour everything in the store. It was unruly and unyielding, and it had an aura that refused to submit to anyone. This Bao can only be used by people from the devil race. I'll give it to you. Whether or not you can suppress it will depend on yourself. The puppet man said. Suzumo could feel the aura of the Bao. The devil physique of purgatory in his body began to stir. Bao, come here. He shouted. The sky demon Bao seemed to have heard his call. It trembled slightly and flew towards Suzumo. Suzumo held the Bao in his hand. He felt as though the Bao was one with him. The Bao actually recognized him as its master. It was as though it had become his arm. He could use it as he wished. The sky was filled with surging demonic chi. Suzumo could feel that the sky devil Bao was the carrier, and the arrow needed to be condensed with demonic chi. As long as there was enough devil chi, there would be countless devil arrows. This bow couldn't be considered too strong. It should have been the weapon of a great devil. Later on, it was left behind in this shop. Young master is truly extraordinary. With this magic tool recognizing him as its master, I'm afraid his strength will greatly increase. The middle-aged man on the side suddenly said with a smile when he saw this scene. Su Zimo glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded. May I know where young master is from? The middle-aged man laughed and reported his name first. I'm Huang Fuxian. Scarlet King Huang Fuxian. Before Su Zimo could react, Jiang Chongqing exclaimed. He looked at the middle-aged man and said in shock, You're the Scarlet King of the World Emperor Sacred Sect. You can also call me Scarlet King. Huang Fuxian laughed and said casually. We're disciples of the Nine Firmament Emperor Sect. This is my senior brother Lin Qiu. Jiang Chongqing quickly introduced. So you're disciples of the Nine Firmament Emperor Sect. I was thinking that if the two of you didn't have a sect, you could also join our World Emperor Sacred Sect. Huang Fuxian shook his head regretfully. Scarlet King is also here to participate in this auction? Jiang Chongqing asked curiously. Yes, we're also here to relax. Huang Fuxian laughed and said to the young man and woman beside him. Both of you are of the same age. You should interact more. He's just a disciple of the Emperor Sect. What right does he have to interact with our glory sect? Huang Fuhao said, somewhat unconvinced. His father's praise of Su Zimo made him feel indignant. Usually, no matter what he did, his father was rarely satisfied. Now, his father was actually praising a boy he had never met. Huang Fuxian frowned as he shot a glance at his son. However, before he could say anything, a figure walked in from outside. Scarlet King. That person had an anxious expression and whispered something in front of Huang Fuxian. Immediately after, Huang Fuxian's expression turned solemn. He said to Huang Fuhao and Huang Fuxianyue, Father has something to do and has to leave for a day. He'll be back when the auction starts. You can settle down in the city first. After saying that, Huang Fuxian left. Su Zimo looked at Jiang Chongqing curiously and asked, Who is he? Look at how excited you are. You don't even know Scarlet King, senior brother, you really don't know anything about the world, Jiang Chongqing said with a sigh. It's said that he's the #1 expert below Laozu of the Sacred World Emperor Sect. He once fought against 8 Heavenly Fusion Realm experts alone. In the end, he killed all of them and became famous in one battle. There's no one in the southern region who doesn't know him. Oh. Su Zimo nodded calmly. He looked at the sky demon bow in his hand. After coming to this world, he didn't bring the tyrannical shadow with him. He didn't have a suitable weapon. This sky demon bow could be used for a while. Su Zimo liked the wooden box on the pillar, but he still had to wait for a while for the blood lizard's heart. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Huang Fuhao take a step forward and block his path. What's the matter? Su Zimo asked with a frown. My father praised you so much. You must be very strong, Huang Fuhao said with a cold snort. If you have something to say, say it. Don't talk nonsense. Su Zimo waved his hand and replied impatiently. Huang Fuhao's expression was slightly gloomy as he said, I want to fight with you. The loser will cut off one of his hands. Get lost. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Su Zimo waved his hand and said indifferently. There's nothing to fight with trash like you. You're courting death. Huang Fuhao's expression was ugly as the aura of a venerable emanated from his body step by step. Although he had just become a venerable, he was still very powerful. His meridians were opened one by one. He directly smashed a fist towards Su Zimo. The fist was filled with raging flames. Su Zimo raised the sky demon bow and casually blocked it. The black bowstring directly sent the other party flying. Do you have to sacrifice my bow? Su Zimo said indifferently. He held the sky demon bow in his hand and slowly pulled the bowstring. Demonic chi surged on his arms. A pitch-black bow with a black gilt constitution slowly condensed. The tip of the arrow was triangular and suffused with a cold light. Demonic chi was stirring. Su Zimo slowly pulled the bow. The sky demon arrow shot towards the other party at an extremely fast speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The sharp arrow pierced through the silent sky. It tore through the obstruction of space and shot out directly. The Crimson Sun realm. Huang Fuhao's face was filled with panic. He hurriedly stood up and spread his arms. A barrier was opened in front of him. This barrier was golden. The surrounding space rippled and formed a space of its own to block in front of him. The sky demon arrow shot directly into the barrier. Then, it was swallowed by the space formed by the barrier. Before Huang Fuhao could heave a sigh of relief, there was a boom. The space in front of him was completely distorted. The sky demon arrow pierced through the barrier and shattered layers of the void. It appeared in front of Huang Fuhao again. Ah! Then, there was a painful roar. The sky demon arrow pierced through Huang Fuhao's chest and nailed him to the wall of the shop. Blood flowed out of his chest. Huang Fuhao struggled in pain. Not bad. Su Zimo looked at the sky demon bow in his hand and then said to Jiang Chongqing, "Let's go." The two of them left the shop as they spoke. Huang Fuhao struggled and said to the woman beside him, "Sister, save me." The woman, Huang Fu Xianxia, who had not spoken from the beginning to the end, slowly raised her head. No one noticed that her eyes were resplendent like the moonlight, flickering with a soul-stirring light. "This move is very powerful," Huang Fu Xianxia said with a chuckle. She walked forward and touched the sky demon arrow that nailed Huang Fuhao to the wall. Then, the demonic qi dissipated and was absorbed into her body. "Sister, are you satisfied?" Huang Fuhao asked with some fear. Since father can praise him, he naturally has something extraordinary about him. "It's not something that can be seen through with a single arrow," Huang Fu Xianxia said indifferently. "It's a pity that you're too useless. You can't force him to use his full strength." "Yes, yes." Huang Fuhao lowered his head and did not dare to refute. After leaving the number 1 store of eternity, Su Zimo returned to the inn he was staying at. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. When Su Zimo and Lin Feng returned, the others were sitting on the first floor of the inn and eating. The first floor was a little quiet, with only a few scattered tables of guests. "Brother, where did you go today?" Seeing Su Zimo, Lin Feng asked with a smile. "We walked around Huahuang City," Su Zimo said. "Did you ask about the auction?" Lin Feng continued to ask. "What good things can there be at the auction?" Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "Anyway, you don't have spirit crystals, so the auction has nothing to do with you. You can just follow and watch the show." Lin Feng shook his head and did not want to explain. Yi Xian, who was beside him, pondered for a moment and said, "The auction is held by one family trading company. It is said that they have been preparing for this auction for 3 years. Therefore, the scale of this auction is unprecedentedly large, and the items are also dazzling. Basically, there is everything." Yi Xian explained carefully, because everyone's financial resources are limited, they are destined not to be able to auction off all the items. Therefore, before the auction starts, everyone will ask around for information about what is being auctioned. When the time comes, if there is an item that they like, they will leave their money behind and specialize in snatching it. "Then what did you find out?" Su Zimo sat down and asked with interest. "We haven't found out anything yet. Other than the 3 finale items that the auction released, they are very secretive about the rest." Yi Xian shook her head and said. "3 finale items? Tell me about them," Su Zimo asked. "A thunderflame heart, an eternal body sculpting pill, and an item left behind by a saint," Lin Feng said first. "Brother, why are you asking so clearly? These finale items are something that even I don't dare to think about." "I dare to do things that you don't dare to think about, and I dare to do things that you don't dare to do. Don't always compare me with you," Su Zimo said indifferently as he poured a glass of wine. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face turned slightly ugly. He put down his chopsticks and said coldly, "I'm full. I'm going back to my room to rest." After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Morong Yan who was beside him, hurriedly followed. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai looked at Yi Xian with a smile that was not a smile. He stood up and said, "I'm a little drunk, you guys take your time chatting." "You, why did you provoke your brother?" Yi Xian's face was slightly red as she rebuked. "He's the crown prince of our great firmament peak, and it's very likely that he'll become the next peak lord in the future. No matter what, you're still brothers. We can take care of each other in the future. You don't understand. Suzimo shook his head and sipped the wine in his glass. There will be a battle between him and me sooner or later. It's just that I'm too lazy to care right now. I'll just let the grasshopper jump around for a while. You only know how to talk big. What do you have to fight him? Yi Xian rolled her eyes at Suzimo. She then handed a storage ring to Suzimo. What do you mean? Suzimo looked at the storage ring and asked suspiciously. There are spirit crystals I've accumulated over the past few years. Take them and wait for the auction tomorrow. It'll be good to buy some suitable defensive items. Yi Xian explained. After all, you're about to participate in the tournament of the 9 clouds. How can you not have a guarantee? When I saw you take out the ring, I thought you were going to confess to me. Suzimo said with a smile. You've never been serious. Yi Xian put the storage ring on the table and quickly ran upstairs. Seeing her run away in embarrassment, Suzimo laughed loudly behind her. It's rare to be a hero, but it's the hardest to enjoy the grace of a beauty. Suzimo looked at the storage ring and shook his head. Slightly. The night was like a giant beast. In the continuous night, it quietly swallowed the endless darkness. The moonlight and starlight were hidden in the depths of the clouds. At dawn, the sky gradually began to brighten. A purple sun rose high in the east, dyeing the entire blazing fire city in its light. Around the city walls, the inextinguishable flames burned gently. For the residents of Blazing Fire City, this was the liveliest day. The Wan clan's auction was going to be held in this city. At dawn, there were already groups of 2s and 3s in the city. The auction was to be held in the largest Eternal Ancient Pavilion in the city. The Eternal Ancient Pavilion was bought by the Wan clan in the past and built as an auction house. The Eternal Ancient Pavilion was not only available in Blazing Fire City. It was said that the Wan clan's auction house was spread across the entire Eternal continent. Therefore, the Eternal Ancient Pavilion naturally had branches everywhere. When the sun shone down, the entire city became lively. Suzimo and the others were eating breakfast in an inn. The auction will start in 2 hours. There's no hurry. Lin Feng said indifferently. After what happened last night, his attitude was a little cold. He didn't even bother to put on a show. Our Emperor sect of the 9 clouds was invited in advance, so we'll have a private room. After everyone finished eating, they followed the crowd towards the Eternal Ancient Pavilion. In fact, even though the Eternal Ancient Pavilion was huge, there were too many people who wanted to participate in the auction. Not everyone was qualified to enter the Eternal Ancient Pavilion. Firstly, the Eternal Ancient Pavilion would send invitations to the 2 saint sects of the southern region and the 5 great emperor sects. They had the qualifications to enter. Moreover, these forces would have their own private rooms on the 2nd floor. Simply put, those who could enter the 2nd floor were people of status or forces. As for the others, they would all be arranged on the 1st floor. There were no private rooms on the 1st floor. Instead, it was like a huge venue. Rows of chairs were placed together. These people were also seated around the auction stage. Even if one wanted to enter the 1st floor, they would have to prove that they had the ability to bid for the items. This also put an end to many people who wanted to watch the show. The road leading to the Everlasting Ancient Pavilion was packed with people. When Suzimo and the others arrived at the Eternal Ancient Pavilion, half of the people were already seated. Young Master Lin, please come in. As soon as they entered, they saw a man in a green robe with a mustache. He walked very elegantly towards them. There was only one word that could describe this man: sissy. The sissy type of man with orchid fingers. Director Wan, Lin Feng greeted with a smile as he looked at the person who had just arrived. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. This time around, only the 9 clouds Emperor sects High Firmament Peak and Jade Firmament Peak are here. The man called Manager Wan smiled. The private rooms are ready. Please follow me. Suzimo sized up the Eternal Ancient Pavilion. The 1st floor of the Eternal Ancient Pavilion was very spacious, occupying almost a third of the street. In the middle was a circular platform. With this platform as the center, countless chairs were placed around it. On the 2 sides of the platform, there were red pillars with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. There were also several lifelike golden dragons carved on them. On the walls on both sides, there were all kinds of famous paintings. The forest was deep and the vegetation was deep. Dozens of fresh flowers filled the entire lobby of the first floor with their fragrance. Looking up, the eternal ancient pavilion had a total of 3 floors. The third floor was usually occupied by the Wan clan and was not open to the public. The second floor was filled with private rooms, all of which were lined with dragons and phoenixes. The rooms were named Wind, Rain, Thunder, Lightning, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, Chrysanthemum, and various other names. Suzimo roughly looked around. There were about a dozen rooms. Following Steward Wan upstairs, everyone was arranged in a private room named Bamboo. The room was not very spacious. There was a wooden table inside with a plate of fruits on it. There were several soft seats made of cotton cloth. Near the aisle, there was a window that was specially used to look at the first floor. The light inside was not very bright, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Young Master Lin and everyone else, I will arrange for you to stay here. If you need anything, feel free to look for me, Steward Wan said with a smile. Sorry to trouble you, Steward Wan, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Watching Steward Wan leave, Lin Feng turned his head and said to Suzimo, this time, I brought spirit crystals from the sect to buy geraniums. Father said that he can give you 1 million spirit crystals to buy the things you like. Got it, Suzimo nodded slightly. As time passed, the seats on the first floor were almost filled with people. And one after another, some of the important people on the second floor also came up. Among them was the Scarlet King Huang Fuxian that Suzimo had met before, as well as the elegant man and the woman in the purple dress when he killed the green flood dragon. For the time being, he did not know the background of the other party and was too lazy to find out. Regarding spirit crystals, Suzimo actually had a lot in his True Fate world. Previously, when he destroyed the Absolute Heaven sect, as well as some other forces one after another. Because his storage ring could not hold it, Suzimo simply threw it into his True Fate world. He had no use for these things, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Not to mention anything else, just the imperial lineage of the Absolute Heaven sect, which had 2 emperors, had left behind an astronomical amount of spirit crystals. When everyone had arrived, a series of ba-ba-ba-ba sounds could be heard from the high platform. Immediately after, a protrusion appeared on the platform, and something slowly rose from it. An old man in a red robe walked over from the side. The old man was full of energy and his face was flushed. The voice was slightly shaken as he said, "This old man is Wan Xiuan. Those who often attend our Wan clan's auctions should know me. However, I'll still introduce myself. I'm the auctioneer for today's auction. I'll say a few things first. Let's get the ugly words out of the way first. Auctions are all about money and goods. As long as the quality of the items auctioned is not questionable, no returns will be accepted." After the red-robed old man finished speaking, he waved his hand and the cover covering the high platform was opened. A bright red fruit was lying in the middle. The first item to be auctioned is the dragon scale fruit. This is the best choice for tempering the body, whether it's a Meridian Realm cultivator below the Heavenly Palace realm or a junior who has just stepped into cultivation. This dragon scale fruit is worth buying. The starting price is 10 spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 10 spirit crystals. As soon as his voice fell, someone raised a sign and shouted, 20 spirit crystals. I'll bid 50. In the end, the dragon scale fruit was auctioned off by a Meridian Realm cultivator for 100 spirit crystals. The others didn't compete. It wasn't that they didn't have money, but it was worth the price. Unless they really liked it, no one would be stupid enough to bid for it. The second item to be auctioned is a Meridian skill of the falling stone palm. The palm is like a heavenly monument, and the fist can shatter mountains and rivers. The starting price is 50 spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 50 spirit crystals. As the old man's voice fell, the people below began to fight over it. The auctioneer of the Wan clan was very smart. They auctioned the items in the order of small items first, then big items. Basically, the valuable items were at the back. And these cheap items were also very particular. Whether it was the dragon scale fruit or the falling stone palm, they were not very valuable items. But they were rare items. Those big shots didn't like them, but many ordinary Meridian Realm cultivators liked them very much. In short, the items auctioned here were basically rare. As the items were auctioned off one by one, most people had almost run out of money. The red-robed old man knocked on the iron gong on the high platform and said loudly, "The next item to be auctioned is a bit special." He waved his hand and a bell-shaped item appeared on the high platform. "This is what we got from the battlefield of gods and demons. It is filled with rich divine power. It's just that this bell is so broken that it's useless. We can't guarantee its quality even if we auction it off. The starting price is 100 spirit crystals, and each bid is free." After hearing the red-robed old man's words, there was a sudden silence. How dare they put this broken thing up for auction? They must be crazy for money. Someone whispered. "No one is forcing you to buy it. What if you get a bargain? It's up to you. I'll buy it for 100 spirit crystals." A man's voice came from a corner room on the second floor. 100 spirit crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to compete? The red-robed old man continued to ask. Although we can't detect this bell, what if it has some miraculous effect? A few hundred spirit crystals won't be a loss. 200 spirit crystals. 300 spirit crystals. Hearing the old man's words, some people on the second floor also shouted casually. 1,000 spirit crystals. Suzimo placed the plate outside and shouted loudly. Hearing this, some people who originally wanted to give it a try were too lazy to compete. However, in the corner of the first floor, a woman wearing a bamboo hat stood there and was still bidding. 1,100 spirit crystals. 2,000 spirit crystals. Suzimo said again. 2,100 spirit crystals. The woman in the bamboo hat was still bidding. 10,000 spirit crystals. Suzimo waved his hand and said casually. Are you crazy? Why are you buying a broken thing for 10,000 spirit crystals? Lin Feng finally couldn't help but stop him. Why do you care so much? Didn't father say that I have 1,000,000 spirit crystals? You just have to pay, Suzimo said faintly. Following Suzimo's words, the woman in the bamboo hat on the first floor seemed to have quieted down. She was considering the gains and losses. The bamboo hat woman thought for a while and finally said, 10,100 spiritual crystals. It's just a broken bell. What's there to fight over? The people on the ground were confused. Could it be that there's some kind of secret behind it? The people on the first floor didn't have much money, and the people on the second floor had things they wanted to auction. Therefore, if the price was too high, they naturally didn't want to waste spiritual crystals on other things. 20,000 spirit crystals. Hearing the bamboo hat woman's words, Suzimo replied without hesitation. The prince in the bamboo room bids 20,000 spiritual crystals. Does anyone want to raise the price? Said the red-robed old man with a smile. He had thought it was just a broken bell. He hadn't expected it to be such a pleasant surprise. The bamboo hat woman was completely silent this time. Then it's a deal. This bell from the battlefield of gods and demons belongs to the prince in the bamboo room, said the red-robed old man after waiting for a while. After a short while, a maid came in with the bell on a plate. According to the rules of the auction, the money and the goods had to be exchanged. Suzimo looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked embarrassed as he paid the 20,000 spiritual crystals. Originally, he thought that Suzimo wouldn't need the spiritual crystals, so he could use them to prepare for the feast of the continent of the 9 clouds. Unfortunately, looking at the situation now, 1,000,000 spiritual crystals might not even be enough. Suzimo took the bell and held it in his hand to observe it. The size of the bell was no different from an ordinary bell. It was dark brown in color. Some parts of it were rusty and the paint was peeling off. It looked very old. Inside the bell was a round thing that looked like a small stone. When he shook it gently, it made a slight sound. The bell didn't look special. If someone didn't say it was from the battlefield of gods and demons, it would be even worse than an ordinary bell. What's the use of this bell? Asked Jiang Chongqing. I can't see it yet, said Suzimo, shaking his head. He didn't feel any energy from the bell. It's just a pile of scrap metal. What use can it be? Said Lin Feng. Do I need you to tell me whether it's useful or not? Su Zimo retorted. I won't say anything. You can explain it to father when we get back, Lin Feng replied. The auction on the first floor was still going on, and more items were being auctioned off. The further the auction went, the higher the price. Finally, when the red-robed old man took out a purple flower, Lin Feng became serious. The purple flower was only the size of a palm and had 6 petals. Each petal was engraved with many Sanskrit words. After staring at the purple flower for a long time, it was as if he could hear the whispers of Sanskrit. Heavenly orchid flower, a flower unique to the myriad Buddha temple, the red-robed old man explained with a smile. Only after half a year in the Buddhist temple will this flower grow. It can slay evil, clear the heart, and protect the body. It was extremely rare and had a terrifying ability to comprehend Buddhist techniques and meridian techniques. The starting price is 1 million spirit crystals, and each bid must be at least 100,000 spirit crystals. As soon as the red-robed old man finished speaking, the crowd around him began to make their bids. 1 million spiritual crystals. 1,500,000 spiritual crystals. Seeing that the bids were so fierce, Lin Feng looked at Su Zimo and said, Brother, father only gave us 5 million spirit crystals for the auction. If it's really not enough, we can only use your share. That's your business. If you don't have spirit crystals, pay for it yourself. I don't care. Su Zimo waved his hand and refused directly. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back, clenched his fists, and didn't mention it again. 3 million spirit crystals. Seeing that the bids were gradually slowing down, Lin Feng shouted directly. You people from the Taishao Peak are also here to join in the fun, someone in a room on the 2nd floor said aloud. Is the money enough? Do you need me to lend you some? Don't worry about the Jade Sky Peak, Lin Feng said lightly. He could see that the person in the opposite room was from the Jade Sky Peak, and the person who spoke was called Yen Song, the Emperor of the Jade Sky Peak. In that case, I'll pay 5 million spirit crystals. In the opposite room, Yen Song smiled and said. 4 million, Lin Feng said with an embarrassed expression. The people around looked at the competition between the two factions of the same sect and were also interested in it, so they didn't bid anymore. After all, their goal was not the germanium flower. 5 million, Yen Song said immediately. In the room he was in, a middle-aged man reminded him, Emperor, our goal is not the germanium flower. What if the other party doesn't bid? What should we do? Don't worry, he will definitely bid, Yen Song said with a faint smile. I'll pay 5 million. Yen Song, if you bid again, I won't bid and let you have it, Lin Feng said coldly. The aura around him surged, and it was obvious that his heart was not calm. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. Since you like it so much, take it, Yen Song said with a smile. Hearing this, before Lin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice suddenly sounded from the 1st floor. I bid 1 million. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person dressed as a monk sitting quietly in the crowd on the 1st floor. It's Monk Kuwu, someone said in surprise. The former number 1 monk of the 1000 Buddha temple. It is said that he was later expelled from the sect, someone said. He still dares to appear here, isn't he afraid that the people of the 1000 Buddha temple will catch him? You don't know, the people of the 1000 Buddha temple haven't left the temple for a long time. It is impossible for them to come to Huahuang City. 5 million, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and continued to shout. Everyone of Taishao Peak, this poor monk has no intention of competing with you for the germanium flower, as long as you promise me one thing. This poor monk will immediately withdraw and compensate all the extra spirit crystals that you have just paid, Monk Kuwa shouted Ba and said calmly. What is it? Lin Feng asked with a frown. I heard that the ancestor of your 9-cloud peak once defeated the ghost Buddha and obtained his ghost Zen 6 breaks, Monk Kuwa said. This poor monk only wants to see the ghost Zen 6 breaks. That's impossible, how can our Taishao Peak's peak technique be casually seen by others, Lin Feng said with a shake of his head. In that case, don't blame this poor monk for not giving up the germanium flower. After Monk Kuwa finished speaking, he directly quoted a price, this poor monk offers 6 million spirit crystals. Bang! In the room, Lin Feng slammed the table next to him, and the aura around him became stronger and stronger. This monk Kuwu is courting death, he said with killing intent. Monk Kuwu is a peak venerable, you don't seem to be his opponent, Su Zimo said with a smile. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at him coldly. Then he said, after this auction, there will be elders from Taishao Peak to escort us out. By then, we won't be afraid of Kuwu. Then what can you do now? Father should have let me auction it. Su Zimo shook his head and said. You have a way? Lin Feng asked hurriedly. Tell me why father is auctioning the geraniums first. Su Zimo asked. Lin Feng looked around and finally came to Su Zimo and whispered, it seems to be to treat a Laozu from our Taishao Peak. I don't know anything else. Su Zimo nodded and looked at the first floor. He said loudly, Kuwu, we definitely can't let you see our Taishao Peak's meridian technique. But I've learned the Ghost Zen 6 breaks. If you want, I can tell you. Why should I believe you? Kuwu replied. You can only believe me. Otherwise, you won't be able to find the Ghost Zen 6 breaks in another place in this world. Su Zimo said. Okay, I'll believe you this time. If you lie to me, I'll chase you to death. Anyway, I'm alone. I'm not afraid of your emperor sect. Kuwu said directly. Su Zimo nodded slightly and looked at Lin Feng. He said, name your price. You learned the Ghost Zen 6 breaks? Lin Feng frowned and asked. This is your auction. Don't ask so many questions. Su Zimo said calmly. 6 million. Lin Feng said directly. Since he paid 5 million, Kuwu would compensate him for the other 1 million. Hearing this bid, there was no one else below to compete, and the red-robed old man directly made the final decision. After a while, the geraniums were brought up. The geraniums were placed in a box to prevent the Buddha nature of the flower from being used up. Lin Feng directly paid 6 million spirit crystals. As for the extra amount he paid, he would ask Kuwu later. The auction was still going on fiercely. Finally, when there were only 3 items left in the auction, the atmosphere completely quieted down. This was because everyone knew that these were the final 3 items, and they were all items that the major powers would fight over. They could only watch the show. The next items to be auctioned are all the finale items of this ranking conference. I think everyone should know by now. However, I still have to give you a brief introduction, the red-robed old man said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, a high platform slowly rose from the ground. The top of the platform was covered by a transparent cover. Inside, there was a beating heart. The heart was pure golden color, and it was filled with lightning and flames. Even though there was a transparent barrier blocking it, the power contained in the heart was still shocking. The Thunderflame heart is born and nurtured by heaven and earth. There will only be one every 1,000 years, the red-robed old man said with a smile. There's no need for me to explain how difficult it is to obtain the Thunderfire heart. Going to the heavens horizon is almost certain death. The starting price of the Thunderfire heart is 10 million spirit crystals, and each bid must be at least 1 million spirit crystals higher. Following the old man's words, someone on the second floor immediately shouted, 20 million. Who's so rich? Someone looked towards the source of the voice. It was the room of the Mountain River Emperor sect. In recent years, the Mountain River Emperor sect has developed rapidly. They're already showing signs of becoming the leader of the 5 emperor sects. That's right. If they're given more time to develop, they might even become a sage sect. 30 million spirit crystals. At this moment, Yen Song also shouted from the room of the Jade Sky Peak. What right does your Jade Sky Peak have to compete with us? Chu Xichao said casually from the Mountain River Emperor sect's side. 40 million spirit crystals. Chu Shanha shouted indifferently. 50 million. At this moment, someone from another room on the second floor shouted. It's the Deadwood old man, someone said in a low voice. What does he want the Thunderfire heart for? The Thunderfire heart is simply his nemesis. He can't use it. Who knows? He probably has his own plans. 60 million. In another room, someone from the World Emperor Sacred Sect also started to bid. This time, the people from the World Emperor Sacred Sect were very low-key. People didn't even know who the leader was. 100 million spirit crystals. Someone from the Mountain River Emperor Sect wanted to raise the price. 100 million spirit crystals and 100 god crystals. The deadwood old man shouted indifferently. God crystals? Is this guy crazy? Someone below said in surprise. As everyone knew, spirit crystals were the most commonly used transaction item in the Eternal Continent. Most people would use spirit crystals when making a transaction. But above spirit crystals, there were also some extremely rare and precious crystals. For example, god crystals and demon crystals. In the battlefield of gods and demons on the Eternal Continent, after absorbing god power or demon chi, many spiritual crystals would slowly turn into divine crystals or demon crystals after a long time. These two crystals were one of the most precious crystals in the Eternal Continent. If the deadwood old man shouted a price, others would have to use god crystals or demon crystals to increase the price. Otherwise, no amount of spirit crystals would be able to make up for it. 200 god crystals. The World Emperor Sacred Sect shouted. 1,000 demon crystals. The Mountain River Emperor Sect also started to bid. It's really a fight between immortals. I'm afraid we won't be able to see so many god crystals in our lifetime. Someone below sighed. 1,100 god crystals. The deadwood old man seemed unwilling to give up and continued to shout. I withdraw. A man from the World Emperor Sacred Sect chuckled. 2,000 demon crystals. The Mountain River Emperor Sect was rich and overbearing. They still shouted with all their might. 3,000. The deadwood old man coughed a few times and said, if you guys exceed this price, this old man will give up. At this moment, in the room of the Mountain River Emperor Sect, Xianxia frowned slightly and said to the old man beside him, this price has already exceeded our budget. Old man withered tree, that old fart, he couldn't be deliberately raising the price, right? Xianxia casually said from the side. It's just that at this juncture, we're not willing to withdraw. The old man beside him replied. Princess, you should make the decision. After all, the Thunderflame heart can only be encountered and not sought. 3,100 demon crystals. Xianxia slammed the table and shouted. As the red-robed old man hammered the hammer, the second item of the auction was placed on the stage. Tens of thousands of years ago, a heaven-reaching great sage appeared in the eastern region. I'm afraid everyone has heard of this name. The red-robed old man smiled and introduced, the item we're auctioning today is the item left behind by the heaven-reaching great sage. He took out the screen of the stage and there was a stone inside. This stone was pure black and looked very smooth. It was only the size of a fist and there was a faint spiritual energy surging within it. I'm sure you've all heard of the sky-reaching stone. The red-robed elder said with a smile, legend has it that the sky-reaching saint was not human. He was a type of stone spirit. He was born as a stone spirit and eventually cultivated to become a saint. In the inheritance he left behind, he also created 36 sky-reaching stones. One of them is the real sky-reaching stone that contains his lifetime inheritance. We haven't seen this sky-reaching stone, so we can't be sure if it's the real one. This is a gamble. If we win, we can obtain the saint's inheritance. If we lose, it's all for nothing. The starting price of the sky-reaching stone is 1,000 divine crystals. Each bid must not exceed 100 divine crystals or demonic crystals, 2,000 demonic crystals. Our Sacred World Emperor Sect wants the sky-reaching stone, Red King Xianxia said loudly. 3,000 demonic crystals, someone from another room upstairs shouted softly. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. After all, to be able to shout such a price, there was no exception. However, the window of that room was tightly shut. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be an elder. Nothing else could be seen. For 1,000 demonic crystals, Xianxia was still shouting. 5,000 demonic crystals, 6,000 demonic crystals. When the number of demonic crystals reached 10,000, the person in that room seemed to be a little impatient and said directly, 20,000 demonic crystals. 20,100, the people from the Sacred World Emperor Sect frowned slightly, still unwilling to give up. In the room where the Sacred World Emperor Sect was, Red King Xianxia frowned slightly. He looked at the elder beside him and asked, "Do you know who is bidding against us?" "I'm not too sure," the elder shook his head and said. "Ridiculous. You don't even know who your competitor is." "Our bottom line is only 50,000 demonic crystals," Xianxia said. "In my opinion, the chances of this sky-reaching stone having an inheritance are not high. There are already 36 stones. And if there really is a sky-reaching stone, why would the Wan clan be willing to take it out for auction?" The elder reminded. "How can we understand the methods of a saint, especially one who is one of the top ones?" Xianxia shook his head slightly. He raised the price and said, "I bid 30,000 magic crystals." 50,000. In another room, the person raised the price by 20,000 without hesitation. Everyone's eyebrows twitched. Who was this guy to be able to casually take out tens of thousands of magic crystals? Even for Glory Sect, this was a huge sum of money. 51,000 magic crystals. Xianxia raised the price once more. 60,000. The person in the room on the second floor opposite them seemed to be very determined. Moreover, he seemed to be very rich. His increment was more than 10,000. Xianxia shook his head helplessly and said to the people beside him, "We can't snatch it now even if we want to. 60,000 magic crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?" The red-robed elder looked around and saw that no one else was speaking. He made the final decision and said, "Then this heaven-reaching stone belongs to the plum room." After the red-robed old man finished speaking, he looked around again and continued with a smile, "The next item to be auctioned is the last item of our auction. 9 Firmaments Body Sculpting Pill. This elixir was refined by our founder master, right?" Xianxia asked. "Yes." Yi Kai nodded and replied, "There are not many elixirs refined by our founder master anymore. Ever since Laozu of Red Cloud Peak learned the way of alchemy, our founder master has basically stopped refining elixirs. As everyone knows, the 9-Cloud Saint is a true genius. The way of 9 clouds that he created himself is world famous. It can be said to be the most versatile way." The red-robed elder smiled and explained, "When he created the way of Red Cloud, he had refined 3 supreme elixirs. This 9 clouds body sculpting elixir is one of them. As the name suggests, it is called body sculpting. There is no need to explain. Everyone knew that on the path of cultivation, one's talent could not be ignored. A good talent could even allow one to be ahead of others at the starting line. This 9 clouds body sculpting elixir is an elixir that can turn a good-for-nothing into a prodigy. Why don't you tell us the specific effects?" Someone below shouted curiously. "Body sculpting is to use the power of the 9 clouds' great way to transform your body and reconstruct your soul. Whether it is the opening of the meridians or the ability to comprehend and learn, it will increase exponentially. This is simply good news for those who are weak in cultivation," the red-robed elder explained. "Because this elixir was entrusted to us by someone else, we will not auction it for divine crystals. We will only exchange it for other items." "What kind of bartering method?" Someone was interested and asked curiously. "This guest wants to exchange this 9 clouds body sculpting elixir for a small bottle of Celestial River Holy Water." Celestial River Holy Water? What is that? Someone had not even heard of it and asked curiously. "It is a very ancient legend. There used to be a river in the Celestial Court. That is the Celestial River." Someone next to him pondered for a while. He explained, "The Celestial River is located in the world with the most spiritual energy. It absorbs the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Every 100 years, it will condense a drop of holy water. Doesn't that mean that a small bottle of holy water will take at least 10,000 years?" Someone said in surprise. 10,000 years? This is something that can't be encountered or sought. The person next to him shook his head and sighed. After the war between the Celestial Court and the demon world on the battlefield of gods and demons, the Celestial Court was destroyed and the Celestial River completely disappeared. Where can we find the Celestial River Holy Water now, let alone a small bottle? Hearing the red-robed elder's request, the people below fell silent after a heated discussion. "We can exchange, but we don't have a small bottle. We only have 20 drops," someone in the rightmost room on the second floor said. "Who is this?" Someone looked at the room and discussed curiously. They even have something like the celestial river holy water, which is almost lost. The red-robed elder thought for a while and then said, "Wait a moment. We have to discuss with the seller." He walked down the auction stage and walked to the third floor of the ancient pavilion. Lin Feng looked at the room with the heavenly river holy water as a smile appeared on his face. So it's them. It seems that they came prepared. After the auction is over, should we go and say hello? Ye Kai looked at the crowd and asked. Do you know the people in that room? Asked Su Zimo curiously. That house was prepared for our main clan, Ye Kai explained. The Nine Clouds Holy Sect? Asked Su Zimo. Indeed, they must be the main clan's people who came to watch the tournament of the continent of the Nine Clouds. When the time comes, they will decide who can join the main clan, said Ye Kai nodding. The red-robed elder didn't go up for long and then came back down. The red-robed old man smiled and said, the seller is willing to exchange. Congratulations to the guest in the lawn room for obtaining the last item. The auction has come to an end. Thank you very much for your support. Our Wan clan's next auction will be announced later. After the auction is over, our Wan clan will also have a small gathering in the ancient pavilion. Those who are willing to stay can wait for a while and we can get to know each other. Hearing this, the guests on the second floor didn't leave. Most of the people on the first floor stayed, but there were a few who didn't want to join. Su Zimo stared at the lawn room. When the people inside came out, he was slightly surprised. Two people came out. It was the scholarly middle-aged man and the purple-robed woman he had met before. Are they from the main clan? Su Zimo pointed at the two and asked Ye Kai. Yes, that man is called Muchanga. A few years ago, he was the one who chose the people to go to the main clan. As for the woman, I haven't seen her before. Ye Kai explained. When the crowd came down from the second floor, there were already people coming up to greet them. In the ancient pavilion, the Wan clan served some food made from monster meat and some soup made from Xian medicine. Beautiful singers were playing music and dancing in the middle of the first floor. The atmosphere instantly changed from the tense auction to a gathering. The World Emperor Sacred Sex people were Qi Wang Huangfu Xian, while the 9 Firmament Sacred Sex people were Muchanga and the purple-robed woman that Su Zimo had met before. Jade Sky Peak Xiansong also came over. The Mountain River Emperor sect had obtained the Thunderfire Heart, so their popularity had increased greatly. As for the person who obtained the Sky-Reaching Stone, it was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. His eyebrows and beard were already white. His gray-white hair was neatly tied up in a bun, and he looked quite sage-like. Lin Yu Tian. Qi Wang Huangfu Xian recognized the old man at first glance. Qi Wang, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lin Yu Tian smiled and replied gently. I was wondering who wanted the Sky-Reaching Stone so much. It's not strange if it's you. Huangfu Xian smiled lightly. Your ancestor's item can be considered to have returned to its rightful owner. Hearing this name, the bystanders began to discuss among themselves. Lin Yu Tian? Isn't that the old heavenly master of the Heaven Gate, the descendant of the prime of Tong Tian? That should be right. Someone beside him nodded and said, in recent years, the Heavenly Gates has been searching for the Heavenly Stone in order to find the inheritance of their ancestors. Lin Feng led the people of Taishao Peak, while Yan Song led the people of Bixiao Peak to greet Muchanga. Greetings, Elder Mu, the two said respectfully. No need to be so polite. You have to work hard at the meeting of the continent of the 9 Clouds, said Muchanga smiling. He then looked at the woman in purple and said, You're all of the same age. You can get to know each other. I understand, Martial Aunt Mu. The purple-dressed woman nodded slightly. Before leaving, Muchanga glanced at Su Zimo with interest. The gathering was basically just about everyone chatting on their own. A few juniors got to know each other. Huangfu Xian, Muchanga, and other big shots also got to know each other. Su Zimo wasn't interested in this kind of gathering. He simply found a seat nearby and lay there quietly, watching the people greet each other. I'm Lin Feng, the Crown Prince of Taishao Peak. May I know your name? Lin Feng and Yan Song surrounded the purple-dressed woman and got to know each other. However, the purple-dressed woman didn't seem to be interested. She just replied a few words and left. Kuwa came from the distance and looked at Suzumo, saying, "Remember what you promised me." "As long as you dare to ask for it, I dare to give it to you," said Suzumo calmly. "I'll wait for you after the gathering," Kuwa said and left directly. Not long after, someone knocked on the table next to Suzumo. Dong, dong, dong. Suzumo turned his head and saw the purple-dressed woman standing next to him, looking at him with a faint smile. "We meet again," said the purple-dressed woman. "Well, this world is really small." Suzumo nodded lightly. "From your tone, you don't seem to welcome me." The purple-dressed woman slowly sat down next to him and said with a smile. "What's the matter?" Suzumo asked. "I just came to thank you for giving us the dragon tendon," said the purple-dressed woman. Suzumo waved his hand and said, "I will only accept a marriage pledge. As for verbal gratitude, forget about it. I dare to marry you. Do you dare to accept it?" The purple-dressed woman said with a smile. "What's there to be afraid of? Although your looks are so, you can still be a waitress who serves tea," Suzumo replied. The purple-dressed woman smiled and shook her head, saying, "That's right. You people from the branch clan don't understand the matters of the main clan." "From your tone, you seem to look down on my branch clan," asked Suzumo. "It's not that I look down on you, but the facts speak louder than words," the purple-dressed woman replied with a smile. "In the past, other than that man a few years ago, the other branch clan disciples who went to our main clan only became the slaves of our main clan disciples." "That's them," Suzumo said indifferently. "What's different about you?" the purple-dressed woman asked with interest. "To them, the sage sect might be the goal of their lives. But to me, the sage sect doesn't even have the qualifications to be my starting point," Suzumo replied calmly. Hearing Suzumo's words, the purple-dressed woman smiled and said, "I thought you were quite interesting, but I didn't expect you to be a braggart." As the two of them were chatting, they saw Huangfu Xian's children, Huangfu Hao and Huangfu Xianyue, walking over. "Young Master Lin, we meet again," Huangfu Hao said through gritted teeth. "What? Didn't I beat you up enough last time?" Suzumo raised his head and asked. "Last time, I wasn't prepared. I want to challenge you again," Huangfu Hao said. "What's the point of a child's battle?" Suzumo waved his hand and said indifferently, "Scram, don't make me beat you to death." Hearing Suzumo's words, Huangfu Hao's expression turned ugly. He glanced at Huangfu Xianyue beside him. Huangfu Xianyue chuckled and slowly walked forward. She leaned against Suzumo's ear and said softly, "Young master. Lin, you're from the demon race, right?" "Why do you say that?" Suzumo asked. "You don't have to deny it. This matter isn't over." "I'll look for you again," Huangfu Xianyue said and then left. Suzumo felt that these people were a little arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that his soul was a little unstable, he really wanted to try slaughtering a sage sect. Moreover, the fusion method of the blood lizard was in the Sacred Emperor sect. Suzumo didn't want to kill the Huangfu siblings for the time being. Generally speaking, the people of Great Firmament Peak were quite satisfied with this auction. After the gathering ended, the others returned to the inn, preparing to pack up and return to the sect. And before Suzumo could leave, he was targeted by Monk Kuwu. "You all can leave," Suzumo waved his hand and said to Jiang Chongqing and the others. "Then what about you?" Yi Xian asked worriedly. "I will take care of it," Suzumo said. Jiang Chongqing knew Suzumo's strength, so he did not force him. As for Lin Feng, he was already dissatisfied, so he naturally did not care. Watching everyone leave, Kuwa came to Suzumo and said, "What about the pulse technique? It's too troublesome to memorize it word by word." "I can practice it while telling you what I learned," Suzumo said. "You better not play tricks," Kuwa said threateningly. Kuwa brought Suzumo to a remote alley in Huahuang City. There was no one in this alley. There was an entrance on the left and a dead end on the right. "I will only give you 4 hours. If I don't learn it by then, I will kill you," Kuwa said. "It won't take that long." Suzumo waved his hand and said, "Then watch carefully. The first move of the ghost meditation is called absolute success." As Suzumo's voice fell, he waved both of his hands, and countless ghost shadows circled around him. These ghost shadows included skulls and blood skulls that crawled out of the sea of blood. They surged towards Kuwa like zombies. Ear-piercing screams surrounded him. What are you doing? Kuwa frowned slightly and said. Don't you want to learn? Then I will show you once, Suzumo said with a smile. This first move corresponds to the eyes of the six senses. Don't panic, what you see is an illusion. Illusion? Kuwa said warily. The next moment, before he could react, these skulls had already madly bit towards him. He tried his best to hide, but the empty alley was already occupied by countless skeletons. He was surrounded by the army of skeletons, and it wasn't long before he was torn to pieces by these skeletons. From his hands to his feet, to his head, to his entire body, there was not a single part of him that was intact. A gust of wind blew by, and all the skulls disappeared. Only the dead body of Kunwa was left lying stiffly in the alley. His entire body appeared to be intact, without any injuries. However, his breathing had stopped, and his pupils were dilated. It was as if he had gone through inhumane torture before his death. Suzumo walked to the corpse and shook his head. He sighed, you were the one who wanted to learn it. How could you not even withstand the first move? How disappointing. After he finished speaking, he looked into the alley and said, you've been following us all the way. Are you not going to come out? As soon as he finished speaking, a woman wearing a bamboo hat slowly walked out. Suzumo also knew this woman. She was the one who had bid against him for the bell at the auction. Who are you? Suzumo asked. You don't need to know. Give me that god's bell, or you'll be in trouble, the woman said. I'd like to know, why would I be in trouble? Suzumo asked with interest. The woman in the bamboo hat snorted coldly and could not be bothered to talk nonsense. She directly charged toward Suzumo. She was dressed in a gray robe, and the black cloth of her bamboo hat fluttered casually. Along with her slender waist, it fell down. She slapped Suzumo's chest with her palm. Suzumo's gaze was calm as he allowed the palm to hit his body. He also wanted to see to what extent this body, which had been tempered for a long time, had reached. With a boom, the palm exploded in front of Suzumo's chest. Golden spiritual chi surrounded the palm. Suzumo stood still on the spot, but the woman in the bamboo hat was sent flying backward. Peak supremacy. I thought you were strong, Suzumo shook his head slightly. However, when the golden spiritual chi entered his body, the demon body of purgatory in his soul actually rejected it. You. The bamboo hat woman looked at Suzumo, she was so shocked that she could not speak. When did the disciples of the Emperor sect of the Nine Clouds become so strong? Now, I'm a little interested in you. Suzumo smiled and waved his right hand, pressing down with his palm. He used his Genesis energy to seal all the meridians in the woman's body. But when he sealed them, Suzumo could clearly sense that the golden spiritual chi in the woman's body seemed to have a consciousness and was attacking the seal on its own. And the intensity of the spiritual chi was very high. Suzumo slowly removed the bamboo hat from the woman's head. What entered his eyes was a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her skin was as white as snow and looked delicate. She had a tall nose and slender eyebrows. A lock of hair fluttered by her ears. Especially those eyes, they were like the stars and the moon. She gave people a fresh, refined, and beautiful feeling. Although she was wearing a gray robe, one could still feel her beauty. There was a light fragrance of perfume on her body. Tell me, who are you? Suzumo asked. The woman turned her head to the side and ignored Suzumo. It's fine if you don't say it. I have many ways to make you talk, Suzumo said calmly. For example, I know of a soul-searching technique that can strip your memories. And anyone who has their soul searched will become mentally retarded due to the damage to their soul. When the time comes, I can sell you to a brothel. With your looks, you should be able to fetch a good price. You, shameless. The woman turned her head and looked at Suzumo angrily. I'll only ask once. Who are you? Suzumo asked. If I tell you, will you let me go? The woman raised her head and asked. Yes, you are of no use to me, Suzumo nodded. A remnant of the god race, Nine Nether, the woman said faintly. A remnant of the god race? What is that? Suzumo asked with a frown. After the great war of gods and devils, the god race was almost exterminated. Remnants like us are people who still have the blood of the god race in our bodies, the woman, Nine Nether, explained. This world also has a war caused by the devil race. Suzimo frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice. Then he asked, what do you want this bell for? After the great war of gods and devils, many Duobao items of the god race were abandoned on the battlefield of gods and devils. Remnants like us naturally have to look for them, Nine Nether replied. Then why did you give up at the auction? Suzimo asked. I have no money, Nine Nether replied very simply. How do I use this bell? Suzimo took out the bell and asked. You can't use it. The bell needs to be infused with divine power to use, Nine Nether replied. And if I'm not mistaken, this bell is not an ordinary treasure of the god race. It is a treasure recorded in the genealogy. Genealogy? Suzimo asked curiously. Our god race's weapon manual records the 3 divine artifacts of our race. They are the heaven measuring ruler, the devil swallowing jar, and the devil sealing bell. You're not going to tell me that this bell is the devil sealing bell, are you? Suzimo asked, amused. I don't know, but I have a guess, Nine Nether replied. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to snatch an ordinary treasure. You're honest, Suzimo said with a smile. There's no harm in telling you. You don't have the bloodline of the god race, so you can't use it, Nine Nether replied. What's the use of the devil sealing bell? Suzimo asked. It's specially used to imprison great demons, Nine Nether replied. I only saw this in the genealogy. After all, I didn't experience the great war of gods and devils. The devil sealing bell is as famous as the devil sealing tower of Shushan in the northern region. They are both known as the most powerful forbidden objects in the world. Then help me open it, Suzimo said. I'm not strong enough. Unless you can obtain the divine key of my race, Nine Nether said. I was wondering why you would tell me so straightforwardly. It seems you're up to no good, Suzimo said with a smile. Anyway, it's like this now. Either you find a god race expert to open it for you, or you obtain the divine key and use its power to open it, Nine Nether said. Of course, if you think it's useless, you can give it to me. I can exchange it for anything you want. Forget it. You can go, Suzimo said with a wave of his hand. There's one more thing I want to remind you. If you obtain the devil sealing bell, regardless of whether it's real or not, countless god race experts will come looking for you in the future, Nine Nether said before leaving. Then let them come, Suzimo said indifferently. What I mean is, we can cooperate, Nine Nether said, looking at Suzimo. What kind of cooperation? Suzimo asked with interest. You have the devil sealing bell, so you're naturally an enemy of the god race. And I'm now a criminal wanted by the Protoss. We have a common enemy, so we can work together, Nine Nether suggested. I'm afraid you're a fake Protoss, Suzimo said. There are some things that I can't explain to you. Just tell me if you want to cooperate, Nine Nether asked. Sure. It just so happens that I'm going to make a trip to your Protoss ruins, Suzimo said. When Suzimo brought Nine Nether back to the inn, it was already afternoon. Lin Feng originally wanted to go back to the sect with Mu Chang'e, so that they could keep in touch on the way. Unfortunately, Mu Chang'e was busy. He handed the purple-robed woman over to Lin Feng and the rest, allowing them to return to the Nine Firmament Emperor sect first. The setting sun dyed half of the sky, and the afterglow shone down with its last radiance. When Suzimo arrived with Nine Nether, everyone in the inn was surprised. Seen your brother, who is she? Jiang Chongqing asked from the side. A friend of mine, Suzimo replied. You can call her Nine Nether. I'm going to bring her back to the sect for a while. Nine Nether? Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, Don't bring people of unknown origins to the sect. Are you a blabbermouth? You have to care about everything, Suzimo said indifferently. I'll report this to father. You don't have to interrupt. Beside him, Lin Feng gave Suzimo a gloomy look, then turned his head and did not say anything else. Everyone prepared to stay in the inn for the night and then rush back to the sect the next day. After eating, before resting, Suzimo said to Nine Nether, My previous maid ran away with someone else, so you're in luck. When we get back to the sect, I'll tell father that you're a maid I found. He'll agree to let you stay. Why should I be your maid? Nine Nether frowned. You have to have an identity. Otherwise, how can you stay? Suzimo said indifferently. Whatever. Nine Nether entered the room and closed the door heavily as if in a fit of pique. Suzimo looked downstairs with a deep gaze and chuckled, everything, the shame left behind by my predecessor, I'll settle all of it after the tournament of the 9 clouds. The purple sun rose from the east, and the summer sky lit up very quickly. Early in the morning, everyone finished packing up and left Huahuang City. After entering the 9 Clouds Mountain, Lin Feng frowned slightly and said to Murong Yan, it's really strange. The sect said that they would send an elder to pick us up. Why haven't we met him yet? Maybe he was delayed by something, Murong Yan shook her head and replied. The trees of the 9 Clouds Mountain were lush, and the forest was quiet and cool. From time to time, the sound of cicadas could be heard. There's blood. As everyone was moving forward, they suddenly heard Yi Kai cry out in surprise. Everyone found a smear of blood on the big tree beside them. The blood hasn't dried yet. It should have been left behind not long ago, Yi Kai looked and said. Everyone looked to the left and saw that the road ahead was littered with blood. It seemed that someone was seriously injured and had just escaped from here. Do you want to take a look? Yi Kai asked. Forget it. After all, we have a mission this time. Let's return to the sect first, Lin Feng thought for a moment and said. Before anyone could answer, Nine Nether picked up a token from the grass at her feet. Is this the token of your 9 Clouds Emperor sect? Nine Nether asked. Suzimo turned his head and saw that the token was only the size of a palm. On the back and front were the words Supreme and Qing respectively. It's the identity token of our great Firmament Peak's Elder Qing. Yi Xian instantly recognized it. Elder Qing seems to be the elder who came to pick us up, right? Yi Kai guessed. Let's go take a look. What if something happens? Lin Feng thought for a moment and could only nod. Everyone followed the trail of blood and walked forward. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally found a person lying in a pool of blood in a lush bush not far away. It's Elder Qing. There's no doubt about it, Jiang Chongqing walked over and said hurriedly. At this moment, Elder Qing's body was badly mutilated and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Most importantly, his back was hit by a palm strike. This palm strike was almost fatal. His back was caved in and the palm print was pitch black. It was obvious that it was poisonous. He's already dead, Lin Feng checked Elder Qing's corpse and said with a bitter expression. Who did this? Yi Kai asked solemnly. Just then, the sound of wind came from afar. 3 figures walked over in the air. Oh, you're all here. I can't be bothered to look for you. A voice rang out, and the 3 silhouettes were already very close to him. The 3 figures were covered in large black robes and their faces could not be seen clearly. They hung upside down on the tree branches and stared at Suzimo's group. The eyes of these 3 figures were blood red, and the aura around them gave off a very oppressive feeling. The other 2 figures should be in the honorable realm, and the figure in the middle gave off the most pressure. He was almost in the heavenly fusion realm. Everyone's expression was solemn. After the 9 Firmaments Emperor sect split, the strongest person in the sect, Laozu, was only in the heavenly fusion realm. Elder Qing was killed by you guys? Yi Kai asked. Yes, the black-robed figure said indifferently. Who are you guys? Jiang Chongqing asked cautiously. Us? You can call us 7 Lights, the figure on the left said eerily. The remnants of the 7 Lights sect, Lin Feng exclaimed. Little friend, you seem to be well informed, the figure in the middle said in a very low voice. When did our 9 Firmaments Emperor sect defend the seniors of the 7 Lights sect? Lin Feng quickly asked. Can we kill you just because you didn't offend us? Do we need a reason to act? The man in the middle said. Hand over the geranium flower, and I can leave your corpses intact. You guys stop them. I'll go to the sect to get reinforcements as soon as possible, Lin Feng looked at everyone and said. Don't be shameless, Suzimo glanced at Lin Feng and said, let's split up in 4 directions. Whoever returns to the sect first will get reinforcements as soon as possible. After Suzimo finished speaking, he pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, the geranium flower is on him. Then, he ran towards the north. Seeing this, Lin Feng was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. You're the one who's shameless. Seeing Su Zimo leave, Yi Xian, Nine Nether, and the purple-dressed woman from the main clan all followed. Yi Kai ran towards the south while Jiang Chongxing ran towards the east. If we die together, Lin Feng roared and followed Su Zimo to the north. It's more important to get the geranium flower first, the black-robed man in the middle said with a slight frown. The three of them walked on air, and their speed was much faster. They caught up to the group in almost an instant. Why are you following me? Su Zimo looked at the three women behind him and asked. I think you're an interesting person, the woman in purple replied. What's your cultivation? Su Zimo asked. Peak Venerable, the purple-dressed woman replied nonchalantly. Then when those three people catch up, you three block them first. I'll go get reinforcements. Su Zimo looked at the three women and suggested. Are you still a man? The purple-dressed woman said angrily. Why don't you give it a try? Su Zimo turned around and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Feng chasing after him from behind. The black-robed heavenly fusion stage man waved his right hand, and an emperor's pressure enveloped the sky. Flames began to gather in his hands. Countless fireballs appeared in the sky and fell like meteorites, smashing towards Su Zimo and the others. They hurriedly dodged, and the black-robed man watched indifferently from the side. Countless large holes had been smashed into the ground. They narrowly escaped the bombardment of the fireballs. The black-robed man jokingly said, Why aren't you running anymore? What should we do? Yi Xian asked anxiously. Fight, what else can we do? Su Zimo looked at Lin Feng and said, Emperor, you take the lead. I'll cheer you on from the side. Lin Feng glared at Su Zimo, but he also knew that Su Zimo was a well-known piece of trash in the Emperor sect of the Nine Clouds. He couldn't just send him to his death. How long are you going to play? Nine Nether looked at Su Zimo and asked leisurely. As a peak venerable, she couldn't take a single blow from Su Zimo. Only she knew Su Zimo's true strength. Su Zimo looked at a willow tree not far away and smiled. What's the rush? Someone will save us. It's not my turn yet. Hand over the geraniums, the black-robed man said. We're going to die anyway. What's the difference? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Then you can go to hell, the black-robed man said and slammed his palm down. The other two venerables guarded the surroundings to prevent them from escaping. Heavenly Scar Heaven Slashing Art. Seeing the palm coming down, Lin Feng roared. His muscles and bones bulged as a pure sword intent gathered around him. The sword intent was sharp and bright. Lin Feng pulled out his sword and the aura of a venerable surged. The long sword streaked across the silent sky, bringing with it endless ripples as it collided with the black palm. With a boom, the large palm paused for a moment, and then directly annihilated the sword intent. The palm slapped down again with unstoppable force, even though Lin Feng was still resisting with all his might. A palm print was left on the ground. Dust flew everywhere and a painful cry rang out. Then, when the dust settled, everyone looked at the situation inside. Lin Feng's legs were smashed into the ground as if they were rooted to the ground. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. Blood flowed from his body and the long sword in his hand fell to the side. Too cruel. Su Zimo shook his head and lamented, Can it be any more cruel? Save me. The veins on Lin Feng's forehead bulged as he roared at Su Zimo and the others, If I die, you guys will be next. I'm sorry, you can die in peace. Su Zimo shook his head and said. I want to save him too, but unfortunately, I'm a piece of trash and can't do anything. Hand over the geranium flower, the black-robed man said indifferently. Then, his hands turned into blades and his spiritual energy condensed before he slashed down with his right hand. Just as he was about to snatch Lin Feng's storage ring, a resplendent sword light came from afar. With a boom, the sword light came over in the shape of a cross. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and slapped the sword light with both hands. Only a boom sound was heard, and the whole person flew out upside down. Everyone turned to look and saw Muchanga walking over with a 3-foot-long sword in his white Confucian robe fluttering in the wind. Martial uncle, the purple-robed woman greeted. Save me, Muchanga. Lin Feng seemed to see hope and hurriedly shouted for help. Who are you? The black-robed man frowned and asked. Muchanga of the Nine Firmament Sacred Sect, Muchanga said with a smile. Which of the 7 luminaries are you? Inghua, the black-robed man said indifferently. I will truthfully report this matter to the higher-ups of my sacred sect, Muchanga said calmly. Go back, I won't make things difficult for you. I was wondering who it was. So it's the sacred sword Elder Mu, the black-robed man said with a smile. Everyone says that you're invincible in the heavenly fusion stage. I'd like to try. You're not enough, but you can try all together, Muchanga said indifferently. The black-robed man stared at Muchanga, his scarlet eyes uncertain. How do you know if you don't try? The black-robed man said. A strange power suddenly appeared around him, as if the stars in the sky were falling, bathing him in endless starlight. In this starlight, the countless stars only had outlines, with no form. Suddenly, a dazzling star appeared amidst the starlight. Endless star power began to emerge from the star, and in the next moment, there was a boom. A large hole appeared in the sky, as if there was a star tens of thousands of kilometers away, facing it from afar. This is the famous 7 luminaries technique of the 7 luminaries sect, Muchanga whispered. Star fall, the black-robed man roared from his throat. Above the firmament, an incomparably huge star actually fell down from the crack in the sky. It was like a real meteorite, bringing with it a dazzling light and burning flames of tens of thousands of degrees. No wonder the Sun-Moon sect didn't wipe you out back then. This 7 luminaries technique is probably at the level of a saint technique, Muchanga shook his head lightly. He raised his long sword, and a spot of light flickered at the tip. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Our 9 Clouds Heaven Scar sword is not used like this. Muchanga slowly brandished his long sword. On the blade of the sword, an indescribable amount of sword will condense towards the long sword. His body gave off a mysterious feeling, as if his entire being had merged with the heaven and earth. How can this sword live up to its name of heaven severing? Muchanga said lightly. When the sword intent had reached a stage where it couldn't be controlled and reached its limit, with a boom, Muchanga threw out the sword intent and the long sword together. The long sword collided with the falling star, and the endless void cracked. Just the shock wave alone raised the surrounding area to the ground. Half of the sky collapsed. When the two extreme forces met, they were in a stalemate. In the next moment, dense cracks appeared on the huge star. Along with the shattering of the star, the boundless sword intent was also completely worn away. At the moment when the two dissipated, Muchanga's long sword flew out through the star. It pierced through the black-robed man's chest and nailed him in the air. The black-robed man lowered his head and looked at the sword in his chest. He pulled it out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You win. After he finished speaking, he didn't linger any longer and stepped into the air to leave. Muchanga gestured with his right hand, and the sword flew back to him. On the way, it directly slashed apart the waists of the other two Exalt Realm experts. Are you all okay? Muchanga asked everyone after landing. I'm fine. Suzimo smiled and shook his head. I have something to do, Lin Feng struggled to say. His legs sank deep into the ground, and he couldn't pull them out at all. He was like a pile of mud, lying on the ground. Muchanga waved his hand slightly, and that piece of land instantly exploded, saving Lin Feng from it. Thank you for saving my life, Elder Mu, Lin Feng said gratefully. Take this pill to heal your injuries. Muchanga nodded slightly and casually threw a pill over. Elder Mu, why didn't you stop him just now? Lin Feng took the elixir and asked in confusion. We're both in the heavenly fusion realm. Although I can defeat him if I want to kill him. He can still escape if he fights with his life on the line, Muchanga explained. Lin Feng nodded. After taking the pill, he sat down and adjusted his breathing for a while. Although his life was saved, his injuries were too serious. He couldn't walk on his own anymore. If everyone wanted to rush back to the Emperor sect, someone would have to carry him back. Muchanga was an elder, so it was impossible. The others present were all women, so it wasn't convenient for them either. Therefore, Lin Feng could only look at Suzimo. Why are you looking at me? I'm not carrying you. Suzimo waved his hand and said. If I didn't stall for time just now, all of you would have died, Lin Feng said angrily. It's not that I don't want to carry you, but I'm also injured, Su Zimo replied. You didn't even do anything just now. How could you be injured? Lin Feng shouted. I'm injured internally. You can't see it from the outside, Su Zimo said. And I clearly ran away just now. You were the one who led that black-robed man in this direction. And you still have the cheek to say that? When I get back, I'll definitely report this to father. How could such a vicious person like you murder his own brother? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lin Feng pointed at Su Zimo. He was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Forget it. Let my vain beast do it, Muchanga shook his head helplessly. He waved his right hand, and a beast roared in front of him. The space rippled as a lion with blue intertwined with black appeared in front of him. Little one, sorry to trouble you, Muchanga said with a smile. No problem, the lion spoke in human language. He grabbed Lin Feng with his mouth and swung him up, catching him with his back. Be gentle. I'm injured all over. Lin Feng cried out in pain. It's enough as long as you have something to sit on. Why do you have so many requests? Do you want to crawl back? The lion replied indifferently. Lin Feng was so angry that his face turned red. In the end, he chose to remain silent. This lion is interesting, Su Zimo said with interest as he touched his chin. This is Martial Uncle's Prejna lion. It's very powerful, the purple-dressed woman said. It's SOSO. I like its personality, Su Zimo said. TSK, you only know how to talk big. I'm afraid you don't even have a vain beast, the purple-dressed woman said. Seeing that Su Zimo didn't answer, she added, my name is Hong Xiling. When you have the chance to come to the main clan, remember to mention my name. Su Zimo nodded and asked curiously, what's the matter with the Seven Planets sect? The Seven Planets sect is a sect in the North region. I don't know much about it, Hong Xiling replied. It's said that they're a very powerful force, especially the Seven Planets Sun. He's a famous figure in the North region. Although they're not an emperor sect, their strength is no different from an emperor sect. Unfortunately, they offended the Sun Moon sect and were destroyed. Only the Seven Planets Sun escaped. I didn't expect him to come to our South region. The seven planets represent the seven planets in the universe. They can also be abbreviated as Sun, Moon, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth. That Inghua cultivates the fire star technique of the seven planets, Muchanga said. There's no harm in telling you. Just don't spread it outside. The Sun Moon sect destroyed the Seven Planets sect to obtain their Seven Planets technique. The Seven Planets technique is divided into two parts. The Seven Planets sect has the first part, while the Sun Moon sect has the second part. It's said that the combination of the two parts is a supreme technique. Said Muchangu indifferently, after the Seven Luminaries sect was destroyed, the Seven Luminaries' children escaped and became independent cultivators. They started stealing resources everywhere. Their reputation is very bad. They probably noticed you when you bought the heavenly orchid flower at the auction. Seven Luminaries technique, interesting, said Su Zimo smiling. I'll discuss this with the higher-ups of the sect. You just focus on preparing for the tournament of the continent of the Nine Clouds, said Muchanga nodding. After walking for a while, they saw Jiang Chongxing and Yi Kai bringing a white-haired old man over. They must have called for reinforcements. The white-haired old man's aura was extremely dense. It was long and continuous, growing and multiplying endlessly. He gave people a great pressure. The old man was wearing a white robe with white clouds embroidered on it. From the outside, the old man didn't look any different from an ordinary person. His face was full of wrinkles and wrinkles. Only his eyes were bright and full of vigor. It's Laozu from Taishao Peak, said Yi Xian when she saw the old man. Su Zimo looked in the old man's direction. He knew that the old man was one of the few remaining Laozu from Taishao Peak. He was also Lin Jimi's grandfather. Grandfather, said Su Zimo. Little Chiu, are you all alright? Asked Lin Jimi hastily. We're fine. Elder Mu saved us, said Su Zimo. Lin Jimi looked at Muchanga and smiled. Muchanga, you're not bad. You're just like your father. Chang'e greets Martial Uncle Lin, Mu Chang'e said respectfully. Even though the Nine Clouds holy sect was much stronger than the great imperial sect, they were still from the same branch. Many people still called them elders. Of course, there were also some people from the main branch who looked down on them, but there was nothing they could do about it. Grandfather. Lin Feng, who was beside him, cried out pitifully, as if he wanted to act pitiful. Looking at his aggrieved expression, he almost cried. A real man should have an indomitable spirit. You're the Prince of Grand Firmament, what's there to cry about? Lin Jimmy frowned and scolded. Lin Feng hurriedly hid his expression and lowered his head, not saying a word. Brat from the Mu clan, although your seniority is lower than mine, you are still someone from the main clan. To show respect, I will call you Elder Mu, said Lin Jimmy. As you wish, Martial Uncle Lin. Mu Chang'e smiled and said nonchalantly. Are you the only one sent by the main clan to supervise the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds? Asked Lin Jimmy. In addition to me, Elder Qin is also here. He should be arriving soon. I came early because of some personal matters, Mu Chang'e said with a smile. Which Elder Qin? Lin Jimmy was still trying to gather information. Qin Hanqing, Mu Chang'e replied with a smile. Why is it him? Lin Jimmy frowned and shook his head. As they chatted, they returned to the Emperor sect of the Nine Clouds in the afternoon. By the time they reached the Nine Firmament Emperor sect, they could see a huge group of people waiting to welcome them. It's so lively here. The leaders of the 9 branches are all here, said Jiang Chongqing. Su Zimo turned his head to look and saw that. At the mountain gate, there were almost 9 long lines occupying the mountain gate. Even though the clothes of the 9 branches were similar, the colors were different. White, black, red, blue, purple, gold, green, gray, cyan. The 9 colors were very eye-catching. The mountain peak was surrounded by clouds, and the robes were fluttering in the wind. When Mu Chang'e and the others arrived, the leader of Godly Clouds Peak, Chang Qing, smiled and said, Welcome to the Emperor sect of the 9 Clouds, Elder Mu. You're too polite, Peak Leader Chang. We're from the same roots. I hope that more geniuses will be discovered in the future. It's an honor for everyone, said Mu Chang'e modestly. Elder Mu, is Little Qi doing well in the main branch? Asked Wang Yuntian, the leader of Bixiao Peak, smiling. Little Qi is one of the candidates to become a holy cultivator. He's been practicing cultivation. I don't know much about him, said Mu Chang'e. When the people of the other branches heard that, they were jealous. In the past, when the people of the branches went to the main branch, they were always oppressed. In the end, they had no choice but to live under someone else's roof. Wang Qi, the imperial prince of Bixiao Peak, had joined the holy sect of the 9 Clouds a few hundred years ago. He was very famous. He had made a name for himself in the holy sect. Now, he was one of the candidates to become a holy cultivator. Once someone became a holy cultivator, they would become the patriarch's disciple. The leaders of purple clouds, red clouds, jade clouds, and the others also walked up to Mu Chang'e. After all, whether or not they could join the main branch depended on their performance at the great meeting of the continent of the 9 Clouds. Elder Mu, we're ready for the great meeting of the continent of the 9 Clouds. We'll hold it in 3 days. Why don't you stay at my Jade Sky Peak for the next few days? Wang Yuntian suggested. Godly Peak has prepared a place for you to stay. You can come and have a look, said Chang Qing. Mu Chang'e sighed in her heart as she watched the peak masters scrambling to be the first. No wonder the 9 Firmaments Emperor sect had been on the decline for the past few years. Putting aside the fact that the 9 branches of the sect were divided, even the leader of the sect was like this. I'll go to Taishan Peak and have a rest. I promised Uncle Lin on the way, said Mu Chang'e, smiling calmly. Taishan Peak. Everyone glanced at Lin Jimmy and Lin Beixing, deep in thought. But since Mu Chang'e had spoken, they didn't dare refute him. They just said a few polite words. Taishan Peak was at the bottom of the continent of the 9 Clouds. People didn't pay much attention to it. If there was a war between the 9 branches, Taishan Peak would be the first to be destroyed. After all, being weak was a sin. Everybody invited Mu Chang'e into the sect. The 9 branches had already prepared a banquet. The whole great imperial sect of the Nine Clouds was filled with joy. Su Zimo and the other juniors didn't pay much attention to them. With such elders, no wonder your branch clans are so useless, said Hong Xiling disdainfully. I agree with that. If not for the support of the Nine Firmaments sacred sect these few years, our Nine Firmaments Emperor sect would have fallen out of the Emperor sect ranks within a few hundred years. Jiang Chongqing replied seriously. I don't care about what happens here. After all, I'm just a passerby, said Su Zimo, smiling. What passerby? You're making it sound so profound, said Jiao Yu. How confident are you in winning the great meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds? Asked Hong Xiling. How confident? You don't know my reputation, said Su Zimo, smiling. Go to Taishao Peak and ask about Lin Xiao. You'll understand. He's deliberately mystifying, Hong Xiling snorted. Brother, do you want me to give you the information of your opponents? Asked Jiang Chongqing. The imperial princes of the continent of the Nine Clouds are not easy opponents. Those who can become imperial princes among thousands of people must be strong. It doesn't matter. I'll leave after the tournament of the continent of the Nine Clouds anyway, said Su Zimo. When they returned to Taishao Peak, Lin Feng was taken away to recuperate. Hong Xiling had a special place to stay. Jiao Yu was Su Zimo's maid, so she lived in the same courtyard as Su Zimo. Su Zimo had just returned to the courtyard and hadn't rested for long when Lin Beixing sent a disciple to call Su Zimo. Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry. He took a bath and put on a new white robe. He looked at himself in the mirror. He had been in this world for a long time, but it was the first time he looked at his appearance. He was quite good-looking. He had the potential to be a gigolo. The bridge of Su Zimo's nose was high, and his hair was a little fluffy on top of his head. Especially after Su Zimo finished tempering his body, his eyes were even more spirited. When he arrived at the peak of Taishao Peak, his father, Lin Beixing, and several elders of Taishao Peak were waiting there. Dad, didn't you attend Elder Mu's banquet? Asked Su Zimo with a smile. Your grandfather is there. I don't need to intervene, replied Lin Beixing. He looked at Su Zimo and asked seriously, Tell me. Tell me what? Asked Su Zimo. About your brother, said Lin Beixing. What happened to him? Asked Su Zimo with a frown. I just went to see him. He said you exposed the geranium flower. That's why he's being chased, said Lin Beixing. There were so many people there. Dad, you could have just asked someone, said Su Zimo. At that time, we agreed to split up, but in the end, he kept following me. It was obvious that he wanted to kill me with a borrowed knife. It's fine if I didn't say anything, but I even complained first. Your brothers. There's no need to fight over such trivial matters, Lin Beixing said, feeling a headache coming on. Father, then you should ask him, my good brother, Su Zimo said with a smile. Then, he took out a box from his storage ring and placed it in front of Lin Beixing. She smiled and said, Father, this is the gift I prepared for him. Please pass it to him on my behalf and say that it's my apology. Let him look. Don't peek. Lin Beixing smiled and said, That's good too. I'm glad that you have such intentions. Looking at Su Zimo's departing figure, Lin Beixing took the wooden box and went to Lin Feng's courtyard. As soon as he entered the room, he saw broken vases all over the floor and a trembling maid. You may leave. Lin Beixing frowned slightly and waved his hand at the maid. Father, I've lost my composure. Lin Feng lay on the bed and tried to calm himself down. Are you still angry with your brother? Lin Beixing asked with a smile. How would I dare to be angry with him? After all, you dote on him so much, Lin Feng said lightly. I admit that I've cared more about your brother than you all these years, but you also know his situation. He couldn't cultivate since he was young, so he suffered a lot of pressure and ridicule. He's different from you, the emperor's son. Lin Beixing sat on the edge of the bed and said earnestly. Your brother is not an insensible person. He couldn't show himself, so he asked me to give you some gifts. What gifts? Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked. Open it and take a look. Lin Beixing handed the wooden box to Lin Feng and said with a smile. He also specifically told me not to peek and to see what's inside. Lin Feng opened the wooden box doubtfully. The moment the box was opened, his eyes suddenly widened. His hands trembled slightly, and he didn't know whether it was from anger or fear. There was a human head in the box. Although the head had been dead for a long time, he could still see the face clearly. It's Yangqing. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That night, he sent Yangqing to assassinate Su Zimo because he wanted to make it a relapse of his previous serious injury. Originally, he had not seen Yangqing for many days and felt that something was amiss. He didn't expect him to be killed. At this moment, countless thoughts flew through Lin Feng's mind. He suddenly felt that he couldn't see through his brother. How could this be? Even Lin Beixing was stunned for a long time. He took the box and stood there with an uncertain expression. This is a warning, father. He must have killed it, Lin Feng shouted from the side. He clearly knows that Yangqing is my man. He wants to kill me. Have a good rest. I'll deal with this matter. Lin Beixing said and directly left the room. At this moment, Su Zimo had already returned to the courtyard. That head was not so much a warning to Lin Feng as it was a reminder to Lin Beixing. Between him and Lin Feng, one of them had to die. The hot summer sun shone on the ground. The sun was like a huge fireball, roasting everything. In the scorching summer, the entire emperor sect of the Nine Heavens was bustling with activity. Su Zimo didn't pay much attention. It was said that the second elder of the main sect, Qin Hansheng, had arrived. The other members of the 9 bloodlines had also rushed to welcome him. Su Zimo had always felt that there was nothing wrong with having a backer. However, if one wanted to be strong, one had to rely on oneself. The current situation of the emperor sect of the 9 Heavens could only be described with one idiom: struggling at death's door. They had no backbone and no determination to become strong. All they wanted was for the main sect to fall into their lap. He found a cool place under a big tree in the courtyard and set up a deck chair to rest. After Nine Nether finished her bath, her wet black hair draped over her shoulders. She sat quietly in the pavilion at the side. When do you plan to go to the ruins of the divine race? Nine Nether asked. When I'm done with everything, I'll naturally go. Su Zimo smiled. Then there has to be a time. Nine Nether said. There's no time. Anyway, I'll go. If you can't wait, you can leave. I won't stop you. Su Zimo said. Nine Nether snorted coldly and didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, he was lying on the rocking chair with his eyes closed. In fact, his consciousness had already entered his true fate world. In the divine continent, within the 1,000 demons tribe, the 9 ancient mythical beasts were still recovering their strength. The dragon tribe was getting bigger and bigger. Hun Dun was managing the 1,000 demons tribe. The entire world was proceeding in an orderly manner. Previously, when the spatial storm came, the void spirit monkey hid in the great sage body. In a moment of desperation, Su Zimo threw the great sage body into his true fate world. This time, he was here to find the great sage body. He waved his right hand and his entire body disappeared into the void. Then, he reappeared in the Dao. Dao Ai, help me search for the great sage body. Su Zimo said calmly. As Su Zimo's voice fell, the great path of the divine land transformed into the eye of the great path. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, and an eye appeared in the depths of the void. This eye observed the entire world. Time flowed backward in the eye, as if everything was rewound in his eyes. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every movement of any creature on the divine land could not escape the eye of the great path. It traced back to the origin, and a glance could see 10,000 years or even longer. The divine land had not been established for long. In almost the blink of an eye, the eye of the great path found the great sage. After Su Zimo threw the great sage into the divine land, it was picked up by the natives of this world. After obtaining all the information, Su Zimo descended on the divine land. The divine land had experienced 2 eras, from the ultimate ruin era to the barbaric era. The creatures of this era gradually adapted to survival and began to form a pyramid among each other. Some creatures that could not adapt could only slowly walk toward death. Animals were still the kings of this world. A small number of humans began to try to hunt animals. However, most humans were still in the most primitive era. They did not have a fixed residence and did not know how to plant and raise animals. The food they ate was all natural. At this time, there was still very little communication between humans. There were no forces or countries. Although there were rivers and lakes where there were people, in this vast world, humans were just a drop in the ocean. The real war was still very far away. There were no names for mountains, no names for lands, and no real words appeared. It was very difficult for humans to communicate with each other. In a vast mountain, the four of them were walking with great difficulty. They were a family of four. A father, a mother, and a son and a daughter. As the four of them moved forward, they collected the food they encountered along the way. They did not mind whether it was raw or cold. They hardly spoke, but occasionally, they would shout a few times. When Suzimo walked in front of them step by step, the four of them looked at Suzimo curiously. Due to the language barrier, Suzimo smiled and pointed at the little girl's pocket to express his understanding. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then took out a golden monkey statue. When the great sage fell into this world, the little girl occasionally picked it up as a toy. "I'll trade this for yours." Suzimo took out a thick book and pointed at it, indicating that he wanted to trade. The girl hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she handed the golden monkey statue to Suzimo. The moment they received the book, the four of them looked at the book made of paper and the strange patterns on it. They were all a little entranced. Suzimo had prepared this book beforehand. The content of the book was in the form of words and pictures. It could be considered an introductory book that taught humans how to grow plants and how to identify some medicinal herbs. There were also common sense issues such as fire, weather, and the four seasons. Suzimo wanted to use these four people as a breakthrough so that they could pass this knowledge to the world. In fact, even if Suzimo did not help, humans would slowly figure it out in a few hundred years. However, Suzimo did not intend to wait for such a long time, and there was no harm in helping him when appropriate. When all the creatures had explored the world thoroughly, Suzimo was ready to start the Spirit Chi revival. From the age of savagery to the age of cultivation. The four of them were deeply attracted by the contents of the book. Although they did not understand the meaning of the words, the pictures perfectly explained the meaning. When the four of them raised their heads again, they realized that Suzimo had disappeared. They were shocked. After obtaining the statue of the great sage, Suzimo looked at the statue in his hand and said, "What's wrong? You still don't plan to come out? Where is this?" The statue flashed with golden light and a voice sounded. It was the voice of the Void Spirit Monkey, the Heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage. "You don't need to know so much," Suzimo said plainly. "However, since you're here, you have no chance of escaping. Even if you have my body, you won't have my heart," the Heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage shouted from within the statue. Suzimo smiled and did not say anything. He brought the statue to the Thousand Demons tribe. "Hundun, I'll leave this guy to you," said Suzimo as he threw the golden monkey statue into the Thousand Demons tribe. "Don't worry, master," laughed Hundun. He waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, come out and welcome the newcomer." After leaving the godly continent, Suzimo's consciousness went back to his body. A gentle breeze blew in the courtyard. The 9 Netherworlds tribe was cultivating in the pavilion next to him. Her body was surrounded by golden lights. It seemed to be the godly strength she had mentioned. There were layers of ripples in the air. She seemed to have fused with the space around her. The surroundings were extremely quiet. After a short time, Jiang Chongxing came in. "Brother," said Jiang Chongxing with a smile. He was holding a thick book and was smiling. "Why are you here?" asked Suzimo. Beside him, 9 Nether also opened his eyes slightly and exited from his cultivation state. "I've organized the list of people who are going to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. There are some noteworthy people I want to report to you," said Jiang Chongxing. Since Suzimo had killed the Azure Flood Dragon, he had felt that Suzimo was not simple. He wanted to hold on tightly to this thigh. He didn't need to play any tricks. There was always a reward. "Anyway, I have nothing to do now." "There's no harm in listening," said Suzimo, nodding. "Apart from the imperial princes of Tai Shao Peak, you need to be careful of the imperial princes of the other 8 branches." Jiang Chongxing flipped through the information in his hand and began to explain. The imperial prince of Baishao Peak is called Xianxia. You should know that he's arrogant and despotic, but he's very strong. It's said that he's cultivated the holy scriptures of the continent of the 9 clouds to the 4th level. There's also Jingxiao. Their imperial prince, Qi Yi, specializes in music. He was born with 6 fingers. Although he rarely fights, it's said that he can kill people just by hearing his voice. Interesting, said Su Zimo, smiling. There's also the imperial prince of Yuxiao Peak, Yu Chonglong. It's said that he's only cultivated the celestial life blade since he was a child. He's already comprehended the 36th level of the celestial life blade technique. Nobody in the younger generation of the continent of the 9 clouds can defeat him. Even though the 9 martial monarchs' sons had never had a public competition, they were still the most popular ones among the 9 factions. Shen Yu of Divine Firmament. Shen Yu? What's so special about him? Asked Su Zimo curiously. I'm not sure, but he's very strong. It's said that even the elders of Divine Firmament respect him, replied Jiang Chongqing. Where's that Shen Lang who stole my maid, the Jade Firmament's first blade? Su Zimo asked with interest. He's also very strong. It's said that he once competed with Yan Song for the position of Imperial Prince. In the end, his arms and legs were broken. It took him a long time to recover, explained Jiang Chongqing. Interesting, but they're just kids playing house, replied Su Zimo. Brother, don't underestimate them. They're all at the top of the Zunqi layer, replied Jiang Chongqing. I know. Do you know how the competition is going to be held this time? Asked Su Zimo. I don't know. After all, the main clan sets the rules every time. It's different every time, said Jiang Chongqing, shaking his head. While everyone was chatting, they saw Lin Beixing storming into the courtyard in an aggressive manner. He glanced at Jiang Chongqing and the 9 Netherworld's emperor and said indifferently, "You two leave. I have something to talk to him about." The 2 nodded and left the courtyard. I hope you can give me a good explanation, said Lin Beixing, throwing the wooden box in front of Su Zimo. He took a deep breath and said, Do you know the consequences of killing a fellow disciple of the same sect? What consequences? Asked Su Zimo, smiling. If people know about this, I won't be able to protect you, said Lin Beixing sternly. What if he wanted to kill me first? Replied Su Zimo. What do you mean? Asked Lin Beixing, frowning. Nothing. Dad, you understand, said Su Zimo. He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. There's no enmity between us, and he's my brother's subordinate. What do you think? Are you suspecting little Feng? Asked Lin Beixing, frowning. I'm not suspecting him. I'm sure, but I don't have any proof. I don't want to find proof, said Su Zimo, waving. We'll definitely fight at the competition of the continent of the 9 clouds. Dad, you have to be prepared. If he tries to kill me, I'll kill him too. Nonsense. Do you still respect me as your father? Said Lin Beixing, slapping the table. The table made of green steel rock cracked in an instant. Lin Beixing's face was dark and gloomy. He was very angry. Dad, shouldn't you ask him why he wants to kill me? Said Su Zimo. If you want to kill your brother, I'd rather Taishao Peak not participate in the competition, said Lin Beixing. Dad, you should understand. The problem isn't with the continent of the 9 clouds, it's between us, said Lin Feng. Su Zimo shook his head and replied, even if we don't participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, we'll still have to fight. I'll ask him about it, Lin Beixing said calmly. Do you think he will tell you? Su Zimo laughed. If you want to fight, you'll have to do it over my dead body, Lin Beixing said and walked out. Su Zimo turned to look at Lin Beixing. At this moment, Lin Beixing's back seemed to have aged a lot. In the next few days, Su Zimo's days were much more peaceful. Lin Beixing and Lin Feng didn't come to see Su Zimo again until the 3rd day of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. On the day of the grand event, tens of thousands of people gathered at the great Dao Peak of the 9 Firmament Emperor sect. Looking down from the sky, the 9 mountain peaks of the 9 lineages looked like a circle, tightly encircling each other. In the middle of the 9 Firmament Peak circle, there was a unique mountain peak, the Great Path Peak. That was where the saint of the 9 clouds used to live. After the saint had passed away, it had become the most solemn mountain peak of the imperial sect of the Nine Clouds. The Great Tao Peak was only opened for important events like the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Because the Great Tao Peak was extremely vast, it was even bigger than the other 9 mountains combined. 3 disciples from each branch would be selected to participate in the Great Tao Peak. The 9 branches had 27 disciples in total. Apart from the 27 disciples who could directly participate, there would be a huge competition. After this, there would be a grand competition. All the disciples of the 9 Firmament Emperor sect would be able to participate in a battle royale. The last 100 people would also be able to participate. Because Su Zimo and the others had already gone to Huahuang City, the Great Tao Peak had already started. Su Zimo, 9 Netherworlds, and Jiang Chongqing arrived at the Great Tao Peak. The peak was extremely steep and precipitous. From time to time, small rocks would fall down. The mountain was covered in lush vegetation. Looking from afar, the entire mountain seemed to be able to reach the heavens, as if it was holding the sun in its hands and standing on this misty land. Countless disciples rushed to the peak. The 127 disciples who were participating in the Great Tao Peak had a place to stand alone. The peak was also the most central position of the imperial sect of the 9 Clouds. It was the center of the Great Tao Peak. The spiritual chi here was the most abundant. "Senior brother, do your best." Jiang Chongqing cheered. Su Zimo smiled and walked towards the 127 disciples who were participating in the Great Tao Peak. On the peak, Mu Changge stood at the front. On his left was Hong Xiaoling, and on his right was an old man in gray robes. Su Zimo guessed that this old man should be the other person from the main sect, Qin Hansheng. He had hawk-like eyes and a hook nose. His face was slightly thin, and his brows were always furrowed. His hair was all white. He gave off a very rigid feeling, as though he was an old-fashioned old man. Behind the 3 of them were the 9 peak leaders of the imperial sect of the 9 Clouds, as well as the elders. I hereby announce that the 38th Great Tao Peak of the imperial sect of the 9 Clouds has officially begun. Mu Changge stood at the front and announced loudly. I'll briefly explain the rules and methods of this Great Tao Peak. I'll teleport all 127 of you to an ancient ruin. In there, you'll be competitors. You'll have to be careful of each other. At the same time, you'll have to be careful of the monsters in there. Later, I'll give each of you a teleportation token. If you encounter any danger in there, crush the token and teleport out. If anyone dies in there, we won't pursue any responsibility. This Great Tao Peak of the Great Tao Peak doesn't matter. In addition, we've hidden 9 imperial tokens in various places in the ruins. The 9 tokens correspond to the names of the 9 Clouds. In the end, the 9 people who obtain the tokens can enter the main sect. Hearing Mu Changge's words, everyone bowed and shouted in unison, "We understand." "If there's anything else you don't understand, you can ask," Mu Changge said. "We don't understand. What are the ancient ruins? Are the monsters inside strong?" someone asked in confusion. "The ancient ruins were left behind in the ancient era. We've already finished exploring them. It's a place for our disciples to practice. There's no great danger, but there are many small dangers. If you don't take it seriously, your life will be in danger," Mu Changge explained. "We understand," the disciple bowed and left. "If you don't have any questions, I'll open the ancient ruins," Mu Changge said. As his voice fell, a majestic aura surrounded him. The aura of a heavenly fusion realm surged around him. Mu Changge waved his hands and a ball of light was thrown out. The speck of light rose into the air and exploded in midair. Half of the sky shook. Mu Changge formed a seal with his hands, as if he was opening something. After a long time, the ball of light in the sky began to expand. The surrounding space was crushed by him. "Activate the array," Mu Changge said softly. Behind him, the 9 peak masters each took out a token. The moment the tokens lit up, the entire emperor sect of the 9 heavens seemed to shake. Rumble came from the top of the mountain. The 9 heavens formation was activated. The formation condensed countless waves of spiritual chi from all directions, gathering in the sky above the Great Tao Peak. This was the center of the 9 heavens formation, where all the spiritual chi converged. When the spiritual chi gathered here, the spiritual chi formed a storm that whistled past like a cloud. The entire firmament was completely submerged. And when the ball of light expanded to a certain area, there was a boom and the entire sky changed. As far as the eye could see, above the sky, a virtual image was drawn into the eyes. Primeval forests, deserts, snowy mountains, monsters hundreds of feet tall, and terrifying screams. Images began to appear in the sky above, and the entire sky became illusory. This method is interesting, Suzumo said with interest. In the sky, it was as if the images were in front of him. In fact, Suzumo knew that the images they were seeing were thousands of miles away. It was just a projection of the ruins. The truly amazing thing was that Muchanga opened a spatial door in the Emperor sect of the Nine Heavens. It was a spatial door that allowed one to enter the ancient ruins. This spatial door connected the two places that were separated by tens of thousands of miles. One end of the spatial door was in the Emperor sect of the Nine Heavens, and the other end should be in the ancient ruins. Everyone, please set off, Muchanga said with a smile. Suzumo followed the other 100+ people and stepped into the air at the same time, entering the spatial door. After everyone had entered, Muchanga waved his hand again. The spatial door was completely closed, and the images in the sky stabilized. The screen displayed a panoramic view of the primordial ruins. This is the projection of the ruins. We can clearly see what they are going through inside and what they are doing from the outside, Muchanga said with a smile. Who do you think will be able to enter the main clan this time? Chongqing, the peak lord of the divine firmament peak, asked with a smile. Everyone sat down on the seats that had been prepared for them. Wang Yuntian, the peak master of Bixiao Peak, smiled. He said, the sovereigns of the various factions have the highest hopes. As for whether there are any dark horses, I don't know. I think Great Firmament Peak is in a bit of trouble this time. After all, their emperor's son is the weakest, Bright Firmament Peak Master Chi Hai said with a smile. Don't jump to conclusions before the results are out, Lin Beixing said calmly. Save yourself the trouble of slapping yourself in the face. It seems that Peak Master Lin is very confident. Chi Hai smiled and replied nonchalantly. Elder Mu and Elder Qin, do you have anyone in mind? Wang Yuntian looked at the two elders of the main clan and asked with a smile. We only look at the results, nothing else, Muchanga said, looking at the projection above. Great Firmament Peak hasn't been good these few years, Elder Qin said calmly. Lin Beixing's expression turned ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. Only he knew that Qin Hansheng was biased against the Great Firmament lineage. A few thousand years ago, when the 9 Firmament Saint passed away, he had divided the 9 Firmament technique into 9 chapters and passed it down to the 9 factions. Many years ago, Qin Hansheng came to the Emperor sect to borrow the Great Firmament technique of the Great Firmament lineage. However, how could the pulse suppression technique be casually shown to others? Therefore, Lin Jimmy directly rejected him. However, no one expected that the main clan elder this time would be Qin Hansheng. Everyone chatted while looking at the image in the sky. After entering the space door, Suzumo realized that his vision was pitch black. His entire body was surrounded by the power of space. His body was a little weightless and he was constantly jumping through space. From one dimension to another. After about 10 minutes, Suzumo felt that the power of space around him was getting weaker and weaker. Then, he completely lost control of his body and fell. He quickly steadied his body and looked around at his surroundings. He was in a vast plain, surrounded by a few scattered trees. There was no one around. Before Suzumo could take a closer look, a bolt of lightning struck from the side. His figure flashed and he dodged the lightning attack. After the lightning landed, it directly blasted a huge hole in the ground. Then, the lightning flew over at an even faster speed. Suzumo grabbed out with both hands and held lightning in his hands. Looking at it carefully, he realized that it wasn't lightning, but a small silver snake. The small snake was constantly struggling and there were arcs of electricity flashing on its body. Suzumo casually extinguished the small snake and looked up again to look around. There seemed to be a power in the ancient ruins that prohibited the creatures that entered here from stepping on air. If Suzumo really wanted to fight against the power of the sky restriction, it was not impossible. After all, with his strength as a divine king, this place couldn't do anything to him. Looking around from the hillside, the plain was so vast that he couldn't see the end. In the distance, there was a forest. towering trees stood tall and straight on the ground. According to the rules of this meeting, one must find the 9 firmaments token to enter the main tribe. Suzimo didn't care about the token. He had to deal with the people who should be dealt with first. He walked on the plain. It seemed that his speed was very slow, but in fact, every step was like a natural chasm. Almost in a breath, he came to the forest. The forest looked very old. Almost every tree was as thick as several people hugging it. The lush branches and leaves covered and intertwined together. There was no sun in this ruin, but it was still sunny. At the entrance of the forest, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was newly erected. There were only 4 words written on it: Demon Fog Forest. Suzimo guessed that this should be a sign set up by the people of the main tribe. He closed his eyes slightly, and his spiritual sense slowly swept across the entire forest. As the range of his spiritual sense grew larger and larger, the vastness of this demon fog forest surprised Suzimo. The forest seemed to be endless, and Suzimo's spiritual sense was deeply immersed in it. Suzimo didn't think much and directly entered the forest. As soon as he walked into the forest, he felt that something was wrong. The line of sight in front of him seemed to be blocked by fog. The scene that was originally clear outside the forest was blurred inside. Ah! As soon as he entered the forest, a painful scream reached Suzimo's ears. Suzimo turned his head and saw a corpse hanging on a branch not far away from the dense forest. Judging from his clothes, he should be a disciple of Xianxia Peak. The branch pierced through his back and chest and directly dug out his heart. Immediately after, the tree grew eyes and a mouth. It threw the heart into its mouth, and as it ate, it smiled sinisterly at Suzimo. Provoking? Suzimo raised his eyebrows slightly and directly slapped down. The tree didn't even have time to react before it was annihilated by his palm. Suzimo found something interesting. He had just taken a few steps into the forest, but now he couldn't even find the exit. It was as if the forest was constantly moving and changing. At this moment, Xue Qingming was leading a group of disciples of Taishao Peak to escape from the forest. "Senior brother Xue, what should we do?" A disciple next to him asked anxiously. "I'm afraid this forest is not that simple. If we continue to escape without any pattern, I'm afraid there's little hope. It's all the Bixiao Peak's fault. They tricked us," a disciple next to him snorted coldly. "We're all brothers of the same sect. They actually want to kill us. Don't you know the rules?" "Life or death," Xue Qingming said indifferently. "If you encounter danger later, don't care about anything else. Immediately crush the space token." Everyone fled as fast as they could while looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, a branch whipped over from not far away. Before they could dodge, countless dense branches appeared under their feet and surrounded them. "What the hell is this place?" a disciple said unhappily. 4 or 5 disciples were holding long swords and constantly slashing at the branches. Unfortunately, these branches seemed to be able to grow again and were endless. It wasn't just the branches. Even the surrounding fog had become much thicker. It made it impossible for them to observe the situation around them. This also made the direction of the branches even more strange. "If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll all be trapped here," a disciple next to him said anxiously. "What can we do?" "This is the only way now," Xue Qingming said. As more and more branches appeared around them, it became increasingly difficult for them to move forward. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the group was completely surrounded by dense branches. Intertwined inside and outside, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. More importantly, barbs began to grow out of these branches. A disciple was accidentally struck by one of the barbs and instantly turned into a puddle of water. "Crush the token," Xue Qingming said helplessly. "We've been waiting for 10 years for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and now it's over," said a disciple. "If you want to die, then continue," Xue Qingming said coldly. "Only by being alive can there be unlimited hope. Oh, it's so lively here." At this moment, a soft laugh broke the heavy atmosphere. A saber light flashed, and the cage made of tree branches was cut into pieces. Everyone looked up in surprise, only to see Suzimo standing at the side, sizing up the situation inside with interest. "Lin, senior brother Lin Qiu," a disciple said in surprise. why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to be surrounded again? Asked Suzimo. Oh. The four disciples came back to their senses and hastily walked out of the gap in the cage. You just. Xue Qingming looked at Suzimo with a complicated expression. Xue Qingming had to admit that he couldn't do the same to the saber chi just now. What's the matter? Asked Suzimo indifferently. Nothing. Xue Qingming lowered his head, his expression unclear. He shook his head slightly. Senior brother Lin, you have to give us justice, said a disciple next to him, crying. What justice? You're stupid, and you're blaming others? Asked Suzimo. That disciple was speechless. Have you seen Shenlang from the Jade Sky Peak? Asked Suzimo. The first blade of the Jade Sky Peak? Asked a disciple next to him. I've seen him before. He was the one who tricked us into this demonic fog forest. Take me to him, said Suzimo. He went north just now. We have to leave this forest first, said Xue Qingming. That's easy. Suzimo raised his hand, and a ball of flame condensed in his palm. Prairie fire, he said softly. The flame instantly spread into a sea of fire, spreading from the surroundings and burning the entire forest. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sea of fire burned into a path in front of them. The surrounding trees actually came to life, extending their branches to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, these were not ordinary flames. Anything that came into contact with the flames would be burned to ashes in an instant. I know you can understand what I'm saying. Make a path and I'll put away the fire. Otherwise, I don't mind burning this forest, said Suzimo indifferently. Not long after he finished speaking, the trees in the forest began to move. In an instant, a path was opened, and even the surrounding fog was dispelled. This? The person next to him looked at this scene in surprise. Senior brother Lin, how did you do it before? The disciple next to him looked at Suzimo in a daze. How can I be so useless? Suzimo asked with a smile. No, I just hid it so well, said the disciple after organizing his words. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He couldn't possibly tell the other party that his predecessor was indeed a useless person. The dense fog forest was constantly moving. After walking for a short distance, they found the location of the exit. When everyone looked back again, they saw that the forest had gradually disappeared into the fog. Which direction? Suzimo asked indifferently. North. Xue Qingming pointed to the front and said, but he's not alone. There are a few Jade Sky Peak disciples with him. It's fine. Suzimo shook his head and walked towards the north. At this moment, at the top of the Great Dao Peak, everyone frowned slightly. Peak Master Lin, your son really hit it well, said Wang Yuntian at the side. Qiu'er, he. Lin Beixing frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered what Suzimo had said before. How he killed Yangqing and fought with Lin Feng, the emperor's son, so easily. Where did his confidence come from? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lin Beixing realized that he couldn't see through his son anymore. It's really him. Mu Chang'e, who was at the front, frowned slightly. In his heart, he had confirmed the person who killed the green dragon. The reason why he guessed before was because Suzimo was too young. He wasn't sure before because Qing Jiao was already at the Heavenly Fusion Realm, while Suzimo was still so young. Reaching the Heavenly Fusion Realm at such a young age was something that even the Holy Son of the Sage Sect couldn't do. Only the Holy Son of the Ancient Divine Sect could do it. Peak Master Lin, what realm is your son at? Mu Chang'e asked with a smile. I don't know either. Lin Beixing hesitated for a moment before answering. I don't usually ask about his cultivation. He's just hiding his strength. Do you think he's on par with the princes of the 9 bloodlines? Peak Master Qi Hai laughed disdainfully. He's just playing to the gallery. Peak Master Qi, don't look down on him. I think he's pretty good, Mu Chang'e said with a smile. Elder Mu, it's not that I'm looking down on him, but if I meet Yi I'll definitely let him know what a true genius is, Qi Hai said proudly. Let's continue watching, Mu Chang'e said. After leaving the demonic fog forest, Xue Qingming and the others rushed north with Suzimo. After running for about an hour, they saw a few figures walking leisurely not far ahead. "Senior brother Xianxia, how do we find the tokens?" a disciple next to him asked. "What's the hurry? Some things can't be found if you deliberately look for them. Other than the princes of the 9 bloodlines, we can snatch the tokens from the others," Xianxia said indifferently. He wore a yellow robe with a scimitar hanging from his waist. His long hair fluttered in the wind. "Senior brother, it seems like someone is chasing after us." At this time, the disciple next to him also noticed Suzimo and the others. Xianxia frowned slightly and looked at the group behind him. When he saw Suzimo, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "It's true that enemies meet on a narrow path. Senior brother Shen, it seems to be Xue Qingming and the others. They were tricked by us just now. Are they here to settle the score?" A disciple next to him laughed. "Then let's give it a try." "The disciples of Taishao Peak are just a bunch of trash," said another disciple. When Suzimo and the others approached, a disciple of the Bishao Peak raised his eyebrows and stood out with a smile. "Hey, aren't you guys from the Taishao Peak? Why aren't you dead yet?" "Xianxia, you tricked us into entering the demonic fog forest. How should we settle this debt?" Xue Qingming glared at Xianxia and said. "How do you want to settle this?" Xianxia chuckled as he pulled out the scimitar at his waist. Clang! Saber will circled around his body and swept past him. "Do you have a death wish?" Suzimo looked at Xianxia and asked indifferently. "Die? You?" Xianxia coldly snorted before he indifferently said, "I have yet to settle the score with you regarding Qing'er. Don't worry, you will die. Once I leave the ruins and go outside, I will let her accompany you very soon," Suzimo said indifferently. "Shameless boasting," Xianxia lightly shouted as the spirit qi around his body surged. Saber qi directly condensed on the scimitar and slashed towards Suzimo. "You should stay here and rest forever." When the saber qi slashed down, the surrounding disciples of the Bishao Peak were somewhat gloating. On the other hand, Xue Qingming and the others had a serious look on their faces. They could see that Xianxia did not hold back at all and wanted to kill Suzimo with his full strength. After all, he also knew that if he could not kill Suzimo in one strike, he would immediately run away since he had the space token. Seeing that the scimitar was about to fall, Suzimo did not dodge and allowed the long scimitar to slash his body. Bang! The long scimitar that everyone saw did not happen. Instead, it was as if the scimitar had cut into steel and actually broke into 2 halves. "This?" Xianxia looked at the scimitar in his hand in shock and froze on the spot. "Is it fun?" Suzimo said indifferently. "What's wrong with you?" Xianxia instantly reacted and quickly retreated. "Looks like you have cultivated some body-tempering martial arts and know that you are useless and cannot cultivate spirit qi. Do you really think so?" Suzimo chuckled. "Pretentious." Xianxia coldly snorted and directly threw the scimitar to the side. The saber qi around him crazily condensed. The saber qi merged with the spirit qi and gradually materialized in the sky. It condensed into a small blood-red scimitar. This scimitar was bloodthirsty and seemed to contain an extremely strong killing intent, as if it had emerged from the blood purgatory sea. "This is the Bishao Peak's pulse-suppressing technique, Azure Blade," Xue Qingming said with slightly narrowed eyes. "This Xianxia is really worthy of being called the #1 blade of the Bishao Peak. To be able to cultivate Azure Blade at such a young age, he should be proud." "Then isn't senior brother Lin in danger?" a disciple asked worriedly. "Look down. I can't see through senior brother Lin." Xue Qingming shook his head indifferently. The Azure Blade condensed above Suzimo's head and formed a spirit qi vortex. The vortex was like a whirlpool, sucking in the spirit qi in the sky. "This blade of mine is not only an attack, but it also targets the soul. How are you going to block it?" Xue Qingming shouted angrily and directly threw the Azure Blade out. "Do I need to block it?" Suzimo slightly raised his head and said calmly. When the scimitar carried an endless amount of evil qi, as if it had come from a bloody hell, Suzimo slowly extended his right hand. His middle finger and index finger gently pinched the Azure saber between his fingertips. The Azure Blade carried an evil qi and continuously surged, wanting to tear Suzimo's fingers apart. "Have you had enough of a child's fight?" Su Zimo chuckled. With a flick of his right hand, he directly threw the azure blade at Shenlang. Shenlang's face was filled with shock. He immediately took out the space token and crushed it. A surge of space energy immediately surrounded him, wanting to pull him out of the ruins. Just you wait, Lin Qiu. This isn't over. He shouted viciously. You think you can escape? Su Zimo waved his hands and the surrounding space condensed. After the space condensed, the spatial energy that surrounded Shenlang's body also dissipated. What's going on? Shenlang looked at himself in shock and saw the azure blade getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, not only Shenlang, but even the peak masters outside the ruins were stunned. How can this be? Shenlang has already crushed the space token. Wang Yuntian shouted. Is there a problem with the token? Because everyone could only see through the images, they could not see many things clearly. What trick is this kid playing? Elder Qin snorted coldly. He said if he can come out alive, just call him over and ask him. At the side, Mu Chang'e did not say anything. However, only he knew that there was no problem with the space token. The only explanation was that there was a problem with the space energy that brought Shenlang out. The azure blade was extremely fast, like a white steed flashing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, it directly attacked Shenlang. Poof! The scimitar pierced through Shenlang's chest. An obvious wound appeared. The azure blade had a special effect. After piercing through the chest, the wound could not be healed no matter what. Blood flowed out continuously, dyeing half of Shenlang's body red. He half knelt on the ground, his pupils dilated as he looked at Su Zimo. Su Zimo walked step by step in front of Shenlang. Why? Shenlang's mouth was full of blood as he spoke with difficulty. Don't worry, little Qin will accompany you soon. Su Zimo smiled. Seeing Shenlang's body slowly fall, the bright sky peak disciples behind him all panicked. You killed senior brother Shen, a disciple said in a daze. Run, find senior brother Yin and let him take revenge. A disciple shouted. Immediately after, the disciples all scattered and ran away. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He clasped his hands together, and a powerful aura enveloped the sky. It suppressed all the disciples. The escaping Jade Sky Peak disciples only felt a heavy weight fall on them, and everyone's walking speed became slower and slower. In the end, it was as if there was a mountain on their backs, and their bodies directly exploded. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The Taishao Peak disciples stared blankly at this scene. Have any of you seen Linfeng? Su Zimo turned around and asked. No, I haven't. Xue Qingming shook his head and said, when we landed in these ruins, we were all scattered. We almost didn't know each other's location. We were just lucky to bump into each other. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He ignored the crowd and walked forward alone. Xue Qingming and the others looked at Su Zimo's back as he left. They wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, they did not say anything. Senior brother Xue, what should we do next? A disciple asked. Let's find the other Taishao Peak disciples and form a group, Xue Qingming replied. But there are only 9 tokens. Even disciples from the same faction will compete in the end, the disciple said. Get rid of the disciples from the other factions first. At least you can survive until the end. Otherwise, let alone the token, you might not even be alive, Xue Qingming said indifferently. That's true. Then let's go find DZ and the others. That disciple nodded in agreement. It's a pity that senior brother Lin isn't willing to bring us along. It would be safer to follow him. The ancient ruins were incomparably vast. Su Zimo did not know where Linfeng could go. Since he couldn't find anyone else, he could only let others find him. The only way was for him to obtain all 9 tokens. Then, these people would naturally come looking for him. Although Mu Chang'e did not specify the location of the 9 Heavens token, everyone was well aware of it. The location of the 9 Heavens tokens was actually the same as the location of the 9 mountain peaks. Taishao Peak was located in the east, so it was possible to get the token if one walked towards the east of the ruins. This ancient ruin should be a very ancient ruin. Just by looking at its vast area, it was certain that the person who left behind this ruin was not simple. At this moment, on the Great Dao Peak, the Jade Sky Peak Master, Wang Yuntian, had the most gloomy and ugly expression. Lin Beixing, is this how you teach your disciples? Wang Yuntian said coldly. Why didn't you say anything when your disciple tricked my disciple into entering the demon fog forest? Lin Beixing asked. Wang Yuntian took a deep breath and said indifferently, okay, just you wait. Even if your disciple can enter the main clan, with the beggar around, what can he do? Mu Chang'e frowned slightly but did not say anything. Su Zimo walked towards the north. Along the way, he saw a few people from the other branches. Someone wanted to kill him, but he killed him instead. Some people ignored him. For the DZ of the 9 mountain peaks, they definitely wanted to find the token first. As for the ordinary disciples, they would hide after finding the token until the competition in the ruins ended. After all, in terms of strength, their chances of entering the main clan were very slim. Su Zimo realized that the sky in the ruins was always bright. There seemed to be no night here. After walking for a long time, he came to a seaside. The path ahead was blocked by the sea. The blue sea stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, there was a lone island floating on the sea. Looks like it's there. Su Zimo spread out his divine sense and chuckled. The next moment, he stepped on the water like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He quickly ran towards the lone island. The water under his feet was calm. There were not even layers of ripples. In just an instant, Su Zimo flew dozens of meters away. The closer he got to the lone island, Su Zimo realized that the color of the water under his feet was getting whiter. It was like some white floating on the surface of the water after it was boiled. It made one want to vomit when they saw it. Finally, Su Zimo landed on the lone island. The island was not very big. There were many mutated purple orchid trees planted on it. These trees grew around the island. Green-purple orchid fruits grew on the trees. Under the sunlight, the fruits seemed to be able to swallow the sunlight. Su Zimo walked towards the interior of the island. This place looked like a beach that had been beached. In addition to the purple orchid trees, there were many stones and gold mines on the island. After a few steps, Su Zimo saw a forest on the island. The temperature in the forest was very hot. It was like a tropical rainforest. It was a completely different world from the outside. However, as soon as he entered the forest, Su Zimo saw a big tree. With the tree as the center, there was a ring built on both sides. There was a box placed on the ring. Next to the ring, there was a huge sea turtle sleeping soundly. The sea turtle was more than 10 meters long. Its shell was green and full of barbs. Its face was full of wrinkles. It looked very old. Su Zimo guessed that the token should be in the box. As for whether it was there, he would have to open it to know. He slowly walked towards the box. At this moment, the sleeping sea turtle slowly opened its eyes. Human. The sea turtle spoke in human language. It looked at Su Zimo and called out. If you want to get the box, you have to pass my test. What test? Su Zimo asked curiously. Take 3 hits from me. If you don't die, you can take the box, the sea turtle said calmly. No need to go through so much trouble. Su Zimo waved his hand. His large hand fell, as if it was covering the sky and the sun, blocking the sunlight in the sky and directly pressing down on the sea turtle. Feeling the pressure from Su Zimo's big hand, the sea turtle's face became more serious. Black tortoise. The sea turtle shouted softly. The turtle shell on its back emitted a bright light. The turtle shell instantly expanded and covered the sea turtle's entire body. The turtle retracted its entire body into its shell. The entire shell shone brightly, and the barbs on the shell began to harden. It's useless. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. The moment the big hand fell, a kacha-kacha sound came from the tortoise shell. Bark. A strange cry came from the turtle shell. The turtle shouted, "Stop fighting, stop fighting. This is a test. Do you want to kill this old man?" The turtle shell couldn't take it anymore, and a small crack had already appeared. Only then did Su Zimo retract his right hand and said faintly, "I've passed. Passed, passed." The turtle carefully poked its head out of the turtle shell. It took a deep breath and said with fear, "You're a disciple participating in this competition? How could Jiuzhao's people let a monster like you in?" Su Zimo smiled and walked to the treasure chest step by step. The treasure chest was made of gold, and there was no lock on it. When Su Zimo opened the treasure chest, a beam of light shot into the sky. In the beam of light, a pure white token floated up. Supreme Sky. 2 words were written on the token. With a surge of spirit energy, it slowly floated in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo picked up the token with satisfaction. He looked at the turtle and said, "Do you want to live or die? You can't kill me. I have an agreement with Jiu Shao." The turtle quickly shook its head. He said, "I will help you train your disciples. And you will provide me with a place to stay." "What bullshit, Jiu Shao. I don't care about their business," Su Zimo said. "I only do things according to my rules." "What are your rules?" Old Tortoise asked cautiously. "My rules are no rules. I do things according to my mood," Su Zimo said. "Do you want to die or live?" "Of course I want to live," the turtle replied without thinking. "There are a total of 9 tokens. Do you know where the other 8 are?" Su Zimo asked. "This?" The turtle hesitated for a moment. It looked up at Su Zimo's cold eyes and quickly nodded. I know. The other 8 tokens are with my 8 old friends. They're guarding the other 8. Then take me there," Su Zimo said. "But won't that break the rules of the competition?" the turtle said. "You're talking about rules with me?" Su Zimo nodded slightly and smiled. "I wouldn't dare." The turtle quickly shook its head. Its huge body stood up from the island and began swimming towards the sea. Su Zimo leaped into the air and stood on Old Tortoise's shell. At this moment, the peak masters of the other 8 lineages began to panic at the sight of this. "Rongtian, he must have reached the Rongtian realm," Chongqing said in shock. "How is that possible? How old is he? How can he have already achieved heaven?" Rongtian, the people nearby whispered. It was obvious that Su Zimo's appearance in this competition had disrupted all the rules. "How can we compete? Compared to a heaven Rongtian, us disciples are just throwing our lives away." Wang Yuntian stood up from his chair. He looked at Lin Beixing and said, "Peak Master Lin has a good plan. He wants all the young disciples of the 8 peaks to lose their lives." "Elder Mu, you have to uphold justice for us," Qi Hai and the others quickly asked for help. "I'm naturally fair and just. If someone breaks the rules, I'll definitely punish them severely," Mu Chang'e said. "But can you all tell me, what did Lin Qiu do wrong? What do you need me to do?" "This?" The peak masters hesitated for a moment. It did seem to be breaking the rules. "Elder Mu, do you still remember the scene when he killed Shenlang?" Elder Qin's gaze was calm as he said indifferently. "He seems to have the ability to stop the power of space. If that's the case, then wouldn't the people he wants to kill be unable to escape with the power of the space token?" "So what?" Mu Chang'e asked. "There's no rule against that, right? Although that's the case, have you ever thought about what would happen if he killed all the disciples in the ruins?" Elder Qin said. "This isn't just a loss to the Emperor sect. We won't be able to explain it when we return. The rules are set by people, so naturally, they can be changed." Hearing this, Mu Chang'e frowned slightly. After all, this matter was indeed a bit tricky. Killing everyone, Mu Chang'e was really afraid that Su Zimo would do it. After all, if such a thing happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it when he returned to the main sect. "But it's too late to inform them now," Mu Chang'e said. "The competition has already begun. I can't stop it unless I return to the main sect and forcefully bring everyone out. Can't you connect to that space gate?" Qin Hanqing said. "You can tell everyone to crush their space tokens and leave the ruins. As long as they don't meet Lin Qiu, the space gate won't be able to stop them. Now that things have come to this, we can only do this." Mu Chang'e frowned slightly and sighed. "This Lin brat is a bit strange. Why don't we wait for him to come out and interrogate him?" Qin Hanqing continued. "To be able to reach the heaven fusion stage at such a young age, I don't believe that he cultivated normally. Elder Qin, this seems to be a bit against the rules." Lin Beixing immediately stood up and said. My son didn't do anything wrong. Why should we arrest him? Peak Lord Lin, don't be nervous. We won't do anything to him. We're just going to interrogate him, Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Beisheng frowned. He looked at the peak lords of the other 8 branches. They were obviously on Xianxia's side. Now that things had come to this point, it was no longer something he could control. But he's already at the heaven fusion stage. I'm afraid of angering him, Xianxia said with a frown. What are you afraid of? You and I are both at the heaven fusion stage. Why should we be afraid of him? Xianxia said coldly, moreover, Laozu of the 8 branches is also here. Do you think we can let him overturn the heavens? Xianxia sighed. He waved his right hand and an endless amount of spiritual qi appeared in the air. The great formation of the 9 heavens was activated again and connected to the space gate. His voice contained a rich amount of spiritual qi. Through the space gate, his voice was transmitted into the ruins. Disciples of the 9 heavens, listen up. Disciple Lin Qiu of the Taishao Peak has already reached the heaven fusion stage. There's a serious error in strength in this competition, so we've decided to cancel this competition. Everyone, crush the space token in your hands and come out as soon as possible. Although Xianxia's voice had already been transmitted into the ruins, the space within the ruins was too vast. He could only shout over and over again in the ruins, hoping that more disciples could hear him. Su Zimo sat on Old Tortoise's back and slowly headed northwest. When the voice in the sky rang out, Su Zimo frowned slightly. But he didn't leave the ruins. He continued walking towards the other talisman. Not long after leaving the sea region and walking on land, a group of Divine Firmament Peak disciples appeared in a nearby plain. Su Zimo did not see Xianyu, a disciple of the Divine Firmament Peak, among them. Lin Qiu, someone stammered out Su Zimo's name. After all, they'd heard the announcement. Brother Lin Qiu, we don't have any enmity between us. We don't want to fight over the talisman with you. Please don't kill us. Begged a disciple hastily. I won't kill you. Help me send a message to all the disciples in the ruins, as well as the imperial princes of the various factions. I, Lin Qiu, will wait for them in 6 hours at the bottom of a valley 3 li south of here. I'll declare war on all the young cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds, said Su Zimo indifferently. When the time comes, I'll bring the 9 talismans here. If they defeat me, not only will they be able to kill me, but they'll also be able to get the talismans. If they're afraid, they can all crush the talismans and run away like cowards. In the future, when they see me, they'll avoid me. Otherwise, I'll beat them up every time I see them. After that, Su Zimo turned around and left. The crowd glanced at each other, looking at Su Zimo's back view as he left without making a move. A disciple hesitated and asked, Brother, what do we do now? Do we leave or spread the news? Interesting. He wants to declare war on all the young cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds. Of course we have to spread the news. We'll never see such a lively scene again, said the senior disciple with a smile. But what if? Said the disciple next to him. Are you stupid? Even if the sky falls, there'll be someone strong to hold it up. Even if someone dies, it'll be the young cultivators from the various branches who die first. He can't be bothered to kill small fries like us, said the senior disciple. Let's go and tell everyone. The more people we have, the stronger we are. A great person had once said that the world didn't lack people who wanted to watch a good show. When this group of people began to spread the news in the primordial ruins, more and more people began to spread the news. On the contrary, fewer and fewer people were crushing their tokens to leave. Under the guidance of the turtle, Su Zimo took the other 8 tokens. These 8 tokens were each guarded by 8 different demonic beasts. Presumably, they were all tests. Sir, can I leave now? The sea turtle asked cautiously. Send me to the valley I just mentioned, and then you'll be free, Su Zimo said. The turtle didn't dare to refute and hurriedly ran off into the distance. Have you demonic beasts always been in the ancient ruins? On the way, Su Zimo asked curiously. That's right. Back then, before the 9 Firmaments sacred sect had discovered the ruins, we had been staying here. After the ruins were discovered, we were no match for the saint of the great cosmological abyss, so we reached an agreement with him. He allowed us to continue living here, and we are not to harm any of the disciples. The saint of the great cosmological abyss. Looks like he's the saint of the main race, Su Zimo said with a smile. Then who was the previous owner of the ruins? We're not familiar with him. We've never seen the owner of the ruins. We don't dare to get close to him. Even if we're far away, the aura he emits makes us feel oppressed, the turtle said. So we demonic beasts privately guessed that he should be a divine king. Su Zimo smiled and asked, then do you know what's above the divine king? Only after entering the immortal Tao bridge can we know the wider world behind it. This is not a level we should come into contact with. The turtle shook its head quickly. As the two talked, they had already arrived at the valley. At this moment, although the battle had not yet begun, Su Zimo had already seen more and more disciples rushing over. On the great Tao peak, Xianxia saw this scene and frowned even more. What's going on? He looked at everyone and said, I clearly said it. Why did only a few people come back? Why are so many people staying there? This Linqiu is really scheming. He wants to challenge everyone. He said he's Rongtian, but he's too confident. Qin Hanqing sneered at the side. Let's wait and see first. I've already reminded them. However, with so many people, the other party does have a chance of defeating Rongtian, Xianxia said. When the news of Su Zimo challenging everyone spread, the disciples of the various factions rushed to report to the crown prince. In a call, Lin Feng looked at Xue Qingming with a sharp gaze and said in shock, Are you sure he's Rongtian? Yes, it's already spread outside. He's in the limelight now, Xue Qingming nodded and replied with certainty. My good brother, no wonder Yangqing failed. You really hid it from me for a long time. Lin Feng chuckled. Then Crown Prince, let's leave. After all, there's a conflict between you two, Xue Qingming said. No, let's contact the other crown princes. He's too powerful. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lin Feng said coldly, I think the other crown princes are more anxious than me. They won't allow such a threat to exist. At a riverside, the crown prince of Jingxiao Peak, Qi Yi, was holding a harp. He had two slender and fair fingers. He was playing the harp leisurely when he heard the disciples' report. He smiled and said, Our emperor sect of the 9 clouds has such an existence. Crown Prince, what do you mean? The person beside him asked. No matter what, we have to go and meet him. Qi Yi smiled. In another forest, the crown prince of Xianxia Peak was also known as the most famous existence of the 9 factions. When he heard the report, he smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. No one can stop me. When everyone left, Xinyu slowly stood up. He looked into the distance and said, You probably don't know that I, Xinyu, am the true son of heaven. More and more people gathered in the valley where Su Zimo was. Of course, before the 9 crown princes arrived, everyone tried their best to restrain themselves. They didn't dare to make the first move. Su Zimo sat in the valley and placed the 9 clouds tokens in front of him. He meditated and adjusted his breathing. That guy is Lin Qiu, right? I heard that he was a good-for-nothing in the past. He hid it too well, someone said. So what if he's at the heavenly fusion stage? It doesn't mean he's invincible. He's still too young and doesn't know how to hide his strength. As more and more people gathered here, the 9 crown princes still hadn't arrived. Some people were also getting impatient. What are you afraid of? If you don't dare, I, the 5 divine firmament princes, will test you. A few loud shouts came from the valley. The moment these shouts rang out, everyone hurriedly raised their heads to look. 5 youths in golden robes slowly rose into the air and walked out of the crowd. The divine firmament 5 scions. With them leading the way, we can give it a try, someone said. It's said that the divine firmament 5 scions are quintuplets. They are one body and one heart. Even the cultivation technique they cultivate is a combined meridian attack technique. That's right. If not for Xinyu's brilliance, the divine firmament peak would have nurtured these 5. Su Zimo looked up and saw that the 5 of them looked exactly the same. They even spoke at the same time. Their tone and expressions were almost the same. It could be said that they were at the same level. Lin Qiu, others might be afraid of you, but us 5 brothers want to meet you, said the Divine Firmament 5 Scions. Come, I'll let you guys make the first move. Su Zimo sat on the spot and didn't even move. The 5 brothers frowned at the same time. They waved their hands, and the spirit chi around them surged. The spirit chi connected together as if the 5 of them were one. The spirit chi changed between the 5 colors: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 of them shouted out their attributes at the same time. In an instant, the spirit chi around them went berserk. Raging fire burned, and water flooded the golden mountain. They grew and multiplied endlessly, invincible and immovable like a mountain. 5 different intents were emitted from the 5 of them. When the power of the 5 elements merged together, a huge yin-yang disk appeared in the sky. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. The power of the 5 elements could be condensed into yin and yang could be chaotic. However, it was not easy to condense the power of the 5 elements into the power of yin and yang. It required a very skilled fusion technique. The power of the 5 elements had to be just right to form yin and yang. Great yin-yang art. The 5 of them shouted at the same time and threw down the yin-yang disc that had formed in the sky. The yin-yang disc turned into a gear and spun rapidly towards Su Zimo. The yin-yang gear cut through the silent sky, cutting through layers of space and causing sparks to fly. Su Zimo sat where he was and slowly took out his sky demon bow. He knocked the bow and slowly pulled the bowstring. The devil chi around him slowly condensed on the bow and arrow, transforming into a devil arrow. The moment he released the bowstring, there was a boom sound, and the demonic arrows were like 10,000 wild horses that had broken free of their reins, wreaking havoc from the horizon straight into the clouds. A rumbling sound came from the demonic arrow. With a bang, the middle of the yin-yang gear was pierced by the demonic arrow before it could even resist for a moment. The demonic arrow's momentum did not decrease. Like a white steed flashing through a crack, it left a black mark in the sky. The 5 divine firmament prodigies wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The speed of the magic crystal was too fast. It pierced through the chests of the 5 people like candied haws, nailing them to a magic arrow. The 5 of them spat out blood, and even their blood was dyed black. Everyone looked over in panic, only to see the 5 of them with their eyes wide open, nailed to the top of the mountain wall just like that. This. Someone stuttered for a long time, unable to say anything. Not even one move. So this is the heavenly fusion stage, someone sighed with emotion. Before the Thearchs arrive, let's not do anything. Let them be the main force. So weak. Su Zimo shook his head slightly and sat back down. The noon sun shone brightly, and the outside of this valley was an endless plain. A few large trees stood alone on the plain, and a few gusts of wind would occasionally blow past. It was a rare enjoyment. The wind is blowing. Someone looked up at the sky, and it seemed like there was wind and sand drifting down. The wind between heaven and earth suddenly seemed to have become stronger, howling and twisting. It swept up a few leaves and a few strands of dust, leisurely falling down. Everyone looked up and saw 9 dusty figures walking over from afar. The spirit chi around them surged, causing the whole space to ripple. 9 robes of different colors fluttered in the wind as they walked over step by step. It was as if there was a special kind of magic that made people unable to look away. The 9 Thearchs have joined forces, someone said in shock. This is really the first time something like this has happened to our 9 Firmaments Emperor sect. Su Zimo opened his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the 9 people. Where are the Divine Firmament Peak disciples? Where are the Jade Firmament Peak disciples? When the 9 of them shouted at the same time, the disciples all around the valley shouted at the same time. Here. Their voices were deafening, like a dragon's roar in the wilderness or a tiger's roar in the forest. Together, the whole sky was rumbling. If we die in battle today, remember to bring our bodies back to the Emperor sect. Xinyu looked at the crowd and said loudly. Yes, Thearchs. The surrounding disciples shouted at the same time. The 9 people looked up and finally walked up to Su Zimo. You're here. Su Zimo smiled. You're here. Junior brother Lin is really unexpected, Xinyu said with a smile. I thought you were afraid of death and some of you would leave, Su Zimo said. Junior brother Lin has already reached the Rong Tian level. I'm afraid you won't be a match for him in a one-on-one battle. Today, we have no choice but to fight without honor. The 9 people cupped their fists and looked at Su Zimo with burning eyes. Today, the 9 thearchs of the continent of the 9 clouds have come to challenge you, Rong Tian. Come at me together, or you'll say I'm bullying you, Su Zimo said calmly as he stood up. The spirit chi around the 9 thearchs gathered. Chi took out his harp and spirit chi surged in his 6 fingers. As he plucked the strings, the sound of an army of soldiers and horses rang out. The sound of the harp seemed to transform into thousands of soldiers and horses, charging towards Su Zimo. The Jade Firmament Crown Prince, Yen Song, had an endless amount of spirit chi. This was a sign that he had cultivated the Book of the 9 Clouds to a high level. When he slammed his palm down, it was as if wind and thunder were dancing. Lightning flashed between his palms, and white spirit chi wreaked havoc. Meanwhile, the Jade Firmament Crown Prince, Yu Changlong, held a 5-foot-long saber in his hand. He was like a sharp blade that had been unsheathed. The saber intent of the Heaven Spill Life Saber was constantly evolving. As the saber intent became deeper and deeper, cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The other thearchs also used their own methods to kill Su Zimo. Among them, the Divine Firmament Crown Prince, Xianxia, was the calmest. Spirit chi surrounded his hands, but he did not attack directly. Instead, he looked at Su Zimo, trying to find the right time to find an opening. These attacks were all aimed at Su Zimo, destroying everything in their path, causing the sky to darken. The surrounding space completely collapsed. Just the aftershocks were enough to shock the spectating disciples. They did not dare to get too close. Harp sounds, saber auras, sword intents, array formations, palm techniques. In short, the 9 princes had all kinds of abilities. Each of them had their own strengths and were very skilled in their respective fields. Saber lights, sword shadows, lightning in their palms, and endless storms wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Seeing the 9 princes attacking at the same time, the sky changed color and the clouds rose again. The disciples below were very emotional. So this is the strength of the princes? Not necessarily. This might just be a test. Someone shook his head. Su Zimo slowly raised his head. When he saw this scene, he didn't even have time to dodge and allowed the attacks to land on his body. Boom. 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 Half of the sky was annihilated by the explosion. The 9 princes' eyes narrowed. Even Rongtian would be injured if he took these attacks head-on. Is this all you've got? Su Zimo's voice came from the dust. When the dust settled, Su Zimo walked out of the dust unscathed. You. The prince's eyes became even more serious. One of them said, looks like you're not new to Rongtian. You can interpret it however you want. Su Zimo shook his head. He waved his hand and took the lead to suppress Lin Feng. Stop him. Lin Feng shouted anxiously when he felt the pressure from the big hand. Profound heavenly Buddhist voice. Chi Yi shouted. His right hand played the zither faster and faster. This time, it wasn't the sound of the zither but the real Buddhist voice. The Buddhist voice turned from invisible to tangible. Sanskrit characters evolved from the sound of the zither. It turned into a golden light that was tens of thousands of zhang long, pressing down on Su Zimo. Heavenly life saber. Yu Changlong shouted angrily. The saber shadow behind him turned into countless shadows and attacked Su Zimo. Li fire brilliant sword. Heavenly suppression. 10,000 miles of ice. The 9 meridians' respective meridian suppression techniques were used one by one. Suddenly, wind and clouds shrouded the entire world. Even on the Great Path Peak in the outside world, people could only see a vast expanse of white through the projection. Muchanga's eyebrows relaxed slightly. He thought to himself that this level of attack was extremely dangerous even for him. He believed that within the heavenly fusion stage, he wasn't weaker than anyone in the same realm. Since I'm a disciple of the 9 Firmaments Emperor sect, don't say that I'm bullying you guys. I can defeat you guys with the High Firmament Peaks Pulse technique. Su Zimo said indifferently. A drop in the ocean. With a wave of his hands, wisps of spiritual energy condensed at his fingertips. These spiritual energies were like silk being peeled from a cocoon, being controlled in a very subtle and ingenious manner. Under the control of this spiritual energy, a drop of crystal clear water appeared on Su Zimo's fingertip. This water droplet didn't look any different. It was transparent, sparkling and dreamy. This is... On the Great Dao Peak, Lin Beixing's gaze was deep as he muttered, when did Qiu secretly learn this pulse technique? Previously, he had given the token to Su Zimo, but how long had it been? How could he have learned the pulse-subduing method in such a short time? When the water droplet appeared in Su Zimo's hand, Su Zimo waved his right hand in the air. With a splash, this drop of water turned into a monstrous ocean. This? Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him in shock and couldn't speak for a long time. The sea surrounded Su Zimo, as if a tsunami was roaring and engulfing him. Tornadoes were wreaking havoc, and the entire sky was distorted. The power of the ocean was terrifying. Although the ocean was formless, and perhaps a single drop of water couldn't do anything, when the ocean converged and condensed, it could destroy almost everything in the world. Su Zimo stood where he was calmly and waved his hand. With a boom, the attacks of the 9 great imperial princes were all annihilated, accompanied by the surging of a tsunami and raging winds. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth, as if they were going to drown everything here. 3 princes didn't even have time to resist before they were drowned by the ocean. The power of the tsunami completely destroyed their bodies, and not even their bones were left behind. Although the others managed to dodge in time, they were still sent flying by the tsunami. Su Zimo waved his hand again, and the raging ocean condensed into a water droplet, which appeared on Su Zimo's fingertip. He slowly descended from midair and walked towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was severely injured. His entire body was drenched in seawater, and he was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. When he saw Su Zimo walking towards him, a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. You. Lin Feng was panicking. What's wrong? Su Zimo smiled and asked. How can Rongtian be so strong? Lin Feng asked in shock. Su Zimo half squatted and slowly walked in front of Lin Feng. He said, when did I say that I'm Rongtian? You, could it be? Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He looked at Su Zimo, and at this moment, even his breathing seemed to have stopped. Drops of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead along with the seawater. I'm a very fair person. However, for father's sake, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kill yourself, Su Zimo said calmly. Lin Feng sat on the ground without moving. Even his pupils seemed to have stopped moving. His face was ashen. He looked at Su Zimo and said, do you know why I want to kill you? Although I'm not interested, I'll let you say it before you die, Su Zimo said. Actually, you're not my biological brother, Lin Feng said with a bitter smile after regaining his composure. Father gave birth to you outside with another woman. Su Zimo's gaze turned slightly serious. He looked at Lin Feng and said, continue. Back then, we didn't know of your existence. One day, father brought you back from outside covered in blood, Lin Feng said. My mother didn't like you very much. She asked father to choose between you and her. In the end, father chose you. As a result, she committed suicide in her own courtyard. So you hate me because of this? Su Zimo asked. Shouldn't I? Lin Feng asked. I was still young back then. Father thought I didn't remember these things. Unfortunately, mother had a very loyal old servant. After I grew up, he told me about this matter. I don't just hate you. I also hate father. He betrayed my mother. In the end, she couldn't bear the humiliation and chose to commit suicide. You didn't do anything wrong. It's pardonable, Su Zimo slowly stood up and said calmly. But in this world, the winner takes all. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Only strength is the only thing. Looking at Su Zimo's retreating back, Lin Feng laughed loudly. His smile was filled with bitterness and misery. Wrong. We were all wrong. As he spoke, he struck his abdomen with his palm. His spirit and meridians were directly cut off. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground without a sound. Feng. On the Great Dao Peak, Lin Beixing covered his face in pain and sat on a chair as if he had aged many years. Both Muchanga and the peak leaders of the other 8 mountain ranges wore solemn expressions. This guy is even more monstrous than Wan Qi back then. I don't know if it's good or bad to let him join the main clan. Muchanga shook his head slightly. Geniuses were worth fighting for no matter where they were. However, Su Zimo had cultivated to such a level without relying on a sect or the main clan. This kind of person was too self-conscious and had almost no sense of belonging. Perhaps the main clan was just a stepping stone for him. This Lin Qiu maliciously killed his fellow disciples. He must be severely punished, Chongqing said. Although we have a rule that no one dies in the competition. However, now that the competition has been cancelled, this rule is naturally cancelled. He still killed his fellow disciples, which is unforgivable, Qin Hanqing said calmly. This time, Muchanga only frowned slightly and did not refute. When he comes out, if he can't give us a reasonable explanation, we'll take him down together so that he doesn't escape, Wang Yuntian suggested. At this moment, in the ancient ruins, everyone looked solemn when they saw Lin Feng commit suicide. 4 of the 9 imperial princes were injured in just one attack. The remaining 5 stood in a row. Yu Chonglong held a long saber and shouted, "Everyone, use whatever trump cards you have. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll die today. If you're not a mad Buddha, how can you become a demon?" Blood was flowing out of Qi Ye's 6 fingers. The hair on his head was falling off at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin became more and more barren as if all the energy in it was being sucked dry. Demonic sound of annihilation, he roared like a wild beast. He fell into a state of madness. The sound of the zither was heard. His 6 fingers played the zither so fast that they turned into countless afterimages. Circles of black demonic sound appeared around him. At this moment, the green grass withered and the space shattered. Everything around him suffered a destructive blow. "Quickly, seal your ears," Yen Song shouted. Some disciples nearby did not manage to escape in time. When the demonic sound spread at the speed of light, some of them went crazy just by listening to it. Blood gushed out, blood vessels burst, and he died in agitation. Seeing this scene, Yu Chonglong heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It turns out that this fellow's zither music is so powerful. Even if this move isn't targeted at us, just the aftermath alone is enough to make people so fearful." Xinyu did not say anything. Instead, he looked in the direction of Su Zimo. Su Zimo was at the center of the demonic sound with his eyes slightly closed. After a long time, Su Zimo opened his eyes. With a calm expression, he smiled and said, "What a beautiful sound." "The demonic sound is useless against him?" Yan Song said with a frown. "Kill!" Xinyu shouted. The galaxy in his palm shone brightly as he took the lead and charged towards Su Zimo. Galaxy Seal. The 36th level of the Celestial Spill Life Saber technique. Yu Chonglong followed closely behind. 9 Heaven's Indestructible Sword. Yen Song's eyes narrowed slightly. The sword intent on his body seemed to surge, wave after wave. "I'm not interested in playing with all of you." Su Zimo waved his hand and said softly, "Art of Innocence." As he waved his right hand, waves of black gas gathered around him with him as the center. Countless clouds of black gas shot into the sky and covered the surrounding valleys. These black gas were ferocious and ear-piercing. Then, the countless clouds of black gas transformed into ghost heads. They were ferocious and filled with hostility. Countless ghost heads wreaked havoc in the surroundings. All the disciples who were hit by the ghost heads had their minds split. They did not know whether to laugh or cry as they died under their own delusions. On the Great Dao Peak, Lin Beixing stood up and said with a burning gaze, "The Ghost Zen 6 breaks. Qiu'er has even cultivated this move successfully. Didn't they say that no one other than Gui Rolai can cultivate it?" Chongqing said with a frown. Everyone was well aware of how powerful this move was. When Gui Rolai was still in the heavenly fusion realm, he was already comparable to the 9 Heavens Saint. If the 9 Heavens Saint had not risked his life to injure him, he might not have been able to kill Gui Rolai. The Ghost Zen 6 breaks definitely accounted for half of Gui Rolai's strength. This set of meridian techniques was his life's work. He did not even hesitate to escape from Buddhism. However, other than Gui Rolai, no one else was able to cultivate this set of meridian techniques. Gradually, people forgot about it. This is a little troublesome, Wang Yuntian said. I wonder how many breaks he has cultivated. When the countless ghost heads were rampaging in the air, Yen Song slashed with the nine heavens indestructible sword. With a boom, the ghost head shook. Not only was it not damaged, it even sent Yen Song flying. Yen Song steadied himself and looked at the sky full of ghost heads. His heart trembled violently. It was just a ghost head, but he could not chop it off with his full strength. Run! With a loud shout, he hurriedly crushed the space token in his hand. Unfortunately, Su Zimo had already imprisoned this area. The moment the spatial power appeared, it was completely devoured. How could this be? Yen Song looked at his surroundings that had not changed. This time, he was completely flustered. As time passed, more and more ghost heads appeared in the sky. Then, countless ghost heads charged at Yen Song like vengeful spirits. Ah! Screams could be heard in the air. These ghost heads did not attack Yen Song alone. Even the other disciples who were watching the battle were all within the attack range. From the projection of the Great Dao Peak, one could only see countless ghost heads. Corpses began to appear all around the valley. This was only a single Wu Wan technique, but this area of effect attack was already so powerful. The ghost heads drowned out everything. When the screams gradually stopped, Su Zimo looked up and saw that the mountains were filled with corpses. The pungent smell of blood filled the entire space. These people wanted to follow the 9 princes and get some benefits. Unfortunately, they all paid the price. If they had crushed the token and fled, they would be safe now. The remaining 5 princes were also drowned by the ghost heads. After Qi finished playing the demonic zither, he was on the verge of death. It's over. Su Zimo clapped his hands. Just as he was about to leave, Xinyu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. Junior brother Lin Qiu, don't be so anxious, Xinyu said calmly. Oh, interesting. Su Zimo was surprised. Under Wu Wang's law, only Xinyu alone survived in this entire world. Someone told me that you're the strongest among the 9 great princes, so I thought your strength was average. So you were hiding it, Su Zimo said with a smile. After they're all dead, I'll kill you. Then I'll become the candidate for the main clan. Xinyu smiled evilly. Where does your confidence come from? Su Zimo asked with interest. You'll find out later, Xinyu said calmly. At this moment, a pure white spirit qi surged into the sky from his body. The spirit qi carried a powerful aura that surpassed the heavenly fusion stage. It was close to the aura of a sage. This is? Su Zimo looked on with interest. The white spirit qi shrouded the entire space, and a figure seemed to be faintly discernible within it. It's Grandmaster. Everyone on the Great Dao Peak stood up and said in surprise. Why would Grandmaster's shadow appear on Xinyu? Wang Yuntian asked with a frown. Everyone looked at the divine firmament peak master, Chongqing, their eyes full of doubt. Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me, Chongqing said with a smile. You received Grandmaster's inheritance. Inheritance? When did Grandmaster leave his inheritance alone? Qi Hai asked. I don't know. Anyway, Grandmaster chose you. It means he thinks highly of him, Chongqing said. There's no use being envious. Everyone's eyes were uncertain. No one knew what they were thinking. In the illusory spirit qi, Su Zimo couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly. However, he could still feel the aura of a sage. You didn't expect the 9 heaven sage's inheritance to be my trump card, right? Xinyu said proudly. I've kept this trump card for many years, waiting to use it in a moment of life and death. I have to thank you for getting rid of them for me. No need to thank me. You'll end up like them later, Su Zimo said calmly. Do you really think you can withstand a sage's attack? Xinyu snorted. He closed his eyes slightly. At that moment, Xinyu's expression was solemn. He seemed to have merged with the huge figure in the void, and the aura around him instantly became as majestic as that of a saint. A saint could start a sect and become a saint. From then on, there would be no need to worry about his lifespan. The great Tao was broad, and he could casually summon the power of heaven and earth. Xinyu was seen floating high in the sky, looking at Su Zimo with a cold gaze. Die. This single word seemed to have alarmed the Grand Tao, and it carried a supreme might as it pressed down towards Suzimo. I was wondering what it was. So it's just a remnant soul. Suzimo shook his head slightly. Shin, you must have accidentally obtained the inheritance of the 9 firmament saint, and there was a remnant soul in the inheritance. Under the constant erosion of time, this remnant soul had already reached its limit. The power contained within was just enough to simulate a sage's attack once, so Shinyu treated it as his trump card. Suzimo did not even care about the full-powered attack of a saint, let alone this ordinary attack. The moment the sage's might appeared, the projection on the Great Tao Peak was unable to withstand the might and directly shattered. What? When the leaders saw that, they hastily looked at Mu Changgu. Wait and see. The last person will be teleported back by the portal, said Mu Changgu indifferently. He was in a bad mood. This time, more than half of the disciples had died. It was probably the worst part of the great competition of the continent of the 9 firmament. The great imperial sect of the continent of the 9 firmament had suffered great losses. Die. Accompanied by Shinyu's crazy roar, the illusory figure slowly lowered its head and pressed a finger towards Suzimo. Even though it was just a finger, it was like a pillar supporting the sky. When the finger descended, the space around it collapsed. Rumbling sound spread in the air. Suzimo raised his head and smiled indifferently. He slowly raised his right index finger and collided with the finger. In front of the finger, which was like a pillar supporting the sky, Suzimo's finger was as small as a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It was like an ant trying to shake the sky. However, when the two of them collided, there was a loud explosion. Suzimo's finger had destroyed the saint's shadow as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Impossible. That's impossible, shouted Shinyu furiously. When he saw that his body and the shadow had both disappeared, his face twisted in agony. How pitiful. You don't even know what you're doing and you dare talk big, said Suzimo, shaking his head. You think you're an Oriole? You're just food for the hunter. The mountains and rivers around had been destroyed, the ground was filled with countless fissures, and corpses were everywhere. Suzimo looked at the 9 talismans in front of him and smiled disdainfully. He threw the talismans on the ground. Then, he waved his right hand and a portal opened. He returned to the great imperial sect of the continent of the 9 firmament. After a short space travel, the instant Suzimo's figure appeared on the Great Tao Peak. Several powerful auras erupted from the surroundings as a few figures surrounded Suzimo. Lin Qiu, do you know your crime? When they saw Suzimo's face clearly, several voices shouted at the same time. What's the matter? Suzimo raised his head and asked nonchalantly. You killed your fellow disciple. Why don't you surrender obediently? Chongqing roared furiously. The competition was already cancelled. Why did you still kill him? Because they wanted to kill me, replied Suzimo. You're still quibbling. Take him down first and judge him slowly. Wang Yuntian shouted and grabbed Suzimo with his big hand. Suzimo frowned slightly and slapped him. Wang Yuntian was sent flying and his body crashed heavily into the mountain in the distance. How dare you? Qin Hanqing slapped the chair and stood up. He looked at Suzimo and said coldly, no matter what, he's your teacher. How can you beat him up? Why? Are you trying to put a hat on me and force me to rebel? Suzimo said. Lin Qiu, we'll deal with this matter fairly, Mu Changgu sighed. After all, you're the one in the wrong first. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, I can take it as you declaring war on our main tribe. Qin Hanqing looked at Suzimo and said calmly. With the power of Glory Sect, there's no place for you to hide in this vast southern region. Qiu'er, stand behind your father. Lin Beixing was silent for a moment and finally walked out slowly. Lin Beixing, what are you doing? Qin Hanqing shouted. If you want to hurt my son, you'll have to step over my dead body first, Lin Beixing said calmly. Is the Taishao lineage trying to start a war? Chongqing laughed coldly. No, I'm just representing myself. It has nothing to do with the Taishao lineage, Lin Beixing shook his head. That's easy for you to say. You're the leader of Taishao Peak. How can you have nothing to do with it, said Qi Hai. I suggest that Lin Beixing be stripped of his position. We'll find a new leader. Since when did you have the right to make decisions about the leader of Taishao Peak, said Lin Beixing, frowning. Laozu will make the decision for us. I'll report this to the main clan. We'll talk about it when the decision is made, said Muchanga indifferently. But for now, you and your father should stay here and wait for the decision. Muchanga and Qin Hanqing stood up at the same time. Together with the other leaders, they surrounded Su Zimo and Qi Hai aggressively. Xiaoer, it's all my fault. I can't protect you, said Lin Beixing. Father, do you want to unify the continent of the 9 clouds? Asked Su Zimo. What? Lin Beixing was stunned. He hadn't reacted to Su Zimo's words. Just you wait. Su Zimo smiled and turned to look at the crowd. He said indifferently, I'll give you 2 choices. First, acknowledge my father as the leader of the continent of the 9 clouds. Second, I'll kill all of you. Impudent. Shameless boasting. Ignorant child, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As soon as Su Zimo's voice fell, the surrounding people immediately flew into a rage and berated. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're a little bit stronger? The Emperor sect of the 9 clouds has been separated for thousands of years. It's not something you can solve with just a few words. Stop talking nonsense. Let's take him down first, shouted someone. He directly charged at Su Zimo. Ignorant, said Su Zimo coldly. He held the Tianma bow in his hand. Demon Qi surged around him. He knocked the bow and shot an arrow. Endless Demon Qi surged on the bowstring. 8 consecutive kills. Su Zimo shouted. With this attack, 8 devil arrows shot out at the same time. He immediately charged towards the peak masters of the 8 lineages. Su Zimo wanted to end the battle quickly, so he didn't hold back. When the 8 demonic arrows shot out, their speed was astonishing, leaving behind afterimages in the sky. In the end, not even his afterimage could be seen. What is this? The Divine Firmament Peak Lord, Chongqing, roared as the demonic arrow pierced through his body and nailed him to the Divine Firmament Peak. Soon after, the other peak masters were not spared either. They were all nailed to their respective peaks. You. The peak masters stared at Su Zimo in shock. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the devil arrow. Kill. Qin Hanqing frowned and exchanged glances with Muchanga. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, directly charged at Su Zimo. If your Laozu Sage of the Great Cosmological Abyss came today, I would be interested in playing, Su Zimo said faintly. As for the rest of you, forget it. He clapped his hands. Muchanga only felt an irresistible force attacking him. He couldn't even resist and was directly sent flying. Qin Hanqing was in the same situation. He struggled to stand up and saw Su Zimo walking over step by step. His right hand squeezed his neck. I heard that you have a big problem with our Divine Firmament Peak. Su Zimo asked. If you kill me, the main clan won't let you off, Qin Hanqing said as he struggled. And without the help of the main clan, your Divine Firmament Emperor sect will decline sooner or later. It's a pity that you won't live to see that day. Su Zimo squeezed his right hand hard and directly broke the other party's head and neck. He wiped the blood on his hand on the other party's body and threw the corpse and head aside. Then he turned to look at Muchanga and said, I won't kill you. Go back and tell the main clan. In the future, the Divine Firmament Emperor sect doesn't need anyone's help, nor does it need to be a vassal of the main clan. If there's anything, just ask the Sage of the Great Cosmological Abyss to find me. You've become a saint? I don't believe it. Muchanga looked at Su Zimo and shook his head. A young man in his 20s had become a saint. This kind of thing broke his worldview. He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. As far as Muchanga knew, since ancient times, the fastest person to become a saint in the Eternal Continent took hundreds of years. On the path of martial arts, every step was like a blue sky. This isn't something you should know, Su Zimo said lightly. A saint is just an ant. I'll pass on these words to the main clan without missing a word, Muchanga thought for a while and finally said. From today onwards, there will be no main clan or sub-clan. There will only be the Divine Firmament Emperor sect and the Sage sect, Su Zimo said. Muchanga looked deeply at Su Zimo and then said to the girl next to him, let's go. After watching the two leave through the air, Su Zimo turned his head. He saw Lin Beixing staring blankly at him. "Dad, what's wrong?" asked Su Zimo. "Are you really Qiu-er?" asked Lin Beixing. "What? Don't I look like her?" asked Su Zimo, smiling. "Yes, you look like her in every way except for her personality," said Lin Beixing, shaking his head. He sighed. "You've completely offended the main clan this time." "Isn't it good to let me be the ruler of the continent of the 9 clouds?" asked Su Zimo. "How will we explain this to the main clan? Besides, there are still some Laozu from the other branches." "They won't agree," said Lin Beixing, shaking his head. "Don't worry about the main clan. They can come to me," said Su Zimo. "As for the Laozu from the other branches, I'll take care of them." It was an unforgettable day for the disciples of the continent of the 9 clouds. It was the end of June, a scorching summer day with the scorching sun. Lin Qiu, a disciple of Taishao Peak, visited the 8 peaks one by one. Before he left, he hung the heads of the 8 Laozu from the 8 branches on the willow trees. Everyone was in a state of panic. Many disciples went into seclusion, and many went into hiding. A few days later, Lin Beixing, the peak leader of Taishao Peak, called for a sect meeting. He proposed to unite the 9 clouds and rebuild the continent of the 9 clouds. The meeting was silent. No one dared to object. However, Lin Beixing did not force them to stay. From then on, there was no distinction between the 9 clouds and the emperor sect of the 9 clouds. Any disciple who wanted to stay would have to go and collect a new set of clothes that belonged to the emperor sect of the 9 clouds. As for those who wanted to leave, Lin Beixing was kind enough to give them some spirit stones and asked them to see each other again. Of course, there were many kinds of people. More than half of the disciples chose to leave. After all, the future of the emperor sect of the 9 clouds was bleak. The future would not be easy. With their talent, they could join other sections. There was no need to joke about their future. Some disciples had feelings for the emperor sect of the 9 clouds and did not want to leave. In the end, they chose to stay. The unification of the 9 clouds was very complicated. It was not something that could be solved in a few days. Lin Beixing was so busy that he almost did not go home. Lin Jimmy was also helping out. It was his lifelong dream to rule the 9 clouds in his lifetime. Only Su Zimo was relaxed. He rested in the courtyard and cultivated his heaven-shaking power when he was free. Now that he had full control of his own power, he was starting to condense it. Summer was coming to an end. The sun was trying its best to shine its last bit of heat onto the earth. That afternoon, Xianxia came to Su Zimo's courtyard. "Senior brother, I've done what you asked me to do. From now on, Shaoqing no longer exists in this world," Xianxia said respectfully. "Not bad." Su Zimo leaned back in his chair and smiled. "It's time for me to leave." "Senior brother, you're leaving?" Xianxia was stunned. "Yes, I've already dealt with the emperor sect of the 9 clouds. What else can I do?" Su Zimo said. "But the emperor sect of the 9 clouds can't do without you," Xianxia said. "There's no one in this world that can't do without you. The emperor sect of the 9 clouds has to rely on itself. It has to rely on the younger generation like you," Su Zimo said. "Senior brother, where are you going?" "I'll follow you," Xianxia said. "Cultivate well. Your cultivation is too low. After leaving this time, you might not come back." Su Zimo waved his hand. He took out a bunch of things from his storage ring and handed them to Xianxia. There were some meridian skills, cultivation pills, and herbs. These things could increase Xianxia's strength in a short period of time. In the Divine Continent's Thousand Demons tribe, the dragon race had already begun to reproduce. Su Zimo even gave a dragon egg that was about to hatch to Su Zimo. Xianxia hugged the dragon egg and looked at the pile of things. He was silent for a long time. "Senior brother, I'm not worthy," Xianxia sighed. "Now that the 9 princes have been destroyed, I have high hopes for you among the younger generation of the emperor sect of the 9 clouds. I hope you can lead the sect to greater heights." Su Zimo smiled. "Senior brother, don't worry. I promise that my life will belong to the 9 firmaments emperor sect." Su Zimo smiled and waved his sleeve. Go, if you can enter the immortal Tao Bridge one day, maybe we will meet again. Senior brother. Jiang Chongqing looked deeply at Su Zimo, then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before turning to leave. Jiang Chongqing knew that a large part of what Su Zimo had given him today might be able to change his fate. This is the so-called grace of being reborn by a teacher. Senior martial brother is nothing more than this. He hadn't helped Su Zimo much, but these resources were enough for him to grow a lot. After Jiang Chongqing left, Nine Nether asked, "Are we going to the God Race ruins next?" "No, let's go to the World Emperor Sacred Sect first." Su Zimo shook his head. "What are we going there for?" Nine Nether asked curiously. "Don't ask so many questions. Just follow me," Su Zimo said. Time flew by like a white steed. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. After a busy day, Lin Jimmy and Lin Beixing finally found Su Zimo. "Qiu'er, you're leaving?" Lin Beixing asked in surprise. "Yes, after all, I have other things to do. But don't worry, I have a way to deal with the 9 Firmaments Sacred Sect." Su Zimo said. "You've grown up. Once you've decided, I can't stop you anymore." Lin Beixing sighed. "Take care of yourself outside. No matter what, don't forget that you still have a home here." Su Zimo nodded and handed a token to Lin Beixing. This token was made of black iron and had the image of a ferocious beast engraved on it. "This is?" Lin Beixing took the token curiously. "Myriad Beast Token. You can only use it when the 9 Firmaments Emperor Sect is in danger." Su Zimo said, "Pour your spirit energy into this token and the guardian beast will appear." "This?" Lin Beixing looked at the token and was shocked. "There's such a thing in this world? If the sage of the great cosmological abyss comes one day and can't find me, you can use this token if you don't care about the sage's reputation and want to destroy the sect," Su Zimo said. "I understand." Lin Beixing took the token and nodded heavily. Then, they chatted for a while before Lin Beixing and Lin Beixing left. Su Zimo sat cross-legged on the bed and his soul entered the divine continent. He directly entered the Thousand Demons tribe. "Master." A group of mythological beasts hurried over to pay their respects. This place was still dominated by the dragon tribe. After many years of recuperation, the dragon tribe had multiplied. However, the strength of the 10 ancient mythological beasts was gradually recovering, as well as the foolish beast and the void spirit monkey that Su Zimo had captured previously. "Tao Wu." Su Zimo looked at one of the mythological beasts and said, "You can stay." Among the mythological beasts, a mythological beast that looked like a lion but looked even more ferocious walked out. It had 2 horns and the fangs in its mouth were very long and sharp. Its body was covered in thick fur and a strong smell of blood spread out. "As you command, Lord," Yuan promised as he lay down on his stomach. "Go to the Great Tao Peak to cultivate. That's the center of the 9 heavens array. The spirit chi there is abundant," Su Zimo said. "Also, I'll give you a portion of the world's origin. When you break through to immortality in the future, you can use it. Protect the Emperor Sect of the 9 heavens for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, you can leave and enter the immortal Tao Bridge to search for the peak of the martial Tao." "Thank you, Master," Tao Wu said gratefully. Su Zimo opened the spatial door to the divine continent and directly sent Tao Wu to the Great Tao Peak. On this day, the deafening sound of beasts could be heard around the Great Tao Peak. The sound of the beasts made people tremble in fear. Just the sound alone was enough to make people feel as if their hearts had stopped. The spirit chi of the Great Tao Peak stirred. The purple sun rose 3,000 miles from the east. The entire 9 heavens array was activated and constantly absorbed the spirit chi around it. This situation continued for a period of time before it finally calmed down. The next morning, Su Zimo did not bid farewell to the other disciples. He and Nine Nether set off on their journey to leave the Emperor Sect of the 9 heavens. On Taishao Peak, Lin Beixing and Lin Jimmy stood at the peak. "Qiu'er has left." Lin Beixing sighed. "Don't tell anyone what happened in the past few days. Seal the sect for a while." Lin Jimmy looked at the distant horizon. He said, "I have a feeling that behind the peace is a storm. Actually, I've thought it through these days. Although the Emperor sect of the Nine Heavens is facing a storm, I see hope. As the saying goes, without destruction, there can be no construction. This is probably the truth. Lin Beixing said casually, you and I are the same. If we don't become saints in this lifetime, we won't live for more than 1,000 years. Although it's much better than a normal person, it's just a matter of time. Why don't we go all out? Who knows, we might be able to fight for a future. Let's laugh to the sky and go out. We're not ordinary people. Su Zimo and Nine Nether left the Ninth Firmament Emperor sect. Not long after they walked down the Ninth Firmament Mountain, they were surrounded by a group of people. This group of people were all wearing blue robes with a white holy sun printed on the back. Sacred World Emperor sect. Nine Nether immediately reacted when she saw their clothes. Young Master Lin, our sect's holy maiden wants to invite you over. Are you willing? The leader of the group said with a smile. What's the matter? Su Zimo asked with a smile. The holy maiden didn't say. We're just passing on the message, the leader replied. What if I don't go? Su Zimo continued to ask. The holy maiden said that she won't force you. But if you want to know more about the devil race, you should meet her, the disciple replied. Where is she? Su Zimo asked. Blazing Fire City, the leader replied. Then let's go take a look. Su Zimo smiled and followed the disciple to Blazing Fire City. Did you know that she would look for you? Nine Nether asked. More or less. Su Zimo nodded. After entering Blazing Fire City, they went straight to an inn. There were no guests in the inn. Only Huangfu Hao and Huangfu Xianxia were sitting there leisurely drinking tea. Brother Lin, long time no see. Huangfu Hao turned around and said with a faint smile. Su Zimo nodded slightly and sat down with Nine Nether. Huangfu Xianxia waved her hand and the group of disciples walked out to guard the entrance of the inn. Miss Huangfu, why are you looking for me? Su Zimo asked. Young Master Lin, tell me first. Are you from the devil race? Huangfu Xianxia asked with a smile. This is very important, Su Zimo said. Brother Lin, don't keep us in suspense. My sister is naturally very familiar with energy. Her perception can't be wrong, Huangfu Hao said. Don't call me Brother Lin. Are we close? Su Zimo looked at Huangfu Hao and said calmly. I'm a demon. Tell me, Su Zimo nodded and replied. Brother Su, do you know the history of the devils? Huangfu Xianxia asked. Su Zimo shook his head. The demons of this world were probably related to him. Some of the devil clans were sealed in the primordial devil cavern after the end of the Epic of Zs, while others like Baimont were left behind on the Yuanyang continent. As for Imo San and the others, they should have entered the Eternal Continent. However, perhaps because the demon tribes in the Eternal Land had been destroyed, he didn't know much about them. Before Huangfu Xianxia could speak, Nine Nether had already replied, in the God-Fiend era, there were three most powerful factions in the world. The God race, the demon race, and other races. The God race and the demon race were supreme existences and also the strongest existences. There were endless disputes between them, and wars often broke out. The entire Eternal Continent was in a war between the two for 10,000 years. It seems that this lady knows a lot, Huangfu Xianxia said with a smile. That's right. At that time, the God race and the demon race were supreme. Even if the other races joined forces, they could only struggle at death's door. But for some reason, the God race and the demon race suddenly launched an earth-shattering war one day. On the God race and the demon battlefield, the two races perished together. The other races slowly developed and formed the situation they have today. What are you trying to say? Su Zimo asked. Do you know why the God race and the demon race were so powerful back then? Huangfu Xianxia asked. The God-Fiend body, Nine Nether said. The God race has the God-Fiend body, and the demon race has the demon body. This is their unique physique. Not only is their defense astonishing, but they can also continuously recover spirit chi. These are incomparable to the other races. It seems that this lady knows more about the God race and the demon race than I do. Huangfu Xianxia looked at Nine Nether meaningfully. You called me here to tell me this? Su Zimo asked. Speaking of the demon body, ordinary demons only had ordinary demon bodies, but he had the supreme hell-suppressing demon body. He knew this better than anyone. Since Brother Lin is a remnant of the demon race, I wonder if you can inherit the demon body? Huangfu Xianxia continued asking. The demon body must be a complete demon body. Usually, whether it's the god race or the remnant of the demon race, they can't obtain the demon body, Nine Nether said. You're right, but I know a way to let Brother Lin obtain the demon body, Huangfu Xianxia said. What way? Nine Nether hurriedly asked. Huangfu Xianxia glanced at Nine Nether, then looked at Su Zimo and said, Brother Lin, don't you want to know? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me your conditions first, Su Zimo said. My conditions are very simple. I want Brother Lin to join our Sacred Realm Emperor sect, Huangfu Xianxia said. Also, the formation of the demon body is not something that can be done overnight. During this period, Brother Lin must trust me unconditionally. You want me to join the Sacred Realm Emperor sect? It's that simple? Su Zimo said with a smile. Brother Lin, you might not know, but even in the Sacred Realm Emperor sect, there are several factions. The Red King faction led by my father is one of them, so I also hope that Brother Lin can join our faction after entering the sect, Huangfu Xianxia said. That's not a problem. Su Zimo nodded. Then, if young Master Lin has nothing else to do, prepare to return to the Sacred Realm Emperor sect with us, Huangfu Xianxia said. Su Zimo nodded. After they walked out of the inn, they walked directly to the teleportation formation in Blazing Fire City. On the way, Nine Nether looked at Huangfu Xianxia and asked, Do you have a way to obtain the divine body? Of course. Huangfu Xianxia nodded and said, Why? Do you know any remnant of the god race? No, I'm just asking, Nine Nether said with a smile. Everyone arrived at the teleportation formation in Blazing Fire City. As the main city of the Nine Heavens Emperor sect, Blazing Fire City could directly teleport to the main city of the Sacred Realm sect, Heaven Realm City. And the Sacred Realm sect was behind Heaven Realm City. Watching the Huangfu siblings walk into the teleportation formation, Nine Nether looked at Su Zimo and asked, Do you really believe what she said? I don't believe it, Su Zimo said with a smile. Then why do you still want to go? Nine Nether asked in confusion. We're just taking what we need. Su Zimo waved his hand and walked into the formation. As one of the two sacred sects of the southern region, the Sacred Realm sect had a history of tens of thousands of years. This behemoth located in the northernmost part of the southern region had to be mentioned about its founder, the World Emperor. In fact, he could already be called the World Saint, but because of habit, most people still called him the World Emperor. The so-called world was more like a synonym for space. There was a legend that the Sacred Realm sect was actually located in a world, on two different latitudes from the Eternal Continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, the World Emperor was still just a teenager. He had been interested in the power of space since he was young and often studied and simulated it. If he could control time and space, then he could easily create a space. He called it the world. The World Emperor's initial idea was to create a world, but unfortunately, the difficulty of creating a world was beyond his imagination. So he imagined creating a world that belonged to him alone. This world could be used to block other people's attacks and also to trap others. If the world was strong enough, it could even trap people for life until they died. With this thought in mind, the World King spent his entire life on the realm. It was said that the World Emperor at his peak could create tens of thousands of worlds with a wave of his hand, and no one could defeat him. It was very difficult for people of the same level to break his world. The World Emperor rarely killed people, but most people were not willing to be his enemy, because if they were not careful, they would be trapped in the world and might be imprisoned for life. This feeling of loneliness was countless times more terrifying than death. After the World Emperor became a saint, he knew that his achievements in his life were limited, and he might not be able to explore higher worlds. He passed down his orthodoxy in the southern domain, which was the current World Emperor's sacred sect, hoping that his descendants could carry it forward. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the strongest person in the world was still the World Emperor. In the long river of time, the World Emperor's sacred sect did not have a second saint. But no matter what, the World Emperor's sacred sect was still a huge monster, standing on the land of the southern domain. As for the World Emperor, there were rumors that he had always been in the World Emperor sacred sect, but he had long since stopped thinking about worldly affairs and focused on cultivating his own world. There were also rumors that when he cultivated a higher level of world, he was trapped in his own world and could not leave for life. Blazing Fire City was a long way from Heaven Realm City. After everyone stayed in the teleportation array for half a month, they arrived at Heaven Realm City. Walking out of the teleportation array, it was noon, and the city's prosperity and liveliness rendered Suzimo's mood. "Let's go have a meal first," Suzimo said to everyone. Although they didn't need to eat now, they still had the basic desire to eat. The group found a relatively spacious inn and went in to order a large table of food. Huangfu Xianxia looked at Suzimo and said, "The cultivation of the devil body is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to use magical drafts to start tempering your body, so that your body can gradually adapt." "But I don't have magical drafts," Suzimo said. "Do you have spirit stones on you?" "The heavenly pavilion in the city has everything we need." "I don't have any spirit stones either. I've always been a thrifty person." Suzimo shook his head. Huangfu Xianxia waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I'll lend you my spirit stones first. If you have any in the future, remember to return them to me." Suzimo smiled and nodded. After everyone finished eating, they prepared to go to the heavenly pavilion to take a look. Located in the center of the Heaven Realm City, the Heaven Realm Pavilion could be considered the most famous building here. The shops opened by the World Royal Sacred Sect and the Xiang clan occupied 99% of the businesses in the city. The towering and imposing pavilion stood in the middle of the street. Its unique temperament seemed to be out of place with the entire street. It couldn't be considered magnificent, but the cornices and buildings were all carefully carved, giving people a feeling that they were particularly tall. At the door, 2 women dressed in outstanding windbreakers were wearing red clothes similar to Xianxia's. They welcomed the guests with smiles on their faces. "How is it? Our Heaven Realm City is not something your Blazing Fire City can compare to," Huangfu Hao said proudly. "It's all right," Suzimo said as he walked into the pavilion. The space in the pavilion was even more spacious. There were also people coming and going inside. Countless transparent cabinets were placed around. In front of each cabinet, there was a special staff member introducing them. As soon as Suzimo walked in, a good-looking woman walked over. She smiled and said to Suzimo, "Young master, what do you want to buy?" "Some magical drafts," Suzimo said. "Do you have any more accurate ones?" the woman asked. Huangfu Xianxia walked over from behind and handed a piece of paper to the woman. She said, "Just give me the drafts according to the ones on this." The woman took the paper and looked at it. Finally, she said with a smile, "Please wait a moment." Seeing the woman leave, Huangfu Xianxia said to Suzimo, "You can look around if you need anything. After going to the World Royal Sacred Sect, you will have less time to go down the mountain." Suzimo nodded and prepared to walk around with Nine Nether. "Do you think I should ask her about the divine body?" Nine Nether looked at Suzimo and asked. "Do you really think that the devil body and divine body can be formed postnatally?" Suzimo shook his head with a smile. "Unless you can find an innate body, don't even think about it. The person who can help you must have other motives." The 2 of them walked around the Heaven Realm Pavilion. There were all kinds of things here, but Suzimo didn't need anything for the time being. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, they saw that Huangfu Xianxia seemed to be in trouble at the door. A group of young people surrounded her. They were all wearing blue robes, and the leader was wearing clothes that were even bluer. There was a gray badge on his chest, and the bottom of his robe was embroidered with white clouds. The leading young man seemed to be tugging at something with Huangfu Xianxia. Huangfu Xianxia looked a little unhappy, but she endured it. "Should we help?" Nine Nether asked. "No need, but this Huangfu Xianxia shouldn't be so timid." "Interesting," Suzimo said with a smile. As the 2 of them were tugging at each other, the woman from the Heaven Realm Pavilion walked down from upstairs. She held a red plate in her hand, and on top of it was a storage ring. "Young master, this is the drafts you need. Take this storage ring as a gift from us," the woman said with a smile. "A total of 18 million spirit crystals." "How did you pay?" Suzimo realized that when the woman took down the storage ring from upstairs, there were a few guards staring at him faintly from all directions. "Hey, have you paid?" Su Zimo shouted in Huangfu Xuanyue's direction. The group of people instantly turned around and looked at Su Zimo with different expressions. Huangfu Xuanyue took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and slowly walked over. She took out a purple card, and the woman turned pale with fright. She quickly handed the storage ring to Su Zimo. She didn't mention the spirit crystals and left. "Xuanyue, who is he?" The young man walked forward and looked at Su Zimo with some disgust. "It has nothing to do with you. If there's nothing else, I'll return to the sect," Huangfu Xuanyue said. "Xuanyue, don't be so rude. I'm also going to the Sacred World Emperor sect this time." "We can go together," the young man said with a smile. "Why are you going to our sect?" Huangfu Xuanyue asked with a frown. "To discuss the date of our marriage with my future father-in-law," the young man said with a frivolous smile. Huangfu Xuanyue looked at the young man with disgust and then said to Su Zimo, "Let's go." The young man suddenly walked forward and blocked Su Zimo's path. He asked with a smile, "Hey, how should I address you, friend?" "Lin Qiu," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Gong Yu from the Eternal Divine Sect." The young man stretched out his hand and smiled. "Xuanyue is my fiancé. Friend, remember that. There's no need to know each other." Su Zimo did not shake hands with him. Instead, he walked past him. When the group of blue-robed youths saw this scene, they all drew their swords and slowly surrounded them. "Gong Yu, Lin Qiu is my friend. What are you trying to do?" Huangfu Xuanyue shouted. "Let them go." Gong Yu looked at his hand that was suspended in midair and said with a faint smile. Looking at the backs of Su Zimo and the others, a young man walked forward and said, "Senior brother Yu, are we going to let them go just like that? What's the hurry?" "The people I like have never run away," Gong Yu said with a smile. After leaving the Heaven Realm Pavilion, Huangfu Xuanyue's expression looked very bad. "Who's that Gong Yu?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Just a self-righteous idiot," Huangfu Xuanyue said. "That's my sister's fiancé," Huangfu Hao explained. "People from the Eternal Divine Sect are indeed not bad," Su Zimo said. As the most powerful sect in the southern region, although the Eternal Divine King had entered the Immortal Tao Bridge, the sect's strength had been greatly reduced. However, the Eternal Divine Sect had 3 known saints. It could be said that they were above any sacred sect. If he's the divine son of the Eternal Divine Sect, I'll accept it. However, what right does a good-for-nothing son have to be my future husband? Huangfu Xuanyue said indifferently. But father has already agreed to this, Huangfu Hao said from the side. I have my ways, Huangfu Xuanyue said. Let's go up the mountain. The World Emperor Sacred Sect was located at the back of the Heaven Realm City. After exiting the South City Gate and walking for 2 miles, one would arrive in front of a large mountain. The depths of the mountain were shrouded in a hazy fog. It was majestic and beautiful, giving off a dreamy feeling. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the space in front of them fluctuated and 2 figures walked out of the void. Greetings, Holy Maiden. These 2 were the disciples guarding the mountain gate, and they greeted her. Return to the sect, Huangfu Xuanyue said indifferently. The 2 disciples each wielded a halberd and slashed through the air. The space in front of him was split apart, and a void gate appeared. The Sacred World Emperor sect is indeed in a world domain. Su Zimo muttered. As everyone walked into the void gate, they saw their bodies being devoured by a very small amount of spatial power. Then, he appeared in another world. Mountains either stood on the ground or hovered in the air. Some were covered by fog, while some were immortal mountains, pavilions, and pavilions. Immortal cranes soared in the sky, and some disciples flew on their swords. In the distant horizon, someone slashed through the sun, moon, and stars with a flying sword. A huge beast breathed, causing a phenomenon in the world. Su Zimo could only use one word to describe all of this: vast. I live on the Goddess Peak. When the time comes, you can find a courtyard and stay on my peak. It'll also be convenient for me to temper your demonic body, Huangfu Xuanyue said. Sure. Su Zimo nodded. Bring him to arrange a place to stay first. I have something to discuss with father, Huangfu Xuanyue said to Huangfu Hao. Looking at Huangfu Xuanyue's departing figure, Huangfu Hao said with a smile, "The two of you, follow me." Su Zimo nodded. Huangfu Hao was not as profligate as he had imagined when they met at the number 1 under the heavens shop. There was only one explanation. He did it on purpose back then. Huangfu Xianyue was definitely plotting something against him. However, Su Zimo was still unsure. However, he also wanted to come here to find a way to fuse with the blood lizard. It was not a bad idea. Goddess Peak was the place where the saintesses of the Sacred World Emperor sect lived. It was located on the left side of the sect. The three of them arrived at Goddess Peak. The scenery here was somewhat different from elsewhere. The trees in other places were still lush and green. Only here, it was as if autumn had arrived early. Yellow leaves covered the ground in a thick layer. Along with the autumn wind, a few withered leaves were drifting in the air. The golden ground was covered in fallen leaves. The entire mountain peak gave off a feeling of desolation. The sunset and the lonely birds flew together, and the autumn water was the same color as the sky. The mountain peak was not towering, but it was extremely beautiful. It was as if it was on a different latitude from the surrounding environment. There was a stone tablet in front of the mountain peak with the words Goddess Peak written on it. Next to the words was a depiction of a graceful woman ascending to the heavens. Huangfu Hao placed his hand in front of the stone tablet and saw that the barrier outside the mountain peak gradually cracked open. "I'll bring you guys to choose a courtyard first. Then, we'll apply for an identity. You guys will be disciples of the Sacred World Emperor sect," Huangfu Hao said. "It's that simple," Nine Nether said. "After all, we're going through the back door. You guys can slowly understand the matters of the sect in the future." Huangfu Hao smiled. Everyone walked up the mountain peak. Under their feet were fallen yellow rocks, which paved a path in the forest. Although the leaves on the surrounding trees were already yellow, they still hung on the trees in layers. It added a different kind of scenery to the mountain peak. Halfway up the mountain, there were a few unique small courtyards. There were fake mountains and flowing water. A few ginkgo trees and maple trees were planted around the courtyard. The ginkgo leaves carried a faint fragrance. The courtyard on the left was where Huangfu Xianyue lived. Su Zimo thought for a moment and chose a small courtyard in the middle. In the afternoon, Huangfu Hao was busy. He had already taken the disciple token and the disciple robe of the Sacred World Emperor sect. "Brother Huangfu," before leaving, Su Zimo asked, "Where is the place where our Sacred World Emperor sect cultivates the meridian technique?" "You're talking about One Realm Pavilion, right?" Huangfu Hao briefly explained the route and said. "But you don't have any contribution points, so it's useless even if you go." Watching Huangfu Hao leave, Nine Nether asked, "What are we doing now?" "I'll go to One Realm Pavilion to take a look. You can just walk around. I might not need you this time." Su Zimo waved his hand. When Huangfu Xianyue returned in the afternoon, she immediately went to the small courtyard where Su Zimo lived. "What do you think, young Master Lin?" Huangfu Xianyue asked. "It's pretty good. I'm preparing to leave the sect soon," Su Zimo said with a nod. "Leave the sect?" Huangfu Xianyue frowned slightly and asked, "For what?" "I want to learn some meridian techniques, but unfortunately, I don't have any contribution points, so I'm preparing to accept missions to obtain them," Su Zimo said. Huangfu Xianyue pondered for a moment before finally saying, "There's no need. I can give you some of my contribution points." "How can I accept that?" Su Zimo smiled. "I think you have such plans." Huangfu Xianyue glanced at Su Zimo and handed a token to Su Zimo. "There are a lot of contribution points on it. It should be enough for you." Su Zimo took the token and nodded. "That's it then. Rest today. If you can tomorrow, start tempering your demonic body," Huangfu Xianyue said. "So fast?" Su Zimo was a little surprised. He felt that Huangfu Xianyue was even more anxious than him. "After all, I've never done it before, so I want to try it on you," Huangfu Xianyue replied. "Tomorrow then." Su Zimo nodded. "The situation in the sect is a little complicated. There are many large factions like us. Just don't cause trouble," Huangfu Xianyue warned. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Huangfu Xianyue left. Su Zimo, on the other hand, took the token and went to One Realm Pavilion. The sect was extremely vast and it took time to walk down from Goddess Peak. Therefore, the sect allowed flight. When Su Zimo arrived at One Realm Pavilion, he realized that the names of some buildings in the Sacred Emperor sect were especially interesting. One Realm Pavilion, Two Realm Pavilion, Three Realm Pavilion, and so on. They represented meridian techniques, weapons, and pills. The so-called One Realm Pavilion was similar to a world within a world. Within the realm, another world would be created, and it was specially used to store some meridian techniques. When Su Zimo took out the token, the disciple guarding the door opened the spatial door and allowed Su Zimo to enter One Realm Pavilion. This realm pavilion had a total of 3 levels. When Su Zimo entered the first level, he saw that many things were created by the realm domain. Even meridian techniques were stored in the cabinet formed by the realm domain. Inside, there were a few scattered disciples flipping through the pulse skills, looking for a pulse skill that they liked. Su Zimo wanted to find the method to fuse with the blood lizard, but he didn't look at the meridian skill. He mainly browsed through the history books of the World Royal Sacred Sect. However, he gained very little. After all, the fusion method could not be placed on the first level. He thought for a moment and walked towards the second floor. Once again, 2 disciples stopped him. "Please show your identity token." Su Zimo thought for a moment. With his identity token, he probably didn't have the right to enter the second level, so he took out Huangfu Xuanyue's token. "Why is the Holy Maiden's token with you?" The disciple muttered, but he still opened the door. When he entered the second level, the space inside was smaller than the first level. The atmosphere was also quieter, and the color of the surroundings had changed from white to blue. Su Zimo searched for a while but still found nothing. This is a little troublesome. Huangfu Xuanyue's token did not have the authority to enter the third level. Perhaps the fusion method of the blood lizard was either on the third level or hidden separately. He had to think of a way to get the World Royal Sacred Sect to take out the fusion method. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find it. After leaving One Realm Pavilion, Su Zimo returned to his small courtyard. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening, but the World Royal Sacred Sect was still bustling with noise and excitement. The disciples breathed in the power of moonlight, and the giant beasts walked on the mountain. The bright moonlight shone in the courtyard. Su Zimo lay on a chair and quietly looked at the moonlight. "Xianxia said you're here. I've been busy all afternoon and didn't have time to come and see you." A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Su Zimo turned his head and saw Huangfu Xian walking in from the door. "There's no friendship between us. Red King, you're too polite." Su Zimo sat up and smiled. "Actually, I thought highly of you before. Although I don't know why you came to the World Royal Sacred Sect, I welcome you." Huangfu Xian smiled. "I also hope that you can become good friends with Xian'er. Don't worry, Red King. I don't have any thoughts about your daughter. I won't disturb her marriage." Su Zimo shook his head slightly. He had only met Red King once. The other party definitely did not come to find him because of friendship. He was afraid that he would delay the relationship between Huangfu Xuanyue and the Eternal Divine Sect. "I believe you." Huangfu Xian smiled and said, "Actually, there are some things that I have no choice but to do. As a father, who doesn't want their daughter to be happy? Red King, there's no need to explain. I'm just a passerby." Su Zimo waved his hand. Huangfu Xian nodded slightly, and finally, his figure disappeared into the darkness. After a silent night, early the next morning, Huangfu Xuanyue arrived at the small courtyard where Su Zimo lived. She asked the maidservant to carry a large vat and place it in Su Zimo's courtyard. When Su Zimo came out, he saw that the vat was filled with green liquid. It was thick and tasteless. "What is this?" Su Zimo asked. He could feel a rich energy from it. "Spiritual energy liquid." "Quickly sit in," Huangfu Xuanyue said. Su Zimo shook his head slightly and sat inside the large vat. In an instant, he was surrounded by a wave of spirit qi. Then, Huangfu Xuanyue took out a small bottle. It was filled with black liquid. "I refined this for you using those demon attribute drafts. It will hurt a little at first, so you have to bear with it," Huangfu Xuanyue said. When he poured the liquid into the vat, the spiritual energy liquid inside began to boil. All of it surged into Su Zimo's body. "How is it? How do you feel?" Huangfu Xianyue hurriedly asked. Su Zimo didn't feel anything. This bit of spiritual energy was like a drop in the bucket to him. However, in order to pretend, he still frowned slightly and said, "It hurts a little, and it's hot. It's about time. You have to absorb all the energy in it. You can begin the second stage in 3 days," Huangfu Xianyue said. Su Zimo realized that when Huangfu Xianyue looked at him, her eyes were especially passionate, as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Before leaving, Huangfu Xianyue specially reminded him, "Then rest well. I'll come again tomorrow." After Huangfu Xianyue left, Su Zimo returned to the courtyard. His consciousness directly arrived at the divine continent's Thousand Demons tribe. He looked at the many divine beasts and finally chose a flame dragon that was completely red in color. "You'll do. Help me do something," Su Zimo instructed. The scarlet dragon roared at the sky and swung its tail. Su Zimo used the power of space to teleport the red dragon out. The noon sun was like a fireball, shining in the sky above the Sacred Realm Emperor sect. For the disciples of the World Emperor Sacred Sect, this was an ordinary day. The sun was shining brightly. Occasionally, a breeze would blow by, turning a corner in the sky and then turning back. Some of the disciples didn't sleep for the whole night. They were still refreshed after cultivating until now. Some of them had breakfast and were ready to accept missions. In short, for many people, this was an ordinary day. Outside the World Emperor Sacred Sect, the 2 disciples guarding the gate were chatting with each other. Suddenly, a dragon's roar entered the ears of the 2. The dragon's roar was deafening, piercing through the clouds and causing ripples in the space. "What is that?" the disciple on the left asked in shock. "What's roaring?" The disciple on the right was also confused. Look there," the disciple on the left pointed at the sky and stammered. The disciple on the right looked up and saw a crimson dragon roaming in the distant horizon. In an instant, the originally bright weather became gloomy. The sky darkened and the dark clouds gathered together. For a time, wind and thunder roared and thunder rumbled. The rumbling sound was like the scene of the end of the world. In the silver-white lightning, in the midst of the rumbling thunder, a crimson dragon roamed in it. It rode the clouds and mist, and with a flip of its hand, it could summon clouds and rain, roaming above the 9 heavens. The dense dragon's aura suppressed down, and the surrounding space was shattered. The dragon's roar spread over 100 miles with the World Emperor Sacred Sect as the center. "Quick, go and report," the disciple on the left shouted. The crimson dragon swung its tail slightly, and a ball of fiery red flame shot down from its tail. With a boom, the gate of the realm was instantly surrounded by a sea of fire. The crimson dragon kept roaring, stirring up the dark clouds in the sky. He swung his tail, and another fireball fell from the sky. Seeing that the fireball was about to fall into the realm, a figure suddenly stepped into the air. It was a man in a blue robe. With a wave of his right hand, a new realm appeared in front of him and directly swallowed the fireball. The moment the fireball was swallowed, the blue-robed man's face changed slightly. He took a step forward and instantly appeared a few miles away. Once again, he opened up his bounded domain and banished the fireball. This was because the fireball's power was simply too great. His bounded domain was unable to devour it. Banish him to another place to avoid falling into the hands of the World Emperor Sacred Sect. The fireball exploded a few kilometers away, and the blue-robed man's face turned solemn. He wore a blue robe, and his eyes were deep and profound. His nose was high, and his hair was tied up in a bun behind his head. A 3-foot-long blue sword hung from his waist, and he carried an iron box on his back. This outfit was particularly peculiar. Sect Master Zhang Tianlin of the Sacred World Emperor Sect greets Senior. The blue-robed man bowed slightly. Fortunately, there was no one here. Otherwise, this name alone would have shocked everyone. The sect head of the World Royal Sacred Sect, Zhang Tianlin, combined with the sect head of the 9 Firmament Sacred Sect to form the twin sages of the Heaven Realm. Although the 2 of them hadn't truly become saints, they were already half-saints. They were the closest to becoming saints in the southern region. "May I know how my Sacred World Emperor Sect has offended Senior?" Please enlighten me, Zhang Tianlin said seriously. The crimson dragon opened its gloomy eyes and glanced at Zhang Tianlin. It ignored him and swung its tail down. The aura of a half-saint surged around Zhang Tianlin. His hands were filled with the power of the realm as he tried to grab the dragon's tail. Unfortunately, the moment his hands touched the dragon's tail, the power of the realm was instantly burned away. The temperature of the dragon's surface was at least over 10,000 degrees Celsius. So hot. Zhang Tianlin's figure flashed as he looked at his slightly red palms. Senior, why don't you tell me the reason? Then I have no choice but to offend you, Zhang Tianlin said. He slowly unsheathed the sword on his back. When the sword was unsheathed, it brought along an oppressive sword might. Realm of Wind and Thunder. Zhang Tianlin said in a low voice. A sword light emerged from the sword. The sword light transformed into a huge bounded domain and directly surrounded the crimson dragon. In the realm of wind and thunder, the entire bounded domain was filled with sword chi. The violent wind was mixed with lightning. Countless lightning bolts struck down, all landing on the crimson dragon's body. The dragon roared. Its 8 claws rose into the air. Lightning energy condensed between its claws. This thunderbolt was so powerful that it was a ghastly sight. Even the lightning of the realm of wind and thunder was absorbed bit by bit. When the lightning condensed into a ball, the dragon grabbed it with its 8 claws and threw it at Zhang Tianlin. With a boom, the realm of wind and thunder was instantly pierced through. The lightning ball exploded in front of Zhang Tianlin. Realm of thick earth. Another soft voice sounded. In the direction of the explosion, another bounded domain rose. In the pale yellow bounded domain, the power of the earth was condensing. When the lightning exploded, the bounded domain blocked its impact. However, the realm of thick earth was also shattered. Zhang Tianlin stood in place, using his sword to support his body. He was panting heavily. It was just one round and he was already unable to hold on. The dragon in front of him was at least a saint. In the entire Sacred World sect, there was no one who could be his opponent. At this time, a few figures flew out from the sect. Among them was Scarlet King Huang Fuxian, 4 old men, and a woman. A total of 6 people. They were the 6 kings of the Sacred World sect. They were Scarlet King, World King, Zai King, Qing King, Pine King, and Confucian King. Sect Master, what's going on? The Qing King frowned and asked. I don't know. Zhang Tianlin shook his head and said, Stop it. That guy is crazy and wants to attack the sect. Use the 6 god worlds. Scarlet King narrowed his eyes and suggested. Otherwise, we won't have any hope at all. Before anyone could reply, the crimson dragon let out a furious roar. Dragon might surged from its body, and half of the sky behind it caved in. Its huge body glowed red, and countless fireballs appeared behind it. With a roar, the fireballs behind it all fell towards the Sacred World sect. Stop it! Zhang Tianlin shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. However, after releasing the fireballs, the dragon disappeared into the void. Its dragon aura dissipated and it disappeared. This? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding the crimson dragon's intentions. After the fireballs fell into the Sacred World sect, they broke through the defense of the bounded domain and directly smashed into the sect. Several buildings collapsed, and the raging fire spread down, slowly burning within the sect. Although it did cause some losses, it was nothing compared to the threat posed by the giant dragon itself. What's going on with this dragon? Red King asked with a frown. Why would it attack our sect for no reason? I don't know. I heard a dragon's roar in the sect, so I came out to take a look, Zhang Tianlin said indifferently. Investigate thoroughly. But where should we start? Zai King asked. First, find out if there's anything about the dragon race in the southern region. How many years has it been since the dragon race disappeared? There must be something fishy about their sudden appearance, Zhang Tianlin said. If we don't investigate clearly, I won't be at ease. Alright, I'll be responsible for this matter. World King nodded slightly. The sect had sealed off the news regarding the dragon's roar, but all the disciples of the Sacred World Emperor sect knew about it. The sect prohibited discussion and did not give an explanation, but the disciples would still mention it in private. Hearing the dragon's roar, Suzimo lay leisurely in the pavilion in the courtyard and smiled knowingly. The days in the Sacred World Emperor sect were relatively relaxed and there weren't many things to do. In the afternoon, a few uninvited guests came to the Goddess Peak. Red King brought Gongyu and some disciples of the Eternal Divine sect to look for Huangfu Xianyue. You young people can chat among yourselves. I won't participate, Red King said with a smile. Then, he left the Goddess Peak. Xian'er, I brought you a gift. Gongyu smiled and took out a vermilion box. He smiled and said, a 10,000-year-old beauty flower. It can guarantee that you won't age for 1,000 years. I don't need it, thank you, Huangfu Xianyue said indifferently. Xian'er, I don't understand. Whether it's in terms of looks or family background, Gongyu, don't think I'm worse than anyone, Gongyu asked with an ugly expression. Why do you reject me so much? Am I that bad? You've said so much, but what about yourself? You're not completely useless, Huangfu Xianyue said. I won't marry you, regardless of whether my father agreed to it or not. Is that so? My father and Red King have already agreed. This time, we're here to get engaged, Gongyu said coldly. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Next month, our Eternal Divine sect will send someone to marry you. Huangfu Xianyue looked at Gongyu indifferently and said, and the gigolo next door. Do you want him to die? If you dare touch him, I'll die with him. Huangfu Xianyue's gaze narrowed as she looked at Gongyu with killing intent hidden in her eyes. It seems that pretty boy is really important to you. But don't worry, I'll let him see you marry me. Gongyu laughed and left. Huangfu Xianyue's eyes became increasingly gloomy as she watched Gongyu leave. I'll let you live for a few more days. When I'm done, I'll see how you die. Huangfu Xianyue muttered softly. Therefore, she ordered someone to deliver a large barrel of spiritual liquid to Suzimo's courtyard, and she took the draft that she had already prepared. Didn't you say once a day? Suzimo asked. Curiously. It's fine. I was afraid that your body wouldn't be able to take it previously. If it's possible now, it won't be a problem for you to do it twice, Huangfu Xianyue said. Don't you want to have a devil body as soon as possible? Suzimo smiled and laid down in the wooden barrel. He said, I heard a dragon's roar today. Did something happen? I don't know. With the higher-ups around, just mind your own business, Huangfu Xianyue said. After the spiritual liquid entered his body, it was basically assimilated by Suzimo. Because there was too little devil qi, it could not change his body. For the time being, he could not figure out Huangfu Xianyue's intentions. After watching Suzimo absorb the spiritual liquid, Huangfu Xianyue left. The night was silent. The next morning, Huangfu Xianyue continued to walk over with a barrel of spiritual liquid. Let's enter the second stage starting tomorrow, Huangfu Xianyue said. As the two of them chatted, a loud dragon's roar suddenly sounded. The dragon's roar spread throughout the entire Sacred Emperor sect. It's here again. Huangfu Xianyue looked into the distance in shock. Vaguely, a crimson dragon could be seen flying in the air. Zhang Tianlin carried the 6 kings and stepped into the air, facing each other from afar. May I know what Senior is here for? Zhang Tianlin asked curiously. The Scarlet Dragon did not answer. It only continued to attack the Sacred Emperor sect. Stop him, Zhang Tianlin shouted impatiently. Wind and Thunder Realm, Thick Earth Realm, Heavenly Fire Realm. The moment he attacked, 3 realms were used at the same time, trapping the Scarlet Dragon. The Scarlet Dragon roared angrily. With a swing of its huge body, it shattered all the realms. Lightning and flames erupted from its body, continuously spreading towards the World Royal Sacred Sect. The dragon's huge body swooped down from the sky and landed in the Sacred Emperor sect. With a casual swing of its body, countless buildings collapsed. Stop him. If this continues, the sect will be destroyed. Zhang Tianlin roared. Everyone stepped down from the sky, each of them exuding an imposing aura, wanting to subdue this evil dragon. However, the dragon's aura was majestic. With a flash, it disappeared into the void again. No one could catch up to it, nor could they defeat it. Looking at the devastated ruins, they looked at each other. What is this guy trying to do? Red King frowned. Get someone to clean it up, Zhang Tianlin said with a heavy expression. If this happens a few more times, the sect will be destroyed. Come with me to the meeting hall to discuss it. Su Zimo was watching the show, and Huangfu Xianyue did not seem to care. On the third day, she brought a large box to Su Zimo's courtyard. She also locked the door and did not allow anyone to enter the goddess peak. What is the second stage? Su Zimo asked curiously. Open the box, Huangfu Xianyue said with a mysterious smile. Su Zimo felt a familiar demonic aura from the box. When he opened the box, there was a corpse inside. To be precise, it should be a dried corpse. The skin and flesh on its body had dried up, and only bones were left. Moreover, the bones of this dried corpse were black and looked very hard. The faint demonic aura came from it. This is? Su Zimo frowned slightly. This is a complete demon corpse. I obtained it by chance on the battlefield of gods and devils, Huangfu Xianyue explained. Although he's dead, his demonic body is still here. You want me to fuse with his demonic body? Su Zimo asked. More or less. You're only one demonic body away from becoming a true demon, Huangfu Xianyue said. I'll deal with this demonic body and smear it on your body. Your body will absorb it and the energy will fuse into your bones. There's such a thing? Su Zimo said with interest. I let you absorb the demonic liquid these few days so that your body can adapt in advance. However, the strength of your body is beyond my imagination, Huangfu Xianyue said with satisfaction. Demon corpse, Su Zimo muttered as he looked at the corpse. Then, Huangfu Xianyue took out a small box. Inside the box was a ball of white flames burning fiercely. This is the bone-burning flame, one of the flames controlled by the god race. It's specially used to restrain the demon body, Huangfu Xianyue said. She opened the box, and the flame was like lava as it poured onto the corpse. The moment it came into contact with the corpse, it seemed to be fuel, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. A crackling sound could be heard from it. This was a long process. The flames burned for a quarter of an hour before the corpse was burned to ashes. All that was left of the corpse was a pool of black liquid. It was sticky and smelly. Then, Huangfu Xianyue took out a small bucket of clear spring water. Just a whiff of the clear spring water gave off a refreshing feeling. It was probably not an ordinary item. She poured the clear spring water on the liquid. Sizzling sounds could be heard as white smoke rose from the liquid. Then, the liquid solidified slightly and was no longer as hot. It seems that you've prepared well for these things, Su Zimo said with a smile. I've experimented before. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to encounter the remnants of the demon race now, Huangfu Xianyue said. Take off your clothes. I'll apply it for you. Do I have to take it all off? Su Zimo asked. No need. Just the top will do. Huangfu Xianyue quickly shook her head. After Su Zimo took off his shirt, Huangfu Xianyue started from his back and smeared the solidified liquid evenly on Su Zimo's body. This method of modifying the body and bones is a little painful. Bear with it, Huangfu Xianyue reminded. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He only felt a warm power flow into his body like a spring, trying to change his body. But how powerful was his devil body? This little bit of power didn't even cause a splash before it was completely absorbed. After absorbing the liquid, Huangfu Xianyue gently touched Su Zimo's back and said with satisfaction, "Your body is the best I've ever seen." Su Zimo put on his clothes and asked, "What about the third stage?" "Don't worry, I'll tell you tomorrow." Huangfu Xianyue smiled and left in satisfaction. The next morning, it was still dawn, and the night had not completely receded. Another dragon roar came from afar. The crimson dragon stepped on the wind and waves, its gigantic body traversed through the endless void as it roared above the World Emperor Sacred Sect. 6 God Worlds. A furious roar resounded from below the World Emperor Sacred Sect. Everyone was already prepared. 6 figures emerged from the void. They were none other than the 6 kings of the World Royal Sacred Sect. The auras of the peak of the heavenly fusion stage surged around these 6 people. At the same time, 6 different types of spiritual chi shot out from their palms. The 6 god realms were like a huge net, trapping the crimson dragon within. It was like a hexagonal array formation. As more and more energy poured in, the domain became harder and harder. "We've been waiting for you for a long time," Zhang Tianlin said calmly. "You can't come and go as you please in the sacred sect." The Crimson Dragon was constantly hitting the boundary, and only a rumbling sound could be heard from it. Kacha-kacha sounds began to ring out, and small cracks appeared in the 6 god realms. Cracks appeared so quickly? King Kai exclaimed. He shouted to Zhang Tianlin, "Sect Master, get ready. We can't hold on for long." Zhang Tianlin nodded. He took down the iron box on his back with a solemn expression. This iron box looked very old. Its exterior was rusty, and it looked like an ordinary box. When Zhang Tianlin slowly opened the box, a ray of light shot up into the sky, breaking through the gloomy night. It tore through the thick dark clouds, and the light of dawn descended. A small square domain that looked like a Rubik's cube slowly rose. "Glazed divine realm," Zhang Tianlin muttered. Then, he held the domain in his hand, his gaze sincere and solemn. All the spiritual energy in his body surged into the domain, and the entire domain emitted a soft light. Zhang Tianlin slowly released the domain, and the glazed divine realm rose into the sky. As he rose into the air, its surface area grew larger and larger, almost covering half of the sky. "Glazed divine realm, seal," Zhang Tianlin shouted, forming a seal with both hands. With a loud boom, the glazed divine realm instantly enveloped the 6 god realms as the Crimson Dragon broke through them. The glazed divine realm emitted a bright light, but this light was very gentle and not dazzling. The Crimson Dragon sized up the glazed divine realm. No matter how fiercely it rammed into it, the glazed divine realm remained impregnable and unshakable. Everyone in the Sacred World Emperor sect breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Tianlin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Fortunately, the founder left this glazed divine realm. Otherwise, I don't know what to do." "Then what about this dragon?" "We can't kill it even if we surround it," Scarlet King said with a frown. "The dragon's purpose for attacking our Sacred World Emperor sect is still unclear. It's in a state of anger now, so there's no way to negotiate," Zhang Tianlin thought. "After a few days, we'll ask it the reason. Compared to freedom, I don't believe it won't yield." Everyone nodded and prepared to discuss the countermeasures for the future. On the goddess peak, Su Zimo looked at the Crimson Dragon trapped in the domain and shook his head slightly. This Sacred World Emperor sect has some tricks up their sleeves. No wonder so few people dared to offend the World Emperor back then. He stretched out his right hand, and the passage to the Divine Continent opened. A gigantic ice blue dragon flew out from within. "Let's play with them," Su Zimo said calmly. In the sky above the Sacred World Emperor sect, the people who just trapped the Crimson Dragon were discussing. Suddenly, another dragon roar came from not far away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dragon roar came one after another, louder and louder. The dragon roar came from afar, scattering the fog in the sky. Everyone looked up to the east. The rising white light emitted a faint halo. Under the illumination of the white light, a dreamy ice-blue dragon that seemed to be bathed in ice and snow rushed over from afar. That is, everyone was stunned in place, and their pupils suddenly widened. Like a torrent of ice, a long river of ice spewed out from its mouth, and kacha sounds were constantly heard. Snow began to fall from the sky, and snowflakes drifted down one after another. "Dodge!" Seeing the long river of ice coming, Zhang Tianlin hurriedly shouted. Boom! The entire world shook. "Why is there another one?" The Pine King stuttered. "Could this guy be a partner?" The Red King guessed. The Ice Dragon was roaring. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and the entire world was still. The surrounding demonic beasts all bowed their heads in submission before the two mystical dragons. "Sect Master, what should we do?" the World King asked. "How would I know?" Zhang Tianlin said solemnly. "Ancestor?" the Green King asked carefully. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Even if the Sacred World Emperor sect is destroyed, the ancestor will not appear." Zhang Tianlin's eyes turned cold. Yes. The Green King nodded. Even though the 6 kings had great power in the sect, it was all because of the rules. Everyone was competing with each other. As long as it involved the interests of the sect, they did not have the power to decide. Zhang Tianlin's prestige in the sect was too high. Furthermore, he was the only one who knew about the Ancestor World Emperor. Senior Dragon, we didn't mean to trap your friend. It's just that he destroyed our Sacred World sect. May I know the reason? Zhang Tianlin stood out and said respectfully and sincerely, if our Sacred World sect has offended you, I'm willing to apologize and compensate. Hearing Zhang Tianlin's words, the ice dragon did not reply. Instead, it was covered in ice that froze the entire sky. Furthermore, they were constantly attacking the glazed divine realm. Sect Master, should we stop it? The Red King asked. I want to stop it, but what can I do? Zhang Tianlin smiled bitterly. This dragon has already reached the level of a sage. Even for the Sacred World sect, it's quite troublesome. Even though the glass world was strong, it was still a world created by the World Emperor. Without him controlling it personally, its power was much weaker. Coupled with the attacks of the two dragons, it finally started to shatter. In less than an incense's time, it exploded with a boom. At the location where the glass world exploded, a red fire dragon hovered in the air. That pair of extremely oppressive eyes were filled with rage. With him as the center, the space around him started to burn. The space disappeared into nothingness as the boundless rage spread. The Crown Prince of the World Royal Sacred Sect raised his head and stared at the horizon. The dawn gradually disappeared, and even the morning sun seemed to have been blocked. The two divine dragons, one ice and one fire, occupied half of the sky. The sky was split into two halves, with ice and fire occupying half each. The entire world was immersed in this dreamy scene. The dragon was roaring, frost was rising, and flames were burning fiercely. Just like that, the two dragons intertwined and swooped down towards the World Royal Sacred Sect. Sect Master, are we still going to stop him? King Qing asked. Stop them. Even if we die, we have to stop them, Zhang Tianlin said. The six of them directly soared through the air and chased after Qin Wendian. At the same time, countless elders and protectors of the World Royal Sacred Sect also joined the battle. The disciples were arranged to evacuate or go into hiding. The two divine dragons continued forward and arrived at the goddess peak. Looking at the mountain peak in front of him, the divine dragon breathed out flames and frost and swung his long, hard tail. Xianxia, Red King, who was behind him, roared as he watched the flames and frost drown the entire mountain peak. Seeing that the two extreme forces were about to descend, Huangfu Xuanyue's gaze turned solemn. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The range of this energy almost enveloped the entire goddess peak. When the energy exploded in front of her, Huangfu Xuanyue felt as if the god of death was behind her, staring at her with gloomy eyes. She wanted to run away, but she also wanted to scream. However, her legs seemed to be filled with lead and she could not move at all. The pressure made it difficult for her to even breathe. Be careful. At this moment, a shout sounded from the side. Su Zimo held a red bead and stood in front of Huangfu Xuanyue. You. Huangfu Xuanyue looked at Su Zimo in surprise. When the two energies exploded in front of her, the red bead in Su Zimo's hand emitted a ray of light. The light blocked the attack of the ice and fire power, and then a red light shot out from the bead. It hit the two divine dragons in the sky. With a boom, half of the sky exploded. A dragon's roar was heard. It was a sorrowful and painful cry. The two divine dragons seemed to be seriously injured. Amidst their angry roars, their figures disappeared into the void as if they had encountered something terrifying. After the red bead emitted light, it also shattered with a gotcha sound. Finally, it dissipated in midair. Su Zimo was seriously injured and fell to the ground. He looked like he was on his last breath. What was that just now? Only then did Huangfu Xuanyue recover from her shock. She looked at Su Zimo in surprise and squatted down to check on Su Zimo's injuries. At that moment, Su Zimo had already fainted. Before Huangfu Xuanyue could say anything, Zhang Tianlin had already rushed over with the 6 kings and a large group of elders. Xianxia, what was that red light just now? Red King hurriedly asked. I don't know either. It was emitted by a red bead he took out. Huangfu Xuanyue pointed at the unconscious Su Zimo and explained. Where's the bead? Zhang Tianlin asked anxiously. It seems to have shattered just now, Huangfu Xianyue replied as she checked on Su Zimo's injuries. Fortunately, it's not serious. It's just a superficial wound. Then quickly wake him up and ask about the bead, Zhang Tianlin said. He squatted down and used his spiritual energy to help Su Zimo treat his injuries. Not long after, Su Zimo woke up. You're awake, Huangfu Xianyue asked with mixed emotions. Yes. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Can I ask you something? Zhang Tianlin asked from the side. He did not say much. This concerned the life and death of the sect, so it was naturally urgent. I know what sect master wants to ask. Those two divine dragons, right? Su Zimo replied. If it's convenient, you can tell me about it. Zhang Tianlin nodded and looked at Su Zimo expectantly. If that ice dragon didn't appear, I would have almost forgotten about it, Su Zimo recalled. I happened to see it in a secret history book. It said that two divine dragons were once sealed in a place in the southern region. These two divine dragons had both stepped into the Saint Realm and had once committed crimes. Later, they were trapped by the World Emperor's domain. Ancestors? Zhang Tianlin was stunned for a moment before saying, no wonder they came to take revenge on our sacred sect. Yes, if the World Emperor is still here, you can ask him, Su Zimo said. Zhang Tianlin was silent for a while before finally saying, Ancestor is not here. If the World Emperor was here, he would not have sat by idly when the sect was in a life and death crisis. Zhang Tianlin knew the difficulties of his ancestor, so he naturally did not want to mention it. Continue. He looked at Su Zimo and said, what was the red bead you were holding just now? Actually, it's not a red bead but the heart of a blood lizard, Su Zimo said. He also saw it in a book. Back then, he put the blood lizard's heart together. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. Blood lizard's heart? Zhang Tianlin was surprised and said, when did the blood lizard have such a use? I'm not too sure either. Su Zimo took a deep breath and said weakly, the book only said that the two powers countered each other, so the divine dragon is very afraid of the blood lizard. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Zhang Tianlin and the six kings pondered and did not speak for a long time. Where is the book you read? Red King asked. I read it many years ago and forgot where I put it. Other than the matter of the divine dragon, there's nothing else in it, Su Zimo shook his head and said. Sect Master. Red King looked at Zhang Tianlin and did not say anything else. I understand. Go and rest first. If there's anything in the future, I'll ask you, Zhang Tianlin said as he looked at Su Zimo. Su Zimo nodded slightly and walked into the courtyard with Huangfu Xianyue's help. Although the divine dragon's attack almost exploded half of the mountain peak, a portion of the courtyard was still preserved. Why did you save me just now? Huangfu Xianyue looked at Su Zimo with a complicated expression and asked. It's nothing. After all, you helped me condense the demon body. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Su Zimo smiled honestly. Actually, Huangfu Xianyue wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she was silent for a while and said, it's also your bad luck. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked in confusion. It's nothing. Rest early, Huangfu Xianyue said. Call me if you need anything. Su Zimo returned to the courtyard where he lived, and Nine Nether helped him into the house. He said leisurely, I really can't see through you. Everything they do has their own motives. However, the waters of the royal sacred sect are truly deep. Su Zimo laughed. What do you plan to do next? Nine Nether asked. Sleep. After that, I will wait for the people of the Sacred World sect to call me for help. Su Zimo smiled and directly laid on the bed. And at this time, in the main hall of the World Emperor Sacred Sect, Zhang Tianlin sat in the seat of honor with the six kings on his left and right. The other elders were not even qualified to enter this place. What does everyone think of what Lin Qiu said? Zhang Tianlin asked. The atmosphere was heavy. After a long time, Scarlet King stood out and said, you can't not believe it, and you can't believe everything. I feel that no matter what, we still have to try, Zai King said. But what about the fusion method of the blood lizard? Qing King asked. I can handle this matter, but is Lin Qiu trustworthy? Zhang Tianlin said thoughtfully. Do we have any other choice? Now, we can only try our best, Scarlet King said. We injured those two divine dragons this time. If they come for revenge in a few days, without the heart of the blood lizard, how will we deal with it? But do you know where the blood lizard is? Zhang Tianlin said. The Misty Forest is a famous dangerous place, and the Swamp Forest is a forbidden area that we don't dare to enter. If we want to fuse with the blood lizard, who will go? When Zhang Tianlin's voice fell, everyone fell silent. Why don't we let Lin Qiu go? I think he knows more, Song King said. When the time comes, we will send some disciples to follow. I don't think he can cause much trouble. Who will we send? Zhang Tianlin continued to ask. I heard that Lin Qiu was recommended to the sect by Scarlet King's daughter. Why don't we let her follow? King Kai said. Xian and Gongyu of the ancient divine sect are already engaged. I'm afraid this is not appropriate, Scarlet King glanced at King Kai and said indifferently. King Kai, why are you only sending my daughter? That doesn't seem fair. How about this, each of the 6 kings will send a disciple to follow Lin Qiu to the Misty Forest, okay? Zhang Tianlin said. The 6 kings were silent for a while. Zai King stood up and said, I am willing to let my eldest disciple follow. Seeing Zai King's attitude, the other 5 kings all stood up and said the disciples they would send. Then it's decided. Tomorrow, I will go ask for the fusion method, Zhang Tianlin waved his hand and said. You can all leave. Let me calm down by myself. After the 6 kings left, Zhang Tianlin slowly stood up and left the conference hall. Seeing that there was no one around, he went to the room he lived in. Turning a vase in the room, the wall began to move and a square recess appeared. Zhang Tianlin took out a square jade pendant from his storage ring and placed it in the recess. With a boom, the surrounding space completely exploded, as if dust had exploded. The stars in the surroundings moved, and the scene began to change. Not long after, Zhang Tianlin appeared in a part of the starry sky. The Milky Way sprinkled down from the 9 heavens. The sky was filled with twinkling stars and the starry sky was constantly changing. Zhang Tianlin reached out his right hand and lightly pointed. A star appeared. As his right hand moved faster and faster, 3 large words appeared in the starry sky. Blood lizard. Zhang Tianlin knelt on the ground and looked in front of him with a devout gaze. The 3 large words blood lizard gradually disappeared and the entire starry sky seemed to have stopped. Immediately after, the space in front of him began to fluctuate. Within the small ripples, an ancient book fell out. Zhang Tianlin picked up the book and saw that on the faded cover, there were the words blood lizard fusion method. Ancestor bless me, he breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest and said gratefully. In the next moment, his figure disappeared in the void and reappeared in his room. He solemnly put away the square energy stone. He slowly flipped open the fusion method in his hand. After all, this was very important and he couldn't hand over the original copy. He planned to make a copy and let a group of people bring it out. After a night of silence, the next morning, Zhang Tianlin brought the 6 kings to the goddess peak. Young master, someone is looking for you. 9 Nether woke up Su Zimo from his sleep and said. The sect master of the Sacred World Emperor sect? Su Zimo asked. Yes, the 6 kings are here as well. 9 Nether asked curiously. Young master, did you cause any trouble? Let's go out and take a look. Su Zimo smiled and walked out of the room. The moment he opened the door, he saw Zhang Tianlin standing guard with a group of people. Master, what's the matter? Su Zimo asked curiously. Lin Qiu, you've been in Glory Sect for quite some time now, right? Especially since you helped the sect defend against the attack of the Dragon God yesterday. As the master, I've seen everything. Zhang Tianlin smiled. As a disciple of the sect, it's my duty. Su Zimo smiled and waved his hand. I'm glad that you think so. Zhang Tianlin smiled. Now, the sect has a life and death mission for you. If you can do it, I'll let you be the holy son of the World Emperor sect. Please speak, master. Su Zimo nodded. Find the blood lizard. Everyone looked at each other and Zhang Tianlin said slowly. Master, you're too serious. From what I know, the blood lizard is a special type of lizard. There must be a method to fuse it. Suzimo said. But the method to fuse it has long been lost. This? Zhang Tianlin took out a book that he had just copied. Suzimo looked at the book in surprise. Then, he pondered and said, to think that our sect even has something like this. How is it? Zhang Tianlin asked. Suzimo was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he went silent for a while. Then, he said apologetically, although I want to go, I'm still too weak. Don't worry, the sect doesn't intend to let you go alone. Zhang Tianlin clapped his hands and 5 people walked out from behind him. There were 3 men and 2 women. One of the men was dressed in black and carried a heavy sword on his back. One of them was dressed in a blue robe and had a 3-foot-long sword on his waist. One of them was skinny and had 2 curved blades on his back. As for the 2 women, one of them was dressed in a long red robe and had heavy makeup on her face. Her vermilion lipstick was extremely alluring. The other woman was wearing a flowery cheongsam and had 2 bun-like hair buns. Her smile was especially sweet. I'm Xianxia. I am Lu Rufeng. I am Mu Zhoubai. I am Yin Rong. I am Lu Yi. When the 5 people reported their names at the same time, Suzimo nodded slightly and said, Lin Qiu. At that moment, Huangfu Xianyue walked in from the courtyard. Father, I want to go too. Xianer, you. Huangfu Xian glanced at Huangfu Xianyue and said in surprise. Scarlet King, since we've sent people and your daughter also wants to go, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other, King Kai said with a smile from the side. Go, go, I can't control you, Red King waved his hand and said angrily. Thank you for your help, father. Huangfu Xianyue smiled and bowed slightly. Seeing that the 7 of them had gathered, Zhang Tianlin smiled in satisfaction. Then, he said seriously, you are the hope of the sect. You should know what kind of mission you have. I won't say anything else. If I return successfully this time, I will record my deeds in the annals of the sect. Please, everyone. After Zhang Tianlin finished speaking, he bowed to everyone as the sect master. Then, the 6 kings behind him also bowed slightly to express their solemnity. All right. Suzimo nodded solemnly. He said, even if we have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, we will not let you down. All right, all of you are good men of our Sacred World Emperor sect. Zhang Tianlin's eyes were slightly teary. He nodded and said, take care. Sect master, there's no time to lose. Should we appear now or? Suzimo asked. They are already prepared. It's all up to you. If you want to pack up, it's fine to wait for you, Zhang Tianlin said. Forget it. How can I let everyone wait for me? Suzimo smiled and shook his head. Besides, I don't have anything to pack. Then let's go now, Huangfu Xianyue said. Nine Nether, let's go, Suzimo shouted to Nine Nether. What's the hurry, young Master Lin? It's not like you're not coming back. It's better to let Miss Nine Nether stay in the sect. The misty forest is full of danger. There's no need for that, King Kai said. Suzimo chuckled. They were afraid that he wouldn't come back and wanted Nine Nether to be a hostage. Zhang Tianlin frowned slightly but didn't stop him. He disdained to do things like hostages. Unfortunately, this matter concerned the future of the sect, so he couldn't be careless. He would rather believe it to be true than to not believe it at all. Alright, then Nine Nether, stay in the Sacred World Emperor sect for a while, Suzimo said with a slight nod. Nine Nether was slightly anxious, but he wasn't in a hurry to refute. He could only nod helplessly. Because everyone had storage rings, there was nothing to pack. After getting to know each other, they left the Sacred World Emperor sect and headed towards the misty forest in the southeast under the farewell of Zhang Tianlin and the others. Looking at the backs of everyone gradually disappearing, King Qi said worriedly, do you really believe that the future of the sect can be handed over to a few young people? If I had any other way, I definitely wouldn't gamble like this, Zhang Tianlin said indifferently. We have to stay and guard the sect. They are already the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation. Sigh, ancestor. Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, is he really not here anymore? Zhang Tianlin glanced at Xianxia indifferently and said, you're not the only one who understands this. Then what should we do now? Xianxia asked. Activate the sect protecting formation. Open all the boundaries. We will guard the formation together for as long as we can, Zhang Tianlin instructed. Also, arrange for the disciples to hide. If anything happens, we can still leave some seeds behind. The sun in the sky was shining brightly in the sky. He tried his best to shine his light on the world. The 7 of them bathed in the autumn wind. Summer had just begun its journey. Everyone, don't be so nervous. Be optimistic, Mu Zhoubai said with a smile. He carried 2 scimitars on his back. He wasn't too fat, but his stomach was a little round. How much do you know about the misty forest? Feng Xiang, who was wearing a black robe, asked indifferently. He carried a heavy sword on his back and had a calm personality. I've been there once before, Louis, a female in the team, said. The most difficult thing there is not being able to tell the direction. Some people might be trapped there for the rest of their lives. There are also some demons hiding in the dark. You've been there before? Huangfu Xianyue asked in surprise. Not really. I just followed others to explore the periphery for a while. After that, I quickly retreated, Lu Yi said embarrassedly. I think we should first understand the fog forest before deciding to enter, Lu Ruffing said. Although the sect's mission is important this time, we also have to worry about our own safety. If we don't have our own safety, how can we fuse with the blood lizards? Ruffing is right. Brother Lin should know more about the blood lizards, Feng Xiang said as he looked at Suzimo. Let's study. The fusion method, Suzimo said. Everyone gathered in a circle and took out the fusion method. They flipped open the light blue book. There wasn't much content inside, but the explanation was very detailed. The lizard race had lived in the swamps of the fog forest for generations. They were mainly divided into 4 groups. Green lizards, red lizards, yellow lizards, and blue lizards. The lizard race's strength was based on age and seniority. They were usually 100-year lizards, 1,000-year lizards, and 10,000-year lizards. The fusion of blood lizards was divided into 4 stages. Find a 100-year green lizard and a 100-year red lizard to fuse with. Then, they would obtain a fire lizard. Then, fuse the fire lizard with a 1,000-year yellow lizard to obtain a jade lizard. Fuse the jade lizard with a 10,000-year blue lizard to obtain a light red lizard. Then, use the divine dragon fire to refine it to obtain a blood lizard, which was 1 in 10,000. As for the fusion method, it was recorded in the book. It was worth mentioning that the fusion of blood lizards could fail, and every fusion required a fusion stone. It's so complicated. Mu Zhoubai patted his head and said with a headache. Yin Rong thought for a moment and said, if it was easy to get scared of blood lizards, they wouldn't be so rare. After all, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. However, there is a city beside the fog forest. We can go and ask around. Everyone nodded and put away the fusion method book. Then, they walked towards the southeast. Raging Fire City was the closest city to the dense fog forest. Everyone was afraid of the fog forest and listed it as a forbidden area. However, the people here relied on this dangerous place to survive. The main reason was the fusion stone. The trading resources of Raging Fire City were not spirit crystals, or even divine crystals or magic crystals, but fusion stones. Not only was the fusion stone used to fuse with the blood lizards, but it was also used to capture the spirit monsters inside and obtain essence stones, which were specifically used to cultivate the body. Although the essence stone was not something that could only be found by chance, it was still very rare. Normally, if a person wanted to obtain essence stones, they would have to enter the misty forest and kill monsters. However, most people were afraid of losing their way and being trapped in the forest forever, so they were unwilling to enter the misty forest. At this time, it was necessary to use the fusion stone to lure the spiritual monsters out and kill them. As for the history of Raging Flame City, it was said that a long time ago, a heavenly fusion stage venerable Raging Flame had come here. Initially, he wanted to use these monsters to refine his meridian technique. After killing the monsters, he was too lazy to pick up the essence stones. In the end, some people followed behind him to pick up these essence stones. Over time, the rumor spread. It was said that there was a strange person called Wrath who would enter the misty forest every day at sunrise to kill monsters. After sunset, he would leave and go to a fixed place to rest. These people followed the venerable raging flame day after day. Finally, a few years later, these people gathered together to form a city. This was the embryonic form of Raging Flame City. In the end, the venerable Raging Flame saw that the city was growing stronger day by day, and more people were joining the city, so he ordered people to manage it. The venerable Raging Flame had been training in the misty forest for 79 years, which was also the peak period of Raging Flame City. In the end, on the 80th year, the fog covered the sky. The venerable Raging Flame entered the forest as usual and never came out again. That back view became the last scene that people remembered many years later. After half a month, Suzimo and his group finally arrived at the bottom of Raging Flame City. The tall city silently stood between heaven and earth. The ancient city walls were covered with dense traces left behind by the passage of time. It was as if it was telling of its legendary experience. Before entering the city, one could feel the liveliness inside. There were people coming and going at the city gate. There were peddlers carrying poles, soldiers wearing armor, and soldiers carrying sheep sabers. After everyone entered the city, they dressed up. The women were beautiful, and the men were elegant. It could be said that they attracted a lot of attention. As the top disciples of the World Emperor Sacred Sect, everyone had a unique demeanor. The people here should be more familiar with the misty forest than us. Why don't we ask around here before entering? Mu Zhoubai said. Hurry up. The sect is still waiting for us. Lu Ruffing was as cold as ever. We don't have much time to waste. Got it. Mu Zhoubai reluctantly replied. Suzimo could see that Mu Zhoubai didn't seem to have a sense of belonging to the World Emperor Sacred Sect. He didn't care much about the destruction of the sect. Then let's go to the inn. There are so many people coming and going in this city. The inn is the most well-informed. Huangfu Xianxia thought for a moment and said. Everyone found an inn beside the city gate in a grandiose manner. The inn was relatively old and there wasn't a single guest. The waiter was sleeping listlessly in front of the counter. Fang Xiang coughed softly. What's with the noise? Can't you see that I'm sleeping? The waiter stood up impatiently and scolded. What do you mean by this? We came here to eat with good intentions. What's with this attitude? Yin Rong said angrily. The waiter raised his head and glared at Yin Rong. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at Huangfu Xianxia and the other two women. He was stunned on the spot and saliva was dripping from his mouth. Courting death. Mu Zhoubai snorted coldly. The throwing knife on his back was directly unsheathed. With a clang, it was nailed to the table beside him. The table cracked into pieces, and the waiter recovered from his stupor. Sorry. I was in a daze from sleep. Please don't mind me. The waiter's expression immediately changed and he said with a smile. Prepare the best dishes for us. Mu Zhoubai threw a spirit stone over and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the opportunity to sit down at the side. Everyone wanted to change to another inn. However, when they saw this scene, they could only helplessly sit down at the side. Alright, please follow me. I'll show you all the specialties. The waiter said with a smile. Come here. I have something to ask you. Mu Zhoubai waved his hand and said. Sir, please speak. The waiter ran over and said confidently. This little one is well informed in New Hua City. There's basically nothing I don't know. Is it that powerful? Mu Zhoubai said with a smile. Do you want this little one to guess? The waiter chuckled. He paced back and forth a few times and chuckled again. Hurry up and say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Mu Zhoubai said impatiently. People who come to our New Hua City to inquire about things are all related to the fog forest, right? The waiter said with a smile. Hey, you guessed right. Mu Zhoubai said in surprise. What's so strange about that? Our New Hua City is in the middle of nowhere. Why would ordinary people come here? It must be the fog forest. The waiter smiled. Since you know, then tell me about the fog forest. Su Zimo asked. This little one can't tell you for free. The waiter shook his head slightly. He said, these years, more and more people want to hunt monsters. Our city relies on the fog forest to survive. If you want to know, you have to buy my information. How do you buy it? Su Zimo asked curiously. The general situation of the fog forest. I'll charge you 100 fusion stones. If you want the map, I'll charge you 1,000 fusion stones. If you want to go to the swamp, I'll charge you 3,000 fusion stones. The waiter smiled. This price is set by the Nuwa family in the city. This little one can't do anything about it. But we just came to Nuwa City. Where would we get fusion stones? Feng Xiang frowned. Besides, we also need fusion stones. Then I can't help you with this. The waiter spread out his hands and said. If you have valuable things, you can go to the pawnshop in the city to sell some. You can also go to the martial arts arena in the city. If you win, you will get fusion stones. Martial arts arena? Su Zimo touched his chin with interest. Then let's go take a look after we finish eating. Lu Ruffing said indifferently. After a while, the dishes in the inn were ready. The table was almost filled to the brim with all kinds of demonic beast meat. Let's try our best to buy a map of the misty forest. When the time comes, we'll gather some fusion stones and use them to ensure the blood lizard's successful fusion, Feng Xiang said thoughtfully. I just don't know what level Raging Flame City's martial arts competition is at, Huangfu Xianxia said with a frown. What else could it be? How can such a remote city be compared to our world emperor's sacred sect? Mu Zhoubai asked as he ate a mouthful of meat. He said carelessly, at that time, we will be famous in Nuwa City. It's best to be careful. We'll see what happens when the time comes, Louis said. The Furious Fire City is not that simple. I've been here before. While everyone was eating and discussing countermeasures, they suddenly heard a boom sound, and the door of the inn was kicked open. A rather handsome young man walked in with a folding fan in his hand. The young man was quite handsome, but his only flaw was that his face was sickly pale, and his footsteps were unsteady. It was obvious that his body was too weak. He was followed by two strong men. These two strong men were both more than 2 meters tall, and their muscles bulged exaggeratedly. When he walked, the excess fat on his body would jiggle. The two of them had bald heads and looked like twins. There were also scars on their faces, making them look fierce. Beside the young man, the waiter of the inn was standing there. Young Master Nu Yang, look. The waiter pointed at Huangfu Xianyue and the other two women and smiled as if he was asking for credit. The white-robed young man flicked the hair on his forehead and looked at Huangfu Xianyue and the other two. Especially when his gaze landed on Louis, his eyes lit up and he revealed an indescribable smile. Louis was the petite type. She had a bun on her head and looked a little like a loli. She had a delicate figure and wore a flowery robe that covered her slender waist. Anyone who saw her would have the desire to protect her. Yin Rong, on the other hand, was the mature type. She wore heavy makeup and looked very attractive. Not bad, not bad. It's all thanks to you this time. Nu Yang patted the waiter's shoulder and walked over with a laugh. Su Zimo's table was eating quietly. Nu Yang walked over, cupped his fists, and laughed. Everyone, let me introduce myself. I'm the second young master of the Nuwa family, Nu Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Everyone was still eating with relish and did not pay attention to him at all. Nu Yang was a little embarrassed and wiped his lips with an inexplicable expression. The waiter next to him shouted, "Didn't you hear what second young master Nu said? Foreigners are really uneducated. No wonder you don't even have fusion stones. I'll show you the way. Send the 3 ladies next to you out. You can have as many fusion stones as you want. I'm not afraid to tell you that 80% of the businesses in this city are controlled by the Nuwa family." Lu Ruffing was gently wiping her sword at the side. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, a sword light flashed past. His voice stopped abruptly, and his head fell to the ground. The sword was so fast that Nu Yang didn't even see the sound of the sword being pulled out. The head fell at his feet. Blood gushed out from the neck like a fountain and dyed the entire floor red. You killed him, Niu Yang said indifferently. He didn't even frown, as if killing someone was not worth mentioning in his eyes. So what? Lu Ruffing said indifferently. His thin face was slightly slanted, like a long sword, with sharp edges and corners. I hate people who are more handsome than me the most in my life, Niu Yang replied indifferently. Do you want to fight? Mu Zhoubai slammed the table and shouted. I'll remember you, Niu Yang said directly. He looked down at the corpse at his feet in disgust and kicked it away. Unlucky. What's this? We just came and already provoked the local snake, Mu Zhoubai said coldly. If it weren't for our sage sex troubles, we would have destroyed Nuhua City long ago. It's our fault, Huangfu Xianxia said with a smile. What do we do next? Lu Ruffing asked. Let's go to the martial arts arena in the city and take a look. It'll be good if we can win fusion stones, Su Zimo said as he stood up. Everyone nodded. They didn't care about the aftermath of the inn and directly walked out of the inn towards the center of the city. Speaking of Nuhua City's martial arts arena, it was the unique feature of the entire city. The martial arts arena had a history of thousands of years. It was said that when Nuhua Venerable was still around, there was already such a tradition. Both sides bet on fusion stones. The winner could get 80% of the loser's fusion stones. As for the remaining 20%, it was the venue fee and management fee for the martial arts arena. After all, the venue for the competition was often repaired. This was also paid for by the Nuhua family. Furthermore, the rules and order of the competition between the winners and losers were managed by the Nuhua family. If anyone violated the agreement, the Nuhua family would help them get back the fusion stone. There was also an interesting rule in the arena. If you were a foreigner and did not have a fusion stone, but you wanted to participate in the arena to win a fusion stone, you could take a loan from the Nuhua family, and the collateral would be your freedom. You could use your future freedom to exchange for a fusion stone with the Nuhua family. If you couldn't repay it within the stipulated time, you would have to become a slave in the Nuhua family. When everyone arrived at the center of the city, they saw people coming and going. The participants and spectators arrived one after another. Hawkers pushing small carts were busy around. It was a lively and bustling scene. In the center of the city, the arena was like a blooming lotus flower. It was divided into 5 arenas. The surroundings were like an arena. There was a circle of especially spacious spectator seats. This place could accommodate at least 10,000 people at the same time. The arena occupied more than half of the center of the city. Many shops were built around it. When Su Zimo and the others arrived, they saw that thousands of people were already seated in the vast spectator seats. It was very lively. In front of the arena, there was an obstacle door. It was actually very simple to enter to watch the competition. All one needed was a fusion stone. When everyone arrived, they were stopped by the disciples of the Nuhua family guarding the door. 1 fusion stone per person. Do you know the rules? The disciple said. We don't, Mu Zhoubai said. You don't? The disciple casually pointed out a few places and shouted, you must be new. There's a pawn shop there. Useful things can be exchanged for fusion stones. There's also a loan shop for my Nuhua family next to it. You can choose whatever you want. Everyone looked at each other. Lu Ruffing asked, do you have anything valuable on? You? Everyone, take one, Huangfu Xianxia said first. I have a supremacy's pulse technique. It has nothing to do with the sect. I obtained it by chance. Then I have a stalk of netherwood grass. It's left over from my previous cultivation. Everyone took out some things. Su Zimo also casually took out a pulse technique that he had read in the 9 Firmament Emperor sect. When everyone brought these items to the pawn shop, they were actually able to exchange them for 1,200 pieces of fusion stone. The fusion stone was a daily necessity here. Although it was precious, it was also cheap. Let's go. Let's go to the arena and win to our heart's content. What bullshit Fury clan? Mu Zhoubai said. Only when everyone walked into the arena did they truly feel the vastness of it. There were 2 passageways in front of him. The one on the right was for the audience, while the one on the left was for the contestants. You girls can go to the audience. Let us men handle this kind of fighting, Feng Xiang said. What? Are you looking down on us? Believe it or not, even if all of you attack, you won't be my match, Huangfu Xianxia said. She was the holy maiden of the world royal sacred sect, her strength far surpassed everyone else. One must know that a holy maiden's strength and talent were both indispensable. Mu Zhoubai smiled from the side and said, "Aren't we the vanguard? If it doesn't work out, you guys can take over." "That's not bad." Huangfu Xianxia smiled and said, "However, let's go together. It's more reassuring." Everyone nodded and walked into the contestants' tunnel together. The contestants' tunnel should be built underground. The light on both sides was a little dim. They didn't walk far into the tunnel. There was a large door in front of them. There was a table in front of the door. Someone seemed to be registering something there. When everyone approached, the person raised his head and asked, "What competition are you participating in? 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even higher?" 100 matches, everyone replied after thinking for a while. After all, there were only so many fusion stones. Contestants who couldn't participate couldn't enter here. Take your tokens and register. The person handed a few iron tokens to Suzimo and the others. Suzimo took the token and looked at it. It was made of ordinary iron and had the word 100 engraved on it. After everyone entered through the door, the view in front of them finally widened. This was a huge underground city. There were a few clusters of flames on both sides of the uneven walls. The flames burned on the skulls. There were people coming and going here. They were all contestants. Suzimo took a rough look. There were hundreds of people. These people were filled with killing intent. Their eyes were filled with disdain for life. It could be said that they were existences that licked blood from their blades. All kinds of people shuttled through here. There were people lining up in front. It was the waiting area for the contestants who were about to go on stage. "Be careful," Huangfu Xianxia reminded. "Let's split up and line up. Don't bump into each other." "I don't think so." Lu Ruffing looked at the rules engraved on the wall. He said, "After each battle, the contestants in the waiting area can choose whether to challenge the person in the arena. If there are too many people in the waiting area who choose to challenge, the next opponent will be chosen by drawing lots." Everyone nodded. Mu Zhoubai said, "Then when someone challenges later, we won't go to the waiting area." "Who's going first?" Huangfu Xianxia asked. "I'll do it." Mu Zhoubai pondered for a moment and said, "I'll take the lead and see how difficult this arena is." The others nodded. In the underground hall, there was a huge projection mirror on the left wall. The contestants' battles outside could be seen from here. After Mu Zhoubai stayed in the waiting area for a few minutes, the people in the arena moved very quickly. Soon, an opponent was matched with Mu Zhoubai. Mu Zhoubai opened the door in front of him and walked up the stairs. Step by step, he walked up to the arena outside. 100 Battle Arena, Mu Zhoubai vs Kuang Feng. Begin now. The referee held a flag and waved it at the side as he shouted. The rules of the arena were very simple. Either one side admitted defeat or was beaten to death. When Mu Zhoubai walked up to the arena, he saw that his opponent was a one-eyed man in a black robe. That person's left eye was covered by a black eye patch, making him look rather fierce. "Kid, you still dare to come here when your hair isn't even fully grown?" The one-eyed man sneered. "Noisy." Mu Zhoubai snorted coldly. The scimitar behind him was unsheathed and charged towards the one-eyed man. Chaotic wind saber technique, Mu Zhoubai shouted softly as he soared into the air. The two scimitars in his hands were like his arms. They could be retracted and released freely. It was very natural. Senior brother Mu has been using dual sabers since he was young. His personal strength can be ranked in the top 5 among the core disciples, Huangfu Xianxia said. The two scimitars came at him like a whirlwind. The one-eyed man smiled disdainfully. He lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot and the scimitar on his back flew out. It was a wide scimitar, about half a meter wide. There were 2 grooves on the scimitar like gears. It was different from Mu Zhoubai's moves. His movements were wide open and had the aura of a man holding back 10,000 men. The scimitars collided and sparks burst out. Mu Zhoubai's expression changed slightly. He felt that the power coming from his opponent's scimitar was stronger than his. He quickly stabilized himself and kept dodging. His scimitar attacks were impenetrable. Junior brother Mu's attacks are more flexible, but his power is weaker, Lu Ruffing said. However, although his opponent is strong, he doesn't have any technique in terms of speed and moves. It's too early to say whether he will win or lose. The moves of the two people in the arena were fierce. Gradually, as time passed, the one-eyed man became anxious. Mu Zhoubai was like a loach. He couldn't even touch him, let alone attack him. Under his opponent's fierce scimitar, he had already suffered light injuries. Do you only know how to dodge? The one-eyed man said angrily. Cross scimitar, Mu Zhoubai sneered when he saw that the one-eyed man had revealed an opening. Then, he crossed his two scimitars, forming a cross. His figure seemed to merge with the void. The only thing left in the world was the cross scimitar. He disappeared. Before the one-eyed man could react, he heard a boom. The cross scimitar quickly imprinted on his chest. Then, blood splattered. The cross scimitar pierced through his chest and appeared behind him. Mu Zhoubai's figure also disappeared. He held the cross scimitar in his hand and looked at him coldly. How can this be? The one-eyed man looked down at the wound on his chest. Then, his body fell to the ground and split into pieces. Mu Zhoubai wins 100 matches, the referee said calmly. As the referee here, he was used to seeing life and death. Countless people died here every day, both local and foreign. Life was the most worthless here. As the guards dragged the one-eyed man's corpse away, the referee looked at Mu Zhoubai and asked, "You've already won 80 fusion stones from him. Do you still want to continue?" "Why not?" Mu Zhoubai smiled faintly. At this moment, beside the battling platform, there was a very luxurious restaurant. The restaurant was called the Hall of Heroes, and it was divided into 6 floors. The first 4 floors could be entered with money, the 5th floor required some status, and as for the 6th floor, it was prepared for true heroes. It was said that only those who had won 100 matches in a row on the martial arts stage were qualified to enter the 6th floor of the heroic house. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the Hall of Heroes, there were many small private rooms. Because the restaurant was close to the martial arts arena, looking down from the sky, one could basically see the entire martial arts arena. This place was also a rare scenic spot. "Young master," they all went to the arena. In the private room, Mu Yang was drinking wine while listening to the servant's report. 1. Mu Yang came to the window and asked faintly. "They won 1 match. They're over there with 100 fusion stones," the servant said respectfully. "Let Elder Deadwood go next," Mu Yang said faintly. "Young master, this isn't appropriate. We rarely control the battles on the martial arts arena." The servant paused for a moment and tried to explain. "Ah fu, my words don't have any effect?" Mu Yang turned his head and chuckled. "I don't dare. This subordinate will arrange it immediately." Seeing Mu Yang smile, the servant quickly nodded and replied. On the martial arts arena, Mu Zhoubai waited for a long time. Just as he was getting impatient, the underground door opened and an old man walked out from it. When the old man came out, the spectators were all stunned. "Elder Dead Bone, doesn't this guy often go to the 10,000 matches? Why would he come to the 100 matches?" Someone asked in surprise. Could it be that someone offended him? The person next to him guessed. "I don't know, but that kid on the other side is miserable." "What's there to be miserable about? If he meets Elder Dead Bone, just surrender. He'll just lose some fusion stones." The people around discussed animatedly. It was obvious that Elder Dead Bone was very famous. He usually competed in the 10,000 matches because winning 1 match would give him 10,000 fusion stones. He didn't even look at the 100 matches. Elder Withered Bone was wearing a large black robe that wrapped his entire body. When he walked, he would make a very ear-piercing creaking sound. "Admit defeat. This person is a little dangerous," Huangfu Xianxia said solemnly from the arena below. "But according to Junior Brother Mu's personality, he shouldn't admit defeat so easily," Feng Xiang said. Mu Zhoubai raised his head and looked at the old man in front of him. He saw him slowly pull out the 2 blades on his back. Clenching his hands tightly, the aura on his body increased bit by bit. With a boom, his right foot took half a step back and his entire body swooped down. Cracks appeared on the floor under his feet. Seeing Mu Zhoubai charging over, Elder Dead Bone still had his head lowered and did not move. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. In the next moment, Elder Dead Bone suddenly raised his head. His face, which was hidden in the black robe, became clear. His face was so thin that there was not a single bit of flesh left, only pale skin. What was even more terrifying was that he had no eyes. His eyes were two balls of light blue flames. When Mu Zhoubai saw the two balls of flames, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was instantly stunned on the spot. Oh no, it's a soul attack. Lu Ruffing hurriedly stood up. Elder Dead Bone smiled cruelly. He stretched out his right hand, palm facing up, and gently hooked his index finger. With a boom, the hard arena shattered and a huge white bone shot out from under Mu Zhoubai's body. It pierced through his back and nailed him to the arena, nailing him to the white bones. Blood splattered in midair. Mu Zhoubai fainted on the white bones, his fate unknown. The blood on the white bones was a ghastly sight. Huangfu Xianxia and the others focused their gazes. This guy isn't on the same level at all, Feng Xiang said. I think we've made a mistake, Su Zimo said. Among the younger generation, you are indeed the strongest disciples. You even have rivals among your peers. However, in this arena, age doesn't matter. Those who are older than you can easily defeat you. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Ruffing took a deep breath and walked straight to the arena. Senior brother Lu, where are you going? Lu Yi shouted from behind. I'm going to avenge junior brother Mu, Lu Ruffing said indifferently. This? Everyone was stunned. Huangfu Xianxia tapped her body and stepped into the air to stop Lu Ruffing. She said, do you want to die? Then you want me to watch junior brother Mu die in front of me? Lu Ruffing said. Junior brother Mu might not die yet. It's important to bring him for treatment first. Don't forget our mission, Huangfu Xianxia said coldly. Although direct disciples often fought and schemed against each other, it was said that Mu Zhoubai and Lu Ruffing were very good brothers. The two of them were in a benign struggle. How could Lu Ruffing not be angry when he saw that his good brother was about to die on the stage? Let's save him first. Su Zimo stood up and walked towards the battling platform. Coincidentally, because Mu Zhoubai did not have any combat ability, the referee announced the end of the competition. Two people carried Mu Zhoubai's body to the ground and were about to throw it away when they were stopped by Su Zimo and the others. Are you guys together? The two people could not be bothered to interrogate and directly handed the body to everyone. Too many people died in the competition every day, so there were corpses built here. Unclaimed corpses would be thrown in and cleaned regularly. How is it? Huangfu Xianxia asked anxiously as everyone checked Mu Zhoubai's injuries. He's not breathing, Lu Ruffing said coldly as he sat on the ground. That guy just wants to kill, Feng Xiang said angrily as he looked at the cold corpse in front of him and then at Elder Dried Bone in the arena. After Elder Dried Bone went on stage, there was a brief silence in the 100 matches. No one dared to accept the challenge. The contestants in the waiting area all left, not wanting to meet Elder Dried Bone. Boring. Old Man Dried Bone chuckled disdainfully. He walked down the stage and headed towards the martial arts stage where thousands of matches were held. Seeing Elder Dried Bone leave, the contestants entered the waiting area again and began a heated competition. At that moment, the sky gradually darkened. The day's competition was coming to an end. The spectators began to leave one by one. Mu Zhoubai had completely stopped breathing. Everyone buried his body outside Nuhua City, at the foot of a hill with decent scenery. Then, they returned to the inn in the city. The atmosphere was slightly heavy. I don't think this is a coincidence, Feng Xiang said. Logically speaking, someone at Elder Dried Bone's level wouldn't come here. It's definitely not a coincidence. Now that we've calmed down and thought about it, someone must be targeting us, Lu Ruffing said. Targeting? Who would target us? We didn't offend anyone. Yin Rong suddenly realized something. Niu Yang? Could it be him? This arena is the property of the Fury clan. What do you think? Huangfu Xianxia said. You've gone too far. Lu Ruffing slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "In the southern domain, when has our world royal sacred sect suffered such grievances? It's a critical period now. The sect is busy dealing with the two divine dragons. How can they have the energy to care about these things?" Huangfu Xianxia sighed. "I'll try again tomorrow. No matter what, I have to get the map of the Misty Forest and the Fusion Stone. Otherwise, even if we go to the Misty Forest, we won't be able to complete the mission." Forget it, forget it. It's already very late. Let's sleep early," Su Zimo waved his hand and said. "Everything has its own destiny. We'll discuss countermeasures tomorrow." Everyone nodded. They were not in the mood to eat anymore, so they went upstairs to their rooms to rest. The moon was bright, and the night in Fury Fire City was still very lively. People came and went on the streets. Lanterns were hung high, and many peddlers had just left their homes. Unlike the bustling streets, in the quiet inn, Su Zimo, who was cultivating, heard a knock on the door. He got off the bed and opened the door to see Huangfu Xianxia standing outside. Huangfu Xianxia seemed to have just taken a shower, and there was a very enchanting fragrance on her body. She was wearing a slightly revealing cheongsam, and her long fair legs were exposed. Her top was a faintly discernible tulle. This scene was very charming and gentle, causing one's imagination to run wild. "Senior sister Huangfu, what are you doing?" Su Zimo asked curiously. "Junior brother Su, I have something to ask you. Can we go to my room?" Huangfu Xianxia said shyly with a red face. "Sure." Su Zimo nodded. He followed behind Huangfu Xianxia and went to the room next to her. The moment he entered the room, it was pitch black inside. Su Zimo felt Huangfu Xianxia fall into his arms. A warmth came from her slender body. "Junior brother." Huangfu Xianxia looked up, her eyes filled with emotions. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Don't speak. Follow me." Huangfu Xianxia gently placed her finger on Su Zimo's mouth and shook her head slightly. Then, she held his hand and led him to the table in the room. Su Zimo sat on the chair while Huangfu Xianxia sat on his lap. "Junior brother, do you like senior sister?" Huangfu Xianxia asked with misty eyes. "No." Su Zimo shook his head. Huangfu Xianxia's expression froze. She slowly wrapped her hand around Su Zimo's neck and exhaled gently. She asked, "Do you still like me?" "Senior sister, if you have something to say, just say it." "I'm very busy." "I still have to cultivate," Su Zimo said impatiently. "Junior brother, why are you in such a hurry?" Huangfu Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. "Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" "Maybe." Su Zimo smiled. As he spoke, he grabbed Huangfu Xianxia's right hand behind his back and placed it in front of the two of them. At that moment, Huangfu Xianxia's right hand had turned extremely black. Demonic qi was wrapped around it. Furthermore, her nails were dozens of centimeters long. They were sharp and cold. Although the beauty was in his arms, Su Zimo felt as if he was hugging a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, causing the temperature in the room to drop. Before Su Zimo could speak again, a pattern appeared at the foot of the room. This pattern was like a black hole, and countless chains spread out from it. They wrapped around Su Zimo along the chair and tied him up. The dark cage is a level 6 array formation. "Junior brother, stop struggling." Huangfu Xianxia chuckled. She slid her long fingernails across Su Zimo's neck and said in a low voice, "My good junior brother, you used your body to save me at the Goddess Peak. Senior sister really can't bear to kill you. Who asked you to be a remnant of the demon race?" "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Su Zimo asked in panic. "It's fine. Death is only an instant. Senior sister will act quickly," Huangfu Xianxia said with a smile. "I'm going to die anyway. Can't senior sister tell me the truth?" Su Zimo said with a bitter smile. "You want to die knowing the truth," Huangfu Xianxia said with a smile. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded slightly. "Fine, since you saved me at Goddess Peak, I'll tell you," Huangfu Xianxia said. "There are thousands of races in this world, and they stand in great numbers on the great Tao of the world. Among them, the most well-known and recognized strongest races are the Devil race and the God race. In the era ruled by these two races, even the human race had to retreat. I know that. Su Zimo nodded. Then have you heard of a race called the sky-devouring race? Huangfu Xianyue asked with a smile. What's that? Su Zimo shook his head slightly. The sky-devouring race is just a small race. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Huangfu Xianyue said. Although there are few people in this race, their abilities are very terrifying. They can devour other races and use their abilities for themselves. However, the only flaw is that the people of the sky-devouring race can only devour once in their lives. It's fine if they devour someone powerful, but if they devour someone weaker than them, their life will be wasted. Therefore, to the sky-devouring race, they value their devouring very much. I seem to understand. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and said, the God race and the devil race are the most powerful races in the world. Therefore, the sky-devouring race placed their first devouring target between these two races. At this point, Su Zimo stared at Huangfu Xianyue and said, you are from the sky-devouring race. Smart. It was fine in the God and devil era. There was no lack of people from the two races. But in the current era, not to mention the two complete races, even the remnants are very rare, Huangfu Xianyue said. Do you know how lucky I am to have met you? It's a pity. If you weren't from the two races, I would really want to keep you by my side. Back then, when you sensed my demonic aura in the #1 shop in the world, you've been paying attention to me, Su Zimo said. That's right. My plan to bring you into the Sacred World Emperor sect was about to be realized. Once I absorb your power, even the marriage contract of the immemorial divine sect won't be able to bind me. Huangfu Xianyue sneered. It's just that I didn't expect those two divine dragons to disturb me. To prevent any further trouble, I can only finish you off now. If you kill me, how will you explain it to Lu Ruffing and the others? Su Zimo asked. What's there to explain? You and I know about this matter. No one can ask me about it, Huangfu Xianyue said with a chuckle. I still have to help you guys find the blood lizard. If you kill my World Emperor sacred sect, it will be over, Su Zimo said unwillingly. I don't care if the sage sect is finished or not. I only know that after absorbing the power of your demon race, my martial path will rise steadily. Huangfu Xianyue walked up to Su Zimo step by step. He said, all right, I've told you everything you need to know. Now, be a ghost who understands everything. She grabbed Su Zimo's right hand, and a special power came from her body. On Huangfu Xianyue's arm, a purple line spread out from one end of her heart. Immediately after, the other end passed through her right arm and entered Su Zimo's body. Goodbye. Huangfu Xianyue smiled coldly and directly circulated the power in her body. However, in the next moment, her smile suddenly froze on her face. When the purple line entered Su Zimo's body, Huangfu Xianyue felt as if she had fallen into a quagmire that she could not extricate herself from. She could not absorb anything, and she could not retreat even if she wanted to. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Zimo in shock. Cold sweat had appeared on her forehead at some point. Is it fun? Su Zimo smiled calmly. You. Huangfu Xianyue raised her head and looked at Su Zimo, speechless for a long time. Where do you think those two divine dragons came from? Why do you think I came to find the blood lizard with you guys? Su Zimo said with a smile. Don't be silly. Everyone is just putting on a show. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Xianyue felt a violent force surge into her body from Su Zimo's body. It completely destroyed her 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs. Looking at Huangfu Xianyue's corpse lying on the ground like a pile of mud, Su Zimo clapped his hands. The heaven-devouring clan is quite interesting. After a silent night, the sky gradually brightened. The people of the Sacred World Emperor sect also came out of their rooms and went to the first floor of the inn to eat. As everyone arrived one by one, Feng Xiang took the lead and said, everyone, I thought about it last night. If we really can't do it, we'll return to the sect and bring the elders of the clan over. I think the Fury clan will give our sacred sect some face. Why hasn't senior sister Huangfu come down yet? Yin Rong frowned. Lu Yi nodded and said, I'll go call her. Not long after she walked up the stairs, she heard a sudden scream. Ah! What's wrong? Lu Rufing's expression changed. His figure was like a gust of wind as he appeared on the second floor. Everyone rushed over. As soon as they entered the room, they smelled a faint stench. Beside the table in the room, Louis was lying there. Opposite her, a corpse was lying flat. "It's senior sister Huangfu," Yin Rong exclaimed. Feng Xiang's expression changed drastically as he said with a trembling voice, "She's dead." At this moment, Huangfu Xianxia was lying on the ground. Her face was pale without a trace of blood. Clearly, he was dead to the point that he couldn't be any more dead. What happened? Feng Xiang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "We didn't hear any sounds of fighting last night." What kind of existence could kill senior sister Huangfu silently? Louis stood up and said in a panic, "I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's go back to the sect." "How are we going to explain this to the sect master?" Lu Ruffing asked. "Alright, don't scare yourself. Let's deal with senior sister Huangfu's corpse first," Su Zimo said indifferently. "I'll go to the arena today." "Can you do it?" Feng Xiang asked. "Why don't you do it?" Su Zimo said. "Then you do it." Feng Xiang quickly waved his hand. He admitted that he was not much stronger than Mu Zhoubai. Mu Zhoubai's tragic death yesterday was still vivid in his mind. No one objected, but their morale seemed to be even lower. They brought Huangfu Xuanyue's corpse out of the city again and buried it next to Mu Zhoubai. Then, under Su Zimo's lead, they went to the arena again. The autumn wind blew bleakly, and the fallen leaves on the street were blown into the sky. The martial arts arena was still buzzing with activity. The few of them arrived at the underground waiting area with ease. "Round 100, Lin Qiu vs. Kuangren," the referee announced loudly at the edge of the arena. As the door to the waiting area opened, Su Zimo walked up to the arena outside step by step. "Be careful," Lu Yi said behind him. "Let's set a small goal first. For example, win 100 times," Su Zimo said with a smile. After Su Zimo walked out of the arena step by step, he saw a man in a black singlet with bulging muscles appearing in front of him. Even from a certain distance, one could feel the explosive feeling of his muscles. Seeing this scene, the audience below began to discuss. "Madman's injuries have healed. It seems that he's coming out again. Although he lost the duel with Jian Ming, it's a glorious defeat. However, the young man on the other side seems a little unfamiliar." Ignoring the noisy discussions around him, Madman raised his head and looked at Su Zimo proudly. He raised his head slightly and raised his chin to look at Su Zimo. He said, "Are you going to admit defeat or do you want me to beat you down?" "Noisy." Su Zimo shook his head. He took a step forward and the spiritual energy around him surged. In the next moment, he appeared behind Madman in an instant. So fast. Madman was shocked. "1,000 catty fall." He hurriedly shouted. The muscles all over his body bulged, and his entire body seemed to weigh 1,000 catties on the ground. Su Zimo chuckled and grabbed Madman's waist with his right hand. He lifted him up with a relaxed expression and threw him out in midair. Madman fell heavily to the ground, and the sound of the ground cracking could be heard. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Madman hurriedly slapped the ground and shouted. He admitted defeat very quickly because of the rules of the arena. If he did not admit defeat, he would not be responsible even if the other party killed him. In fact, Madman had stronger moves, but when he saw how easily the other party defeated him, he knew that he was no match for him. If this continued, he would just be courting death. Lin Qiu wins 100 rounds. "Do you want to fight again?" The referee looked at Su Zimo and asked. "Fight? You don't have to ask me in the future. Just let them fight," Su Zimo said indifferently. Seeing that Madman was easily defeated, the waiting area was matched with another opponent. "I'll do it." A loud shout came from the ground. Then, an old man with a staff walked out. The old man seemed to be in high spirits. He had short black hair and the long robe he wore was somewhat gaudy. It was mottled with blue and black colors mixed with red. It's Old Man Lei. The people who often came here to watch the battle immediately recognized him. It is said that the staff in his hand is made from the heart of a thunder beast, and he is best at mental attacks. This is going to be interesting. Even if Madman were to meet him, he would be helpless against him. This Thunder Elder is the weirdest. As Old Man Thunder walked out, the staff in his hand began to emit wisps of lightning. Lightning surrounded his body. Light blue electric arcs accompanied by dark purple lightning. Brat, even I can't control my mental attack. If it's light, you'll become demented. If it's heavy, you'll die. Listen to me. Go down. Old Man Lay stood where he was and said arrogantly. You seem to be a rare genius. Don't say that I'm going to destroy a good seedling like you. You're scared, aren't you? Suzimo smiled. You don't know what's good for you. Old Man Lay snorted coldly. He turned the staff in his hand and a bolt of lightning shot towards Suzimo. With a boom, the lightning exploded on Suzimo's chest. Everyone only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. When they looked carefully, they saw that Suzimo was still standing in the arena and scathed. Is that all you've got? Suzimo patted his chest and walked towards Old Man Lay step by step. You're courting death. The staff in Old Man Lay's hand shone brightly like a bolt from the blue. Countless thunderbolts sounded around him. Then, countless bolts of lightning seemed to transform into long dragons on the staff. All of them roared and charged towards Suzimo. Suzimo's expression didn't change. He didn't even stop his footsteps. No matter how the lightning bombarded his body, he didn't react at all. He cracked his neck and continued to walk at a steady pace. Good lad, you're quite capable, Old Man Lay shouted softly. Countless bolts of lightning exploded from the staff in his hand again. The difference was that under the cover of the lightning, a soul snake twisted its body and flew out from his palm. Crackle! Crackle! Sounds exploded again. Old Man Lay looked at the center of the lightning and smiled smugly. He said, Lad, you have to pay the price for your arrogance. My soul attack is in this lightning. As soon as he said that, he heard a series of footsteps. The audience watching the battle was so noisy, and the thunder in the arena was so ear-piercing. However, the footsteps sounded especially clear in his ears. It was as if the feet weren't stepping on the ground, but on his heart. A figure walked out calmly from the exploding lightning. You. Old Man Lay's eyes were dull. He wanted to speak, but the footsteps on his heart made him feel even more pressured. He couldn't even breathe. Seeing Suzimo appear in front of him step by step, Old Man Lay swallowed hard. With a bang, the staff in his right hand was crushed by Suzimo. Then, Suzimo turned and left, ignoring him. He's not going to kill me? Old Man Lay heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and a soft bang sounded. It was as if his heartbeat had reached its peak and directly exploded. His entire body fell to the ground without any warning. How long will this fight last? Suzimo shook his head slightly. Looking at the audience at the side of the arena, he said loudly, Who has a sword? Can you lend me one? The audience was silent for a while. Then, a young man in a luxurious robe smiled. He signaled with his eyes, and the guard beside him threw the sword out. I'll lend it to you, the young man said. Good sword. Suzimo took the sword, sized it up, and smiled. Although the sword was still some distance away from his tyrannical shadow, it was a pity that he didn't bring the tyrannical shadow with him from the Yuanyang continent. However, this sword was made of dark sky iron, and the materials and forging techniques used were top-notch. Although Old Man Lay was defeated, this arena had always been full of hidden talents. Most people were unconvinced. In this arena, in addition to betting on fusion stones, there was also a place for betting. In every battle, one could bet on the opponent they thought highly of. Many contestants would let others bet on their victory, and then go on stage. This method could kill two birds with one stone. Not only would they win money from their opponents, but they would also win money from their bets. Of course, this method was only used by people who were very confident in their own strength. Originally, Suzimo's odds weren't high, but now that he had defeated Madman and Old Man Lay, two famous people, his odds almost doubled. At this moment, as the underground door opened, another contestant walked into the arena. This time, it was a young man wearing a blue robe and holding a long spear. I'm Lu Zhou. Enough, I don't need to remember the name of a dead person. Before the young man could finish, he was interrupted by Suzimo. Arrogant. The young man snorted. Holding the long spear in his hand, he burst out with a soaring spear intent towards Suzumo. Clang! The sound of a saber being unsheathed could be heard. Before the audience could react, the sound of a saber being unsheathed could be heard. Before anyone could react, the long spear in the young man's hand had been broken in half, and even his body was cut in half. One move. Suzumo put away his sword and said indifferently. This sword. The well-dressed young man who borrowed the sword narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin as if he was thinking about something. Following Suzumo's victory, the audience on both sides became more and more excited. And the opponents in the waiting area also went up one by one. But the following opponents were all finished by Suzumo in one strike. He didn't even use a strong pulse technique, just a sword drawing technique. It was so fast that the eyes couldn't see it, and he finished off these opponents. 10 people, 20 people, and more opponents fell under his hands. This scene also attracted the attention of the organizers of the Fury family. In the gambling house, someone even put out a bet that Suzumo would win 100 times, but most of the people who bet weren't optimistic. Because everyone knew that when a person's winning streak reached a certain point, the Fury family would secretly target them. They wouldn't allow this to happen. The manager of the Fury family's martial arts arena was the younger brother of the Fury family's master, Nu Shiwu. At this moment, hearing the servant's report, Nu Shiwu frowned and said, "What do you mean, there's no one who can fight?" "It's not that there's no one. Young Master Jianming hasn't gone up yet. The key is that we can't control him," the servant said awkwardly. "Idiot." Nu Shiwu said coldly, "Jianming doesn't lack fusion stones. He came to the martial arts arena purely to hone his pulse technique and increase his battle experience. Go tell him that a young man of the same age as him came to the martial arts arena. If he's still a sword son, he'll definitely fight. This subordinate will do it right away." The servant quickly nodded. In the martial arts arena, Suzumo had already won 29 matches. There was basically no one left in the 100 matches waiting area. Actually, it wasn't that there was no one left. To be precise, no one dared to go up. Up until now, no one had been able to withstand a single strike from him. There was only one word that could be used to describe the outcome: death. Due to the fact that there was no one going up for hundreds of rounds, there was a short period of time where there was a gap in the competition. The spectators all around were discussing animatedly. How are we going to compete if no one is going up? Let's wait and see. If there's really no one going up, then there's still the people from the thousands and tens of thousands of matches. It's just that the odds haven't reached the highest point yet. They're still waiting for time. Do you think this guy wants to win all the matches? Since the establishment of our martial arts arena, no one has been able to win 100 matches in a row. That shouldn't be possible. Do you know how difficult it is to win 100 matches in a row? There was no time for rest in these 100 matches. Did he have enough spiritual energy in his body? Would his body be injured or tired? Moreover, this is just the beginning. The later opponents will become stronger and stronger. It's unrealistic. Just as everyone was discussing incessantly, the door to the waiting area was opened again. A young man with an elegant demeanor walked out. "It's young Master Jianming," someone in the arena exclaimed. Among them, the loudest voices were some women. This young man wore a long robe with streamers tied to the sleeves. There were 4 layers to the robe, and the inner layer was white and light blue. At the collar, there were cloud patterns intertwined with white and blue. At the shoulders, there were white streamers and blue gemstones. On the outer robe, there were layers of dark rippling patterns that were difficult to see clearly. The young man's eyes were clear. His black hair was tied up in a black bun behind his head, and there was a white headband tied around his forehead. He had a high nose bridge, fair skin, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. Anyone who saw him would sigh with emotion. What a good face. A blue and white longsword hung from the young man's waist. On the sword, there were 2 small characters engraved on it, and the rest were some indecipherable patterns. The young man's aura was ethereal, as if he was a handsome man who had walked out of ancient times. "Jianming." The young man looked at Suzumo and said calmly. "It seems that young Master Jianming has finally made his move." The women watching the battle said with some admiration. Although most of the men disdained his appearance, they could not refute his strength. Since young Master Jianming came to Fury Fire City 3 years ago, he has already been at the top of the 100 matches for 3 years. It should be. Among the 100 matches, he has won 54 matches in a row. It should be the most. Everyone was discussing. The people on the 10,000 matches were not included because they were basically old monsters. Relying on the fact that they had cultivated for a long time, the younger generation was no match for them. As for the 1,000 matches, they were some famous old seniors. As for the 100 matches, other than some people with low cultivation, most of them were from the younger generation. According to the rules of the martial arts arena, if the 100 matches wanted to enter the 1,000 matches, they had 3 chances to challenge each month. If they won, they could participate in the 1,000 matches. Similarly, it was the same for the 1,000 matches to the 10,000 matches. For the sake of fairness and sanctions, the 10,000 matches also had 3 chances to compete in the 100,000 matches every month. However, under normal circumstances, the 10,000 matches rarely went to other matches. On the one hand, it was to win the fusion with young Master Shi. On the other hand, if they went to other matches, no one would dare to fight with them. Only in a situation like Su Zimo's, where they were almost invincible in their matches and the odds of the bet reached a certain level, would they take action. Jianming's body was enveloped by sword intent. He looked at Su Zimo calmly. The moment the drawing technique sounded, Jianming closed his eyes slightly and directly pulled out the long sword at his waist. As the sword intent lingered, it directly annihilated Su Zimo's saber energy and disappeared. Although the saber energy was annihilated, the power contained in it still made Jianming take more than 3 steps back. Jianming's pupils constricted. When the long sword in his hand was unsheathed, wind and thunder flashed on the sword. The unparalleled sword intent surrounded the sword and shot into the sky. "You are very strong," Jianming said as he looked at Su Zimo. "Why? Are you going to admit defeat?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "Only the strong have the meaning of fighting." Jianming's gaze focused and his right hand took half a step back. He held the sword in his right hand and tilted it slightly. As the sword intent surrounded him, countless long swords condensed from sword intent appeared behind him. 10,000 swords, Jianming shouted softly and stabbed forward with the long sword in his hand. Boom! Countless streams of sword intent pierced out from behind, piercing through the void and shattering it into pieces. Su Zimo raised his head and gently pointed with the long saber in his hand. The moment he raised his long blade, Su Zimo casually waved it in the air. The blade energy drew a transparent barrier in front of him. All the swords were blocked by the barrier. Jianming's gaze was solemn. On the 3 feet long blue and white sword, an aurora shot into the sky. The sword energy on the entire sword was crisscrossing. The surrounding clouds were split apart. He stepped into the air, his white robe fluttering in the wind. "Shadowless sky-shaking sword," young Master Jianming lightly shouted. His figure completely disappeared from the arena. At this moment, the arena was full of blade light and sword shadows reverberating in the air. The densely packed sword light occupied the entire arena. It was as if the space in front of them was split into countless pieces. "They're all flashy moves." Su Zimo shook his head slightly. He stretched out his right hand and lightly blocked the blade in the air. He did not make any other movements. Rumble sounds exploded all around. The space of the entire ring had completely sunk into the explosion. The spectators could not see anything clearly. The sword prison surrounded the entire arena. Boom! With a loud explosion, the martial arts arena completely collapsed. When all the sword intent shattered the entire space, even a mosquito flying by would die thousands of times. Only then did the spectators gradually see the scene inside. Cracks spread from the arena beneath their feet. Kacha, kacha sounds followed. The arena was collapsing bit by bit. Everyone was shocked. One must know that this arena was specially built for battle. Its endurance was extremely strong. "Young Master Jianming has become stronger again," someone muttered. Su Zimo was still calmly standing in the center of the arena. Accompanied by a sword light falling from the sky, Jianming's figure slowly appeared at the side. He raised his right hand. The sword light transformed into his sword and fell into his hand. No one of my peers can take this sword of mine, Jianming said indifferently. He looked at Su Zimo as if waiting for something. However, the scene of Su Zimo's body being torn apart did not happen. Poof. The robe covering his abdomen was suddenly torn apart, and a line of blood shot out from it. How could this be? When? Jianming young master half knelt on the ground as he looked at Su Zimo in shock. In his line of sight, Su Zimo had just raised his saber and hadn't moved at all. He had clearly dodged the attack, so why was he still stabbed? He looked at the figure standing in the middle of the ring and felt an inexplicable chill. Could it be that from the very first strike of my sword, he was able to clearly see the trajectory of all my sword techniques? That's why his saber didn't move. That's because that's where my swordsmanship's trajectory must pass, Jianming guessed boldly. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why he had been stabbed. Sometimes, the eyes can deceive people, Su Zimo said calmly as he turned around. How can you be fine? Jianming said with some dissatisfaction. Because you're too weak. Su Zimo shook his head slightly and said, I'm on the 5th floor, and you're only on the 1st floor. Seeing this scene, the audience below burst into an uproar. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Young Master Jianming lost? How is this possible? Where did that guy come from? I've never seen him before. At this moment, in the audience stand, the well-dressed young master who had borrowed Su Zimo's saber narrowed his eyes. Then, he asked his subordinate next to him, I remember that Jianming is a disciple of the Sword Tomb, right? Yes, he's one of the direct descendants. However, he doesn't seem to be welcomed in the clan. The subordinate next to him nodded. That's interesting. I remember that the Sword Tomb has some things, the well-dressed young master said with a smile. Jianming lowered his head and looked at the blood dripping from his abdomen. It had been a long time since he was injured, or rather, he hadn't felt pain. You're really strong. Jianming took a deep breath and slowly stood up. I also admit that if we were to fight normally, I wouldn't be your match. So? Su Zimo asked. I don't like the feeling of being defeated. It's just like the scene when I left the Sword Tomb back then, Jianming said calmly. No one wants to be defeated, Su Zimo replied. Yes, so I've decided to show you my strongest move. Even if I have to sacrifice my life for it, I won't hesitate. Jianming picked up the sword in his hand. There was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Sadness, nostalgia, or a hidden madness. He picked up the blue and white long sword. At this moment, the long sword seemed to feel something. The body of the sword trembled slightly, as if it was mourning. The blue and white long sword turned blood red at this moment. The whole sword had changed from its original purity to incomparably evil. He raised his head. His eyes were scarlet, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The surrounding spiritual energy was all condensed on the sword. Blood sacrifice of the dead sword, Jianming roared. The blood in his body also flowed into the long sword. The blood-red color on the long sword became more and more shocking. Jianming's face became paler and paler. It was as if his whole body had been sucked dry. Come, let me see how strong you are. Jianming held the long sword tightly. It was as if he had condensed all the strength in his body into this sword. Just like that, the sword slashed down. The blood-red sword chi seemed to block out the sun. 1,000-meter-long sword chi burst out from the blood sword. Rumble. There was an explosion in the surroundings. The blood-red sword chi attacked Su Zimo with an unstoppable momentum. After this sword slash, Jianming seemed to have been drained of all the strength in his body. He directly collapsed to the ground. He struggled to raise his head and quietly looked at this sword. The power of this sword even exceeded the martial arts arena. The spectators at the side were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly dodged in all directions. The referee at the side raised a defensive barrier, enveloping the entire martial arts arena. Looking at the sword that could destroy the heavens and earth, Su Zimo still slashed with his saber. There was no other reason. It was purely the suppression of the realm. It was purely the transcendence of the meridian technique's comprehension and vision. This saber hit the weakest part of the sword chi. There was only a boom. The blood-red sword chi began to shatter in the middle. The power and killing intent of the sword chi were instantly annihilated. Suzimo stood there, giving people the feeling that he was casual and indifferent. It was as if this kind of attack was not even qualified to make him take it seriously. You. Jianming coughed heavily a few times and looked at Suzimo in disbelief. This move, blood sacrifice death sword, was a secret of the sword tomb. Every swordsman was born with a sword. A sword was enough to accompany them for a lifetime. Only when faced with a life and death crisis would a swordsman use this move. They would fuse all the blood and chi in their bodies into the sword and fight to the death. Although Jianming was only a venerable one at the moment, this attack was a genuine heaven-harmonizing attack. Isn't it good to admit defeat early? Why do you have to give yourself such a big blow? Suzimo sighed and shook his head. I admit defeat. Jianming looked at Suzimo in low spirits. He said, thank you for not killing me. Your swordsmanship isn't pure. Think about it yourself. Suzimo waved his hand and said. Thank you for your guidance. Jianming nodded and smiled bitterly. Maybe the glory in Wrath City made me lose my mind. After Jianming used his last move, he didn't have any strength left. In the end, he was carried down by the people in the arena. Looking at Jianming's defeated appearance, the audience was silent at this moment. Furious Tiger heard the news and came to the arena personally. Sir. The referee of the arena quickly came to greet him. Furious Tiger waved his hand and stood beside the audience. He looked at Suzimo from afar and smiled. Is that the young man? Yes, he has already won 30 matches. According to the rules, we will give him 30 times the amount of fusion stones he won. The referee quickly said. Sir, if we let him continue to win, the more fusion stones he wins, the more we will lose. I'm afraid the entire income of the arena for the whole year will be used up. Why are you panicking? The arena has been open for thousands of years. What kind of situation have we not seen? Furious Tiger snorted. If he doesn't know what's good for him and stops while he's ahead, he will have to spit out all his winnings. Sir, you mean to let the people from the 1,000 battle arena fight him? The referee asked carefully. Hit the snake where it hurts. Kill it in one strike. Let the people from the 1,000 battle arena fight him to avoid any accidents. Furious Tiger said indifferently. Sir, the old guys from the 1,000 battle arena are very expensive. The referee said. No matter how expensive it is, it's better than this. Besides, they have to give face to the Wrath family. They won't dare to go too far. Furious Tiger waved his hand and sat down on the seat next to him. At the backstage of the waiting area, the disciples of the Sacred World Emperor sect were dumbfounded when they saw Suzimo killing everyone. This, junior brother Lin, he. Feng Xiang stuttered. Junior brother Lin really hides his strength. Lu Ruffing narrowed his eyes and said. However, this is a bit too ostentatious. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I'm afraid the Fury family won't let this go. Then should we inform junior brother Lin to quit while he's ahead? Yin Rong asked. How? Lu Ruffing shook his head and said. Unless we go on stage, I'm afraid the Fury family won't arrange for someone to fight 100 times. Let's wait and see. There was another short period of silence on the martial arts stage. Then, the underground door opened, and Elder Dried Bone walked out wearing a dark green robe. These 2 days, the little dolls have been too jumpy, Elder Dried Bone said sinisterly. You just killed one yesterday, why are you acting so recklessly? Enemies are bound to meet. Suzimo smiled. It seems that you are in cahoots. Elder Dried Bone raised his head and looked at Suzimo with his terrifying face. Little doll, do you want to avenge your companions? It doesn't matter if I take revenge or not, but if you want to block my 100 victories path, I don't mind killing you, Suzimo said. Little doll, you do have the capital to be arrogant, but unfortunately, you used it on the wrong person. Elder Dried Bone sneered. He raised his head, and a ghostly blue ghost head slowly rose from his eyes. A wave of soul attack directly rushed towards Suzimo's mind. Suzimo had the 9-province imperial palace body. Before the 9 province was broken, he was naturally not afraid of any soul attack. Moreover, with his strength, even if he didn't defend, this level of attack was nothing. When the soul shock hit him, Suzumo calmly stood in his original position. "Little doll, you have some ability." Elder Dried Bone smiled and twisted his head 360 degrees. Then, he raised his hands, and white bones with barbs pierced up from the ground. The white bones broke through the hard stage, and were about a meter long. The bone spurs were extremely sharp, and there was a cold light on them. The bone spurs were very dense, densely covering the entire stage. Suzumo stepped into the air, wanting to avoid the bone spurs, but he didn't expect them to be able to grow. One by one, they grew to be tens of meters long, turning into a huge cage, enveloping Suzumo within. Then, Elder Dried Bone clenched his right fist, and the bone cage began to shrink. "Little doll, there is always someone better in this world. Unfortunately, you only understand this truth when you die." "It's too late," Elder Dried Bone said with a smile. "Sigh, it's really boring. I thought there would be some new tricks." Suzumo shook his head. He unsheathed the saber in his hand, and with one slash, the bone cage shattered with a bang. Then, he threw the saber at Elder Dried Bone. "Bone shield." Elder Dried Bone frowned slightly. With a wave of his right hand, the white bones formed a shield in front of him. With another bang, the shield shattered from the middle. Under Elder Dried Bone's flabbergasted gaze, the blade stabbed into his body. "This?" At the sight of the stage, the referee was a little flustered. "Don't panic. No one in the 10,000 battles is simple." Furious Tiger calmly waved his hand. Elder Dried Bone looked at the saber in his abdomen and pulled it out. Strangely, after the saber entered his body, there was not a single drop of blood. "I really can't underestimate you," Elder Dried Bone said indifferently as he stood up. "But to be honest, you've angered me." He threw the saber to the side, then roared at the sky. His skin and flesh began to fall off, and in the blink of an eye, only his bones were left. The change was so great that he had turned from a living person into a skeleton. The strangest thing was that a pair of wings grew out of his back, accompanied by a furious roar. The stage beneath his feet began to shake, as if something was about to break out. Boom! The surrounding spirit chi began to condense towards the martial arts arena. Along with the emergence of a huge head from the ground, the wide martial arts arena split apart from the middle. "Activate the protective shield." "Tell the audience not to panic," Furious Tiger ordered from the side. The people below hurriedly responded in an orderly manner. With the audience as the edge, a circular protective shield enveloped the martial arts arena. After Elder Dried Bone had completely turned into a skeleton, the creature that emerged from the ground also revealed its true appearance. It was a centipede with 8 tentacles. To be precise, it was a white bone centipede. Its body occupied almost half of the stage, and the white bones on its body flowed with 7 colors. "It's a 7-poison centipede," someone in the audience said in surprise. "Something's wrong. How did the 7-poison centipede become like this?" "This is Elder Dried Bone's vein beast. He mutated the 7-poison centipede into its current form," someone explained. Elder Dried Bone stood on the 7-poison centipede and laughed. "Kid, not only is my 7-poison centipede extremely powerful, but its body is also filled with poison. How are you going to fight it?" The 7-poison centipede's tiny eyes looked at Suzumo. It raised all 8 of its huge claws and crushed them towards Suzumo. Rumbling sounds could be heard all around them. Suzumo raised his head. The saber in his hand turned into a saber shadow as it charged towards the 7-poison centipede. Although it was just a casual slash, the saber energy contained within it was shocking. With a crack, the saber swept past and all 8 of the 7-poison centipede's legs were broken. The mutated 7-poison centipede could not feel any pain. With its 8 legs broken, it collapsed to the ground. Elder Dried Bone could not stand steadily on top of it and nearly fell off. "How can this be?" He looked at the saber in Suzumo's hand in surprise. For a moment, he did not know whether the person was stronger or the saber was sharper. "I hope you can go to hell and say hello to junior brother Mu," Suzumo said with a smile. The saber in his hand descended once again. The saber intent condensed in this strike suppressed half of the sky. Elder Dried Bone looked up and saw a majestic and powerful saber intent descending. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Elder Dried Bone saw that he could not dodge in time and hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, the saber intent had already descended, annihilating the surrounding space, including the 7 poisoned centipede and himself. As the dust settled, the surroundings fell silent. The audience even seemed to have forgotten about their discussion. Referee, aren't you going to announce it? Suzimo turned to look at the referee beside him and chuckled. Oh. The referee quickly came back to his senses and said, Lin Qiu wins this match. Why do I feel like this arena is going to change? Someone in the audience said. Isn't that so? Who can stop him? Someone shook his head. Even Elder Dried Bone was defeated. Elder Dried Bone is an extremely powerful existence in 10,000 matches. Below the stage, the well-dressed young master stared at the scene for a long time before finally smiling. Andi Skyblade, Pleiades' son slaying Long Centipede. This Fury clan is going to have a headache. Upon seeing Elder Dried Bone being killed, the contestants who were originally in the waiting area retreated. What a joke. Although he had enough fusion stones, he needed to be alive to spend them. Everyone knew better than anyone what kind of existence Elder Dried Bone was. Yet, this youth had clearly not used any of his trump cards, yet he had easily killed him. Because of this slaughter, there wasn't even a matching opponent left in the martial arts arena. My lord, what should we do? The referee asked as he looked at Fury Tiger. What should we do according to the rules? Furious Tiger asked. If no one dares to accept the challenge, we will award him the invincible badge and give him 10 million fusion stones, the referee replied carefully. Tell him that I want to talk to him alone and see what he has to say. Nusher Tiger stood up and walked towards the Hall of Heroes. Suzimo waited in the arena for a while before looking at the referee and asking, what? There's no one left. I finally know that there's no such thing as 100 wins in your martial arts arena. It turns out that you're all just a bunch of cowards. Young Master Lin, my lord wants to talk to you alone. Is that possible? The referee walked forward and asked with a smile. Talk alone? Then what about this arena? Suzimo asked. You can discuss this with my lord, but don't worry. My Fury clan's reputation is absolute, the referee replied. Then lead the way. Suzimo waved his hand. Seeing Suzimo walk down the arena, the audience in the arena became noisy. They were still waiting for the final result of the martial arts competition. After all, after so many years in the martial arts arena, there were very few situations where no one dared to accept the challenge. There were private rumors that super powerhouses like Elder Dried Bone were actually secretly worshipped by the Fury clan. Once someone had a winning streak, these people would go and end him. Firstly, they didn't have to pay 10 million fusion stones. Secondly, they wanted to use the invincible badge as a gimmick. He followed the referee all the way to the Hall of Heroes. The decorations here were not bad, but for Suzimo, who had been to many places, it was just SOSO. The two went straight to a private room on the 5th floor. Young Master Lin, please. The referee made a gesture and chuckled. My lord is waiting for you inside. I'll just wait outside the door. Suzimo opened the door and saw a very spacious private room. There was a soft carpet under his feet and a long table in the middle. There were all kinds of fine wine and delicacies on the table. A middle-aged man in a red short robe sat at one end of the table. Seeing Suzimo come in, the middle-aged man stood up with a smile and said, This must be young Master Lin. What a handsome young man. You are? Suzimo nodded and asked. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Fury Tiger, also the person in charge of this arena. Fury Tiger smiled. Well, I wonder why Elder Fury is looking for me. Suzimo asked. Where is young Master Lin now? Fury Tiger asked with a smile. The Sacred Emperor sect, Suzimo replied. A disciple of the Sacred Emperor sect. No wonder. Fury Tiger suddenly understood and said with a little regret. I think young Master Lin must be a great person in the Sacred Emperor sect. Elder Fury, you called me here just to say this? Suzimo smiled. Young Master Lin, please take a seat. Fury Tiger made a gesture and personally poured wine. He said, although young master is a disciple of the Sacred Emperor sect, it doesn't prevent you from being a worshipper of the Fury clan. You want me to be a worshipper? Su Zimo smiled. Although the Sacred Emperor sect is good, all the geniuses are here. I think the pressure will be great, especially the fight for the position of the Son of Saint. Fury Tiger smiled. I can guarantee that I will provide young Master Lin with endless cultivation resources. Even the essence stones from the Mist Forest can be provided in large quantities. Fury Tiger raised the wine in his hand and looked at Su Zimo with a smile. In short, young Master Lin, you just have to remember that the Fury clan will always be behind you. You don't have to beat around the bush. I don't need cooperation unless the Fury clan surrenders to me. But I can consider it. Su Zimo waved his hand. He stood up and said, I'm just here to tell you that I don't care about the invincible badge. Prepare the 10 million fusion stones as soon as possible. I'm leaving the Fury clan tomorrow. Seeing that Su Zimo did not give him any face and directly left, the wine glass in Nushirshir's hand in the air was completely crushed. Come in. Fury Tiger said in a low voice. The referee hurried in and asked carefully, Sir, what's wrong? Prepare 10 million fusion stones and send it to him before tomorrow. Fury Tiger said calmly. You didn't come to an agreement? The referee probed. Do you want a small one? The referee made a throat-slitting gesture. He's a disciple of the Sacred World Emperor sect. You want to kill him in the city? Nushir Tiger said coldly. Sacred sect? The referee exclaimed and hurriedly replied. I don't dare, I don't dare. Even though the Nuhua family was the true overlord of Nuhua City, they were just a drop in the ocean in the vast southern region. The true giants were the divine sect and the two sacred sects. The emperor is far away. So what if it's the sacred sect? Nushir Tiger said coldly. We can't kill them in Nuhua City, but the fog forest is filled with danger. No one can be blamed if they die. What do you mean? The referee asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Nushir Tiger said indifferently. After leaving the Hall of Heroes, Su Zimo didn't go to the arena. He knew that the Nuhua family wouldn't go back on their word about the fusion stone. After all, the arena had thousands of years of history. If they didn't even have this bit of integrity, who would go there in the future? When he returned to the inn, Lu Ruffing and the others had been waiting on the first floor for a long time. It was already dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the horizon. The leaves of the trees on both sides began to fall slowly with the autumn wind. When Su Zimo returned, everyone looked at him in shock. Junior brother Lin, I can't see through you anymore. Lu Yi said. We weren't familiar with each other. Su Zimo smiled. If it wasn't for the blood lizard this time, they probably wouldn't have known each other. That's true. Yin Rong nodded. But then again, with junior brother Lin here, it'll be much safer for us to go to the fog forest. What about the arena? They won't go back on their word, right? Fong Xiang asked. They won't. They'll probably send it over tomorrow. Su Zimo said. That's good. We've ordered some good wine and dishes to reward junior brother. Everyone sat at the dining table on the first floor. They talked and laughed. It was obvious that everyone was in a good mood. The deaths of Mu Zhoubai and Huangfu Xianyue had slightly dispelled the haze. After all, some of the problems at hand had been solved. As long as he could return safely from the dense fog forest, he would definitely be nurtured by the sect in the future. The movements of the martial arts arena were very fast. In the evening, they directly sent someone to the inn and handed a storage ring to Su Zimo. There were a total of 10 million fusion stones in this storage ring. This was most likely the income of the martial arts arena for several years. Su Zimo took out a few fusion stones and looked at them. Its entire body was transparent, and there was a very special power inside. Humans were unable to use the fusion stone directly. Apart from fusing with the blood lizards, these fusion stones were also food for the monsters in the dense fog forest. After a night of silence, the sky gradually brightened, and everyone prepared to leave the furious fire city. Before leaving, Su Zimo also planned to buy some maps. The scariest thing about the dense fog forest was that one could not tell the direction. The fog inside was very special and could not be dispersed. The deeper one went, the thicker the fog became. However, at the periphery of the forest, the fog was still thinner. In the thousands of years of exploration by the citizens of the Furious Fire City, they had finally drawn some useful maps. There were 4 entrances to the dense fog forest, and each entrance had a different map. Suzimo thought for a moment and bought all 4 maps. After everything was done, everyone left the Furious Fire City. The dense fog forest was southeast of the Furious Fire City, and there was a certain distance between the two. Everyone hurried along like this. In the afternoon, the sky gradually darkened. Autumn was a rainy season, and the cold wind that blew by was chilly. The weather has changed, Feng Xiang said as he looked up at the gloomy weather. Is it appropriate to go to the dense fog forest in this weather? Should we wait a little longer? Lu Yi asked. As everyone was talking, they saw some light rain dripping down. The autumn wind was cool, and so were the people. The weather changed quickly, and the rain fell faster and more densely. Let's solve the problem in front of us first, Suzimo said with a smile. What problem? Lu Yi asked curiously. As soon as she finished speaking, 3 people walked towards them on the road in front of them. The 3 of them wore black robes and bamboo hats. One carried a zither on his back, one had a flute on his waist, and one held a bell in his hand. The 3 of them seemed to have become one with the bleak world. Step by step, they were like death gods, walking over with a strong sense of oppression. It seems that someone doesn't want us to leave so easily, Lu Ruffing said faintly with a sharp sword in his hand. This Furious Fire family is really despicable, Yin Rong said unwillingly. After the 3 of them arrived, they didn't say a word. The bamboo hats covered their faces, and no expression could be seen clearly. The 3 of them stopped in place, and one of them shook the bell in his hand. Sound waves quickly floated out in a tangible state. In addition to the ear-piercing ringing, there was also a woman's scream. One of them half knelt down on one knee, placed his left leg on his right leg, and placed the zither on his leg. The moment the zither strings sounded, the earth shook, the rain poured, and the whole world seemed to distort in front of him. Another person, dressed in a black robe, stood in the cold wind and rain. His lips opened slightly, and a dull sound of a flute was played. The sound of the flute was like a thunderclap, and it slowly turned into a cloud of fog that surrounded Suzimo and the others. The 3 of them slowly disappeared. What is this? Yin Rong asked seriously. Soul attack, Lu Ruffing said. Everyone gather back to back. Soul attack is the most dangerous, but also the simplest. I just don't know how these 3 people attack. Junior brother Lin, come quickly, Lu Yi quickly shouted when she saw that Suzimo was indifferent. It's okay. You guys stay together. I can protect myself, Suzimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of a monster appeared in the fog. The monster was dozens of meters tall, and it only wore a pair of light gray shorts. Its upper body was completely naked. There were red marks on its body, and the red hair on its head was high. The monster let out a furious roar and stomped down on the group of people. Tianhao sword chi, Lu Ruffing shouted and slashed at the monster's foot with his sword. With a boom, the sword chi went through the monster's body and disappeared into the fog. However, the monster's foot sent Lu Ruffing flying with a solid kick. Lu Ruffing spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Then, the fog surged again and swallowed Lu Ruffing. Senior brother Lu, Yin Rong shouted and said, Junior brother Lin, quickly save senior brother Lu. I'll consider whether to save him after you all die, Suzimo said with a smile. Upon hearing Suzimo's words, Lu Yi asked in confusion, Junior brother Lin, what are you talking about? Who's your junior brother? Suzimo replied, I think it's better for you to go down and accompany your senior sister Huangfu. You! Yin Rong exclaimed. She immediately reacted and said, you killed senior sister Huangfu. You'd better ask her yourself, Suzimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge monster in the formation raised its foot again and pretended to stomp down. Suzimo chuckled, and his figure disappeared into the fog. He's gone. In the fog, the musician exclaimed. Don't worry. Kill his companions and slowly deal with him, the other person replied. When Feng Xiang saw this, despair appeared in his eyes. He held his spear in front of him and shouted, "Junior sister, I'll stop them. Hurry up and run. Run back to the sect and tell Master everything." The spear emitted a bright light, but in the end, it was crushed under the monster's foot. Looking at the scene of Feng Xiang collapsing in front of them, Lu Yi and Yin Rong, the two remaining girls, were stunned. "Junior brother Lin, we'll give you whatever you want. Save us!" Yin Rong shouted. The two of them knew that they didn't even have the ability to resist. They could only cry for help. Finally, when the monster's foot stomped down again, everything quieted down. "That guy didn't run away, right?" Someone whispered in the fog. "I don't think so. He's probably hiding," another voice replied. The fog began to dissipate. Only the corpses of Lu Ruffing and the other three were left. The three musicians looked around vigilantly. They looked at each other and said, "How are we going to report back if we let him run away? The Fury clan spent a lot of money to invite us this time. Are you looking for me?" As soon as the musician finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Then, with a pu sound, a long saber pierced his abdomen. When the person playing the flute turned his head with difficulty. Seeing this, the other two hurriedly shook the bells in their hands while playing the zither. "It's useless. Stop playing." Su Zimo waved his hand slightly. Boom! Boom! Two explosions were heard as the strings of the zither broke and the bells shattered. "What kind of existence is this?" Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their expressions changed greatly as they shouted at the same time, "Run!" Their figures quickly left in two different directions. "It's meaningless." Su Zimo shook his head slightly. With the heavenly demonic bow in his hand, two demonic arrows flew out at supersonic speeds, pinning the two of them to a big tree in the dense fog forest. He turned his head and stared at the corpses of the people from the World Emperor Sacred Sect on the ground. He shook his head and said, "I also didn't want to kill you all. It's a pity that I've already obtained the fusion technique." "Who asked you all to be useless?" Su Zimo clapped his hands and walked straight into the fog forest. From the outside, this huge forest was humid and mysterious, as if an ancient behemoth was quietly lurking here. Inside the forest, the age of the trees were already very old. Even in the withered autumn, they were still lush and full of spring. The forest was shrouded in a mysterious fog, and everything inside couldn't be seen. The unknown brought with it a faint fear. This was the initial feeling that the dense fog forest gave people. Su Zimo chose to enter from the southeast entrance. He took out the prepared map in advance. The map was very detailed and could help him reach the swamp. As for the road behind the swamp, there were very few markings on the map. Because there was no return, there was only a slim chance of survival. One morning several thousand years ago, after Empyrean raging flames entered here, he never came out again. When Su Zimo entered, he instantly felt the surrounding temperature become a lot colder. The air was very humid and surrounded by fog, he couldn't see the scenery and the road ahead. In Su Zimo's perception, this fog was more like a kind of energy, a very special kind of energy, and not a real fog. According to the map, there was no distinction between north, south, east, and west. It was as if he was the only one left in this vast white world. After walking for a long time, Su Zimo felt that the circulation of the spiritual energy in his body was a little obscure. It was as if the fog was attached to his meridians like a layer of membrane after he breathed it into his body, and then it hindered the speed of his spiritual energy circulation. But at this time, Su Zimo discovered a very magical thing. It was difficult for him to absorb the spiritual energy, but when he circulated his extraordinary meridian, he could easily absorb the fog. Moreover, the previously blocked fifth meridian, the seabed chakra, began to circulate. Su Zimo hurriedly sat down cross-legged and absorbed the spiritual energy in a very comfortable manner. After a long time, he heard a muffled bang in his body. The fifth meridian was directly opened. When the seabed chakra started to circulate, Su Zimo felt that the speed of the spiritual energy in his body had more than doubled. Most importantly, before he became a god king and became an immortal, Su Zimo had always felt that he had reached the limit of the human body. But looking at the current situation, the human body was one, and there were many changes. He was just looking at the big picture. 5 mysterious meridians formed a cycle. Now that he had only opened one cycle, he had already benefited greatly. What if he opened all 36 mysterious meridians? Suzimo was not in a hurry to fuse with the blood lizard. He sat on the spot and continued to absorb the fog. However, the more he absorbed, the more he felt that he needed to open his meridians. The fog in the periphery was not enough for him. Just as Suzimo was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly heard a boom sound, and a large shadow descended from above his head. He looked up and saw a huge mountain pressing down on him. Rumble. The sound of an explosion rang out from above. Suzimo did not seem to be afraid as he directly raised his fist and smashed towards the mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak was split into pieces, and countless pieces of gravel fell down. Buzz! 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 A strange sound came from the side. He saw a 1-meter-tall rock baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The rock's head was irregular. Like a human, it had 2 arms and 2 legs. Originally, when it was curled up, it looked like an ordinary rock. Suzimo did not pay much attention to it. But when it stood up, he saw how special it was. It seemed to be angry that its sneak attack did not succeed. The rock was shouting. Monster? Suzimo sized it up with interest. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the rock monster. Seeing that it could not escape, the rock monster shrank its arms and legs and turned back into an ordinary rock. Suzimo looked at it with interest. He didn't feel any life aura from the stone monster. But his existence was like a living thing. Suzimo smashed down with his fist, completely shattering the stone. After the stone was shattered, a transparent crystal was left inside. This is essence stone, Suzimo muttered to himself. The residents of Wrathfire City used fusion stones as food to lure monsters and kill them to obtain essence stones that could be absorbed. But Suzimo felt the same power from the structure of these essence stones that he absorbed from the fog. He had a faint guess that these essence stones might be condensed from the fog. But for some reason, humans couldn't directly absorb the fog and could only absorb these essence stones. This place seems to be getting more and more interesting. Suzimo looked at the forest of the fog swamp. It was pouring outside. After the raindrops fell into the fog forest, they were all blocked by the lush leaves. Only the occasional raindrop fell. Suzimo wanted to cultivate his wondrous Meridian Sutra here and then condense the blood lizard. According to the map, the further he went, the more Suzimo felt it was getting more and more interesting. Strictly speaking, there wasn't a single monster beast in this forest, but most of the flowers, plants, trees, and stones here had become spirits. Along the way, Suzimo had encountered no less than dozens of spiritual monsters. Even so, the spiritual monsters were incapable of harming Suzimo. Following the map's instructions, Suzimo was finally able to make his way to the edge of the swamp. After arriving here, the map was gone. In addition to the white fog, there was also the swamp under his feet that was impossible to guard against. These were all hidden dangers. It was said that a long time ago, the white fog here wasn't so serious, but since the disappearance of the heavenly venerable of wrath, the white fog became thicker and thicker day by day. Suzimo raised his head and took a deep breath. The white fog in the air was a great supplement for him. With one breath, he felt refreshed. The swamp was very different from the periphery of the fog forest. The color of the ground here had turned into volcanic ash. Red and purple roses bloomed under her feet, competing with each other in terms of beauty. The ground was soft, making it hard to tell which part was the swamp and which part was the ground. After Suzimo walked into the swamp, he didn't walk far before sitting down and continuing to absorb the fog. At that moment, in the great imperial sect of the continent of the 9 clouds, Lin Beixing and Lin Jumia quickly cleaned up the remaining members of the continent of the 9 clouds. The two of them vigorously promoted the elders of some factions to secure their own positions first. Then, he gave the disciples a lot of benefits to calm them down. When the 9 Firmament Emperor sect started to develop, Lin Beixing also prepared to announce the reopening of the sect. A brand new 9 Firmaments Emperor sect would be completely different from the old one. Lin Beixing specially called for a sect meeting. The strong sense of autumn faded away along with the gradually sunny weather. The somewhat gloomy sky was completely different from the bustling sect. Lin Beixing called for the meeting to be held on Taishao Peak. He was wearing a very loose red robe. The entire sect was decorated with lanterns and banners. The remaining disciples all gathered in front of Taishao Peak. Lin Beixing walked step by step to the top of Taishao Peak. Thousands of Nine Firmaments disciples stood in front of the peak, their chests puffed out and their heads raised. They were full of vitality. I'm sure everyone knows about the big things that happened in the continent of the Nine Clouds recently. I don't want to say too much. I just hope that in the future, there won't be any division between the continent of the Nine Clouds. We all belong to the same sect, we should help each other and grow together. Lin Beixing said, being able to become the patriarch of the continent of the Nine Clouds is the greatest fortune of my life. Apart from telling everyone that the continent of the Nine Clouds is about to open a new chapter, I also hope that everyone will perform well in the future. In a few days, we will elect an imperial prince. We will all be disciples of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Invincible in the continent of the Nine Clouds, shouted Lin Beixing. Thousands of disciples at the foot of the mountain raised their fists and shouted, Invincible in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Invincible in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Their voices were faintly linked together and soared into the sky, stirring everyone's spirits. What a loud slogan. Is it for the sage sect? A voice suddenly came from afar. The voice wasn't loud. It was just one person's voice, but it was enough to cover everyone's shouting. As soon as the voice sounded, the entire Taishao Peak quieted down. Many disciples turned their heads and saw a huge demonic beast flying over from afar. This beast was fiery red and looked like a phoenix. Its 9 tails were burning with raging flames. The beast's aura had already reached the peak of the heavenly fusion realm. But what was more terrifying was that there were 2 figures standing on top of the beast. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. The middle-aged man was wearing a long green robe with beautiful clouds embroidered on his shoulders. On the back of the robe were the words 9 clouds. The middle-aged man looked majestic and dignified. He was the kind of person who looked dignified without being angry. The young man next to him had delicate features. He was wearing a blue robe that gave off a feeling of being imprinted in one's heart. Especially his eyes, they were deep and unfathomable. One wouldn't even have the courage to look at them directly. An unceasing qi emerged from the young man's body. The entire Xianxia town was silent. People from the main sect are here, whispered the disciples at the foot of the mountain. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't the patriarch say that from now on, the great emperor sect will be independent? There will be no difference between the main sect and the branch sect. We killed people from the main sect. They're here to punish us. If we don't care about our friendship, how can we fight back? Lin Beixing didn't recognize the young man who came with the fire phoenix. He didn't recognize him, but the middle-aged man next to him was very familiar. He and the patriarch of the Holy World Emperor sect, Zhang Tianlin, were called the 2 saints of the heaven world. He was the current leader of the Nine Clouds Holy Sect, Bei Tian. Sect Master Bei Tian, long time no see, Lin Beixing said calmly as he stepped forward. Lin Beixing, shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened at the continent of the Nine Clouds Holy Sect? Asked Bei Tian sternly. Patriarch Bei, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come here to punish us? Replied Lin Beixing calmly. I'm sure Elder Mu will tell you what happened, said Bei Tian calmly. You killed an elder of the Holy Sect and tried to overthrow the Great Emperor sect. You're really something, Lin Beixing, said Bei Tian icily. He shouted furiously, tell your son to come out. I want to talk to him face to face. In front of my son, Rong Tian is just a tiny little insect. Are you really qualified to talk to him, Patriarch Bei? Said Lin Beixing indifferently. Today, if you came as a guest, I would treat you well, but if you came here to punish us, you should go back, said Bei Tian indifferently. Am I qualified or not? Said the young man in blue clothes at that moment. As the blue-robed young man spoke, Lin Beixing finally noticed him. The young man was wearing a blue robe and had an extraordinary temperament. However, Lin Beixing had ignored him because of his age. Who are you? Lin Beixing asked tentatively. I'm the saint of Taishu, said the blue-robed young man. The 9-headed phoenix under him let out a sharp cry. Red flames burned, and the sharp cry shook the entire sky. Saint of Taishu? Lin Beixing almost bit his tongue. The elders and disciples below were trembling, unable to say a word. Lin Beixing felt his scalp go numb, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. He should have known. Bai Tian was strong, but he didn't have the ability to make a peak heaven fusion phoenix his mount. The only explanation was that the phoenix was the mount of a saint. The mention of the title of a saint could almost shatter everyone's pride. In this era, it was almost impossible for a godly king to be alive. Without a godly king, a saint was the absolute pinnacle. A sect would stand at the top of the secular world because of the existence of a saint. The so-called saint was the head of the great Tao. He was a saint with the ability to reach the heavens and the earth. "Greetings, Saint of Taishu," said Lin Beixing as he bowed slightly with both hands in salute. "I didn't come today to oppress you. A saint doesn't need to be angry with juniors like you." "I don't want to be called narrow-minded," said the Saint of Taishu. "I just came to ask for justice. Black is black, white is white. Black and white can't be reversed." "You're wise, Saint." Lin Beixing nodded. "Let me ask you, when your emperor sect of the Nine Clouds was in decline, did my sage sect sponsor you and set up the continent of the Nine Clouds to give outstanding young people a better future?" said the Saint of Taishu. "The sage sect did help us, but the continent of the Nine Clouds wasn't just for us," said Lin Beixing. "What do you mean?" asked Bai Tian, frowning. "If you want to hear it, I can tell you today. Everyone knows it." Lin Beixing thought for a while. "It's true that Glory sect is funding our Ninth Firmament Emperor sect, but the younger generation of disciples is the future of a sect. You'll organize the great meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds and bring all the young people to the holy sect. This makes me feel like our Emperor sect is being raised by you all to provide fresh blood." There was even a difference between the main clan and the branch clans. The people of the main clan believed that they were superior to others. You even tried to divide the relationship between the 9 branches in private so that the 9 branches would keep each other in check. That was how you achieved your goal, wasn't it? "Nonsense," Bai Tian shouted from the sky. "Lin Beixing, do you have any evidence?" "I don't have any evidence, but just as the sage said, black is black, and white is 100. It can't be reversed." "Everyone knows that," Lin Beixing said. "I don't want to be calculative about what happened in the past. Now that my 9 Firmaments Emperor sect is independent, we don't want to have anything to do with you guys. Do you really want to force us? You have a glib tongue, but you killed an elder of the holy sect, Xianxia, right?" said the Saint of the Taishu ruins. "Tell your son to come out. I'll ask him face to face. Where did he get the guts? Xiao left a long time ago." "She's not in the sect now," Lin Beixing said, shaking his head. "It's the father's fault for not teaching the child well." "I won't bully the young," said the Saint of the Taishu ruins. "I won't do anything to your emperor sect, but you should come back to the holy sect with me. Your son will come and get you." When Lin Beixing heard that, he was startled. The Saint of the Taishu ruins had said that he would only do anything to Lin Beixing, but the emperor sect of the 9 Clouds had just been established. Without him, the disciples' sense of belonging was weak. If the holy sect's people continued to cause trouble, the newly independent sect would collapse again. "What if I don't go?" Lin Beixing asked the Saint of the Taishu ruins indifferently. In any case, they had already fallen out, so he didn't care too much. "It's not up to you to decide," said the Saint of the Taishu ruins. "In this vast southern region, other than the ancient deity king, who else can stop me?" "Saint, haven't you thought about where we got the confidence to kill Xianxia and establish the emperor sect?" Lin Beixing asked. "Oh?" The Saint of the Taishu ruins glanced at Lin Beixing with interest. "Then I'd like to know where you got your confidence from." At this time, Lin Beixing didn't know if the divine beast left behind by Su Zimo could stop the saint, but he clearly had no way out. "Sage, if you really want to use your power to suppress me today, for the future of the emperor sect, I, Lin Beixing, am not afraid of death." "I will try any method," Lin Beixing replied in a loud voice. "I'll give you a few words of advice. You'd better go back. The rise of the emperor sect is unstoppable. In the future, you can still call each other fellow cultivators." "Shameless boasting." The Saint of the Taishu ruins snorted. "Do you know the consequences of offending a saint?" As soon as he finished speaking, the fire phoenix let out a long cry and spat out raging flames from its sharp mouth. Seeing this, the expressions of the disciples at the foot of the Taishao peak changed drastically. It was too late to dodge. Lin Beixing's eyes widened. He threw out the 10,000 beast token and shouted, "Where's the divine beast?" The moment the 10,000 beast token was thrown out, there was a boom and the spirit chi contained in the token directly exploded. The entire sky was swept up by the spirit chi storm. At the center of the great Dao peak surrounded by the Taishao peak, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. A thick beast aura enveloped the entire emperor sect. Purple chi came from the east, and the earth trembled as if a peerless monster was about to awaken. Boom! 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 Deep beastly roars could be heard. The Taishao peak disciples all trembled. They didn't dare to raise their heads under the suppression of this beast aura. The fire phoenix in the sky was the most obvious. It screamed uneasily, and its flames burned half the sky. But if one looked closely, they would find that the fire phoenix was trembling. Its body was trembling as if it had encountered a terrifying existence. Ancestor. Bei Tian looked at the saint of the Taishi ruins in confusion. Don't be afraid. The saint of the Taishi ruins gently touched the fire phoenix's head to calm it down as much as possible. Then he said with a deep gaze, "To be able to make a peak heaven fusion stage fire phoenix so afraid, I'm afraid." Before the saint of the Taishi ruins finished speaking, Bei Tian's expression changed slightly. No way, how can the emperor sect of the 9 clouds do that? The saint of the great cosmological abyss didn't say anything. Instead, he stared in the direction of the great Dao peak. The aura emanating from there made him feel a little apprehensive. When the spirit chi of heaven and earth reversed and the trembling of the earth gradually calmed down, a giant beast lifted the entire great Dao peak and stood up. The great Dao peak was shrouded in mist, and the scene inside couldn't be seen clearly. A voice sounded from within. What's the matter? Lord Divine Beast, the Emperor sect is in trouble. I hope you can help, Lin Beixing hurriedly said. He could feel how majestic the Divine Beast's aura was, so he quickly lowered his posture and asked for help. This was the Emperor sect's only hope now, and he couldn't care about anything else at this time. Hearing Lin Beixing's words, the Divine Beast Tao Wu slowly turned his head. His gaze pierced through the layers of mist and stared at the saint of the great cosmological abyss. He scolded, "Scram." It was just one word, but it was like a thunderclap, shattering eardrums and tearing space apart. The voice echoed in the air for a long time and refused to dissipate. I know many existences in the southern region. I wonder if you can tell me your name. The saint of the great cosmological abyss's aura rose bit by bit. He stepped into the air from the fire phoenix and faced the great Dao peak. The southern region is nothing. Even the eternal continent is just a drop in the ocean. You're not qualified to know my name, Tao Wu replied faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, a beast claw pierced through the void in the vast white mist with the power to destroy heaven and earth. The saint of the great cosmological abyss frowned and a horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. The white horsetail whisk swept through the air, and the spirit chi condensed into a giant void hand to grab the beast claw. With a boom, the black and yellow beast claw, which was dozens of centimeters long, stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky and smashed the front end of the horsetail whisk into pieces. The saint of the great cosmological abyss's expression changed slightly, and he flew backward. After retreating more than 10 meters, the saint of the great cosmological abyss stopped and stabilized his body. He looked at the great Dao peak with a solemn expression. If you make me attack again, no matter where you run to, I'll kill you and destroy your sect today. Tao Wu's voice came from the great Dao peak. The saint of the great cosmological abyss looked even more embarrassed. Ever since he became a saint, no one had dared to talk to him like that for many years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the people who stood at the peak of the southern region. I'm really sorry to disturb you, Senior. The saint of the great cosmological abyss's expression changed for a long time. In the end, he bowed slightly and lowered his posture. He could feel that he was no match for the other party. At their level, it was not worth it to fight for a moment of anger. However, the appearance of this divine beast might cause a huge change in the southern region's power structure. Why would the 9 Firmament Emperor sect, which had already fallen, have such a mythological beast? There were many things that he needed to think about. Before the situation was clear, the saint of the great cosmological abyss decided to wait and see. He believed that the other sects in the southern mountain range would also be very interested in this matter. "The next time you disturb my birth, no matter who you are, I will kill you," Bayan said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual chi in the clouds gradually calmed down. Bayan lay at the foot of the peak. The great Tao peak fell again. The surrounding fog dissipated and everything returned to calm. This divine beast. The disciples below were in a mess. They were whispering and discussing. Why didn't I know that our 9 Firmament Emperor sect has a divine beast guarding it? It's even stronger than a saint. Who are we afraid of? It seems that our new sect master has hidden his strength well. Hearing the noise, Lin Beixing frowned slightly. He waved his right hand and said, "Quiet." The scene instantly quieted down. The autumn wind turned around in the sky and blew back. Bei Tian smiled in the sky. "Sect Master Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. Qin Han's death is not enough to wipe out his crimes. Our two sects are originally from the same root. Why should we harm our relationship over these things?" Old fox, Lin Beixing cursed in his heart. This person really changed his face at will. The world was bustling with activity, and everyone went for profit. One moment, he wanted to kill him, and the next moment, he misunderstood him. However, he didn't dare to push him too hard. The divine beast was only guarding the sect and wouldn't help them do anything else. "Sect Master Bei, I hope you don't mind Elder Qin's death," Lin Beixing replied with a smile. No, our two sects should interact more in the future," Bei Tian said. Lin Beixing nodded slightly. "Our 9 Firmament Emperor sect is holding a sect meeting today. Forgive me for not being a good host. Sect Master Bei, please make yourself at home. In that case, I'll go back first. Brother Lin, let's meet again another day." Bei Tian smiled. Seeing that Lin Beixing didn't reply, Bei Tian and the sage of Taishu left on the fire phoenix. It wasn't until they flew out of the 9 Firmament Emperor sect that Bei Tian's expression turned ugly. When has our sage sect suffered such humiliation? That bastard Lin is really relying on his master's power. "We can't touch the 9 Firmament Emperor sect now," the sage of Taishu said lightly. "Ancestor, look at his attitude," Bei Tian said angrily. "He's just relying on a beast. You're a saint after all. He didn't give you any face at all. We've already fallen out." "What face is there to talk about?" the sage of Taishu said. "But the appearance of this divine beast is really strange. We have to investigate it carefully." "Then what do we do next?" Bei Tian asked. "Do you think the 9 Firmament Emperor sect will take this opportunity to take revenge? Unless the divine beast takes action, they're just a pile of loose sand. They won't be able to do anything," the sage of Taishu said. "Let the news out. I believe the World Emperor Sacred Sect and Ancient Divine Sect will be more nervous than us. That's all we can do now. It's a pity that without the 9 Firmament Emperor sect, our strength will weaken a little." Bei Tian sighed. Speaking of this, he looked at the sage of Taishu and asked, "Ancestor, are you divine kingly?" "Far away." The sage of Taishu shook his head. He looked at the distant horizon and sighed. "I don't know if I'll be able to enter that supreme realm in my life." At the top of Taishao Peak, a cold wind blew. Lin Beixing stood there quietly. Lin Jimmy walked up from the mountain path with a smile and said, "Beixing, you have a good son." "Dad, do you really think he's my son?" asked Lin Beixing. "Xiaoer grew up by our side. I think you know best what kind of person he is. In life, it's rare to be muddle-headed. It's not good to be too clear-headed." Lin Jimmy shook his head slightly. "I know." Lin Beixing nodded. "The 9 branches are united. The sect is going to set sail again. I'm going to write you in the first chapter of the Book of the Epic, the first patriarch of the continent of the 9 firmaments," said Lin Jimmy. "No need. Just write it as I said," said Lin Beixing, shaking his head. That day, a man swept across the continent of the 9 firmaments and suppressed the holy sects. Since then, he left to pursue a higher level of cultivation. The first godly king of the Nine Firmaments Emperor sect is called Wushang, Supreme Divine King. Lin Jimmy lowered his head and muttered to himself. Then, he said, "You think Qiu'er is a divine king? That shouldn't be possible. The southern region hasn't had a divine king for tens of thousands of years. Then how do we explain that divine beast?" Lin Beixing asked. Why would a divine beast that could make a saint listen to Qiu'er's orders? This? Lin Jimmy was silent for a while. He was also thinking. No matter what, this has nothing to do with us. Qiu'er has his own path to walk. Perhaps his path is the immortal Tao Bridge. Lin Beixing said. We just have to take care of the Emperor sect of the Nine Clouds. We'll write his name in the book of the epic and let the future generations evaluate him. Lin Jimmy nodded slightly. It was a sign of approval. In the swamp, Su Zimo woke up from his cultivation state. As the saying goes, there is no time in the mountains. He had been absorbing the fog for an entire month. Finally, he slowed down from breaking through his odd meridians. The results of this month's cultivation were very obvious. His 10th odd meridian, which was the second major circulation, had been opened. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to be developing from a long river to an ocean. It surged and flowed continuously. The tempering of his body became more solid and powerful. However, the further he cultivated the extraordinary Meridian Sutra, the greater the amount of fog he would need. Su Zimo was prepared to find the source of the fog, thinking that it would be helpful to his cultivation. The fog in the swamp merged with the air. A few sharp cries came from the depths of the forest. Su Zimo stood up and walked straight into the swamp. After walking for about 10 minutes, his legs suddenly gave way. His entire body fell into the swamp without any warning. The fog blocked everything in front of him. The surrounding mud had a suction force that wanted to swallow him. He could even smell a strange, pungent smell in the air. The mud in the swamp had already covered up to Su Zimo's waist. As he struggled, his body sank deeper and deeper. Su Zimo gave it a try. Even a heavenly fusion stage expert might not be able to escape from the suction force of the sludge. And the most frightening thing was that once one entered the swamp and inhaled the mist, no one else would be able to fuse with the mist like Su Zimo. When the mist adhered to the meridians in the body, as time passed, it would eventually block the meridians and prevent the circulation of spiritual energy. At that time, even a heavenly fusion stage expert would be no different from an ordinary person. This was also the reason why the swamps were classified as forbidden areas. Even saints could not see through the fog that would cause them to get lost, and these swamps that were impossible to guard against could keep almost 90% of the people outside. In the sky above the swamp, there was a barrier that shrouded everything. This barrier prevented some people from flying. Even though this place was filled with danger, Su Zimo was still a god king. His safety was not an issue. He pulled himself out of the swamp and looked at the endless white fog in front of him. Closing his eyes slightly, he released his spiritual perception. His divine soul could sense all abnormalities within a few thousand meters around him. This was an ability that could only be obtained after becoming a god king and igniting his divine fire. Su Zimo felt slightly strange in his divine soul's perception. Logically speaking, this was the habitat of the lizard race. No matter which race it was, there should be some lizards here. But in his perception, there was not a single living thing in the surroundings. After using his divine soul to avoid the swamp, Su Zimo continued to walk forward. The sky cleared up after the rain. The downpour seemed to be a little tired. Finally, it stopped in the evening. The weather in the swamp became more and more humid and cold. There was no darkness in sight. It was still a white fog. Su Zimo had already walked for half a day. Unfortunately, he still did not see a single living thing. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be. He frowned slightly. Su Zimo found a somewhat large old tree and stopped. Then, he sat on a branch and spread out his perception. Time passed little by little. The night grew darker and darker. In the middle of the night, some strange movement in the depths of the swamp woke Su Zimo up. He immediately opened his eyes. Then, he left behind an afterimage on the branch. He appeared hundreds of meters away. There was a patch of wisteria in full bloom. A woman in a green robe was carefully picking the flowers. If one looked closely, they would realize that this woman's pupils were green. Her ears were triangular like a cat's. When Suzumo appeared behind her, the woman in green's perception was very sensitive. She screamed in shock and threw away the basket in her hand. A spatial door appeared in the void in front of her. She entered the spatial door. Small world? Suzumo murmured in surprise. Seeing that the spatial door was about to close, Suzumo waved his right hand and sealed the entrance with Genesis power. After he quickly entered, ripples appeared in the space and returned to normal. His vision began to clear up bit by bit. Suzumo's body landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked around. This was a plain, and there were many fruit trees planted around it. Among them, there were green grapes, yellow plums, purple fire fruits, and all kinds of good fruits. Smoke rose in spirals in the sky in front of him. There seemed to be a village located here. Seeing this scene, Suzumo came to a sudden realization. No wonder he couldn't find the lizard race. It turned out that they lived in a small world. They would occasionally go out to the outside world. If the entrance to the small world didn't open, even he couldn't find it. According to the records of the fusion method left behind by the Sacred World Emperor sect, the lizard race was not an ordinary lizard. Their race could transform into humans from birth. It was just that their dream had always been to become a dragon. Suzumo walked towards the village in front. The path under his feet was paved with broken stones. Not long after, he saw 7 or 8 women walking out of the fruit forest on both sides. These women's skin was very well maintained. They were also wearing green robes and had a fruit basket on their arm. They also had triangular ears and were talking and laughing as they walked over. When they saw Suzumo for the first time, these women were a little puzzled. After sizing him up, their expressions changed slightly. "Who are you?" the woman in front asked warily. "I came to explore this swamp and accidentally got lost here." Suzumo smiled. "I just wanted to ask someone for directions." "You're not from our lizard race." The woman next to him glanced at Suzumo and said, "Human, you're from the human race." "Human race?" Hearing this, the woman next to her said with a strange expression, "A few thousand years ago, such a long time ago, someone came here again, you mean?" The woman behind her thought for a bit, then seemed to realize something and her expression also became strange. "What's wrong?" Suzumo asked curiously. He was also thinking whether or not to kill these people and use them to fuse with the first stage fire lizard. But the fire lizard required 100-year level green and red lizards. Not to mention that these talismans didn't meet the requirements. These women all seemed to be green lizards, and none of them were fire lizards. He decided to wait and see. After understanding this small world, it wouldn't be too late to make a move. The women looked at Suzumo with a pitiful expression and said, "Now that you've come here, you can't go back, why not?" Suzumo asked with a smile. "Don't ask that first, I'll ask you, do you want to live or die?" another woman asked. "What do you want?" Suzumo replied, "Of course I want to live." "You're lucky to have met us. If you had met those guys from the Black Dragon Hall, you would have been cut to pieces already," one of the women said. "I don't understand what you're saying," Suzumo shook his head and replied. "It's normal that you don't understand, I'll explain it to you later," the woman said. "I'm called LV Yun, you can call me Sister Yun. If you trust me, you can hide here, I'll take you back to the village later, alright?" Suzumo nodded his head and agreed without hesitation. "You're not going to ask why we're helping you?" LV Yun looked at Suzumo and said. "I won't ask, I trust you," Suzumo nodded seriously. "Interesting, you're much easier to fool than that fool from a few thousand years ago," LV Yun smiled and said. "Then you can wait here, don't be discovered by anyone you meet, especially those wearing black robes." Suzumo nodded and watched as the women left for the village with a smile. There was a restrictive force in the sky above this small world, although this force was nothing to Suzumo. However, once he stepped into the air, he would definitely alarm the other party. Suzumo was not in a hurry. He found an orchard and walked in. He leaned against a fruit tree and rested, preparing to wait for these women to come find him at night. With regards to the cultivation of the art of shaking the heavens, Suzumo had already begun to concentrate on it. After this period of intermittent cultivation, Suzimo had already condensed 24 spirals, and it was getting harder and harder for him to condense more. Unfortunately, in the past few days, he had opened up 10 of his extraordinary meridians, allowing his body to enter a whole new world, allowing him to condense even more vortexes. Just like that, Suzimo continued to cultivate until night fell. Only when he felt someone pat his shoulder did he wake up from his cultivation state. "Your heart is really big. You can actually fall asleep here," Yin said in surprise. She pointed to the woman who came with her and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Yin. What's your name?" "Suzimo," Suzimo said with a smile. "Let's go. While it's dark, follow us back to the village," Yin said. "When we get back, I'll explain it to you." Suzimo nodded slightly. After the three of them walked out of the orchard, Suzimo found 2 handcarts parked outside. The cart was filled to the brim with Chinese wisteria flowers. "This is?" he asked curiously. "Lie on it. I'll cover you with the flowers. No matter what you hear later, don't make a sound," Yin reminded him. Suzimo nodded and lay in the handcart, allowing the wisteria flowers to cover him. Immediately after, Yin and the other person pushed the handcart and walked into the village while chatting. The journey was quite smooth. After about 10 minutes, Suzimo felt the handcart stop. "It's so late. Go back quickly. The night curfew is about to end," a reprimanding voice sounded. "Got it. We picked some wisteria flowers to exchange for food." "Tomorrow," Yin quickly said. "Lowly people, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been sent to this damned place. Be careful. If I'm in a bad mood one day, you'll suffer." "Yes, yes, yes," Yin and her sister quickly nodded in agreement and pushed the handcart into the village. The handcart seemed to have entered a small courtyard. After a few turns, the wisteria flowers were taken out. "Come out," Yin said with a smile. Suzimo sat up and found that he seemed to be in an underground secret room. The surrounding light was a little dim. There were more than 10 people in green standing around, both men and women. "What are you all doing?" he asked curiously. "This is our secret place. Let's stay here first. If we're discovered up there, we'll all be in trouble," Yin explained. Among this group of people, there was a very bald old man who walked over in a dignified manner. He said, "Human, I'm the village chief of this village. You can call me Village Chief Joe. Can you explain to me now?" Suzimo nodded. "This is the small world that our lizard race has lived in for generations. If you want to leave here, you can't do it unless you have the Black Dragon token." Village Chief Joe said, "As for what you want to know, ask Yin. I'm just here to tell you that if you're discovered by the Black Dragon guards, don't give us away." After the old man finished speaking, he left. The rest of the people looked at Suzimo curiously. They wanted to ask something, but they were all sent away by Yin and her sister. After everyone left, Yin smiled at Suzimo and said, "What do you want to know? Ask away. I know your lizard race. Aren't there 4 kinds of lizards? Why do I only see green lizards?" Suzimo asked. Although this small world can't compare to the eternal continent, it's still very vast. Every lizard race has their own territory. Without the permission of the Black Dragon guards, no one can leave. Yin said. "What are the Black Dragon guards?" Suzimo asked. Yin thought for a moment and explained, "Our lizard race believes in the dragon god. Our ultimate goal is to become a dragon. For this goal, we've worked hard for countless years. Tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors listened to slanderous words and let an evil black dragon into this small world. Since then, the Black Dragon has ruled this world. The Black Dragon Palace and the Black Dragon Guards were built for it." "Last question, why did you save me?" Suzimo asked with interest. "Because we want you to help us save someone." Yin said. "Who?" "My sister, Qing." Yin said truthfully. "I can't even protect myself. Who can I save?" Suzimo smiled. "When I say save, I'm not asking you to use your strength to save her, but a white lie," Yin said. "What do you mean?" Suzimo asked, puzzled. Let me tell you a story. Tens of thousands of years ago, ever since the black dragon ruled this world, our lizard race has lost our freedom. We can only live in this village of frogs at the bottom of a well for the rest of our lives. We yearn for the wider world outside. A few thousand years ago, a human mistakenly entered our small world. We were very curious about this outsider, so we secretly let him stay in our village. This human was very interesting. He was very knowledgeable and often told us about interesting places and things in the outside world. After a period of time, the man fell in love with a woman in our village. The man wanted to take the woman to the outside world to see the interesting things and places he had told her before. Unfortunately, without the black dragon's permission, no one could leave here. Since then, the man embarked on the path of dragon slaying. Yin took a deep breath and continued. Unfortunately, the black dragon was very powerful. The man was not his opponent and returned with serious injuries every time. However, the man also had some tricks. He had a way to break the barrier of our small world and escape to the outside world. The black dragon did not dare to chase after him. Thus, this battle continued for several hundred years. The man would come to challenge the black dragon every few days, but he would escape after being seriously injured. Until 1,000 years ago, when the man went to challenge the black dragon again, he never returned. The woman waited bitterly for the man, but he did not return. She locked herself up and washed her face with tears every day, praying for the man day and night. The woman you're talking about is your sister Qing? Su Zimo asked. Yes, the man called himself the Heavenly Venerable of Fury. I don't know if you've heard of him, Yin said. Heavenly Venerable of Fury, Su Zimo smiled with interest and said, this is interesting. How do you want me to help you? Sister is like this now because of the death of the Heavenly Venerable of Fury, Yin said. I want you to pretend to be the messenger of the Heavenly Venerable of Fury and tell her that the Heavenly Venerable of Fury is not dead, but is seriously injured and has been recuperating. That simple? Su Zimo smiled. That's right. After all, you're both humans. She'll most likely believe what you say. Yin nodded. Sure, since you saved me, Su Zimo nodded and said. There's no time to lose. Let's go find her while it's dark, Yin said directly. If we wait until daytime, we'll be easily discovered. Su Zimo nodded and left the basement with Yin, arriving at the courtyard. This courtyard looked very dilapidated, and there were many porcelain jars placed around the courtyard on both sides. Waves of fragrance could be smelled from inside. Su Zimo walked closer to take a look and found that it was filled with nectar made from Chinese wisteria flowers. What are you doing? Su Zimo asked in confusion. That black dragon likes to eat nectar. It controls all of our food. Only by gathering nectar can we exchange it for food with the black dragon guards in the village, Yin said helplessly. Then you guys are quite pitiful. Su Zimo asked, have you never thought of resisting? We're used to it. Yin replied, besides, what can we use to resist? Even if we use all of our clan's strength, we're still not its match. The two of them walked out of the courtyard and arrived at the village's street. The sky outside was completely dark. There were some red lanterns hanging on the side of the road, and the weak light illuminated the street. Yin brought Su Zimo along and began to carefully move forward along the dark side of the road. Not long after the two of them walked, the sound of footsteps came from the corner of the street. Lie down. Yin hurriedly pulled Su Zimo to lie down in the grass nearby. They saw a group of soldiers in green armor patrolling the street, talking and laughing. After the soldiers in green armor left, Yin breathed a sigh of relief and led Su Zimo into another street. These are the Black Dragon Guards? Su Zimo asked. How are they worthy? The Black Dragon Guards are the Black Dragon's guards and are related to it by blood. They have to guard the various regions of this small world. Because there aren't many of them, each village only has 2 or 3 of them. Yin angrily said. These soldiers in green armor are actually our green lizard clansmen. They were promised by the Black Dragon and joined forces to suppress us. This is also the main reason why we couldn't resist. They're just a bunch of traitors. I can understand. Su Zimo smiled and said, either you were bullied by the Black Dragon, or you joined forces with the Black Dragon to bully you. It's only human nature. The two of them walked to the front of a courtyard while talking. This courtyard seemed to have been empty for a long time. Weeds had already grown in front of the door. Even the wooden door was a bit rotten. The wall next to it looked like it would collapse at any moment. Your sister lives here? Suzimo asked. Yes, this used to be where Raging Flames Xianxia lived. She doesn't go anywhere else and doesn't allow us to touch a single brick or tile here. Yin said. The two of them took advantage of the darkness to climb over the wall of the courtyard and entered the house. The weeds in this courtyard were even more exuberant. They were almost 1.5 meters tall. The weeds grew all the way to the door of the house. Yin walked forward and lightly knocked on the door. Unfortunately, there was only silence inside. No one answered. Sister, open the door. Yin whispered. Still, no one answered. Sister, I'm here to tell you about Raging Flames Xianxia. This time, Yin nodded to Suzimo and slightly raised her voice. As soon as her voice fell, the door of the room was directly pulled open with a bang. What happened to Nu Lang? A woman ran out and anxiously asked. Suzimo looked up and saw that the woman was wearing a blue veil. She had no makeup and looked very haggard. Her face was sallow, but one could still vaguely see that her beauty was not bad. She had willowy eyebrows and her eyes were like clear water. She had the weakness of a Jiangnan woman. Sister, be careful. Yin hurriedly supported the woman who ran out and worriedly said. What happened to Nu Lang? The woman looked at Yin and expectantly asked. You can ask him. He was sent by Brother Raging Flames to send you a message. Yin pointed at Suzimo and said. The woman turned her head and looked at Suzimo. I'll have to trouble you. Can you tell me about Nu Lang? I'm here on Lord Raging Flame's orders to send you a message so that you can rest assured. Madam Qing, you don't have to be polite. Suzimo waved his hand and said. At that time, Lord was seriously injured in that battle. It was more serious than before, so he didn't have time to inform you. This time, after recuperating for nearly 1,000 years, he finally got better. He hurriedly came back to Raging Flame City and asked me to send you a message. Are you serious? Lu Qing looked at Suzimo and asked expectantly. Of course, otherwise, why would I risk my life to come here? Suzimo smiled. Lord wants you to wait for a while. When his injuries are better, he will come to save you. No need, no need. Lu Qing quickly waved her hand. As she spoke, tears flowed down uncontrollably. As long as he is fine, I am relieved that he is fine. Sister, since Brother Nu Hua is fine, shouldn't you take care of yourself? Lu Yin quickly said. If something happens to you, what will Brother Nu Hua do? Hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Qing quickly nodded and said, yes, nothing can happen to me. Otherwise, what will Nu Hua do? I will go pack up and move out of here in the future. Looking at Lu Qing's figure hurriedly walking into the room, Suzimo smiled and said, she is panicking. She didn't think at all. Lower your voice. Lu Yun quickly reminded, let you wait painfully for 1,000 years. You try it yourself. Isn't it a desperate case? At this moment, another series of footsteps came from outside. Before Lu Yun could react, the wooden door of the courtyard was directly kicked open. Lord, I just heard a sound here. A guard said in a low voice. Immediately after, a group of people in green armor broke in. There were about 12 people, and there was a man in green shirt following beside them. Seeing the appearance of the man in green shirt, Lu Yun's expression changed, and then she angrily said, Lu He, you betrayed me. The man in green shirt was about to say something, but the leader of the group of armor waved his hand and said, go get your food tomorrow, get lost. Okay. The man in the green robe smiled in a flattering manner. Then, he quickly left the courtyard. You are not allowed to go out at night, don't you know? The leader looked at Lu Yun and said faintly. I came to see my sister. Lu Yun stepped forward, blocking Suzimo, and explained with a smile. Who is he? The leader stared directly at Suzimo and asked. Why doesn't he have the characteristics of the lizard race? Run. Yin glanced at Suzimo and whispered. Capture him. However, the leader was even more vigilant. With a wave of his right hand, the armored soldiers behind him swarmed forward. Quickly run! Seeing that Su Zimo was indifferent, Yin anxiously shouted. What's the hurry? Su Zimo waved his hand. He clenched his right fist. At a distance of 3 to 4 meters, the leader's neck seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. He directly grabbed him by the neck. The leader's face was pale and he was breathing with difficulty. As Su Zimo exerted too much force, his head was pinched off from his neck. When the surrounding people saw this, they were so scared that they took a few steps back. All of you, stay here. Su Zimo waved his hand, and the surrounding air was squeezed together. Boom! His body exploded, and blood and flesh flew all over the sky. Yin saw the scene in front of her and was stunned. Su Zimo didn't care about her. Instead, he lowered his body and took out the hearts of these green lizards. There was a possibility of failure in the fusion of hearts, so he had to prepare a few more. When the hearts were taken out with blood dripping from them, Yin was scared silly. You, she stammered and couldn't speak for a long time. What's the matter? Su Zimo asked. Who are you? Yin asked. Didn't I say before? A little capable human who accidentally came here. Su Zimo smiled. Let's discuss something. What? Yin asked. Take me to find the lizards of other races. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I can be a dragon slayer. Su Zimo smiled. Do you know what you're talking about? Yin was stunned for a moment and replied. Do you know what kind of existence that black dragon is? If you kill these people, you'll definitely be discovered tomorrow. I advise you to hide. I know what I'm talking about. You should think about it carefully. Su Zimo said. As the two were talking, Yin had finished packing and came out of the room. Let's go. Yin nodded. Because she hadn't eaten for a long time, her figure looked a little weak. He even needed someone to support him when he walked. I'll leave first. Su Zimo said. I'll wait for you in the orchard. If you don't come by tomorrow morning, I'll leave. You only have one chance. Looking at Su Zimo's back, Yin opened her mouth slightly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Where is he going? Yin asked. He came here for a mission. Sister, you don't have to worry about it. Yin smiled. After Su Zimo returned to the orchard, he continued to cultivate. He didn't want to waste too much time here. Although there was no fog here for him to absorb, Su Zimo had a hunch that the source of the fog was in this small world. Su Zimo wasn't familiar with this world. It was best if someone could lead the way. If there wasn't, he didn't mind looking for it alone. It was a silent night. When the sky gradually brightened, Su Zimo heard the sound of light footsteps beside his ear. Looking up, he saw Lu Yun carrying a big bag, wearing a black leather jacket and pants, walking over. She also had a white cloak on her back. This outfit looked very funny. What are you doing? Su Zimo smiled. How is it? My battle robe is not bad, right? Yin smiled. I prepared it for a long time. You've thought it through? Su Zimo asked. Although I don't believe you can defeat the black dragon, I've had enough of this kind of life. I still want to try. Yin smiled. At worst, I'll just die. Sometimes, I feel that living is more painful. That's a good idea. Su Zimo nodded. You will be thankful for your choice this time. Then where should we go first? Yin asked. Let's go to the red lizard's territory first, Su Zimo said. Yin nodded and took out a map from her bosom. This map was made from the skin of some kind of animal. It looked quite old and worn out. This was left behind by my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Before the black dragon ruled this place, we lizard races had dealings with each other, Yin explained. She spread out the map, looked at it for a while, and said, go straight east. After crossing the Black Flood Dragon River, you'll arrive in 3 days. Let's go then. Su Zimo waved his hand and said, give me your luggage, or it'll be troublesome to carry it. He took the bag and threw it into his True Fate world. That's a storage ring, right? Yin asked. Sort of. Suzimo nodded slightly. The two of them walked towards the east. Although this pocket world was quite vast, the lizard race was considered a large race. They were densely distributed, so it wasn't difficult to find them. You'll encounter the first obstacle when you cross the Black Dragon River, Yin reminded him. What do you mean? Suzimo asked. This black dragon has 4 guardians. They are the black dragon, the black python, the black panther, and the black turtle, Yin explained. They guard between the 4 lizard races and allow us to communicate with each other. What's the black dragon's cultivation level? Suzimo asked while wiping the long sword in his hand. This sword was given to him by a well-dressed young man at the battle arena. It should be at the early stage of the heaven harmonization realm. Yin thought for a while and replied, I'm not sure. But Brother Nuhua told us that the black dragon was already a half-saint and was only 1 step away from becoming a saint. Its guardian shouldn't be too bad. Why doesn't anyone from your lizard race cultivate? Suzimo asked curiously. That black dragon doesn't allow it. Only by being its lackey can we obtain some low-level cultivation techniques, Yin said. Otherwise, it would be afraid of us resisting. Suzimo nodded. He waved his right hand and summoned the dark heavenly tiger from his true fate world. The black tiger stopped in front of them. It was almost 10 meters tall, and a majestic beast aura spread out. The dark heavenly tiger roared and opened its ferocious mouth. Its fangs were tens of centimeters long. The moment Yin saw the dark heavenly tiger, she screamed and fell to the ground. She wanted to run away, but her legs were too weak to move. This. She pointed at the dark heavenly tiger, her body trembling. What are you afraid of? This is my mount, Suzimo laughed. Mount? Yin was stunned, but she still didn't dare to get close to Suzimo. She said, couldn't you have told me in advance? I didn't have time to explain. I didn't expect you to have such a big reaction, Suzimo said. It's too slow for us to travel like this. It'll be faster if we sit on it. Although the dark sky tiger rarely fought, it had already reached the peak of the Emperor Vein thanks to Suzimo's countless resources. That was the peak of the heavenly fusion realm. His body was much more muscular, and his eyes were dark and deep. His claws were almost half a meter long. The 4 claws landed on the ground, leaving deep scratch marks on the ground. Will it eat me? Yin asked worriedly. No, it only listens to my orders. Suzimo shook his head. He flipped over and sat on the dark sky tiger. Come on up. Yin was silent for a while. Finally, she walked over carefully. Suzimo grabbed her hand and pulled her onto the dark sky tiger. Hold on tight, Suzimo reminded him. The dark sky tiger ran forward at an extremely fast speed. The wind on both sides blew past their ears. Yin felt that the speed was getting faster and faster. The wind on both sides had turned into a fierce gale. Her body was as thin as a piece of paper. If she wasn't careful, she would be blown off. I can't hold on anymore, Yin shouted from behind. Suzimo waved his right hand. A large hand formed by spirit energy pushed Yin from behind. After a few hours, the dark sky tiger's huge body finally stopped beside a black river. The black river was turbulent, and its color was very dark. It was like stagnant water. There was a foul smell coming from it. The entire river was turbulent, and the waves rolled one after another. This is the place. As long as we cross this river, we will reach the red lizard's territory, Yin said. But with the black dragon here, none of us dare to go over. Suzimo glanced at the dark sky tiger. The dark sky tiger roared angrily. Opening its fangs, a blast wave condensed from spiritual energy shot directly into the black river. With a boom, the river exploded. Waves splashed everywhere. The entire center of the river was completely blown up. The already turbulent river became even more turbulent. Who dares to disturb my sleep? A gloomy voice sounded from the bottom of the river. Yin was obviously nervous. She grabbed Suzimo's arm and whispered, if we can't defeat it, let's run. Immediately after, the entire murky river was stirred up. A deep whirlpool appeared in the middle of the river. Along with the appearance of the whirlpool, the sound of explosions rang out one after another. A huge figure slowly emerged from the bottom of the river. It was a black dragon. Its body was more than 10 meters long. Half of its scales were gray, while the other half was black. Its mouth was a little sharp, and there were 8 whiskers on both sides. It was 1 meter long. Its eyes were small and round. There were 2 small horns on its head. It seemed that it hadn't completely transformed yet. What species is this? Suzimo smiled. He had seen many dragons, but the one in front of him didn't look ferocious. Instead, it looked a little funny. Who are you? The dragon looked at Suzimo and asked. Cut the crap. Kill it, Suzimo waved his hand and said calmly. The dark sky tiger roared again. It leaped dozens of meters high and pounced on the dragon. The dragon didn't even have time to react before it fell into the Black River. Damn it. How dare you offend the noble Lord Black Dragon, an angry roar sounded. Immediately after, the black dragon wrapped its body around the dark sky tiger and tried to strangle it in half. The water in the Black River surged violently. The 2 beasts fought in the river, stirring up endless waves. The dark sky tiger raised its sharp claws and scratched the dragon's neck. Blood flowed out instantly. An ear-piercing scream came from within. The dark sky tiger was obviously much stronger. Its majestic beast aura spread out. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the flood dragon's body, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Its claws pressed down on the dragon's head and scratched its neck. Rumble. The explosions became even more violent, and the waves of the Black River were blasted up to a height of tens of meters. As the dragon's resistance weakened, a resentful voice came from within. You killed me. Lord Black Dragon won't let you go. You're about to die, but you're still concerned about others. Suzimo shook his head. The dark sky tiger clawed again and the dragon's head was separated from its body. There was a faint smell of blood in the murky Black River. Thick blood slowly dyed the river red. It died just like that, Elvian stammered in disbelief. What else? Suzimo said, it's just a heavenly fusion realm monster, an ant-like existence. How could it struggle? It's one of the 4 great protectors. Elvian still found it hard to believe. It was hard to change a concept that had been around for thousands of years. It's the strongest existence besides the black dragon. That's only for you. Suzimo said, if you have the chance, you'll understand when you see the outside world. Following the death of the black dragon, the violent river gradually calmed down. What about it? Elvian pointed at the black dragon's corpse and asked. Just leave it here. It's useless, Suzimo replied. The 2 of them sat on the dark sky tiger and crossed the river, arriving at the land on the other side. Although it was only a river, this land was different from the green lizard plains. The ground beneath their feet was red. Even the plants that grew here were light red. Not far ahead, a canyon appeared in their sight. Let's go. The red lizards live in the canyon. I wonder if there's been any changes after such a long time, Elvian said. Suzimo nodded. He put away the dark heavenly tiger and walked over step by step on the red ground. Can you tell me why you're looking for the lizard race? Elvian was silent for a while. In the end, she gathered her courage and asked, before, I believed that you came here by accident. But now, I feel that you must have a purpose for coming here. What use do you think the lizard race is to me? Suzimo smiled. I don't know. Elvian shook her head. Have you heard of the blood lizards? Suzimo asked again. You are? Elvian was shocked. She thought for a long time before coming to her senses. No wonder. You're talking about that legend. Looks like you know. Suzimo nodded. That's right. To you humans, the lizard race is indeed useful. Elvian said, originally, this was a secret of my race. Normal lizards don't know about it. However, 1,000 years ago, the raging heavenly sovereign came here with the same purpose as you. That's how I learned about it. Then he gave up? Suzimo asked. That's not it either. It's mainly because his fusion method was incomplete and ultimately failed. Lv shook her head and replied. If he had the complete fusion method, he might have been able to defeat the black dragon after eating the blood lizard's heart. It seems that you know quite a lot, Suzimo said with a smile. Lv looked at Suzimo and said, our lizard race has a very long lifespan. The longer we live, the more we know. Can you promise me something? You don't want me to kill the members of your lizard race? Suzimo asked. No, can you not kill the innocent lizards? Those lackeys of the black dragon should be enough for you to kill, Lv said. I can think about it. Suzimo smiled. As the two of them spoke, they arrived in front of the canyon. The soil of the canyon was also deep red. There was not a single plant growing on the canyon. It was a bit like the Gobi Desert, completely bare. The canyon was not big, but the temperature inside was indeed a bit hotter. There were some footprints on the ground, which seemed to be left by the red lizards. The two of them walked along the small path in the canyon. After walking for 30 or 40 meters, they heard a shout, halt. 3 black figures jumped down from the canyon above. It's the Black Dragon Guards, Lv hurriedly said. Who are you? The 3 of them looked at Lv and scolded, what are the green lizard race doing here? Suzimo frowned slightly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a wave of his right hand, the 3 of them were directly sent flying. With a boom, the 3 of them crashed heavily into the wall of the canyon. Because the force was too great, the soil above fell and the 3 of them were directly embedded in it. One of them pointed at Suzimo. Before he could finish his sentence, he spat out black blood and directly stopped breathing. This movement also attracted the attention of others. On the walls of the canyon, a series of soil doors were opened. One by one, red heads poked out from inside, carefully looking around. The place where these red lizards lived was somewhat similar to a cave. It was dug out from the soil walls, and the door was also made of red soil. Someone killed the Black Dragon Guards. What's going on? There's also a green lizard? Why is it here? The red lizards whispered at first. Eventually, as more and more people discussed, their voices became louder and louder, and it became noisy. Everyone, don't be afraid. We're here to save you, Lv shouted to the crowd. The Black Dragon Guards were killed by us. The Black Dragon in the Black River is also dead. You're free now. At this moment, an angry shout came from not far away. What's all this noise about? Do you want to die? A group of red lizards in red armor ran over. Hurry up and kill, the dogs are here, Lv said. When the group of red lizards arrived, they were all shocked when they saw the situation in front of them. Lord Black Dragon Guards, what happened to you? The leader hurriedly rushed forward and checked, but found no signs of life. He turned and asked while trembling, who killed them? Me, Suzimo calmly answered. The few red-armored lizards at the side all pulled out their sabers and glared at Suzimo. What are you doing? Good job, the leader shouted at his subordinates. He angrily rebuked, this hero killed these bastards for us, that should be a cause for celebration. Are you trying to rebel? After the leader of the red lizards finished speaking, he turned to look at Suzimo and smiled flatteringly, Sir, you don't know, these Black Dragon Guards normally enslaved us. We had no choice but to listen to their orders and do things we didn't want to do. Actually, I've wanted to rebel for a long time, but I never found the chance you're able to see the situation clearly. Not bad, Suzimo smiled and said. Unfortunately, I'm a very strange person. If I want to kill someone, I'll kill them no matter if they go against me or obey me. As soon as he finished speaking, Suzimo clapped his hand, and a big hand condensed from spirit energy fell. There was a loud explosion, and a deep 5-finger print was left on the ground, as well as corpses all over the ground. Suzimo plucked out the hearts one by one and said to Lv, I'll leave this to you. I'll go out after I'm done. Seeing that Suzimo had left the canyon, those red lizards all jumped down from the cave and curiously surrounded Lv to ask. After leaving the canyon, Suzimo found a relatively quiet place and prepared to fuse the fire lizard's heart first. He took out the fused stones one by one. According to the fusion method, the fire lizard's heart was the simplest and easiest to fuse with. The 2 lizard hearts were rolling in the air, surrounded by a green and a faint red halo. Suzimo formed a seal with his hands, and spirit energy surged out from his body. The fusion stone at the side began to tremble, and with a bang sound, the fusion stone shattered. Streams of colorless energy were released from it, fusing together and wrapping around the two lizard hearts. As Suzimo used the fusion method, the two lizard hearts kept rolling. There seemed to be souls struggling inside, and there were roars. The two souls were forcefully fused together, and the power of the fusion stone was mixed in. In the beginning, the lizard's heart's resistance was still very strong. However, under Suzimo's suppression, its resistance gradually weakened. Finally, accompanied by a faint sound, a ball of fire ignited on the lizard's heart for no reason. Success? Suzimo breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at it carefully and saw that the lizard heart had fused into one, and the color on it turned dark red. Inside, vein-like patterns densely covered it, and a faint flame burned on it. Suzimo held the heart in his hand. It was not hot, but it was warm. He was in a good mood as he succeeded on his first try. The next step was to fuse a 1,000-year yellow lizard with the fire lizard's heart to form a jade lizard. Suzimo returned to the canyon. The previously deserted passage was now filled with red lizards. At this moment, when they saw Suzimo's arrival, all the red lizards knelt down and shouted loudly, "Thank you, benefactor. Benefactor's kindness will never be forgotten. Get up." Suzimo waved his hand, looked at Yun, and said, "Go find the yellow lizard." After Yun explained to the people here, she nodded and set off again with Suzimo. The red lizards behind him waved goodbye. However, they did not dare to celebrate too early. After all, the black dragon had not been dealt with yet. Anything was possible. After leaving the valley where the red lizards lived, Yun looked at the map and said, "The yellow lizards like the cold and head north. They live on the snowy mountains." "Your little world has 4 distinct seasons," Suzimo said with a smile. "No, that snow mountain was specially created by the ancestors of the yellow lizards," Yun explained. "Before the black dragon came, our 4 races still had some conflicts. But later on, everyone was too busy taking care of themselves and was too lazy to fight." "Who is the protector guarding the yellow lizard clan?" Suzimo asked. "It's the black tortoise," Yun said. "Among the 4 great protectors, it has lived the longest, and is also the strongest." The two of them sat on the back of the dark sky tiger and began another long journey. After a whole night, the two of them arrived at the place where the black tortoise lived when the sun rose from the east and the night had not completely dissipated. It was a pool of about a few hundred square meters. There was a waterfall at the top of the pool. The water flow was not very fast, but it flowed slowly, occasionally creating ripples. There were strange rocks in the pool, and the water was so clear that one could see the bottom. "Continue," Suzimo ordered the dark sky tiger. The dark sky tiger roared angrily, and the spirit energy in its mouth shot into the water. The water exploded, and waves exploded. However, there was still no movement in the pool. After a few ripples appeared in the tranquility, everything calmed down again. Following the dark sky tiger's continuous attacks, the entire pool was almost destroyed, but the tortoise was still nowhere to be seen. "How can it be?" Yun asked in confusion. "Is it not here?" Suzimo smiled. He could clearly feel the rhythm of life at the bottom of the pool. However, since the tortoise did not want to come out, he did not want to waste time. "Let's go." The two of them sat on the back of the dark sky tiger and safely crossed the pool. They followed the waterfall and headed towards the territory of the yellow lizards. After the two of them had completely left, a tortoise shell slowly floated to the surface of the water. With a pop sound, a small head popped out of the tortoise shell. The tortoise turned over and muttered, "Damn it, I was scared to death. The aura of this demon beast is almost comparable to that of Lord Black Dragon. Fortunately, I acted quickly and steadily." The old tortoise looked in the direction where Suzimo had disappeared, wondering who this outsider was. It had a faint premonition that this small world was about to change. It went into the tortoise shell and hid in the water. After all, everything in this small world had nothing to do with it. It just symbolically guarded this passage and did not participate in anything else. After entering the territory of the yellow lizards, Suzimo could clearly feel the temperature dropping. The ground under their feet turned white, and they could clearly see the breath they exhaled when they spoke. The territory of the yellow lizards was not very big, and they had the smallest population among the 4 great lizards. Right in front of them was a snow-capped mountain with drifting white snow. After entering the territory of the yellow lizards, Suzumo felt the fog that he had not felt in a long time. The fog that could be absorbed by the extraordinary meridian had reappeared. Suzumo looked up at the increasingly mysterious snow-capped mountain and slowly walked over. After taking 2 steps, the wind and snow around them suddenly became violent. Then, the wind and snow condensed, and snowmen walked out of the blizzard one by one. They were burly and hammered their chests as they ran over with comical and ferocious faces. With every step they took, a deep footprint was left under their feet. Boom 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 sounds were heard. What is this? Lv asked in a panic. This fog is quite interesting. Even the snow can mutate. Suzumo smiled with interest. When he was in the fog forest, it was understandable that the plants and trees mutated. After all, they were living things. Now, he did not expect that even inanimate things could mutate. Although this group of snowmen was large in number, their strength was too weak. The dark sky tiger only needed to swipe its claws a few times, and countless snowmen disappeared. With the dark sky tiger leading the way, the group quickly arrived in front of the snow-capped mountain. In front of the snow-capped mountain, there was a stone tablet that was buried by the falling snow. Lv parted the white snow and saw a poem written on it. Yellow clouds move for thousands of miles, white waves flow down the snow-capped mountain. In front of the stone tablet, there were steps that extended up to the sky of the snow-capped mountain. Behind them, countless snowmen were still charging forward fearlessly. Even if they died, they would just turn into snowflakes. Let's go up and take a look, Suzumo said. On this snowy mountain, snowflakes fell from the sky. The snowflakes spun in the air and finally landed on the steps. The pear trees on both sides were full of red and white flowers. Green pears the size of fists hung on the trees. There doesn't seem to be any black dragon guards here, Suzumo said. I don't know. Let's be careful, Lv shook her head and replied. The further up the mountain, the thicker Suzumo could feel the mysterious fog. When he was halfway up the mountain, the 11th extraordinary meridian in his body was unblocked. Intruders! A shout came from halfway up the mountain. Then, a group of yellow lizards in yellow robes rushed in from the foot of the mountain. This group of people looked no different from ordinary humans, except that their ears were yellow. There was a yellow mark on their foreheads. It was round and had a 6-pointed star engraved on it. Who are you? The leader of the yellow lizards said, Leave now, or die. We're here to save you, Lv said quickly. Let's defeat the black dragon and regain our freedom. The yellow lizards looked at each other. The leader frowned and said, We don't have any black dragon guards here. Please leave. Why? We're all from the same race. Why don't you invite us in for a meal? Suzumo said. Who are you? The leader of the yellow lizards noticed Suzumo and asked with a frown. Let's go up and take a look, Suzumo said. You'll die if you go forward, the leader snorted and stretched out both hands. The nails on both hands were dozens of centimeters long. They were sharp and cold. Suzumo looked up at the mountain peak. He felt that the source of the fog was in that direction. He waved his right hand and the dark sky tiger rushed out from the void and stomped on the ground. Instantly, the ground cracked. The yellow lizards lost their balance and fell to the ground. The dark sky tiger's huge head moved forward. Its bloody mouth emitted a bloody smell. It was only a few centimeters away from the yellow lizards. Monster, monster. The yellow lizards were so scared that they huddled together and trembled. With the dark sky tiger leading the way, Suzumo was relaxed and ran to the top of the mountain. Some yellow lizards tried to stop them, but they were all slapped down the mountain by the dark sky tiger's claws. Suzumo discovered that the yellow lizards here were generally cultivating. Compared to the green lizards and red lizards, their strength was not on the same level. Can you not kill them? Lv couldn't bear to see them die and begged. They are the ones who want to die and stop me. Suzumo glanced at Lv indifferently. And Lv. Lvz. He suddenly felt that Suzumo was very cold at this moment. LV LV LV. LV LV to LV 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 LVs LV LVV LV 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 LVSs. A huge black panther and a black python coiled around one end of the mountain appeared in front of him. For protectors? LV Yun was surprised. Why are the black panther and black python here? Aren't they guarding the blue lizards? Looks like your information isn't accurate. Suzumo smiled. Do you know where the Black Dragon Hall is? Black Dragon Hall? LV Yun shook her head. No one knows. We can't leave the territory. It's a mystery. Seeing the dark sky tiger fighting with the two beasts, Suzumo didn't want to waste his time talking. He waved his right hand and released the divine beast Hell Snake from his True Fate world. The dark sky tiger fought the black panther while the hell snake fought the black python. Suzumo walked to the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. The two beasts tried to stop Suzumo, but it was to no avail. When Suzumo was about to reach the top of the mountain, the sky above the snow mountain suddenly darkened. Then there was a deafening dragon roar. Wind and thunder danced in the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if hell was about to erupt. The entire snow mountain was about to be devoured. A huge black dragon with lightning and majestic dragon aura appeared in the sky. In the sky above, a black storm condensed, and a vortex appeared, swallowing everything. Human, you shouldn't have come here. The Black Dragon King's voice was like thunder. What is this mysterious power? Suzumo felt the fog getting thicker and thicker as he spoke with some enjoyment. The Extraordinary Meridian Sutra absorbed the fog. He felt that every time he opened his extraordinary meridians, his body would change greatly. You can feel it? The Black Dragon King looked at Suzumo in surprise and asked in astonishment. Looks like you also obtained that cultivation technique. Are you talking about the Extraordinary Meridian Sutra? Suzumo asked. Extraordinary Meridian Sutra? The Black Dragon King muttered. You humans have a way of naming things. Looks like you know quite a bit. Suzumo smiled. Human, since you're here, then stay. Knowing too much won't do you any good. The Black Dragon King roared and charged at Suzumo. The huge dragon head carried the might of thunder and directly tried to swallow Suzumo. You're not worthy to be my opponent. Suzumo lightly said. He waved his right hand and two more dragons flew out from his True Fate world. One red and one blue, a pair of ice and fire dragons. After Suzumo's nurturing in the divine land, the dragon race could be considered to have taken root and blossomed, gradually growing larger. When the two divine dragons appeared, ice and fire fused together, and their divine might suppressed everything. Majestic spiritual energy surged forth like a torrential ocean, whistling endlessly. The Black Dragon King's head was directly sent flying by a dragon tail. How is this possible? The Black Dragon King looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Kill it. Suzumo ordered and directly went to the top of the mountain. When he reached the top, Suzumo closed his eyes and emptied his mind. He took a deep breath and said, I feel it, I feel it. The source is here. After saying this, he looked at the empty top of the mountain and smiled. Everyone still won't come out. Do you want me to kick you out one by one? Young man, there won't be a good ending for you if you talk too big. An old voice sounded. Immediately after, the space in front of them twisted and four figures with monstrous might walked out from the shattered space. These four old men wore the same style of robes. Only the colors were different. Red, blue, green, and yellow. The moment the four old men appeared, LV Yun, who was at the side, seemed to be stupefied. She rubbed her eyes and stuttered in disbelief. Clan, four clan elders? Seeing LV Yun's reaction, Suzumo smiled and said, looks like things are getting more and more interesting. At this moment, LV Yun was completely dumbfounded. Legend had it that he had died in battle with the Black Dragon King. The four oldest elders of the lizard race had actually appeared here. The lizard race had always regarded becoming a dragon as their lifelong goal. It was rumored that the four elders had been deceived and let the Black Dragon King in. Later on, in a desperate battle, the 4 elders died in battle and the Black Dragon King completely ruled this world. But now, it seemed that the situation was different from the legends. "Elders, why are you here?" Xianxia asked hesitantly. She originally wanted to ask why the 4 elders were with the Black Dragon King, but in the end, she swallowed her words. "Third brother, looks like your race's disciple has broken the rules," the blue-robed elder said to the green-robed elder. "Bastard, is this something you should know?" The green-robed elder glared at Xianxia angrily. Then, he said, "Why did you leave the territory and bring a human to cause trouble here? If you mess it up, you will be the sinner of our lizard race." Seeing the elder's attitude, Xianxia was so anxious that she was about to cry. She quickly said, I don't know anything." "Alright, don't make things difficult for a girl," Suzimo waved his hand and said indifferently. "You old fellows really live up to the saying, old men who don't die are thieves." "Young man, you talk big." The yellow-robed elder looked at Suzimo and said, "You're competent enough to come to our lizard race alone. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just take him down to avoid trouble." The red-robed elder snorted and directly grabbed at Suzimo. "You?" Suzimo chuckled. The long saber in his hand burst out with a dazzling saber light. A saber chi slashed out and directly cut off the red-robed elder's right hand. Hiss, the red-robed elder hurriedly retracted his arm and hissed in a low voice. "This kid has some skills." "Everyone, attack together," the blue-robed elder said with a frown. The 4 of them soared into the air, and a dense saint aura emanated from their bodies. The majestic aura was like the rolling waves of the Yangtze River, endlessly surging over. When the saintly might fell, the 4 figures in the air seemed to have grown much taller, shaking the entire sky. They faintly connected together, suppressing heaven and earth in silence. Saints were the leaders of the great Tao. They were truly experts who stood proudly between heaven and earth. And now, these 4 old men were 4 sages. Their strength could almost sweep away any sage sect. "This is your so-called clan elder?" Suzimo looked at Xianxia and smiled. "With such a clan elder, would you still be ruled by the Black Dragon King?" After all, the Black Dragon King was merely a semi-sage. How could he have the ability to contend against 4 sages? Suzimo felt that he had underestimated the lizard clan. Although the other party was only a small clan, they were still very powerful. However, to be able to have their own small world, which was also quite vast, how could this clan be so simple? They didn't have any true experts. Hearing Suzimo's words, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. She anxiously shook her head and said with a sobbing tone, "I really don't know why everything changed in an instant." She didn't understand why the clan elder was so strong. She was clearly a hero who saved the clan just now. Why was she now called a sinner by the clan elder? Suzimo waved his hand and said, "Alright, stand behind and hide, so that you don't get hurt by accident." He looked up at the sky. The 4 sages were above the sky, like the legendary gods, looking at him indifferently. The 4 waved their arms, and the sky suddenly changed color. The sun and moon rotated, and the stars shuttled. Endless spiritual energy gathered from all directions, and a spiritual energy storm raged, shaking the entire sky until it rumbled. The 4 of them stood in the sky, looking down at Suzimo from above. 4 large hands condensed from spiritual energy descended from the sky, grabbing at Suzimo. Suzimo smiled faintly, and the long saber in his hand erupted with endless saber intent. The saber intent wreaked havoc around him, cutting the entire world into countless small pieces. 15th style of Tao querying, reverse samsara, Suzimo shouted softly. The long saber was like a thunderclap, and it pierced through the void, bringing along samsara's aura with it. In an instant, the space in front of him was separated by samsara, and the saber intent rolled out from samsara. It directly destroyed the 4 large hands of spiritual energy, and they exploded in front of the 4 elders. The saber energy was everywhere, and countless saber shadows filled the space. Ah! There was a scream, and when the saber intent ended, the 4 sages fell from the sky, covered in blood. The explosion blasted a hole in the air. "Who dares to be high and mighty?" Suzimo said faintly. Looking at the 4 sages on the ground, Xianxia was shocked. She hid behind a rock, not daring to speak. The battle at the foot of the mountain was about to end. The black panther fell under the claws of the dark sky tiger, and the black python was being chewed up by the hell snake. The two divine dragons of ice and fire attacked from both sides. The black dragon king was beaten until he could not fight back, and could only run away. "Kid, you forced us to do this," the blue-robed elder said as he stood up, his body on the verge of collapsing. "So what?" Suzimo smiled. "I'll fight it out with you today." "Do you really think the lizard clan can be bullied?" As the blue-robed elder's voice fell, 4 different roars were heard. Immediately after, the 4 elders began to mutate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their entire bodies lay on the ground, and their limbs began to evolve into large palms covered in scales. Their bodies also became larger little by little, and their heads were covered with barbs, and they began to grow extremely long tails behind them. Their eyes were made up of several different colors, and the scales on their bodies also evolved in distinct layers. They were 4 enlarged versions of the mutated lizards. Blue, red, yellow, and green, 4 different colors. At this moment, when the 4 elders revealed their true forms, their thick beast aura suppressed the entire snow mountain. The falling snow in the sky seemed to come to a standstill. All the yellow lizards on the snow mountain knelt down involuntarily, and even Elvi Yun could not control herself. They felt admiration and respect from the bottom of their hearts. The 4 lizards turned their heads, and long white breaths came out of their mouths. They stared at Suzimo with gloomy eyes. It was as if they were looking at a dead person, and it made one's scalp tingle. "Brat, to be able to force us to this extent, you should be proud of yourself," the red lizard said coldly in human language. "Now, how do you want to die?" "How do I want to die?" Suzimo glanced at the other party and smiled faintly. "Who do you think you're talking to?" As soon as Suzimo finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura surged out from his body. It was the aura of a divine king. It was the peak that mortals could come into contact with. It was also the so-called supreme existence of the eternal continent. A river of spirit chi rolled over, and the saber will span 30,000 miles. Suzimo stepped into the air, step by step. His aura was vast and mighty, and the entire sky was shocked into silence. His light purple robe fluttered in the wind. He stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair was tied up in a bun, and it fluttered messily behind him. At this moment, the aura of the 4 lizard saints disappeared. It was as if Suzimo was the only one left in the world. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily attracted to him. Between heaven and earth, the wind blew and the clouds rolled. The mighty aura pressed down. The saber hummed softly, as if expressing the joy in its heart. "Everyone below the divine king is an ant." Suzimo looked at them with a deep gaze. It was as if it had passed through the void and the years, and landed on them with an aura that could destroy everything. This is... The blue lizard's expression changed drastically. He trembled as he looked at Suzimo. "How is this possible? Divine king? Which human divine king is this? How come I've never heard of him?" The red lizard struggled to stand up and resist the divine king's aura. He said, "Isn't there only one divine king in the southern region? Then what do we do now?" The 4 saints looked at each other, feeling troubled. "Let's try. What if this kid is just bluffing?" The blue lizard said in a heavy voice. "Divine kings are not cabbages. How can we meet them so easily?" "Come, let me see what you ants are capable of," Suzimo said indifferently as he stood in the sky. The 4 lizards roared furiously at the sky, then light circles surged out of their bodies. 4 different colored halos revolved around each of them, and behind each of them, there was a huge illusory figure. They were 4 lizards of different shapes. The 4 lizards roared at the sky and stood on the ground with an ancient aura. "Melt," the blue lizard said softly. The 4 lizards' shadow turned into 4 streaks of light and began to merge together. Ferocious screams rang out one after another, and the spirit chi of the snow mountain continued to condense here. The ice and snow melted, and all living things came back to life. The snowflakes in the sky disappeared completely, and a gentle wind blew past. When the 4 balls of light flickered, the 4 of them put their palms together and shouted, "Ancient lizard elder, come out." Then, a deafening roar was heard. The ball of light dissipated, and a huge monster appeared on the mountain top. It was a giant lizard that had been magnified 100 times. It was different from ordinary lizards. Other than the mottled color on its body, its mouth was different. 2 gigantic fangs grew out, and the fangs became 3 rows of sawtooth. More importantly, the ancient era's lizard elder had 3 eyes. Although the third eye on his forehead was always closed, one could still feel the power contained within it. Please enlighten me, the blue-robed lizard looked at Suzimo solemnly and said. Ever since they found out that Suzimo was the king of gods, they put away all their contempt and pride. After all, everyone knew what kind of existence the king of gods was. Back then, the king of gods changed the entire eternal continent. The king of gods could change the world with a wave of his hand, and change the development of the general trend. Looking at the ancient era's lizard elder, Suzimo shook his head slightly and said, "Too weak." The ancient era's lizard elder roared and opened his sawtooth fangs. A light wave formed by 4 colors shot towards Suzimo. The light wave broke through layers of the void, and half of the sky collapsed. It shot straight into the clouds and was about to hit Suzimo. Suzimo slowly raised his right hand and caught the energy attack single-handedly. Rumble. The explosion spread in the void. Seeing that Suzimo had blocked it casually, the ancient era's lizard elder was stunned. Its huge body looked down at the mountaintop. Its right leg moved back slightly, and with a sweep of its tail, half of the mountaintop was split. With a boom, the ancient era's lizard elder jumped 100 meters high. Like a cannonball, it charged towards Suzimo. In midair, the ancient era's lizard elder did a somersault. Its sharp claws were a few meters long. They pierced through the void and charged towards Suzimo. "It's meaningless," Suzimo shook his head. He waved his hand and slapped the ancient era's lizard elder. A woo. Accompanied by the ancient era's lizard elder's sorrowful cry, the slap sent it flying from midair. Its huge body was embedded at the bottom of the mountain, and blood flowed like a river. The entire mountain shook, and many yellow lizards rolled to the bottom of the mountain from the impact. The ancient era's lizard elder struggled to crawl out. Its body was covered in blood, and its scaly flesh was torn open. It looked like it was severely injured. "Open the gate of heaven," the blue lizard elder roared. The ancient era's lizard elder roared. It raised its head, and the eye on its forehead opened. At that moment, an ancient and savage aura shot out from the eye. The eye between its brows was extremely bright, and an immeasurable amount of energy shot out from it. The surrounding space was completely distorted. This energy was like a thunderstorm. It was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. It blasted towards Suzimo. Suzimo seemed to be stunned on the spot. He did not move at all, nor did he dodge. The thunderstorm flashed, and thunder rumbled. It twisted and distorted with destructive power. It directly blasted Suzimo's body. "It hit," the red lizard sage said hurriedly with joy. "No." The yellow lizard sage shook his head slightly. Everyone looked up again. They saw the thunderstorm pass through the sky, dyeing the entire sky with 7 colors. The thunderstorm directly pierced through Suzimo's body. However, the scene of flesh and blood did not appear. Suzimo still stood calmly on the spot. It was as if he was looking at a clown, and he looked at them mockingly. "Is it fun?" he asked. This is the strength of a godly king," the red lizard sage muttered to himself. "How can he be so strong? They're not on the same level at all." The green lizard sage sighed. He knew the ancient era's lizard elder's strength better than anyone else. It was their strongest trump card, and it was also the trump card left behind by their lizard clan. Unfortunately, the other party was too strong. The godly king was really out of their reach. Suzimo seemed to be a little tired of it as well. His large hand descended, bringing with it the power to destroy the world. The ancient era's lizard elder roared in fear. It did not even have time to resist before it was slammed down. As the palm continued to slam down, the 4 lizard sages hurriedly knelt on the ground. They held their heads and shouted, "Spare us, godly king." Seeing the 4 elders begging for mercy, Suzimo smiled and said, "What, you're not going to fight? We're weak, like mayflies trying to shake a tree. We overestimated ourselves and admit defeat." The blue-robed elder shook his head and sighed. "Take it out," Suzimo waved his hand and said impatiently. "It's right here." "We can't move it," the red-robed elder said. He waved his hands and the concealment formation covering the mountain peak was removed. The other parts of the mountain peak didn't change, but at the very center, a huge rock stood there. The rock was about a dozen meters tall, and the rock layer on its surface was thick and hard. Half of it was black, and the other half was white. One could feel the powerful energy contained in it. This energy was rarely seen in the world, and even Suzimo was a bit moved. Unfortunately, the rock layer on the surface covered this energy, so it couldn't be exposed and couldn't be absorbed by others. However, on one side of the rock layer, there was a small opening. The energy in the rock was slowly seeping out through the small opening. Suzimo could clearly sense that the energy that was seeping out was the mysterious fog. The source of the energy that he had absorbed. "What is this?" Suzimo asked. "Divine King, this is a divine stone of heaven and earth," the blue-robed elder hurriedly replied. "Divine stone of heaven and earth? Tell me," Suzimo said. The elders hesitated for a moment, then looked at each other. The yellow-robed elder said, "We're willing to tell you everything about its origins. I wonder if you can spare our lives?" "If it's useful, I'll consider it," Suzimo nodded. They looked at each other again, then the blue-robed elder stepped forward and asked, "What does Sir want to know?" "Its origins," Suzimo replied. "Sir should have some understanding of the immortal Tao Bridge. Legend has it that divine king existences like Sir are already at the peak of this world. If you want to go further, you must cross the immortal Tao Bridge and go to the vast world on the other side," the blue-robed elder slowly said. "I know." Suzimo nodded. "Tens of thousands of years ago, a crack appeared between our eternal continent and the immortal Tao Bridge. You should know about this, right?" The blue-robed old man organized his words. He continued, "Because of this, not only can the people of the eternal continent go to that world, but the existences of that world can also come to our continent through the crack." "Heavens beyond heaven?" Suzimo murmured and asked, "Have you seen people from that world?" In his mind, both the eternal continent and the Yuanyang continent were small worlds. Only the supreme heavens beyond heaven was the true great world. It was a domain that only great emperors would pursue. We were weak, and we hadn't even reached the saint realm back then. How could we have the right to see the existence of that world? The blue-robed old man shook his head. He said, "But as far as I know, the existence in that world is too strong. Even god-kings are no more than ants." "And then?" Suzimo frowned and asked. "The existence in that world wanted to conquer the eternal continent. We fought for hundreds of years and watched as the forces of the continent were defeated. At that time, the ancient god-king risked his life to seal the crack. Without the support from the other side of the crack, we finally caught our breath and defeated the invaders." The blue-robed old man said, "And the thing the ancient god-king used to seal the crack was the heavenly stone of heaven and earth. But how did it fall into your hands?" Suzimo asked. "Did you dare to steal the ancient god-king's things?" "Of course not. The heavenly stone of heaven and earth is formed by the energy of heaven and earth. It contains the mighty power of heaven and earth. After the ancient god-king sealed the crack, only half of the heavenly stone of heaven and earth remained. At that time, the ancient god-king was seriously injured and couldn't even take care of himself. He could only escape to recuperate. The remaining part of the heavenly stone of heaven and earth passed through the endless space and landed in our lizard race's small world. This can be considered fate," the blue-robed old man said with a smile. "But what does this have to do with the extraordinary Meridian Sutra and the Black Dragon King?" Suzimo asked. "Extraordinary Meridian Sutra?" The blue-robed old man was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said, "You mean the cultivation technique that can absorb the divine power of heaven and earth?" "Yes." Suzimo nodded. "When the heavenly stone of heaven and earth landed on the peak of the snow mountain, we weren't elders yet. The elders of the previous generation tried to absorb the power inside. You also know that the lifelong dream of our lizard race is to become a dragon. According to the results of the elders' investigation, as long as we can open the heavenly stone and absorb the power inside, our lizard race can become a dragon. There is hope for our race to become a dragon," the blue-robed old man said. "However, the hardness of this heavenly stone of heaven and earth was beyond our imagination. No matter what method we used, it was useless in the face of pure strength. At that time, the elders had already become saints and had a vast lifespan. Even if they lived for another 10,000 years, it was nothing. Unfortunately, in the end, they chose to sacrifice themselves. For the future of their race, they wanted to break the surface of the heavenly stone of heaven and earth. At this point, the four elders fell silent. After a moment of silence, the blue-robed old man continued, "The elders died, and the four of us naturally became the new elders, leading the four races. Even though the elders sacrificed themselves, in the end, we still underestimated the defense of this heavenly stone. The stone layer on the surface hasn't been broken, only a small crack has appeared." "The fog of the fog forest came from there?" Suzimo asked. "Yes. Although only a small amount of energy came out, it was enough to make us go wild with joy. However, when we tried to absorb this energy, we found that it was not that easy to absorb. Instead, the energy accumulated and almost blocked our meridians," the blue-robed old man said. "Later, through our experiments, we found that the human body is incomparably mysterious. Although the meridians reject this energy, there are some places that can absorb this divine power very well. Thus, after a long period of research, we came up with this so-called extraordinary meridian scripture." "What you're saying is somewhat different from what I understand. Don't you know that the black dragon rules this world?" Suzimo asked. "When the elders of the previous generation went out, they found a heavily injured black dragon. They brought it back to the clan, and only after treating its injuries did they discover that the black dragon was pregnant. Not long after the little black dragon was born, its mother passed away. At the time, we were researching how to absorb the energy of the heavenly stone of heaven and earth. The black dragon's mother took human form and was willing to use her own body as an experimental subject to help us," the blue-robed old man regretfully said. "Although we have researched the so-called 36 mysterious meridians, because of the black dragon's mother's experiments, we have taken many detours. In the end, her body is already in a mess." The blue-robed old man sighed. "The current black dragon king was raised by us, its actions were also instructed by us. Why did you let the black dragon rule this world? I don't really understand." Suzimo shook his head. "You know, you humans have always looked down on us lizard race. Lizard hearts can often be sold for a good price in the outside world. What's even more despicable is that you humans bribed us. A portion of the lizards actually betrayed us and provided information to the humans," the blue-robed elder said hatefully. "The worldly divine stone has always been a big secret within our race, related to our future, so other than us four elders and the black dragon, no one else knows. A few thousand years ago, a traitorous lizard secretly came here, stole the cultivation method we created, which is the mysterious meridian scripture, and finally escaped. This was also something you humans could obtain, otherwise the cultivation method would never have been leaked. It was because of that matter that we were extremely angry, so we decided to seal off the entire small world, until we cracked the worldly divine stone." "Yes," the red-robed elder on the side continued, "but the order to seal off the small world was opposed by many of our race. They didn't want to be frogs at the bottom of a well, separated from the outside world. We were afraid that these lizards would pass the news of the worldly divine stone to the humans, then it would be troublesome. But as elders, we couldn't directly kill those who opposed, otherwise it would definitely cause public anger and panic. So we came up with the Black Dragon King's plan to let it rule this world, while we secretly controlled everything." Hearing this, Yun on the side was in disbelief. This 1,000 years of pain that the lizard race suffered was actually personally arranged by the elders. "Do you know how our race has been all these years?" Yun roared and questioned. "I know, but it's undeniable that the black dragon sometimes has you collect wisteria flowers for its appetite. There are also some black dragon guards who use their power for personal gain, but we have already restrained this situation. In the general direction, as long as you listen to the black dragon's orders, you won't suffer any harm." The green-robed elder shook his head and replied. "For the future of our race, we can only do this. Open the heaven and earth divine stone, and at that time your race will be able to soar, and all of you will be able to transform into dragons. These grievances will eventually be repaid." At this point, the green-robed old man's mood was somewhat downcast. He looked at Suzimo. Originally, everything was going according to plan. Unfortunately, because of Suzimo's arrival, everything was ruined. Their race had spent too much effort on the divine stone of heaven and earth, but in the end, it seemed like it would become someone else's wedding dress. What about Brother Nu Hua? What did you do to him? LV Yun asked loudly. The man from 1,000 years ago? The green-robed elder replied. That's an anomaly. Naturally, we won't let him leave. He is imprisoned in the human pagoda. You can go and take a look. We don't care about his life or death. At this point, the green-robed old man looked at Su Zimo and said, Sir God King, we've told you everything you want to know. We didn't hide anything at all. Can you let us live? I can consider not slaughtering the lizard race. After all, they didn't offend me. However, I still have to kill you 4 old fellows. Su Zimo waved his hand and said indifferently. You're going back on your words. The yellow-robed elder's expression changed. He pointed at Su Zimo and shouted. As the God King, your words are the law. How can you go back on your words so easily? The blue-robed elder also said anxiously. When did I agree? I only said that I would consider it. Su Zimo shook his head. His right hand fell, and a vast divine might descended with a monstrous pressure. Sir, please wait. We know how to open the heaven and earth divine stone. Even if you kill us, you won't be able to obtain it, the blue-robed elder hurriedly shouted. A bunch of trash. Even after 10,000 years, you still haven't comprehended it. Moreover, without you, I can do it myself, Su Zimo coldly said. As the palm fell, the snow mountain was almost razed to the ground. With Su Zimo's strength, he could completely annihilate the 4 elders. Not even their bones would remain. However, he wanted to fuse with the blood lizard's heart. Naturally, he couldn't kill them so thoroughly. Su Zimo still had some restraint when he attacked. He only suppressed the 4 of them and made them unable to move. When the yellow lizards saw this, they all knelt on the ground and looked at Su Zimo in fear. At this moment, the Black Panther and Black Python had already been killed. The Black Dragon King dragged its heavily injured body to the side of the snow mountain. Su Zimo slowly walked over. Looking at the yellow-robed elder, he directly dug out his heart. Demon, you demon! The yellow-robed elder cried out in pain. After digging out the yellow lizard's heart, Su Zimo arrived in front of the blue-robed elder. The blue-robed elder was clearly much calmer. He looked at Su Zimo and said, We accept our defeat wholeheartedly. However, before we die, can you tell me your name so that I can die knowing? My name? Su Zimo shook his head and said, I don't have a name. I'm only a divine king. If I'm not a great emperor, why would I need a name? Great emperor? Is that an even higher existence? The blue-robed elder asked with some yearning. Su Zimo dug out his heart and nodded. He placed the 2 hearts together with the fire lizard's heart and came in front of the divine stone of heaven and earth. Before, it was very difficult to open the 36 extraordinary meridians. However, the appearance of the divine stone of heaven and earth gave him hope. However, the prerequisite was that he could completely break through the stone layer outside. He waved his right hand and the Genesis power in his body surged like a river. It surged and moved the divine stone of heaven and earth into his true fate world. At first, the divine stone resisted, but in the end, in the face of absolute power, it moved bit by bit and flew into Su Zimo's divine continent. The moment the divine stone of heaven and earth entered, Su Zimo directly summoned the chaos bead. The chaos bead traveled through tens of thousands of years and slowly flew out from the depths of the endless void. The chaos bead circled around the divine stone of heaven and earth. In the end, a colorless light shone down from the chaos bead. It landed on the divine stone of heaven and earth. Sensing the illumination of this power, the originally silent divine stone of heaven and earth finally began to move. It began to tremble and sway. Rumble. A soft sound came from the inside. The stone layer on the surface began to fall off bit by bit. As the stone layer fell off, the entire divine stone of heaven and earth trembled even more violently. Dazzling rays of light began to emit from within. The surface of the heavenly stone of heaven and earth began to crack, and the chaos bead spun faster and faster. It surpassed time and space, as if it had surpassed fate and the great Tao. Time was being accelerated infinitely. The surrounding void was constantly expanding in destruction and rebirth. After an unknown amount of time, It might have been an instant, or it might have been the snap of a finger in an ancient era. Kacha-kacha sounds of cracking could be heard, and cracks covered the surface of the heaven and earth divine stone. In the end, accompanied by a boom sound, the dust settled, the layer of stone shattered, and the entire world shook because of it. A beam of light shot straight into the clouds, breaking through the entire layer of clouds, breaking through the wind and waves, surging into the firmament. After the stone layer broke, the heavenly stone of heaven and earth was actually not very big. It was about 1 meter in diameter. It was emitting a dazzling golden light. Within the golden light, there were 2 rays of light, black and white, intertwining and blending. In the divine mainland, Suzimo had thrown the void spirit monkey into the divine mainland. Later, it was picked up by the natives here. When he took the void spirit monkey back, he gave a book to the natives. This book recorded the use of words in detail, as well as some knowledge about animal husbandry and sowing seeds. The humans in this world were no longer living aimlessly. Instead, they had a fixed residence and could use flames to breed animals to provide for their own food and clothing. Although it was still very difficult, the initial results were already showing. It was good enough that they could survive in the end. At this moment, when the golden light of the heavenly stone of heaven and earth shone, all the creatures on this continent could see it. When they saw this phenomenon, it was just like when they did not understand wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. They were all amazed by the workmanship of nature. Some of the more imaginative people had already started to imagine myths and legends. With the birth of a myth, it attracted the attention of humans. Therefore, all kinds of myths and legends were born one after another through the imagination of humans. For the first time, this world had the embryonic form of a legend of ghosts and gods. At this moment, Suzimo felt the power of the heavenly stone of heaven and earth. This power had completely spread. Even if he stood in front of it and took a breath, he would feel enlightened. He felt as if he had been enlightened and every cell in his body had been opened. He enjoyed the feeling of being opened up. Because of this power, the divine power of heaven and earth in his extraordinary meridian surged like a long river and endless swamp. The 11th extraordinary meridian had already been opened. Suzimo sat in front of the worldly divine stone and absorbed for dozens of days. In these dozens of days, every time he breathed, every pore on his body opened, and the divine power of heaven and earth continued to pour into him. From time to time, explosive sounds could be heard coming from his body. Every time he breathed, the mist he exhaled was like a long dragon. The surface of Suzimo's skin became increasingly white. With the opening of his mysterious meridians, Suzimo felt that his control over his body had improved yet again. It was as if this would allow him to control the power in his body more clearly. 12 extraordinary meridians, 13 extraordinary meridians, 14 extraordinary meridians. It was not until one afternoon, dozens of days later, that the sunlight on the divine land dimmed. The sun began to set in the west. Under the sunset, lonely birds flew and fallen leaves drifted. Suzimo's surroundings were already filled with dense mist, and the divine power of heaven and earth enveloped his entire being. The worldly divine stone had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. Rumbling sounds could be heard coming from Suzimo's body. Not long after, Suzimo suddenly opened his eyes. With an explosion, it was as if some shackles in his body had been broken. The 15th extraordinary meridian, which was also the 3rd great extraordinary meridian, had been opened. The divine power of heaven and earth began to condense in his abdomen. Suzimo stood up and stretched his waist. A series of crackling sounds could be heard. At this moment, not only did his strength increase, but even the power of the heaven-shaking force began to condense in his body. Becoming a divine king was already the peak that humans could reach. At this moment, whether it was becoming a great emperor or ascending to immortality, it was the opening of a door to another world. The foundation was extremely important. Suzimo felt that it was necessary for him to investigate the details of the changes after becoming a divine king. After all, this was something that he could not come into contact with based on his previous life's experience. He looked at the worldly divine stone in front of him, which sank him and the chaos bead into the depths of the void. He would take it out the next time he cultivated. Although there was hope for him to open all 36 extraordinary meridians, this kind of thing had to be done step by step. It would be better to open a large meridian first, familiarize himself with the power, and accumulate some accumulation before cultivating. After leaving the divine land, Suzimo's figure appeared on the snowy mountain. The 4 elders of the lizard clan had been killed, and the black dragon king had been devoured by the 2 divine dragons of ice and fire. As for the remaining yellow lizard, which was useless, Suzimo simply let it go. At this moment, only he and Elvi Yun were left on the snowy mountain. Elvi Yun sat on the ground in a daze. What had happened today had somewhat shattered her worldview. After all, the real culprit behind this was the elder of her clan. She had suffered a huge blow. Suzimo did not care. He directly condensed the yellow lizard's heart and the fire lizard's heart. Following the previous method, he began to form seals. Compared to the fusion of the fire lizard's heart, the jade lizard's heart was obviously more difficult. Not only was the process more cumbersome, but the 2 lizards' hearts were struggling and rioting more intensely. The consumption of the fusion stone also increased exponentially. But fortunately, Suzimo's realm was very high, and he could easily suppress it. After waiting for a whole night, the fusion of the jade lizard's heart was finally completed. Then, he took out the blue lizard's heart. The blue lizard's heart had to be at least 10,000 years old. Fortunately, Suzimo met these elders. Otherwise, ordinary blue lizards would be useless. As long as he fused with the blue lizard's heart, he could get the beginner's light red lizard's heart. At that time, after being roasted by the divine dragon's fire, it would become a blood lizard's heart. Suzimo found that the fusion stone required for this fusion was beyond his imagination. But fortunately, he had won enough in the martial arts arena before. The difficulty of the fusion of the blue lizard's heart had increased exponentially. After a few days and nights, Suzimo carefully fused it. The fog on the surface of the fusion stone dissipated, and a brand new, light red heart emerged from it. Within the heart, a lizard shadow was roaring. This lizard looked a bit like the ancient lizard elder, but it was much smaller and lighter in color. The whole heart beat rhythmically with a thump-thump-thump sound, as if it was a real life. Even though it was not a real blood lizard's heart, Suzimo could already feel the power contained in it. He put away the light red heart and slowly walked in front of Elvi Yun. "Get up," Suzimo said aloud. "What?" Elvi Yun raised her head blankly and looked at Suzimo with lifeless eyes. "Go find the fire of the divine dragon and save your brother Fury," Suzimo said. "What's there to be despondent about? Rumor has it that the 4 elders died under the black dragon and are already dead. The other clansmen don't know the truth. The lizard clan can start anew, why cling to things that shouldn't be?" After a long time, Elvi Yun's eyes regained their luster as she looked at Suzimo and muttered to herself, "Start anew? Let's go to the human pagoda," Suzimo said. Elvi Yun stood up and followed closely behind Suzimo. Because the Black Dragon King was already dead, Suzimo was not afraid of alerting the enemy. He summoned the divine dragon and sat on its back with Elvi Yun. Together, they headed towards the Blue Lizard clan's territory, the human pagoda. The divine dragon shuttled through the clouds, roaring as it soared through the clouds. A gust of wind blew past from both sides, blowing the long hair on Elvi Yun's forehead. Her head became much clearer as she stared blankly at Suzimo for a long time before suddenly saying, "Can you stay?" "What? Have you taken a fancy to me?" Suzimo smiled. "If you can lead our lizard clan, I believe you will definitely have great achievements," Elvi Yun said. "Forget it, your temple is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like me," Suzimo said with a smile. Hearing Suzimo's words, Elvi Yun nodded in a daze and said, "That's true, after all, you are already a divine king. Don't we have heavenly venerable Fury?" "I believe he can do it," Suzimo said with a smile. "We don't know whether Brother Fury is dead or alive, sigh." Elvi Yun sighed slightly. Leaving Suzimo behind, other than for the sake of her race, how could she not have some selfish motives? The two sat on the divine dragon's back. The divine dragon was extremely fast, crossing more than 10 kilometers in a few light speeds. About an hour later, the divine dragon finally stopped in the sky above a city. The architecture of this city was very interesting. It was built in the shape of a 5-pointed star. This was also where the blue lizards lived. The 5 wide city gates were connected together, looking like 5 cities arranged in the shape of a pentagram. At the center of the pentagram was a tower that was about 10,000 feet tall. The tower stood tall on the ground. It was completely black and had 17 floors. The tip of the tower was extremely sharp, and there were blue lizards patrolling below it. Seeing this scene, Suzimo laughed in the sky and said, "It seems that only you green lizards and red lizards have a more miserable life. The other lizards have their own missions." Yin narrowed her eyes and remained silent. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the divine dragon descended with majestic dragon might. The blue lizards below immediately noticed the abnormality. When they looked up, they saw the huge divine dragon instantly freeze in place. "Dragon, dragon," someone stuttered. At this moment, some of the blue lizards were stunned in place, and some directly knelt down. To the lizards, dragons were too much of a revered and extravagant hope. Suzimo and Yin walked down from the divine dragon and directly grabbed a blue lizard next to them and asked, "Where is Heavenly Venerable Raph?" "What Heavenly Venerable Raph?" The blue lizard was at a loss. "A human was imprisoned here 1,000 years ago. Don't you know?" Yin frowned and asked. The human is on the 16th floor," the blue lizard quickly replied. Seeing the two figures disappear into the human tower, the blue lizard did not have the chance to finish saying "you can't go in" before it was killed by the sword chi that flew out. After entering the human tower, Suzimo realized that it was extremely dark inside. It was like a prison. This place was filled with foreign intruders. Most of them were humans. There was a rotten stench in the space, and it was damp and cold. The people who were imprisoned here were basically not cared for and could only wait for death. If they were hungry, they could kill each other and eat the people who were also imprisoned here. Suzimo saw many corpses inside. Even though it had been a long time in this airless space, it still smelled so bad that he wanted to vomit. The two quickly walked through the first floor. The distance between each floor was 100 meters, and they all used teleportation formations. When Suzimo and Yin reached the 16th floor, the space here was not very big. There were rows of crosses in front of them, and corpses were tied to the crosses. They seemed to have been tortured. "Your lizard race has such a place?" Suzimo laughed. "I don't know either." Yin shook her head gloomily. "Look around here and see if Heavenly Venerable Wrath is here," Suzimo said. He did not help. Instead, he took the teleportation formation to the 17th floor of the human tower, which was also the highest floor. The so-called divine dragon fire was here. The last step of the blood lizard's heart was to use the divine dragon fire to temper it. The divine dragon fire here was different from the fire that Suzimo's divine continent's divine dragon spat out. This was the fire attribute divine dragon's true life flame. Only after its death would this flame have a very small chance of appearing. With the tempering of the divine dragon fire, the blood lizard's heart would have divinity. When Suzimo arrived at the 17th floor, he found that the vision here was much brighter. The space was not too big. On the high platform in front of him, a golden flame was burning fiercely. This flame surged, sometimes soaring in the sky, sometimes roaring like a divine dragon. Suzimo walked over and waved his right hand, directly suppressing the divine dragon fire. He placed the light red lizard on the flame and controlled the temperature of the flame to temper the heart bit by bit. This was a long process. Under the tempering of the golden flame, the heart became more and more solid. Suzimo did not care about the heart anymore. Instead, he went to the 16th floor. Among the many corpses, Yin was holding one of the corpses that was covered in blood and flesh, constantly calling out. Suzimo slowly came over and said, "Let me take a look." He placed his hands on the chest of the corpse. Although the corpse had been abused to the point that it was unrecognizable, Suzimo still felt a weak breath. The tree of life in his body was surging, and Suzimo poured the power of life into the corpse. As long as it was not a true death, Suzimo, who had the tree of life, could treat almost anyone. With the entry of the power of life, the corpse began to slowly change. The wounds on its body were healing. "Can it still be saved?" Yin asked expectantly. The next moment, as soon as her voice fell, the corpse's fingers suddenly moved. The pair of tightly closed eyes also slowly opened, as if it had seen the light again, with too many vicissitudes. "Brother Fury, do you still remember me? Are you okay?" Yin quickly asked. The corpse opened its eyes and stared at LV Yun for a long time before asking with cracked lips, "Little Yun, where is this?" "This is the human pagoda. I'm here to save you," LV Yun quickly said. Go quickly. "If they discover us," Heavenly Venerate Wrath said hurriedly. LV Yun interrupted him and replied, "It's okay. The Elder and the Black Dragon are both dead. There won't be any more danger." "They're all dead? That's good." Heavenly Venerate Wrath breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the ground to recover from his injuries. "Take care of him." After saving Heavenly Venerate Wrath, Su Zimo returned to the 17th floor. The light red heart flickered in the flames. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat sounded as if it was really alive. The incubation time of the blood lizard's heart exceeded Su Zimo's expectations. It took an entire month. The heart had just recovered from the tempering of the divine dragon fire. Its original light red color began to change into a blood red color. It was bright red, as if the real heart had just been plucked out. The purple veins and patterns were clearly visible. Su Zimo put away the heart and left the human pagoda with LV Yun and Heavenly Venerate Wrath. Along the way, Heavenly Venerate Wrath expressed his gratitude to Su Zimo. "I should also go," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Brother, are you going back to the human pagoda?" Heavenly Venerate Wrath asked. "Yes, do you want to go together?" Su Zimo said. "Forget it. I want to see Qing'er. I can stay here in the future." Heavenly Venerate Wrath shook his head with a smile. After sending the two to the Green Lizard Village, Su Zimo didn't say much. He used absolute power to tear open the small world's barrier and gradually disappeared. LV Yun's eyes wavered as she watched Su Zimo leave. "Sometimes, you have to say what you like," Heavenly Venerate Wrath said with a smile. "Brother Wrath, what are you talking about? I don't understand." LV Yun hurriedly retracted her gaze and lowered her head in panic. "Some people, once lost, will never be met again." "You didn't grasp the opportunity," Exalted Celestial Fury said. "I know," LV Yun replied in low spirits. "But so what if I say it? Do you think you will stay for someone?" In the autumn afternoon, the wind was cool. At the location of the World Royal Sacred Sect, layers upon layers of grand formations enveloped the entire sect. Endless spiritual energy gathered at the center of the formation. Dense fog lingered in the center of the formation, and the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. It was obvious that the formation was extraordinary. The elders who were guarding the outer layer all had solemn expressions, not daring to relax in the slightest. This was because no one knew when the two mystical dragons would return. The entire World Emperor Sacred Sect had a solemn look on their faces. In the grand meeting hall of the World Emperor Sacred Sect, many elders were gathered here. Zhang Tianlin tapped the side of his chair with his right index finger. A glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, "How long has it been since the direct disciples left the sect to search for the blood lizard's heart?" Reporting to Sect Master, "It has been more than 2 months," the elder beside him hurriedly replied. "After such a long time, did they meet with trouble or did they all die?" Zhang Tianlin frowned. "We still don't know. We can only send people to Furious Flame City to check if there is any news of them," Red King Huangfu Xian replied. "But during this period of time, the two mystical dragons have not appeared. Should it be over?" "No, before the blood lizard's heart arrives, we cannot let down our guard," Zhang Tianlin shook his head and said. While everyone was discussing, they suddenly heard 2 loud dragon roars coming from afar. "They're here." Everyone's expression greatly changed. Zhang Tianlin suddenly stood up and looked outside with a deep gaze. In the sky above the World Emperor Sacred Sect, 1 ice and 1 fire mystical dragon soared into the sky. The scarlet flames burned fiercely, blending together with the ice-blue ice. It was as if the ice and fire had merged, illuminating half the sky. The 2 mystical dragons swung their tails, and the huge tails heavily slapped on the defensive formation. With a boom, the formation began to shake and cracks appeared on it. Seeing this situation, the World King said with a heavy tone, "No, our formation can't last for long." "Follow me to face the enemy," Zhang Tianlin said indifferently. "First, input your energy into the formation and try to stabilize it." Many elders of the World Emperor Sacred Sect sat cross-legged. No one dared to have the slightest reservation. Their spiritual energy was all poured into the defensive formation because everyone's spiritual energy was different. When everyone circulated their cultivation technique together, the spiritual energy in the sky was like a rainbow, appearing in all kinds of colors. After the vast amount of spiritual energy poured into the formation, the cracks on the surface began to heal. The two mystical dragons in the sky seemed to be somewhat angry. They roared angrily. Their huge bodies hovered in the sky. The sky was once again covered by dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The red dragon opened his fangs, and a fiery red fireball that was so hot that it could melt the void was spat out from his mouth. After the fireball appeared in front of him, the red dragon's pupils turned vertical, and his body emitted a majestic dragon's aura. Waves of dragon flames spread out from his body. The fireball absorbed the dragon flames and instantly became dozens of times larger. Then, its tail wrapped around the fireball and directly swung down with force. Looking at the fireball falling from the sky, it was so huge that it almost blotted out the sky. Everyone in the formation was shocked. Even if they were far away, they could feel the heat from it. When the fireball hit the defensive formation like a spark, an explosion that could almost shatter one's eardrums sounded. A hot air wave rose from the surroundings, and the dense cracks on the formation became more and more. Many elders below had a dignified expression, and they were all doing their best to resist. I can't hold on anymore. A roar with difficulty sounded. As soon as the voice fell, the body of one of the elders was ignited and directly burned to ashes. The others were frightened and didn't dare to show off. Those who felt the danger quickly retreated. Give up. Everyone, retreat to the side with me and fight these two dragons, Zhang Tianlin began to order when he saw that he couldn't hold on. When everyone retreated, the formation without support couldn't even hold on for a moment and was directly penetrated. The fireball fell from the sky, as if it was going to swallow the entire earth. Another explosion sounded. Everyone only felt the ground begin to shake as if there was an earthquake. The fireball smashed heavily into the ground inside the array. Before Zhang Tianlin and the others could react, the two mystical dragons went around them and soared into the sky towards the World Royal Sacred Sect. What are they trying to do? Zhang Tianlin frowned and ordered, don't block them, follow them. Seeing that the two divine dragons had given up on everyone, they did not attack anymore and walked straight into the sect. Zhang Tianlin and the other elders were puzzled. When everyone followed closely behind, they saw the divine dragon arrive at the goddess peak where Huangfu Xianxia lived. With a swing of its tail, it shattered the barrier on the mountain peak. This? The group of elders was confused. They were all puzzled. Who else is on the goddess peak? Zhang Tianlin asked. I don't think so. After Huangfu Xianxia went to the misty forest, no one lives there, the elder beside him replied. No, have you forgotten Lin Qiu's companion? Huangfu Xian frowned. You're talking about that girl, right? Her name seems to be Nine Nether, Zhang Tianlin nodded and replied. Previously, we were afraid that Lin Qiu would not return, so we left this woman in the sect. It seems that we haven't paid attention to her for a while. During this period of time, everyone had been busy with the divine dragon and finding a way to deal with it. They had no time to pay attention to this woman. Now that they saw the divine dragon here, they were naturally puzzled. After the blue dragon shattered the barrier, its huge body slowly stopped on the mountain peak. Nine Nether stood on the mountain peak and looked at the dragon that was close to her. She was scared out of her wits. The majestic dragon's might filled the surroundings. The dragon's breath was like a tornado, wreaking havoc in the air. Seeing Nine Nether's terrified expression, the blue dragon turned its head and patted its back with its claws. Nine Nether was stunned. Seeing that the blue dragon did not hurt her, she asked tentatively, "You want me to sit on it?" The blue dragon nodded slightly. Its ice blue eyes were emotionless. The dragon race was proud. If it were not for Suzimo's orders, they would not allow anyone to ride on them. When Nine Nether carefully climbed onto the dragon's back, the two dragons roared at the sky. Their huge bodies stirred up a storm as they soared into the sky and flew towards the distant horizon. This? Everyone from the Sacred World Emperor sect was stunned. They're leaving just like that? An elder asked uncertainly. What else do you want? Are you satisfied after destroying the sect? Zhang Tianlin said angrily. Sect master, this matter is very strange, King Qi, Huangfu Xian, said. Someone must be up to no good. Clean up the sect first, then send someone to investigate, Zhang Tianlin said. The sect has suffered a huge loss this time around. I'm afraid that the other powers have already found out about this. Su Zimo did not waste any time after leaving the lizard race's small world. He directly rushed in the direction of the Fire Brilliance City. He had obtained the Blood Lizard's heart for a certain item in the number 1 store of Eternity. Although he didn't know exactly what was inside, Su Zimo had a vague guess. Although the southern region could be considered to be incomparably vast, the distance between the Furious Fire City and the Fire Brilliance City was actually not too far. Wrath Flame City was located right beside the 9 Firmament Emperor sect, especially the dense fog forest. Su Zimo rode on the Dark Heaven Tiger and arrived in front of the Fire Glory City in about half a month. It was still the familiar city. A few brilliant flames were burning on the city walls. At the city gate, Su Zimo saw Nine Nether's figure. She had been waiting at the city gate. When she caught sight of Su Zimo's arrival, Nine Nether's face was filled with shock. She looked at Su Zimo and hesitated for a moment before saying, "You. What's wrong?" Su Zimo chuckled. "You were the one who arranged everything with the World Emperor Sacred Sect, including those 2 god dragons?" Nine Nether asked in shock. "Knowing so much won't do you any good. It's fine as long as you're safe." Su Zimo waved his hand dismissively. Nine Nether nodded her head and followed Su Zimo into the city. She asked, "When are we heading to the battlefield of gods and devils?" "Today." Su Zimo replied. "So fast?" Nine Nether was stunned. "Why? You don't want to go?" "And no." Nine Nether waved her hand hurriedly. "Let's go today then." The two of them headed straight for the number 1 store of Eternity. Perhaps it was because the items in this store were way too expensive that there were very few customers. When Su Zimo and Nine Nether arrived, they realized that there were only 2 people inside. An old granny and a young girl. The old granny was already very old. She held a silver cane in her hand. Her clothes were light blue and looked very plain. She had a head full of silver hair and her forehead was full of wrinkles. Her eyes were already blurred from old age. Even when she walked, she needed the young girl beside her to support her. And this young girl was wearing a long white dress. The first impression she gave was that she was delicate and pretty, like a spring breeze. When she smiled, it was especially comfortable. Especially those white and tender cheeks, they were so tender that it was as if water could be squeezed out. The young girl looked a few years younger than Su Zimo. She was supporting the old granny to look around the store. Su Zimo looked around for a while, but didn't pay too much attention to it. He walked in. The shopkeeper of the store before was a puppet. He was only passively doing some things and guarding the store. Now, it was a different person. Su Zimo saw clearly that this person had flesh and blood. Obviously, this was a real human. This shopkeeper looked exactly the same as the puppet from before. There was no sense of disharmony in the puppet technique. "Sir, what do you want?" the shopkeeper asked with a smile. Su Zimo pointed at the wooden box above his head. He had seen it in advance. The wooden box was dark brown and covered with runes. It seemed to be sealing something. The shopkeeper looked at the wooden box and quickly flipped through the book on the table. After a moment, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "The lost treasure box has existed since the opening of the Aeon shop. No one knows what's inside, but it contains a rich wood attribute power. You need the blood lizard's heart to exchange for it." Su Zimo didn't say anything and directly took out the blood lizard's heart. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Young master is so capable. As far as I know, this fusion method has been lost. Especially in the swamp, it's very dangerous. Why are you talking so much? Take the box down." Su Zimo waved his hand and said. The wooden box was embedded in the dragon pillar in the middle of the store. The shopkeeper waved his hands. A white spiritual energy shot out from his hand and directly pierced through a part of the dragon pillar. The wooden box naturally fell to the ground. The shopkeeper caught it with a red tray and presented it in front of Suzimo with both hands. Suzimo took the wooden box. He felt the phoenix slaying bead and weak water bead in his body trembling more violently. Although the wooden box had a seal, it seemed to be only to protect the item inside. It didn't resist Suzimo. When Suzimo poured spiritual energy into it, the seal disappeared. With a bang, the wooden shell at the top shattered. Inside, there was a dark green bead. The rich life energy it emitted hit him in the face. This life energy didn't belong to humans. It was more like flowers and trees. Ewood bead. Suzimo muttered to himself. The legend of the 5 spirit pearls had been circulating in the Yuanyang continent for a long time. It was said that the day the 5 spirit pearls gathered could even change the situation of the entire continent. Suzimo had obtained the phoenix slaying pearl and the weak water pearl before. Now, this was the 3rd Ewood pearl. The so-called Ewood was the beginning and end of all things. Suzimo had guessed before that when the 2 spirit pearls in his body vibrated, the item in this box must be related to the 5 spirit pearls. Although the Eternal Continent and the Yuanyang continent were 2 different continents, Suzimo believed that no one from the Yuanyang continent had come here since he could come here. If an ancient existence came here, it would not be strange to bring one of the 5 spirit pearls to this world. The moment the box was opened, a strong aura of life filled the air. The old woman next to him focused her turbid eyes on the wooden box in Suzimo's hand. "I want this box," the old woman suddenly said in a hoarse voice. Suzimo chuckled and looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper smiled and looked at the old woman with embarrassment. He said, "Madam, this box has been sold to this distinguished customer. You'd better choose another one." "I want this box," the old woman said stubbornly. "This?" The shopkeeper shook his head slightly and said, "Madam, please don't make things difficult for me. Kunlun is famous. I am Xianxia. Heaven and earth revolves, and I will never be destroyed." The old woman murmured a few words in a low voice. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression changed greatly. He stared at the old woman for a long time. Then he asked, "May I know who you are?" "Give me a pen," the old woman said. As soon as she finished speaking, the shopkeeper waved his right hand. A piece of yellow paper and a pen flew out of the air. The girl in the white dress quickly helped the old woman sit down. She picked up the pen and began to write something. After a long time, the old woman folded the yellow paper and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper turned sideways and opened the paper. His pupils suddenly shrank when he glanced at it. This, he murmured in surprise. Finally, he took a deep breath and put the yellow paper away. "Please forgive me for offending you, madam." The shopkeeper bowed deeply to the old woman and then turned to look at Suzimo. He said, "Sir, I'm sorry. I can't sell this wooden box to you. To express my apology, you can take any item in our shop. I'll give it to you for free." "Give it to me for free?" Suzimo frowned. "I worked so hard to prepare this blood lizard's heart. I've already sold it, and now you're telling me that you want to take it back? Are you looking down on? Before this item leaves the shop, I have the right to decide." The shopkeeper smiled, then looked at Suzimo and said, "I don't know who you are, but it's best that you don't cause trouble here. It's not something you can handle." "Is that so?" Suzimo sneered. He took the Emu pearl and said, "It's here. You can try to snatch it from me. You don't know what you're talking about." The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and snorted. His figure changed quickly and his big hand directly grabbed at Suzimo. In the next moment, a beast roar sounded from the void. The dark sky tiger's big paw reached out from the void and slapped the shopkeeper away. The dark sky tiger landed on the ground and looked at the shopkeeper with bloodshot eyes. Its roar shook the void and its huge body almost occupied half of the shop. "Bastard!" The shopkeeper roared furiously. The aura around him suddenly changed. Endless spiritual energy gathered above his head. A storm surged and the entire shop shook. In just a few breaths of time, a vast expanse of sky was formed above his head. This was almost an inconceivable thing. Winds and clouds surged in the sky, vast and boundless. The shopkeeper's power became stronger and stronger. He held the sky with his hand and the storm above his head. He directly attacked the dark sky tiger. Unfortunately, the dark sky tiger was already at the peak of the heavenly fusion realm. Suzimo could see that the shopkeeper had just entered the heavenly fusion realm. With a boom, the dark sky tiger's sharp claws fell and directly tore the sky above the shopkeeper's head apart. For a moment, the wind howled and the shopkeeper was sent flying. His body crashed heavily into the dragon pillar in the shop. Suzimo looked at the dark sky tiger and saw that its claws were blood red. It was obviously severely injured. The shopkeeper was not bad to be able to injure the dark sky tiger while suppressing its cultivation level. You dare to offend the dark sky clan. You will not have a good ending, the shopkeeper said angrily. He struggled to stand up and wanted to fight again. Unfortunately, his internal organs seemed to have been shattered and he could not move. You're not its opponent. Let me do it. At this moment, the old lady next to him stood up. She held a silver walking stick and walked over step by step. Granny, be careful, the girl in the white dress beside her hurriedly reminded her. It's fine. Ning-er, go to the side and wait. I don't want to accidentally hurt you, the old lady said with a smile. The silver walking stick in her hand trembled slightly and an extremely powerful aura erupted from it. Young man, I was unkind in this matter. I won't kill you. I'll just give you a small warning, the old lady said. On the silver walking stick, dark spiritual energy began to condense from the surroundings. This spiritual energy carried a cold and dark aura. As more and more spiritual energy flowed in, the outline of a large hall appeared on the old lady's walking stick. The Nine Nether River flowed quietly outside the hall. Accompanied by low growls, ferocious faces struggled above the hall. It was as if a certain place was reflected on the walking stick. The hall was dark and deep as if it was located in the depths of the void. It carried the aura of death. This is... The shopkeeper next to her was shocked. He muttered, as expected, it's someone from the underworld clan. Today, I'll kill this demon beast as a lesson to you. The old lady suddenly opened her eyes. They were no longer murky like before. Instead, they carried a strong aura of death. It was as if thousands of ghosts were calling in her eyes, ready to crawl out at any time. They carried a bloodthirsty horror. Soul, come, the old lady shouted. From the shadow of the hall on the walking stick, a strong aura of death spread out. The aura of death floated in the air and enveloped the dark sky tiger. As the dark sky tiger struggled in pain, it was as if its soul was about to be dragged into it and tortured. You're quite something. Suzimo smiled. But you old thing, you're about to die. Instead of spending your old age in peace, you just had to cause trouble outside. He looked at the Ewood pearl in his hand and flicked it into the dark sky tiger's mouth. In the next moment, a strong aura of life filled its body. When the Ewood bead entered its body, the dark sky tiger's body shook violently. The deathly aura on the surface of its skin that was pulling at its soul was isolated. No matter how hard it tried, it was useless. What is this? The old lady asked with a frown. Looks like you can't do it either. Suzimo laughed. Laugh. Without the deathly aura restraining it, the dark sky tiger quickly broke free and pounced on the old lady again. Its huge body brought with it a majestic beast aura. Styx River, the old lady shouted softly. The river surrounding the palace started to flow and suddenly enlarged by dozens of times. The Black River was extremely deep, as if it had buried all the sins in the world. The thick and pitch-black river water flowed over and wrapped around the dark sky tiger. The dark sky tiger's claws had just touched the river water when it felt a decaying aura. It quickly retracted its claws. Dark restriction, the old lady shouted again. The illusory image of the ancient palace was enlarged. Then, it spun in the air and shrouded the dark sky tiger with dense black gas. Before the old lady could heave a sigh of relief, a figure suddenly appeared behind her and slapped her down. With a boom, an endless amount of divine power was contained in this slap. It was extremely powerful. The old lady was directly sent flying. A mouthful of black blood floated in the air. Granny. The girl in the white dress ran over anxiously. Sneak attack? The old lady stood up and looked over gloomily. The person who had sneaked an attack was Nine Nether. I haven't even made a move and you've already fallen. You're really weak. Suzimo shook his head. He did not let Nine Nether sneak an attack. Perhaps Nine Nether was worried about the dark sky tiger's safety. Shameless. The girl in the white dress snorted. What? Do I have to set up an arena for you to fight one-on-one to be fair? Suzimo laughed. The girl in the white dress did not answer. Instead, she turned to the old lady and asked worriedly, Granny, are you okay? The old woman shook her head and stood up again. She stared at Suzimo and said, Junior, you are too presumptuous. The dark gray spirit chi on her body surged again, and the misty hall in her hand enveloped Suzimo. Suzimo smiled as he looked at the palace that was magnified dozens of times. He directly slapped him. With a loud explosion, the hall was completely smashed into pieces. The entire store shook. The old woman's face turned pale and she couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. You. She looked at Suzimo in shock. A puny semi-sage dares to provoke me? Who gave you the confidence? Suzimo walked over step by step. He came to the old lady's side and slapped her. The old woman was sent flying by the slap. You want the Ewood bead? I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Suzimo shook his head. The dark sky tiger beside him took the opportunity to rush forward and stomp on the old woman's body with its paw. You killed someone from the mansion of the dead. The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically as he looked at Suzimo and shouted. Why? Can't I? Suzimo laughed. You are finished. That is the descendant of the Netherworld Divine King. Once the mansion of the dead finds out, no one can save you. The shopkeeper kept retreating and warned. I need someone to save me? How dare a descendant of the Divine King be so arrogant? I have killed countless descendants of the great emperors. Suzimo waved his hand and said. Don't worry, you will accompany him soon. Why are you so surprised? If you kill me, no matter where you are, the Great Clan will not let you go. The shopkeeper quickly said, why don't we make a deal? Let me go and I promise not to take revenge. I will also keep this matter a secret for you. No, I don't trust you. Suzimo shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, his right foot stomped down. Bang! Accompanied by a painful scream, blood dyed half of the wall red. Suzimo turned around and looked at everything in the shop. He shook his head and sighed, really, I only wanted a wooden box. Why did you have to give me everything? He waved his right hand and put everything in the shop into his true fate world. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was empty. What about her? Nine Nether pointed at the girl in white who was scared out of her wits and asked. Suzimo looked at her delicate face and shook his head, she is too innocent. I can't do it. He patted Nine Nether's shoulder and smiled, then I'll leave it to you. After all, you have to remove the roots. Looking at Suzimo's back as he left the shop, Nine Nether gritted her teeth in anger. The door of the #1 shop in history was closed and never opened again. Suzimo and Nine Nether did not stay in Blazing Fire City and headed straight for the battlefield of gods and demons. When the two were completely away from the city, the void of the shop began to surge. Two figures, one big and one small, walked out from it. The small figure looked at the messy shop and asked, Master, why didn't you do anything just now? I couldn't see through that young man, the big figure sighed and shook his head. Then what do we do now? This place is destroyed. Not only are our people killed, but the underworld will also blame us. After all, he is the direct descendant of the Netherworld King, the small figure asked. Inform the underworld that we are returning to the clan. I'm afraid something big is going to happen this time, the big figure replied and hid in the void again. The battlefield of gods and demons was located at the border of the southern and western regions. In the ancient era of the gods and demons, this was the place where the two races fought. After the two races disappeared, this place was still a famous dangerous place in the Eternal Continent. Most people still came here to adventure, to trace the glory of the ancient gods and demons, and occasionally to get some relics. About the gods and demons, from ancient times until now, the discussion, tracing, and discussion had never stopped. Some remnants of the god race and the demon race were living in hiding here. In the 4 regions of the Eternal Continent, each region only had one transmission formation to the battlefield of gods and demons. The transmission formation of the southern region was in Aeon City, which was also the main city of the territory ruled by the Eternal God sect. Only they were qualified to manage this transmission formation, because they were the undisputed overlords of the southern region. The place Suzimo and Nine Nether were going to was Aeon City. The two of them passed through several cities, and after passing through several teleportation arrays, they finally arrived at Aeon City a month later. This was the symbol of the southern region's largest and most famous city. The towering city stood on this vast land with an ancient aura. Looking from afar, Aeon City was vast and boundless. It was as if a giant beast was crawling on this vast land. The city was bustling. The entire city was made of bluestone bricks and tiles. Some of the quaint city walls were newly built, while others had modeled traces. Obviously, they were very old. Once, the world on the other side of the Immortal Path Bridge attacked and occupied the Eternal Continent. Aeon City was the first barrier, and it could be said that it had contributed greatly at that time. It was said that the battle almost destroyed the entire city. After people rebuilt it, some of the ancient ruins were preserved. Suzimo and Nine Nether walked into the city. The city was divided into 4 districts, and each district was very vast. The two of them entered the North City district. Guards in golden armor stood solemnly on both sides of the gate. On the tall city wall, there was only the word Aeon. The words were thick and majestic, as if they were printed on the city wall. They were one with the bluestone bricks and tiles, and had a very charming ancient aura. It was said that these words were once written by the Aeon God King himself. When later generations rebuilt Aeon City, they found these stones with the words printed on them in the ruins and pieced them together. Walking into the city, the main street in front of them was wide and flat. It could almost accommodate dozens of people side by side. People came and went on the street. In addition to the shops on both sides, there was also a special area for some hawkers to set up their stalls. It was now afternoon. The autumn dusk was a little dim. There was no sunset glow or fiery clouds. Only the setting sun was emitting as much afterglow as possible. Aeon City had strict rules. Once afternoon passed, the teleportation formation to the battlefield of gods and demons would be closed. It would only open again at dawn the next day. Because there was only one teleportation formation in each region that could go to the battlefield of gods and demons, in the vast southern region, anyone who wanted to go to the battlefield of gods and demons had to gather in Aeon City. The North District of Aeon City was specially prepared for people who wanted to go to the battlefield of gods and demons. Because there were too many people, everyone had to line up according to the rules. Suzimo and Nine Nether went to the North District to get their identity cards. The two of them were ranked 315th. There were more than 3,000 people in front of them. According to the daily teleportation of 500 people, Suzimo would have to wait at least a week to go to the battlefield of gods and demons. The two of them found an inn in the North City district. Although it was a little urgent, this kind of thing could not be rushed. Fortunately, the Aeon City was vast and there were all kinds of places. If he had free time, he could look around. By the time they returned to the inn, the sky had already darkened. Suzimo began to cultivate in his room in the inn. Suzimo could put aside the matter of opening his extraordinary meridians for now. He was confident that he could open 15 extraordinary meridians. He was already invincible against god kings in the same realm. Once he opened his strange meridians again, he might even be able to rival peak entering immortality. He really didn't think much of ordinary entering immortals. Previously, when he was at the god-slaying palace, Suzimo had obtained a great dream technique. Bai Chongfeng, the god of slaughter, had died because he practiced this technique. In the end, the world had changed and the world had changed. Later on, Suzimo had Bai Chongfeng become the lord of hell of the divine land, ruling over the 6 paths of samsara and the 18 levels of hell. Now, Suzimo just happened to want to try this great dream technique. The strength of the great dream technique lies in its ability to temper one's state of mind and give enough time to hone one's meridians. But at the same time, it was also very dangerous. Perhaps one mistake could cause one to experience 3,000 years, or even 30,000 years, and eventually die. 3,000 years of great dream, I want to cut off the 7 emotions. Suzimo came to the divine land. Others might be afraid of the great dream technique, but not him. His figure came to the divine land's long river of time and used it to control the time of the dream. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and entered his own dream. In the dream, he simulated a variety of scenes. A mortal's birth, old age, illness, and death, a rich young master's life. There was also the daily life of an immortal expert, and the long journey of a Tao seeker. And this included not only humans, but also demon beasts, flowers, and trees. In the dream, Suzimo's consciousness was clear. He reviewed what he had learned, summed it up, and practiced it one by one. From the 19 styles of Tao seeking, to the 9 transformations of the war god, to the 10 styles of the devil that the previous devil lord passed down to him, and one of the 10 ancient divine techniques left behind by the Heaven Emperor, the heaven shaking technique. Suzimo comprehended it step by step and practiced it. In this great dream technique, cultivation was meaningless, because it was ultimately a dream. Even if you cultivated to the immortal realm, you would still only have a divine meridian when you woke up. However, his comprehension of meridian techniques was real. Although it was not 3,000 years, Suzimo had indeed benefited a lot in this dream. Cultivating without a cycle, many years had passed. In the long river of time, Suzimo's main body slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his eyes were deep in vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced countless years and seen through all the changes in the world. It had only been one night since he came out of the divine land. The sky had just brightened, and the cultivation of the great dream technique was constantly feedback to him. This kind of cultivation could only be done once in a while, otherwise, if he kept cultivating, he would definitely have a split personality. After summing up his strength, Suzimo left the room and went to the first floor of the inn. 9 Nether had already ordered food, and the two found a table by the window. I heard that there are several places worth visiting in Aeon City. If you have nothing to do after dinner, let's go take a look, 9 Nether suggested. Sure, we have to stay here for about 6 days anyway, Suzimo nodded. After the two finished eating, they left the North District of Aeon City and went directly to the East District. In the East District, there was a god ascension ladder. It was said that in the God and Devil Age, when the ancient God King had just ascended to the Divine King, he personally set up a god ascension ladder in Aeon City. Anyone who could reach the top would be able to see the ancient God King's avatar. As for what benefits there were, the ancient God King did not say directly, but there were all kinds of rumors in the streets. In short, being able to see the ancient God King was the lifelong dream of many people. Unfortunately, the God Ascension ladder had been here for several eras. Whether it was the disciples of the ancient God sect or other outsiders, without exception, they could really reach the top. Over time, the God Ascension ladder gradually became one of the most famous buildings in Aeon City. Anyone who came to Aeon City would come here to give it a try. When Suzimo and 9 Nether arrived, there were countless people gathered here. Looking straight ahead, there was a golden ladder that reached into the clouds, soaring straight up into the sky. This cloud ascension ladder was one of the most famous structures in Aeon City. The golden ladder emitted a golden light regardless of day or night. The entire God Ascension ladder had a total of 9 levels. Although there were only 9 levels, from the bottom to the top, one could not see the end. People often came to climb the ladder, regardless of whether they were locals or outsiders. The long line circled the entire plaza several times. Countless people gathered around to watch the excitement, and the hawkers were shouting with all their might. Suzimo looked around, but he could not see the inside of the God Ascension ladder. The ladder was sealed by a dark golden wall. It was suffused with a faint divine charm. The God Ascension ladder was built in a vast plaza, surrounded by fountains and blooming flowers. Statues of Aeon City's ancestors stood there. Why don't we give it a try? 9 Nether rubbed his fists and said eagerly. You also want to see the primordial God King's soul? Suzimo laughed. That's not it, I just want to see what's so special about this God Ascension ladder, 9 Nether said. I already asked around yesterday, this God Ascension ladder is absolutely fair. It will set the difficulty according to the strength of the challenger's cultivation, not the higher your cultivation, the easier it will be. The order of the God Ascension ladder was managed by the disciples of the Aeon God sect. There was a queue number on the side, and after Nine Nether received his number, he joined the long line. Suzima was not in a hurry to challenge, so he stood to the side and watched. Originally, the people around the God Ascension ladder were only discussing in whispers, but when the line reached a youth, many people's gazes were attracted. "It's Yu Luan, he's here to challenge again. I wonder which level he can reach this time. This guy is not simple, he has lived in Aeon City for 3 years. I saw him go from the 3rd level to the 6th level with my own eyes. I wonder if he can reach the 7th level. You must know that the highest challenge of the God Ascension ladder was the 7th level. And it was a record left behind by our Aeon God Sex God Son." As the surrounding people discussed, Suzimo turned his head and saw a black-robed youth standing at the entrance of the God Ascension stairs. His body was as straight as a spear. His eyes were sharp, and there was a short knife in each of his arms. His clothes were specially made. There were cuffs on his arms where the dagger could be put down, making it impossible to guard against. At this moment, he was at the bottom of the stairs. His heart, mind, and spirit had merged into one, giving off an extraordinary feeling. Seeing Yu Luan walk into the God Ascension stairs, the dark golden walls of this level started to glow. Instant kill. He passed so quickly, someone exclaimed. It took me more than 10 minutes to get there last time. For them, the first few stages aren't difficult at all. We still have to see if the later stages will work. Everyone discussed animatedly, and in a short while, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors all lit up. It took some time for them to reach the 5th level. When they reached the 6th level, everyone held their breaths and looked on expectantly. Because the previous few times, Yu Luan had stopped here and didn't advance. Finally, after about an incense stick's worth of time, the dark golden walls of the 6th level started to glow with golden light. He passed the 6th level, someone shouted from below. Just as that person's voice sounded, Yu Luan's figure was transferred to the bottom of the God Ascension stairs. His current state was different from before. His face was pale, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Why did he come out? Someone beside him was confused and asked. He clearly passed the 6th level. This situation should be because he went to the 7th level and was instantly killed. That's why the God Ascension stairs expelled him, someone explained. Seeing Yu Luan pass through the God Ascension stairs, he sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, the God list's ranking has changed." Suzimo followed the gaze of the crowd and saw that there was a dark golden cloth hanging on the side of the plaza. There was a long dark golden cloth hanging in the air. On this golden cloth, there were dozens of names that were even more dazzling in golden light. Looking at it, he saw the words written on it. Gong Feiyong, ranked 1st. The highest floor is the 7th floor. Lu Xianliang, ranked 2nd, the highest level 7. This Yu Luan was originally ranked 5th, but in an instant, he rose to 3rd place, surpassing the other 2. Apart from the number of floors, the ranking was also based on the length of time one could last. Everyone looked at the black-robed figure who was recuperating with reverence in their eyes. This Yu Luan was a rogue cultivator and did not have the support of a large force behind him. It was not easy for him to reach this step today. Suzimo found it interesting. The team soon arrived in front of Nine Nether. As a remnant of the Protoss among his peers, Suzimo was quite optimistic about him. The god race bloodline in her body did give her many advantages. When Nine Nether went up, it didn't attract much attention at first. However, when the 5th level of the God Ascension stairs lit up and Nine Nether entered the 6th level, the discussions in the surroundings became lively. Who is this woman? I didn't notice it before. It's an unfamiliar face. I'm afraid he's also an outsider. Looking at this scene, even Yu Luan opened his eyes and could not help but take a few more looks. Are there going to be 2 geniuses of level 7 appearing today? Someone below guessed. However, the moment his words came out, Nine Nether's figure was sent down. Even though it was a pity that she could not make it to the 7th level, based on how long she had lasted on the 6th level, there was a high chance that she would succeed the next time around. Nine Nether did not care about the gazes and discussions of the surrounding people as she came to the side of Suzimo. It's going to be difficult. She took in a deep breath and said. What's it like inside? Suzimo chuckled. From the 1st to the 6th level, there will be virtual characters to fight with you. The higher the level, the stronger the virtual characters will be. Even the number will increase bit by bit. Nine Nether thought for a moment before replying. I'll give it a try. Suzimo chuckled. Receiving the token, he waited for a short while before entering the God Ascension stairs. Upon entering the 1st level, he found himself in a vast and empty hall. The surroundings were empty and a vortex appeared in the surrounding space. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a faceless man wearing a blue robe. His face was empty. Suzimo controlled his cultivation to the heavenly fusion realm. No matter how strong the God Ascension stairs was, it could not detect him. Suzimo could sense that this faceless man's cultivation was one minor realm higher than his. He did not want to waste any time and directly slapped the other party to death. Immediately after, a suction force appeared and his figure appeared on the 2nd level. There were 2 faceless men on the 2nd level. Their cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than his. Suzimo didn't stay on the 2nd level for long. With another palm strike, the 2 faceless men turned into ashes. When he arrived at the 3rd level, Suzimo discovered that the pattern here was actually the same as before. There were 3 faceless men here, and their cultivation levels were 3 levels higher than his. In the outside world, ever since the existence of the 9 Nether, many people started to look at Suzimo with interest. The God Ascending stairs lit up one by one. Although the speed wasn't as fast as expected, it continued to advance steadily. When the 6th level lit up, many people's expressions started to change. With a hua sound, a commotion could be heard from the crowd. 7th level, he reached the 7th level. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the dark golden wall of the 8th level lit up. 8th level? The crowd seemed to have exploded. Ever since the God Ascending stairs was established, there had been tens of millions of people who had climbed it. No one had ever reached the 8th level. This was a complete record. Even Yu Luan, who was recuperating, frowned as he looked in the direction of the God Ascending stairs. There was no need to talk about the 8th level, just the difficulty of the 7th level was inhuman. There were 7 faceless men, and each of them was 7 levels higher than him. According to Yu Luan's calculations, the strength of those people on the 7th level had already risen to the sage stage. Moreover, facing 7 sages at once wasn't something that he could contend against. As for the difficulty of the 8th level, even he didn't dare to imagine it. Before Yu Luan could regain his composure, someone beside him almost bit his tongue. He stammered, ninth level. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Yu Luan discovered that that person had already passed through the 8th level and had reached the highest level of the God Ascending stairs. His pupils shrank as he looked in the direction of the God Ascending stairs in a daze. That person met the God King? At this moment, within the God Ascending stairs, after Suzimo easily dealt with the enemies on the 8th level, he went straight to the 9th level. The enemies on the 8th level were indeed very strong. Their numbers and strength had increased exponentially. If an ordinary person wanted to pass through here, it would be extremely difficult. When Suzimo arrived at the 9th level, he discovered that this place was different from the other 8 levels. This place was more like a great hall. Countless statues were placed around the hall. Some of them had human faces, some had beast bodies, and some had 8 claws. Someone was holding a giant axe as if he wanted to split the entire sky into 2. Someone drew a sword flower, and half of the world fell into oblivion. Other than the lifelike statues, the walls of the hall were inlaid with bluestones. These bluestones had been carefully carved, and what appeared was a painting. Suzimo gave it a quick glance. The content of these images was about a war. It seemed to be the invasion of the world outside the Immortal Dao Bridge. At the front of the hall, a beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire hall. There was a figure standing inside the beam of light. It was an old man in green robes who was close to 60 years old. The old man had a head full of white hair, and his face was full of wrinkles and gullies. He looked like he had one foot in the grave and could die at any moment. "Sir, you've come," the old man said with a smile as he watched Suzimo walk in. "Ancient Divine King?" Suzimo probed. "Strictly speaking, I'm just a part of the Divine King's remnant soul." You can also call me the Divine King, the old man said with a smile. Is it convenient for me to know your name? Suzimo said calmly. I felt it the moment you came in. This divine ascension ladder can't do anything to you, the old man said. Even a saint would find it difficult to reach the top here. Unless you're a true peerless genius or a divine king, the rules here can't do anything to you. You can understand it that way, Suzimo said with a smile. May I know why you've come? The old man said with a smile. I'm afraid you don't care about my inheritance. Actually, it's nothing much. I just saw this divine ascension ladder and came in to take a look out of curiosity, Suzimo said with a smile. May I know where your real body is? When you cross the Immortal Path Bridge in the future, maybe we'll meet on the other side of the world, the old man said with a smile. May I know when you're going to the Immortal Path Bridge? No hurry, Suzimo shook his head and said, can you tell me about the world on the other side of the Immortal Path Bridge? Actually, this clone of mine has nothing to do with my real body. I don't know what he did in that world, the old man shook his head and said regretfully. However, I can tell you about the great battle that happened back then. Suzimo nodded slightly. He had plenty of time. He guessed that after the great emperor of the Yuanyang continent ascended, he went to the heavens beyond or the world on the other side of the Immortal Path Bridge. They should all be in the same great world. Therefore, before going to the heavens beyond, Suzimo had to make all the necessary preparations. The old man was not in a hurry. He slowly recalled the situation back then. After the old man finished speaking, Suzimo asked in surprise, do you mean that there are still people from the human realm upon heavens in the eternal continent? Yes, the old man nodded and replied. Although we killed the main force in that great battle, many of them survived. As for the other world, you might know more about it if you ask them. I understand. Suzimo nodded. Are you leaving? The old man asked with a smile. There's no point in staying here, Suzimo replied. I've been alone here for tens of thousands of years. Why don't you spar with me? The old man asked with a smile. In the same realm, there's no need to use spirit energy. Let's just use our techniques to win. If you want to spar, then let's do it. Suzimo smiled. At this moment, the old man's face was serious. He stood in the Taiji 8 trigrams position with his hands slightly bent and his right arm slightly moved back. Guard the palace, the old man said softly. Without using any spirit energy, his figure crossed dozens of meters and directly appeared behind Suzimo. Shikaku, the old man lightly shouted again, and grabbed Suzimo's right arm with one hand, trying to subdue Suzimo with a capturing posture. However, when he grabbed Suzimo's arm with both hands, it was as if he was grabbing a piece of pig iron, hard and unable to move even a bit. The old man knew that the two did not use any ability. They only won with skills and techniques. You're not enough. Suzimo smiled. He directly punched down. The old man felt a sense of absurdity. He could not avoid this punch. He did not know how many years he had not felt this way. Putting his palms together, the old man took the punch. However, the power of this punch was beyond his imagination. He could not control his whole body and flew out. By the time the old man stopped himself, he had already retreated dozens of steps. Moreover, his figure was flickering, as if he would disappear at any time. Honorable Almighty Being. The old man sized up Suzimo before he opened his mouth to speak. Do you still want to try? Suzimo asked. No, even if my original body came, it wouldn't be much. Honorable Almighty One, the old man said with a smile. According to the rules, Honorable Almighty has successfully challenged my remnant soul. The inheritance I left behind will naturally be yours. Hearing the old man's words, Suzimo was slightly taken aback. One must know that he had never thought about the inheritance before. He thought it was just a simple spar. Looking at the smile on the old man's face, Suzimo suddenly felt that the other party had already planned this. We are both divine kings. Your inheritance seems to be a bit of a waste for me, Suzimo said. And I don't necessarily need it. Why don't you take a look at the inheritance first, the old man said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the beam of light that was originally covering him suddenly fluctuated. In the light beam, the floor of the hall opened and a golden key slowly floated up. It was unknown what material this key was made of. The moment it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy madly gathered towards it. Moreover, there was a human-faced shadow on the key. With the influx of spiritual energy, the shadow seemed to be constantly awakening. Waves of low growls came from it. The old man waved his hand and sealed the key. The shadow in the key was constantly attacking the seal. It looked fierce and ferocious. "This is?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "This is the heavenly key," the old man said with a smile. "My remnant soul has been sealing it. Now that I have given it to you, I should also dissipate." "I don't understand," Su Zimo shook his head and said. "In this Aeon city, in addition to the God Ascension Stairs, there is also an immortal Tao ruin. You should know about this," the old man said with a smile. "These immortal Tao ruins were left behind after our great battle with the existence of the world outside the immortal Tao bridge. There are many treasures left behind. Initially, this place was managed by our ancient god sect. The disciples have already cleaned out some of the outer treasures. They also didn't dare to go to the more dangerous battlegrounds. Later on, in order to attract the remaining evildoers, I opened the immortal Tao ruins to the public, allowing anyone to enter. Unfortunately, those survivors are very careful and won't fall into my trap at all." "What does this have to do with me?" Su Zimo frowned and asked, "And this so-called heavenly key?" "Don't be in such a hurry. Listen to me slowly," the old man said with a smile. "Do you know why those remnants have been staying in the Eternal Land? I even suspect that they have been hiding in the Aeon City. That's because after their leader died in battle, he lost an extremely important item in the immortal Tao ruins." "What is it?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "The heavenly record," the old man replied. "Although I don't know where the heavenly record is, I am certain that it has always been in the core area of the immortal Tao ruins. If you want to enter the core area, only the heavenly key can unlock the seal of the heavenly record. I'm afraid that even if a divine king descends, it will be useless." "What is the heavenly record?" Su Zimo asked in confusion. "I'm not sure either. In short, it is an extremely ancient item. Back then, I also searched for it bitterly. Perhaps it was not meant to be and I didn't find it in the end." The old man shook his head and said. "Those remnants have always been eyeing the heavenly key. In these years, they have changed their identities many times to climb the divine stairs. Unfortunately, they have never succeeded. Now that you've given me the key, won't I become a target for everyone?" Su Zimo frowned and said. He knew that the remnants the old man spoke of were those who survived the great battle back then. "I've given you my heavenly key. Regardless of whether you want it or not, those remnants will not let you go," the old man said. "You want to use my hand to get rid of them?" Su Zimo's expression turned cold. "This is the last thing I can do for this continent," the old man turned his head and said with shame. "I'm sorry, I've waited for tens of thousands of years. Now, it's becoming harder and harder for this remnant soul to suppress the heavenly key. If you didn't come, I'm afraid that after another 1,000 years, the key would break the seal on its own. There's nothing I can do." "You're not afraid that I'll destroy your immemorial divine sect?" Su Zimo asked. Sigh, the old man sighed and continued, "There must be a trade-off for everything. Although I don't know what happened to me, I know everything here. You will also step onto the immortal Tao bridge in the future. Once you go to the other world, you can ask for anything. I'll treat it as compensation. How about it? Plus, this heavenly key is related to the heavenly record. Maybe you're the fated one." Hearing the old man's words, before Su Zimo could reply, the old man's soul began to dissipate. The old man used the last of his strength to seal the heavenly key. Su Zimo held the key in his hand. In a broad sense, the immemorial divine king didn't have any selfish motives. Instead, he was worthy of respect. He used the last of his strength to do something for this continent. But what did this have to do with Su Zimo? If those remnants didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered with them. Without the immemorial divine king's remnant soul, the entire God Ascension stairs seemed dim. Su Zimo was transported down from the 9th level. When he stepped out of the God Ascension stairs and came to the outside world, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. A dense crowd of people surrounded the God Ascension stairs. It was as if everyone in the city had gathered here to see the person who had obtained the inheritance in the first trial of tens of thousands of years. The crowd was packed and the sound of discussion shook the heavens. It was enough to shatter the eardrums of ordinary people. Around the God Ascension stairs, there was a group of disciples wearing blue robes surrounding it. They seemed to be quietly waiting for Su Zimo's appearance as well. Su Zimo recognized that the style of the blue robes was the uniform of the immemorial divine sect. Among the group of blue-robed disciples, there was a group of leaders. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a dark blue robe. The middle-aged man gave off a powerful aura. Just by standing there, the entire world seemed to be suppressed. He had a full beard and gave off a dignified aura. Behind the middle-aged man, there were many people. There was a white-haired old man, a refined scholar, and a large man who looked like a peerless ferocious beast. These people were of different shapes and sizes, but all of them had a majestic and heavy aura. One look and one could tell that they weren't ordinary people. There were so many people gathered here, but no one dared to create chaos and cross the blockade of the blue-robed disciples. This was because everyone knew that the core of this group of people could shake the entire continent with a stomp of their feet. This group of people were the rulers of the Eternal God sect. Sect Master Gong Chu He and the rest of the elders were all present. There were already 3 saints present, and countless heavenly fusion stage experts below them. This was the most powerful force in the southern region, the Eternal God sect. This group of people could cover the sky with one hand and run amok in the southern region. Young Master Lin, welcome to Aeon City, Gong Chu He smiled and walked forward with a majestic gait. While they were waiting for Su Zimo to come out, they had already investigated Su Zimo's identity and Lin Xiu's identity as a disciple of the Ninth Firmament Emperor sect. This was their powerful intelligence network. Sect Master Gong, is there something I can help you with? Su Zimo replied. He looked around and saw that even Nine Nether was blocked by these people. This is not the place to chat. Young Master Lin, are you willing to return to the divine sect with us and discuss this matter in detail? Gong Chu He smiled. Su Zimo looked around and smiled, with such a lineup, what use is it if I say no? Young Master Lin, you must be joking, Gong Chu He waved his hand. A flying sedan was carried out from the side. This sedan was light blue and the top of the sedan was made of a triangle with several wind chimes hanging from it. The Eternal God sect's insignia was drawn on the blue cloth. Young Master Lin, please get on the sedan, Gong Chu He smiled. Let my friend come too, Su Zimo pointed at Nine Nether who was blocked outside. The blue-robed disciples let Nine Nether in and the two of them sat in the sedan together. The sedan was carried by 4 women in fluttering clothes. The 4 women stepped into the air and their colorful ribbons danced with the breeze, wrapping around the sedan. In the end, they flew into the distance. Looking at the departing figures in the sedan, some of the elders behind Gong Chu He wanted to say something but hesitated. Sect Master, the beast-like man pondered for a while and wanted to say something. Gong Chu He waved his hand, let's talk when we return to the sect. 3 kilometers behind Aeon City, a mountain shrouded in fog stood tall on the land like a pillar that held up the sky. Compared to Aeon City, the existence of Aeon God Mountain was more important, both in terms of status and history. The primordial God Mountain could be considered the #1 God Mountain in the southern region. To outsiders, the mountain forest was shrouded in fog all year round, mysterious and majestic. But in fact, those who saw the true face of the sacred mountain knew that it was like spring all year round, with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. It was a rare place with good feng shui. Back then, when the ancient God King established the sect here, the entire divine sect relied on this divine mountain and finally flourished. Su Zimo could feel the palanquin flying through the air, and the 4 ribbons blocked his view. Nine Nether, who was at the side, seemed a little anxious. You really went to the top floor? Su Zimo nodded. Then you met the ancient godly king? Su Zimo nodded again. You got the inheritance? Nine Nether asked, what should we do? Aeon God sect definitely won't let you leave so easily. Different situations call for different measures. Su Zimo smiled. Easy for you to say. Even if we return the inheritance to them, they might not let us go. Nine Nether sighed. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you to the God Ascension stairs. Who knew you could reach the top? Suzimo smiled and didn't say anything. What is your inheritance? Nine Nether asked curiously. A hot potato. Suzimo smiled. As the two were talking, the palanquin slowly came to a stop. Young master, let's get off the palanquin. A gentle female voice sounded from outside. It seemed to be the woman carrying the palanquin. Let's go. Suzimo looked at the anxious Nine Nether and smiled. The two got off the palanquin. Suzimo was still fine, but Nine Nether was shocked by the scene in front of her. The two were standing at the entrance of Aeon God sect. This huge sect was like a dragon gate, with a feeling of two dragons playing with a pearl. The two divine dragons were carved in a lifelike manner. The divine dragons were bent and coiled together, forming the arch of the door. Looking through the dragon gate, one could see that the Aeon God sect was boundless. Countless buildings were densely packed together. There were grand palaces that were golden and dazzling. There were tall buildings that were surrounded by raging flames. There were also pavilions and courtyards that were surrounded by yin and yang fishes. Inside the sect, ancient trees towered high into the sky and holy springs flowed to the horizon. All sorts of strange phenomena appeared. Disciples wearing blue robes were flying on their swords. Evil beasts were roaring as they stirred up a storm of blood. The entire Aeon God sect wasn't as peaceful as it looked from outside the fog. It was like a small world that was constantly evolving. Suzimo got off the palanquin. A blue-robed old man came over and said, "Young Master Lin, our sect master is waiting for you at Aeon Palace. Please follow me." Suzimo nodded. The two followed the old man through pavilions and all sorts of grand halls and venues. Finally, they arrived in front of a majestic grand hall. The three words Aeon Palace were like bright stars in the sky, shining brightly in the air. The entire hall was green in color. There were a few demonic beasts carved on the walls. The entire hall gave off a solemn and dignified feeling. Seeing that Suzimo and Jiuyo were about to enter, the blue-robed old man reached out and stopped Jiuyo. He smiled and said, "Our sect master just wants to ask young Master Lin some questions. It's related to our ancestor." "Miss, please wait for a moment." Jiuyo nodded and could only wait outside. Suzimo walked in leisurely. As soon as he walked through the door, Suzimo saw the scene inside clearly. This hall was incomparably vast. Inside it, one would feel a trace of unnatural insignificance. Gong Chuha was sitting on the dragon head throne with a dignified expression. Beside him were two white-haired old men, one male and one female. Suzimo could sense from the aura around the two of them that the two of them had probably already entered the Saint Realm. Next to them were the core elders of the Aeon Divine Sect. There were more than 20 people in total. Each of them faintly emitted an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as if the space within the hall had been sealed. Those who entered unknowingly felt the pressure increase. "Young Master Lin, you're here." Gong Chuha smiled faintly. "So many people. What business does Sect Master Gong have with me?" Suzimo asked. "This God Ascension ladder was left behind by our ancestor. Young Master Lin must have some thoughts about it." Gong Chuha said. "I know what you want to ask." Suzimo said. "I've seen the Divine King and obtained his inheritance." "Isn't that what you want to know? Then why don't you quickly hand over the inheritance?" The large man, who was like a peerless ferocious beast, shouted impatiently from the side. "Four beasts, back down." Gong Chuha looked at the man and scolded. Hearing Gong Chuhi's words, the burly man rubbed his bald head and unhappily retreated to the side. Gong Chuhi turned around and smiled at Suzimo. "Lin Beixing, don't misunderstand. Since you've obtained the inheritance, we naturally won't snatch it from you. We just want to see what the inheritance is. You should be able to fulfill this request, right? After all, it's our ancestor." "So what if I see it?" Suzimo asked with interest. "If young Master Lin is willing to exchange, we can take out something that will satisfy you." Gong Chuhi said. "Furthermore, young Master Lin will obtain the friendship of our eternal divine sect." The gazes of the surrounding people all landed on Suzimo. Some people even secretly used pressure to give Suzimo a sense of oppression. "I don't think that's necessary. I didn't want this inheritance at first, But your ancestor insisted on giving it to me. Suzimo shook his head. But since it's already in my hands, there's no way it'll be returned. Young Master Lin, won't you consider it? Gongchu he narrowed his eyes, his right hand slowly and rhythmically tapping on the seat as he looked at Suzimo. What, you want to snatch it? You can try, Suzimo said. What's there to be long-winded about? I can easily take down this brat. The burly man called the four beasts seemed to be impatient. Or perhaps he couldn't stand Suzimo's arrogant attitude and coldly said, Brat, if you hand it over today, then it's fine. But if you don't know what's good for you and take our ancestors' inheritance, I'll make your blood splatter everywhere. Why are you so noisy? Suzimo turned and glanced at the burly man indifferently. Unleashing the vast sea millet that he had learned in the Nine Firmaments Emperor sect, endless spiritual energy condensed in his hand, and a water droplet appeared on his right index finger. Suzimo gently flicked it, and the water droplet, carrying a weight of 10,000 jin, directly suppressed the burly man. The burly man's eyes were filled with shock, and a beastly roar came from his body. It was the shadow of a ferocious beast, roaring towards the sky with a majestic beast aura. He couldn't see the beast's true appearance, but judging from its aura, it was definitely an ancient beast. However, before the ferocious beast could do anything, the water droplet had already pierced through its forehead. The burly man's pupils contracted, and he heard a few more beast roars, and several beast shadows appeared behind the burly man one after another. In addition to the previous one, there were 3 new ferocious beasts. The water droplet pressed down with the weight of 10,000 catties, and an endless amount of spiritual chi was condensing. The tiny water droplet seemed to have cut through the vicissitudes of life, gathering the vast ocean and descending from the sky. Without giving the ferocious beast a chance to resist, it pierced through the man's back, and the latter's body fell heavily to the ground of the hall. A few beast shadows were shattered, and cries of fear were heard. A strange look flashed across the eyes of the 2 Saint Realm old men in the hall. Originally, I wanted to destroy your immortal god sect. However, your ancestor is a good person. I can't be bothered with him, Suzimo said indifferently. However, that doesn't give you the right to act so presumptuously in front of me. I don't want to hear any more strange sounds, otherwise, even in this immortal god sect, I will kill you in front of everyone in your sect. Hearing Suzimo's words, the hall fell silent. Gongchu he coughed a few times, then smiled. I think young Master Lin must have misunderstood. The 4 ferocious elders have always been like this. We don't have any ill intentions, we just want to ask about our ancestor. Our ancestor has been on the immortal path bridge for tens of thousands of years. In these tens of thousands of years, we have climbed the divine stairway many times, but we were unable to reach the top. It's just that your appearance has made us a little too excited. That better be the case. If there's nothing else, Sect Master Gong should send someone to send me back. I can't be bothered to waste my time here, Suzimo said indifferently. As it should be. Gongchu he smiled and nodded. Seeing that Suzimo was about to leave, Gongchu he smiled. Young Master Lin, please wait. What's the matter? Suzimo turned his head and asked. Gongchu he waved his hand and threw a token over. I know that young Master Lin wants to go to the battlefield of gods and devils. With this token, you don't need to line up and can go directly to the teleportation array. Thanks. Suzimo nodded. Looking at Suzimo's back as he left once again, the entire hall fell completely silent. After a long while, the old saint spoke. Sect Master, you're letting him go just like that? We still haven't figured out our ancestors' inheritance. Today's matter is simply the shame of our divine sect. In these tens of thousands of years, who would dare to be so arrogant in front of us? Gongchu he wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he looked down and asked, Ferocious 4, are you all right? The bald man struggled to stand up. His gaze was a little unfocused as he muttered, so scary. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked. I've fought against saints before. Even against saints, I can hold on for a while. The bald man said to himself. But just now, I felt as weak as an ant. An ant that could be casually stepped to death. That feeling was as if. At this point, the bald man's pupils shrank and he suddenly raised his head. The Divine King is alive. Hearing the bald man's words, he narrowed his eyes and didn't speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about something. Why did Sect Master let him go? The elder beside him didn't seem to understand. Could it be that you're really afraid of him? That's only part of it. He shook his head and explained. Haven't you guys thought about why our ancestor built the God Ascension stairs? Seeing that everyone below was frowning in silence, he continued. If it was just an ordinary inheritance, our ancestor would definitely have left it to us. How could he give it to others so easily? It's guarded by our ancestor's remnant soul. Does our ancestor need us to teach him how to do things? As the saying goes, don't ask for something that's as transient as clouds. Even if some things were obtained, not only would they be useless, but they would also bring disaster to us. Furthermore, that Lin Qiu was able to remain so calm in front of so many of us. He's just putting on an act. That means that he's really confident and isn't afraid of us. That's why Sect Master gave him the token to befriend him. The elder below smiled. Brilliant idea, Sect Master. It's not a brilliant idea. I just believe in our ancestors' judgment. He waved his hand and said. Try not to be enemies with him. Send him away. Coming out of the Aeon Palace, Su Zimo smiled faintly. The leader of the Aeon Divine Sect was not a mediocre person. He knew how to judge the situation. Outside, Nine Nether was a little anxious. Seeing Su Zimo come out safely, she breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? She asked. Let's go back to Aeon City. I have some things to do. Su Zimo shook his head and said. It was still the same flying sedan that they came in. Su Zimo returned to Aeon City. The flying sedan carried Su Zimo back to Aeon City. Aeon City was still as bustling as before. Su Zimo wanted to take a look at the so-called Immortal Dao ruins before he left. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Wait for me in the inn. I have something to do, Su Zimo said to Nine Nether. Can't you bring me along? Nine Nether asked. You can't go to the core of the Immortal Dao ruins. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Nine Nether had no choice but to nod and return to the inn. She knew that there were some things that Su Zimo didn't want her to get involved. After parting with Nine Nether, Su Zimo went to the Immortal Dao ruins alone. The Immortal Dao ruins was in the South District. It was also one of the most famous places in Aeon City. The residents of Aeon City had been talking about the Great War for many years. It was said that the leader of the world outside the Immortal Dao Bridge led his people to invade the Eternal Continent. The ancient God King risked his life to seal the crack. In the end, he fought the remaining people of Aeon City. All the ancient God Kings of the Eternal Continent gathered together. The battle was so intense that the sun and moon lost their color. In the end, the leader, Xianxia, was killed here. Most of his subordinates were also wiped out. After that, people rebuilt Aeon City and divided the South District, where the battle was the fiercest. Because Xianxia's evil intent was too strong, it was impossible to rebuild the core. People could only hope that with the accumulation of time, these evil intents would gradually disappear. Su Zimo had just entered the South District when he suddenly bumped into someone. When this person approached Su Zimo, his eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. He picked up a sharp knife and charged at Su Zimo. Su Zimo frowned slightly and sent that person flying with a slap. The person's body hit the wall heavily. He was badly mutilated and could no longer move. A remnant of the past? Su Zimo frowned slightly. They sure are fast. I didn't even have time to go to the Immortal Dao ruins and they've already set their sights on me. After killing the sneak attacker, Su Zimo had only taken a few steps. With a boom, the heavy southern city gate behind him was slowly closed. On the main street of the southern city district, the bustling crowd suddenly quieted down. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of countless swords piercing into the body resounded through the entire street. A group of people took off their jackets, revealing the red robes they were wearing underneath. At first glance, there seemed to be thousands of people in red robes. The entire street was densely occupied by them. As for the innocent passers-by, they were stabbed by the unsuspecting long swords and were killed instantly. In an instant, the bustling street was in chaos. The remaining passers-by hurriedly ran into the shops on both sides, wanting to hide. The group of red-robed people didn't pay much attention to it, because their target from the very beginning was Suzumo. After everyone fled, only the densely packed red-robed people remained on the entire street. A large group of red-robed men rushed over from all directions, surrounding Suzumo with 3 layers of men inside and 3 layers of men outside. The leader was an old man wearing a long red robe with a whirlpool symbol printed on his chest. Although the old man was old, he was full of energy and had a ruddy complexion. He had a pair of eagle eyes and a hooked nose. His gaze gave people a strong sense of oppression. A faint holy aura spread out from his body. "Kid, hand over the key," the leading old man said in a low voice. "You won't let me go whether I hand it over or not." "Why should I give it to you?" Suzumo smiled. "Hand over the key and I'll allow you to join our 7 Fear sect." The leading old man pondered for a while. He said, "I'll only give you 10 breaths to consider. If you don't hand it over, you'll die. It seems that the ancient god king underestimated you. He thought that you were hiding in the Aeon City, but he never expected that you've already invaded an entire city," Suzumo said. "If you give me a few more days, I'm afraid the entire Aeon City will be turned upside down by you. Kid, you people from the Eternal Continent are just frogs at the bottom of a well. You've never seen how big this world is," the leading old man said coldly. "There are only a few god kings, and not many people can reach that level in their lifetime. But if you join our 7 Fear sect, when we return to the bishop in the future, all of you will have a promising future. Why don't you plan big things with us?" "Forget it. Your boss is dead here. How dare a little saint like you talk about frogs at the bottom of a well?" Suzumo shook his head and sneered. The leading old man frowned, waved his right hand slightly, and said indifferently, "Kill him." Hearing the order, the surrounding red-robed people all rushed towards Suzumo. Suzumo raised his head and looked into the distance. At the end of the main street, in the empty square, was the end of the Immortal Tao ruins. He walked to the end of the street step by step, turning a blind eye to the thousands of people around him. Noisy roars and shouts rang out all around. Suzumo walked forward step by step, and a majestic power began to condense around him. Every time he took a step, the power on his body became stronger, and the sense of oppression became stronger. The wind blew and the clouds rolled, and a spiritual energy vortex condensed under Suzumo's feet. The closer they got to Suzumo, the stronger the gravity on their bodies became, and their movements became very sluggish. Suzumo slowly raised his right hand, and dozens of people next to him flew out. He walked forward, and his eyes were calm without a trace of fluctuation. His body did not hesitate either. As he walked, dozens of people flew out from time to time. Those people did not even touch the corner of his clothes. Rumble. Explosions and screams rang out one after another in the streets. The rare autumn sunshine shone in the air. The golden light shone on the ground and on the fallen corpses. After Suzumo walked through this street and stood at the other end of the square, the street behind him was already full of corpses. The broken walls and corpses were piled up into a small mountain. The only person standing in front of them was the red-robed old man who was leading the group. Seeing Suzumo walk over step by step, under the noon sun, his forehead was dripping with sweat. As Suzumo's figure got closer and closer, the old man seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure. Light red spiritual energy lingered around his right hand. He clenched his right fist and directly punched at Suzumo. On this right fist, spiritual energy rode the wind and broke through the waves, tearing the space in front of him. One could faintly see that the red spiritual energy seemed to be brewing something. Suzumo smiled and directly reached out to grab the old man's right fist. End of chapter 704. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.